Jiang Hen arrived in a high martial world where spiritual energy had reawakened. Here, every individual could awaken a martial soul, cultivating and battling through its power to resist ferocious beasts. A person's martial soul was not fixed and immutable. It could evolve continuously. Yet evolution was both an opportunity and a calamity. In this golden age, stars shone resplendent in era, teeming with prodigies. The story begins here. The year 2845 of the martial soul calendar. Dragon Nation, Zhongling City. You have all reached 18 years of age, and may now begin the awakening of your martial souls. The quality of your martial soul will determine your cultivation aptitude. To a certain extent, what kind of results you can achieve in the martial examination 4 months from now. It should be our floor's turn very soon. A stern-faced, powerfully built man stood upon the lectern, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below. Knock, knock, knock. The sound at the door shattered the solemn atmosphere. Teacher, Liu, the martial soul awakening is about to begin. Liu Hua nodded. Enough idle talk. The martial soul awakening will commence shortly. I hope each of you awakens a fine martial soul. Assemble on the field. With that, he left the classroom directly. The room erupted into lively chatter as the students poured out, talking as they walked. I'm so nervous, the awakening's about to begin. Please, anything but a useless martial soul. Heavens, have mercy. Ill trade my brother's 10 years of singlehood for an Shuan-tier martial soul. I'd be satisfied with a high-grade yellow-tier martial soul. Sigh as if high-tier awakenings come easily. Our school only produces a few dozen Shuan-tier awakenings each year. Exactly. Just hope it's not a useless martial soul. Amid the surrounding murmurs, Jiang Hen remained silent, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the unrest within. It has been 3 years since I transmigrated into this world. In my previous life, I tried every so-called system activation method described in Novelsenly to conclude at last that I have no golden finger. Several thousand years ago, spiritual energy surged back upon the blue planet, and ferocious beasts ran rampant, dealing humanity devastating losses. At that critical juncture, humans awakened a power known as the martial soul, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to elevate their realms, thereby gaining the strength to contend with those beasts, shaping the society of today. So be it no golden finger, then none. I only hope my martial soul is strong enough. Otherwise, surviving in this world will be impossible. After all, the martial soul, to a certain degree, determined one's future. For commoners, the awakening itself was a heaven-defying chance to alter their fate. The ranks of martial souls were in order: yellow tier, Shuan tier, earth tier, heaven tier, saint tier, immortal tier. Each tier was further divided from 1st to 9th grade, from low to high. There also existed those beneath classification, collectively termed useless martial souls, ranked below the yellow tier. No matter, leave it to fate. Jiang Hen walked toward the field. Upon arrival, Liu Hua was already standing in a designated area, directing the students to line up. At the very front stood a high platform, upon which was an elderly man clad in black robes, beside whom loomed an enormous crystal stone. The black-robed elder swept his gaze across the students below, seeing that most had assembled. Maintain silence. I will now conduct your martial soul awakening. When your name is called, come forward at once. Those below are not to make noise. Keep the line orderly. His aged yet authoritative voice rang out. At that moment, on the viewing stand, I wonder how many Earth-tier martial souls our school will awaken this year. Chen Jianping remarked. Let us hope for better results. The past years have been rather poor. If this continues, our educational funding will be cut again. Enough, the awakening has begun. Principal Bai Zhanshang interjected, his eyes fixed intently upon the awakening crystal. Director Chen was not wrong. The previous year's results had indeed been lackluster. Should this persist, not only would funding from the Ministry of Education diminish, but even the school's intake of outstanding students might decline. Wang Hao stepped forward for awakening. A youth emerged from the line, his steps slightly unsteady, his expression somewhat unnatural. As he approached, do not be nervous. Place your hand upon the awakening crystal, the elder instructed. The moment Wang Hao's trembling hand touched the crystal, a sword manifested behind him, while the crystal burst forth with dazzling yellow light, revealing a line of large characters upon its surface. Yellow tier, 7th grade, iron sword. Hearing the result, Wang Hao felt a surge of delight. Though not Shuan tier, it still surpassed most others. Next, Lin Tai, yellow tier, 3rd grade, wooden staff. Next, Luo Kai, yellow tier, 2nd grade stone. Why are they all yellow tier? Not a single Shuan tier. Is our school going to falter again in this year's martial exam? But isn't that girl from the Su family still here this year? Trushi, awakened, a heaven tier, martial soul. Next, Wu Sitong, a delicate young girl in a pink short skirt and white knee-high socks stepped onto the stage, extending her slender hand to the crystal. Shuan tier, 7th grade, gentle heart phantom, rabbit. The crowd erupted into discussion. And Shuan tier, martial soul. And as high as 7th grade, who would have thought Wu Sitong would awaken such a powerful martial soul? Shuan tier awakenings were after all rare. Most people awaken martial souls of 5th grade yellow tier or below, or even useless ones. At last, and Shuan tier has appeared. A teacher remarked, "Old Liu, that one seems to be from your class." Liu Hua smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, Sitong, on awakening and Shuan tier, 7th grade, martial soul." Xiao Chenyu said with a smile. Wu Sitong responded coldly. No one found this surprising Xiao Chenyu's affection for Wu Sitong was no secret throughout the school. Yet she had little interest in him. Next, Tang Zheng. So it's Tang Zheng's turn. What do you think he'll awaken? Who knows? But isn't Wu Sitong his girlfriend? Yes, that's right. I don't see what's so special about him that he could make her reject young Master Xiao. A boy with short, dark blue hair, but otherwise ordinary looks, stepped forward. Brother Zheng, you can do it. Wu Sitong encouraged him, dimples appearing on her cheeks. Tang Zheng smiled and nodded, seeing their intimate exchange. Xiao Chenyu ground his teeth in anger, yet he refrained from mockery. He wanted to see what Tang Zheng would awaken. Tang Zheng placed his hand upon the crystal, and under countless gazes, a brilliant blue light burst forth. A small blade of grass appeared behind him. Unclassified, spirit yin grass. Haha, what's this? I thought I'd be something impressive. Exactly, just a useless martial soul, like spirit yin grass. Tang Zheng, if I were you, I'd smash my head against a wall and be done with it. Xiao Chenyu and his followers jeered, listening to the ridicule. Tang Zheng clenched his fists, his eyes tinged with bloodshot fury as he glared at them. You have already chosen the path to death, he sentenced them inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen watched with keen interest. Isn't this the protagonist's treatment? Could Tang Zheng be the protagonist who would mock others for no reason? So many had awakened useless martial souls before him, yet none had been ridiculed. Even if Tang Zheng were the protagonist, Zhang Hen felt nothing in particular, protagonist or not. It had nothing to do with him. Brother Zheng, are you all right? At worst, I'll protect you from now on, Wu Sitong said with concern. Her words calmed Tang Zheng, warming his heart. I'm fine, Sitong. Rest assured, I will not give up. I promised I would protect you. That is my vow. Tang Zheng clenched his fists. I believe you, Brother Zheng. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. Sitong, Tang Zheng gazed at her with deep emotion, visibly moved. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Tang Zheng, you've only awakened a useless martial soul. What right do you have to say you'll protect her? If anything, she should be protecting you. Xiao Chenyu mocked. Young Master Xiao is right. With a useless martial soul, what qualifies you to protect Sister Sitong? Exactly what right do you have? The one worthy of her should be a prodigy, like young Master Xiao. Amid the mounting ridicule, Tang Zheng shouted, Enough. There are no useless martial, soulsonly useless people. I, Tang Zheng, will one day become a towering powerhouse. His bold declaration was met with a moment of silence, then laughter erupted. Tang Zheng, have you been dreaming too much? No useless martial, soulsonly useless soul masters. Martial souls can indeed evolve, but you lack both talent and background. Tell me, what will you use to evolve? Xiao Chenyu sneered. Exactly what makes you think you can? Because you're an orphan, born but not raised by your mother, abandoned by your father. Enough. You are not allowed to speak of Brother Zheng like that. Wu Sitong spread her arms, shielding him. Seeing this, Xiao Chenyu's hatred deepened. Why would she favor such a worthless person? Tang Zheng, if you have any courage, stop hiding behind a girl, he taunted. That's right, you coward, hiding behind a woman. Sister Sitong, you and young Master Xiao are the perfect match. As the mockery intensified, Tang Zheng held back the tears welling in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he glared at them. Watching this, Zhang Hen twitched at the corner of his mouth. Such ridicule was hard for anyone to endure. Though this minor episode unfolded, the teachers paid little attention. After all, who would offend the young master of the Shao family for the sake of someone with a useless martial soul? The calculation was obvious. The martial soul awakening ceremony continued unabated. Next, Xiao Chenyu. Xiao Chenyu strode onto the stage with confidence. I wonder how the Shao family's boy will fare in his awakening. Rest assured it will certainly be their family's inherited martial soul, the Ironback Azure Wolf. Xiao Chenyu is a direct descendant of the Shao clan. After all, a teacher remarked casually. Seeing Xiao Chenyu step forward, the black-robed elder grew deferential. Young Master Xiao, simply place your hand upon the awakening crystal. It's young Master Xiao's turn. What martial soul do you think he'll awaken? Isn't that obvious? It must be the Shao family's inherited martial soul, the Ironback Azure Wolf. I've heard it is a first-grade, Earth-tier martial soul, and the Shao family is one of the 4 great clans of Jiangling City. Their strength needs no questioning. Xiao Chenyu placed his hand upon the awakening crystal. At once, a colossal wolf's phantom manifested behind him, clad in silver armor, exuding an imposing majesty. Wait, that doesn't seem to be the Ironback Azure Wolf, a teacher said, in puzzlement. Has the martial soul mutated? The question is whether it has evolved or regressed. As though to confirm their speculation, the awakening crystal displayed its verdict. Earth-tier 3rd grade silverback Azure Wolf. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. An Earth-tier 3rd grade Martial Sulian Master Xiao's martial soul has evolved. The Shao family's Ironback Azure Wolf was already a first-grade Earth-tier martial soul. To think young Master Xiao's innate martial soul has reached the 3rd grade truly worthy of him. Hearing that he had awakened an Earth-tier 3rd grade martial soul, Xiao Chenyu felt elation surge within. Though his outward demeanor remained as placid as still water, he descended the stage with calm composure. Excellent, excellent. Bai Zhansheng nodded with a smile, his brows finally relaxing. Splendid Darthier, 3rd grade, one of the officials exclaimed in delight. In previous years, only 2 or 3 Earth-tier martial souls were awakened at most. Yet this year, aside from Xiao Chenyu, there was also Su Mushe, who had awakened a Heaven-tier martial soul. Secure, below the stage. An Earth-tier 3rd grade martial soul is nothing to make a fuss over, Xiao Chenyu said, with a dismissive wave. As expected of a great clan's heir awakening such a martial soul, yet remaining so humble. Indeed, young Master Xiaothir will surely be a place for you among Jiangling City's future martial kings. Martial king, even a martial emperor, would be no match before young Master Xiao. Listening to the flattery, Xiao Chenyu found it exceedingly gratifying. Then what realm do you think Tang Zheng will ultimately reach? Someone suddenly asked. Tang Zheng, with a mere useless martial soul, no background, and no resources, the warrior realm will already be his limit. Feigning magnanimity, Xiao Chenyu said, how can you say that? Perhaps one day Tang Zheng will transcend with his useless martial soul and attain godhood. Oh come, now how could that possibly happen with him? Even if someone were to ascend to godhood, it would surely be young Master Xiao. Haha. Amid the relentless mockery, Tang Zheng clenched his fists, teeth grinding, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chenyu and his companions. I can endure no more. Do not go too far. And if we do, you worthless wretch, a worthless man should at least possess the awareness of his own worthlessness. At that moment, the black-robed elder spoke calmly. Silence. The field fell instantly quiet. Tang Zheng continued to glare in fury, while Xiao Chenyu merely looked at him with disdain, mouthing the word trash. Tang Zheng's blood surged, his face flushing crimson. Gritting his teeth, he turned and left the field. Next, Zhang Hen. Hearing his name, Zhang Hen stepped forward, expressionlessly. Place your hand upon the awakening crystal. Zhang Hen nodded, and did so feeling a cool, smooth touch beneath his palm. Then, from the depths of his soul, a force seemed to surge forth, sharp in aura, yet not discomforting. Rather, it was strangely warm. A sword-shaped phantom gradually solidified behind him until it was fully revealed to all. Its blade gleamed silver-white, the hilt smooth as jade, and around its space itself seemed to tremble. At that moment, the awakening crystal displayed its grade, Earth-tier 7th grade, shattering void sword. The entire field was thrown into an uproar. Damnother, Earth-tier martial soul, and as high as 7th grade. Who would have thought Zhang Hen, usually so unremarkable, would be this formidable? Suddenly, Zhang Hen seems rather handsome," a girl said, shyly. His black hair stirred gently in the wind, the silver-white sword by his side, enhancing his ethereal bearing. Jiang Hen looked at his martial soul. "So this is my martial soul. Since you are called the Shattering Void Sword, then, from now on, I shall call you Shattering Void." On the viewing platform, Bai Zhansheng gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. His face flushed red. "Another Earth Tier, Marshal Suland of 7th grade. Principal, did you see that? Yet another Earth Tier, Martial Soul." The teachers and officials beamed with delight. Each additional Earth Tier Martial Soul meant better results for the school this year. Greater funding from the Ministry of Education, and further opportunities to build an even finer institution. Withdrawing his martial soul, Jiang Hen stepped down from the stage. The moment he did, he was surrounded by others. "Brother Hen, you're incredibly you actually awakened an Earth Tier martial soul. Indict across our entire Jiangling First High. Those who awaken Earth Tier martial souls can be counted on one hand." Hearing the surrounding praise, Jiang Hen merely smiled and nodded. At their core, people were creatures that revered strength. The stronger one was, the more respect one commanded. An Earth Tier martial soul, not bad at all, Jiang Hen thought, quite satisfied with his awakening. Next, Long Yu, a young man with short, crimson hair, stepped forward. His features handsome, a faint smile upon his lips. "It's young Master Long's turn. What martial soul do you think he'll awaken? Isn't it obvious? He is the young lord of the Long family. He will surely awaken their inherited martial soul." The Long family ranks second among the 4 great clans. Even among them, there are disparities in strength. Being second speaks volumes. Long Yu placed his hand upon the awakening crystal. Behind him, a blazing fire dragon gradually took form, while the crystal displayed Earth Tier 7th grade blazing flame dragon. Damn, another Earth Tier martial soul. Since when have Earth Tier martial souls become so common? Isn't that perfectly normal? Look at who's awakening. Young Master Long is a direct descendant of the Long family, ranked second among the 4 great clans of Jiangling City. Long Yu stepped down with a smile, waved to the crowd, and departed the school directly. "Ha ha ha, another Earth Tier martial soul. Our school is destined to flourish even further. Students, the martial soul awakening has now concluded. Those with lower quality awakenings need not be discouraged. No one can predict the future. While fate remains undecided, each of you may yet become a dark horse in the days ahead. I hope you will prepare diligently for the martial examination and gain admission to your desired institutions." Principal Bai Zhansheng said with a smile. No less than 5 Earth Tier martial souls have been awakened, and with Su Mushu, a Heaven Tier martial soul bearer, this year's martial examination is firmly within our grasp. Next, those students who have awakened Earth Tier martial souls, please come to the principal's office. The rest of you may return home. Martial cultivation classes will officially begin in 3 days. When Jiang Hen entered the office, besides Principal Bai Zhanhong, there were already 5 individuals inside, 3 men and 2 women. A flicker of admiration flashed across Jiang Hen's eyes. One of them had long hair cascading like a waterfall, skin as pure as snow, and eyes as cold as frost. Though clad in the uniform of No. 1 high school, her curvaceous figure could not be concealed. This was Su Mushue, whose martial soul was the peerless first-grade frost-cold sword, the cherished jewel of the Su family. The other woman was not wearing the school uniform but a flowing red gown, her wine-colored hair draped carelessly, and a pair of phoenix-like eyes radiating nobility and solemnity. This was Feng Qinggu, awakened to the hereditary martial soul of the Feng family, the 7th-grade Earth-level flame phoenix. It was said that both of them had already awakened their martial souls within their families, and thus did not participate in today's school awakening ceremony. Jiang Hen withdrew his gaze, casting a glance of appreciation. Lingering too long would be improper. Yet as Jiang Hen shifted his eyes away, Feng Qinggu fixed him with a burning gaze, silently thinking, "Ah Hen." Meanwhile, everyone else's attention was focused on Bai Zhanhong, oblivious to Feng Qinggu's unusual demeanor. Bai Zhanhong looked at the 5 before him and mused, "These are truly the treasures of No. 1 high school. Next year, the amount of funding and student enrollment will rely heavily on them." Clearing his throat, he continued, "First, congratulations on successfully awakening Earth-level martial souls. Su Mushue has awakened a Heaven-level martial soul. You have all taken a crucial step toward becoming formidable warriors. To grow stronger still, the simplest and swiftest path is to participate in the martial examination and enter a martial mansion. You are the prodigies of No. 1. High school. As Bai Zhanhong grandly elaborated on his vision, Zhang Hen's eyelids involuntarily drooped. Principal, if you have something to say, just say it. The brother beside me is nearly asleep, yawned Yuan Hongfei. Yuan Hongfei had awakened a 5th grade Earth-level martial soul, the barbarian rock bear. Zhang Hen snapped back to attention and looked to his side. There he was. So the brother he mentioned beside him is me. You old rascal, Zhang Hen said, looking at him. Yuan Hongfei caught his gaze and slapped a hand on Zhang Hen's shoulder. Right, brother. I'm with you. Zhang Hen silently cursed in his heart. Bai Zhanhong, however, remained unfazed and began recounting the history of martial arts. Yuan Hongfei muttered under his breath. Why is he still talking? So boring. Zhang Hen sat beside him, hearing the words, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. You must be aware that 1,000 years ago, when the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, humans awakened their martial souls. Countless ferocious beasts surged forth, and many perished in the beast tides. Yet some soared to greatness, establishing top-tier clans that thrived for centuries. This was both a catastrophe and an opportunity. Upon reaching each major realm in martial soul cultivation, one awakens a unique innate ability. And with these abilities, people confront the beasts. At this point, Bai Zhanhong winced as he retrieved 5 exquisite wooden boxes from the drawer. These are soul ascension pills, considered the school's reward for your awakening of Earth-level martial souls. Additionally, each of you will receive a bonus of 100,000 in currency. We hope you will soon advance to the martial disciple rank and gain admission into one of the 10 greatest martial mansions, bringing glory to Jiangling No. 1. High school. At the mention of the soul ascension pills, Yuan Hongfei and Zhang Hen's eyes brightened. They were valuable treasures indeed. Yet Su Muxue and Feng Qinggu remained utterly indifferent. A first-grade soul ascension pill was commonplace in great clans like the Su and Feng families. Principal, rest assured, said Xiao Qinyu with a confident smile, patting his chest resolutely. Though he, too, cared little for the soul ascension pills, occasions to display one's prominence publicly were rare. When he returned home, he could boast about it. Though it's a first-grade soul ascension pill, they cost 100,000 each on the market. I didn't expect the school to be so generous. Zhang Hen thought to himself. All right, you may leave now and train diligently. Bai Zhanhong waved his hand dismissively. As Zhang Hen stepped out of the principal's office, a hefty hand landed on his shoulder. Brother, let us get acquainted.
I'm Yuan Hongfei.
What's your name? Seeing the newcomer, Zhang Hen's mouth twitched.
Zhang Hen.
Oh, then I'll just call you a hen from now on. Zhang Hen was about to respond when a soft laugh came from behind. Turning around, he saw Feng Qinggu lightly covering her lips. Noticing Zhang Hen's gaze, Feng Qinggu smiled and nodded at him before departing. Wow, Feng Qinggu just smiled at me. Did you see that?
Zhang Hen exclaimed.
Looking at the simple, goofy expression of the hefty fellow, he thought, this guy also awakened an Earth-level martial soul. Returning home, Zhang Hen had just opened the door when a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. Ah Hen, you're back. Sit down quickly. Dinner's almost ready, his mother said gently. Brother, you finally returned. Mom said you can't eat until you're home, Zhang Linger pouted. How did the awakening go? Came a calm voice from the sofa. Zhang Hen's father sat composedly, smoking and reading the newspaper, not looking toward Zhang Hen, though the trembling of his shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. Really? Asking that right after coming back, Zhang Hen muttered. Ah Hen, don't mind your father. Eat first. His mother gently patted his father's shoulder. Mom, it's nothing. I awakened a 7th grade Earth-level martial soul and am being specially trained by the school. From now on, our family won't have to rely solely on Dad. There's me too. Zhang Hen patted his chest with a smile. After a brief silence, his mother trembled. Ah Hen, is it true? Of course it is. Here's the soul ascension pill the school rewarded me. He produced a jade vial. Good, the Zhang family has produced a dragon. Tears glistened in his father's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hen's heart was conflicted. His parents had truly sacrificed much for the family. His father was a martial artist who had served in the military in his youth, but had contracted a chronic illness during the Beast Tide battles, forcing him to retire from the battlefield. Fortunately, he still received a monthly stipend sufficient for household expenses and found alternate work. His mother was merely a martial disciple but always treated Zhang Hen and Zhang Ling with tenderness, never complaining before them. Zhang Hen silently resolved to ensure his parents would live well. This world was far from stable. Every year, great and small beast tides caused countless families to be torn apart and multitudes to be displaced. Jiangling City alone faced no fewer than 10 beast tides annually, albeit mostly minor. Yet even these smaller tides claimed thousands of lives each year. Strength was the best passport in this world and the greatest protection for oneself and one's family. Back in his room, Jiang Hen poured out the soul ascension pill the principal had given him. The pill was pure white with subtle golden veins running through it. He wondered about its effects. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill into his mouth. It felt smooth upon entry, then melted instantly. The medicinal power surged through his limbs and bones, finally converging in his dantian. Jiang Hen immediately sat cross-legged, summoning his martial soul to refine the medicinal power and nourish his body. Suddenly, he felt a shackled lock within his body shatter. His martial soul burst forth with silver light, strands of silvery white radiance flooding into his mind. The shattered void slash, the first innate ability he had obtained from his martial soul upon breaking through to martial disciple. Shattered void slash, a silver white sword energy emitted from the martial soul that can shatter space where it passes. The degree of spatial destruction depends on the wielder's comprehension of space and cultivation level. As Jiang Hen slowly opened his eyes, a smile crept onto his face. Not only had he advanced to the second tier of martial disciple, but he had also acquired a powerful innate ability. The spatial power of his martial soul seemed to have strengthened, though the quality of the shattered void slash remained 7th grade earth level. Upon awakening their martial soul, its possessor gains the ability to perceive the quality of the martial soul itself. As for that Tang Zheng, could he be a child of destiny? Or am I merely overthinking? Jiang Hen pondered deeply. Does this world truly harbor the notion of children of destiny? Yet, considering that even transmigration can occur, what else is impossible? It has already been 3 years, and no system has appeared. I sent it said that every transmigrator must possess a golden finger? But I have nothing at all. Indeed, all that is found online is deception. Jiang Hen silently complained, resolving instead to cultivate diligently. As for cultivation methods, each martial soul possesses its unique path of refinement. Naturally, the fragmented sky sword is no exception. At the very moment the martial soul awakens, the method of cultivation seems to be etched indelibly into one's mind. Unlike those born into influential families with abundant resources, to stand out, one must exert even greater effort in training. Otherwise, the chasm will only widen. With this in mind, Jiang Hen settled into a cross-legged position, summoned his martial soul, and resumed cultivation. Unable to acquire resources, he would invest the time instead. Elsewhere, why have I only awakened a worthless, insignificant martial soul? Tang Zheng exclaimed with resentment. Otherwise, how dare Xiao Qinyu and the others bully and humiliate me? No, my teacher once said there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless people. I must steady myself. I will surely become strong. Tang Zheng encouraged himself silently. I must seek out my teacher and ask for guidance on the path ahead. After all, he is one of the foremost masters in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, I shall find my teacher. With this resolve, Tang Zheng proceeded to Yu Jingchuan's residence. Knock, knock. Teacher, are you there? The door opened, revealing a disheveled man who exuded an air of decadence. What is it, Tang Zheng? Why have you come to me? Yu Jingchuan asked irritably. He had initially thought Tang Zheng was a promising talent, but instead found him to be a lump of worthless clay, utterly hopeless and of no value. Teacher, I have awakened my martial soul and wish to become your disciple. Please instruct me on the path I should follow. Tang Zheng said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Jingchuan sneered. I observed today's awakening ceremony. You have only awakened a worthless martial soul, the spirit ivy grass. Pray tell, what qualification do you have to seek my guidance? Internally, Yu Jingchuan despised him. Nonsense. I am a master. What right does one with a worthless martial soul have to seek my instruction? Does he not realize his place? But, teacher, did you not say there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless people? Tang Zheng was shocked by his teacher's words. He could scarcely believe such a statement had come from him. Ha! Such words are nothing but self-comfort for the weak. Have you ever seen a strong person whose initial martial soul was worthless? Such self-deception is futile. Many who awaken with worthless souls barely manage to break through the martial artist realm in their lifetime. But, teacher, did your martial soul evolution outline not mention that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless and useless people? Indeed, I said that, but only under the premise of sufficient resource support. As long as you have abundant resources, the grade of your martial soul can continuously improve, and naturally, the strong will continue to grow. After all, background is part of strength. But, Tang Zheng remained unconvinced. There is no but for someone like you, who has no background and has awakened a worthless martial soul. Your future is destined to be worthless. Yu Jingchuan's scorn pierced Tang Zheng's heart. It was unbearable to imagine that the teacher he had long respected would utter such words. But teacher, did you not say you too had a worthless martial soul and yet became a renowned master in the entire nation through your own efforts? Tang Zheng, not everyone can carve out a path like I did with a worthless martial soul. Yu Jingchuan looked up at a 45-degree angle, his hands clasped behind his back. Yet in his heart he thought, nonsense, I am from the Yu family of the capital. Otherwise, how could I have cultivated to the 9th level of martial artist? Now be gone. Stop wasting my time. Only those with heavenly-class martial souls deserve my guidance. You have awakened nothing but a worthless martial soul, inferior even to a yellow grade one. You are utterly unqualified to become my disciple, Yu Jingchuan said with disdain. Tang Zheng turned away, fighting back tears swirling in his eyes as he left, his mind haunted by Yu Jingchuan's contemptuous gaze. Why does even my teacher treat me this way? Tang Zheng's heart ached bitterly. An hour later, a muffled sound echoed within Zhang Hen's body. He had reached the 3rd tier of martial disciple, albeit aided by the residual potency of a soul ascension pill. Zhang Hen could not help but smile. Indeed, with resources, the pace of cultivation accelerates. But now, there was nothing left. All he had was money. Time to go out and visit the trading market. With this thought, Zhang Hen rose and headed toward the door. Father, Mother, I'm heading out. All right, be careful on the road. Upon arrival, young man. Oh yes, sir. The payment has already been made. Zhang Hen stepped down from the taxi, gazing at the bustling trading market and listening to the cries of merchants. Come and see. Come and see. Freshly hunted wild boar with black hide. Tender meat. Only 300 yuan per gene. Brothers. This is a rare treasure brought from the secret realm. Only 200,000 to take home. Premium blood refining pills. 10,000 each. Guaranteed quality and affordable. Boss, could you lower the price? I really don't have that much money. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you a 5% discount. As soon as he entered the market, Zhang Hen was surrounded by the cacophony of hawkers and bargain seekers. Ignoring the noise, he pressed forward until he came upon a lavish and noble establishment. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 3 gilded characters. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion wielded immense influence, its reach spanning across the 4 provinces, wealthy beyond measure. Upon entering, Zhang Hen found the interior extravagantly adorned and teeming with people. He made his way to the pill district, needing to purchase some elixirs to advance his cultivation. First tier True Qi Pill accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy by the martial soul, 20,000 yuan. First tier Soul Ascension Pill safely enhances cultivation level with no side effects. Only 1 use per person, except for higher tiers, 100,000 yuan. First tier Fusion Flame Pill aids fire-type martial souls in increasing flame intensity, 50,000 yuan. Pills were categorized from 1st to 9th tier. Gazing upon the dazzling variety, Zhang Hen lamented, poverty limits my imagination. Each exhibition area operated on a pay-as-you-go basis. Ultimately, Zhang Hen selected 4 True Qi pills, spending 80,000 martial soul coins, then proceeded directly to the Heavenly Materials and Earth Treasures exhibition area. As the name suggests, this area housed numerous rare materials and treasures, organized according to their attributes. Zhang Hen headed straight to the spatial artifacts section, where the crowd thinned considerably, as martial souls related to space were exceedingly rare. Spatial Sand Grain condenses the spatial power of the martial soul, enhancing its strength, 200,000 yuan per grain. Second-tier Spatial Crystal, exuded from spatial rifts, can greatly enhance the spatial power of the martial soul, 400,000 yuan per crystal. Fourth-tier Void Beast Core contains dense spatial power, with a chance to comprehend the Void Beast skill. Spatial Leap, 2 million yuan. Third-tier Void Tiger Essence Blood, rich in spatial power and vitality, can strengthen the spatial power of the martial soul and enhance martial cultivation. 500,000 yuan. Staring at the string of numbers brimming with zeros, Zhang Hen felt as if they were longer than his very life. Zhang Hen turned around abruptly and left. My apologies, I was indeed reckless. Sigh. The nth day of envying the wealthy. Zhang Hen exited the treasure pavilion and prepared to browse the roadside stalls in the trading market. Perhaps, like the protagonists in those classic tales, he might stumble upon a hidden treasure? Kumewan, Kumeol, freshly brought back from the Qingyun Mountains, Black Fong wild boar, only 500 per gene. Here is some coagulant grass, just transported from the Qingyun Mountains, effective in boosting vitality and enhancing martial cultivation. Step right up, step right up. Premium blood refining pills, now just 5,000 each. That familiar hawking voice once again filled the air. Zhang Hen wandered around the vicinity but found nothing of value. Either the items were genuinely worthless and he disdained them, or they were authentic treasures beyond his means. He silently grumbled, "Indeed, there is no such thing as an easy windfall in this world." Just as he was about to leave the trading market and head straight home, an unexpected figure caught his eye, Tang Zheng. Why on earth would this fellow be at the trading market? Zhang Hen's curiosity was piqued, and he halted his steps as well. Watching Tang Zheng meander among the various stalls, Zhang Hen followed closely, eager to see what Tang Zheng's intentions were. After all, he had long suspected that this guy might be a protagonist of sorts, burdened with a poverty buff. And now, adding the trading market scene, all the classic elements of a treasure hunt were perfectly assembled. How could he not come to take a look? At that moment, Tang Zheng was walking ahead, lost in thought and muttering repeatedly, Why must you all treat me this way?" He was completely unaware of Zhang Hen trailing behind him. Unconsciously, Tang Zheng came to a stop before a gemstone gambling stall. A sparse few lingered there, peering at the raw stones on display through magnifying glasses, nodding occasionally, then shaking their heads. The stall owner was a burly man smoking a dry tobacco pipe, unshaven and rugged. Seeing new customers, he greeted them warmly. "Young brother, looking to gamble on stones? These are all raw stones freshly unearthed from the Qingyun Mountains, 11,000 each. Some have struck it rich with top-grade heavenly treasures hidden inside, soaring to great heights overnight." Hearing the vendor's words, Tang Zheng felt a pang of disappointment. He didn't have a single cent on him. Yet he did not want to leave just like that, for he sensed something inexplicably calling to him, a strange and compelling feeling. So, despite his lack of funds, Tang Zheng carefully examined the raw stones on the ground. Suddenly, his gaze settled on one particular stone. This raw gem was entirely dark, uneven and rough, with an unremarkable surface. Yet Tang Zheng felt irresistibly drawn to it. Silently, he picked up the stone, pretending to inspect it while gathering a few others. He then moved to a more secluded corner and secretly hid the dark, unappealing stone there. Finally, he feigned disappointment and shook his head before leaving. His plan was to quickly gather 11,000 yuan to purchase that stone. But until then, he did not want it to be bought by anyone else. So, he hid it discreetly in a secret spot. Though few people came to select raw stones, and this one was particularly unattractive, he feared the worst. This feeling was something Tang Zheng himself could not fully explain. The stall owner was unfazed by Tang Zheng's departure. After all, many came daily to look but not buy. Once Tang Zheng had gone far enough, Zhang Hen approached the stall where Tang Zheng had lingered moments before. He had witnessed everything. The inexplicable picking up of a raw stone and its secret concealment in a hidden corner. Zhang Hen's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng's retreating figure. There was undoubtedly something inside that stone, and most likely a treasure at that. With this thought, Zhang Hen strode directly to the stall, intent on cutting in and claiming the prize for himself. The burly man, seeing a new customer, eagerly pitched, "Young brother, these stones just arrived from the Qingyun Mountains, 11,000 each. Pick whichever you like." "All right, sir. I'll take a look first," Zhang Hen replied indifferently, paying little heed to the vendor's words. Had he not already known the outcome, he wouldn't have bothered gambling on stones. His pockets were as empty as his face was clean. Zhang Hen went straight to the secluded spot where Tang Zheng had hidden the stone, retrieved the unremarkable raw gem, and presented it to the vendor. "That one, please." "Very well. Would you like it cut open right here?" The vendor immediately became courteous at the prospect of a sale. "No need, sir. Here." Zhang Hen handed over a bank card. He carried no cash whatsoever. "Thank you for your patronage. I hope you find a fine treasure inside." After swiping the card, the vendor passed the stone to Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen took the stone and made no delay, heading straight home. Upon returning, his father and mother had already left for work, and Zhang Ling was still at school. Back in his room, Zhang Hen did not rush to cut open the stone. He needed to prepare some tools first. Tomorrow, he would buy some exquisite knives to open it carefully. After all, if he accidentally damaged whatever was inside, he wouldn't even know where to shed his tears. Then Zhang Hen sat cross-legged, summoned his martial spirit, took out the recently purchased true energy pill and swallowed it. Focusing his mind, he absorbed the medicinal power through his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng, having left the trading market, returned to the slums, his home, the place where he had depended on his father since childhood. Several years ago, his father had suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a letter with words urging him not to worry. Why must you all abandon me? What did I do wrong?" Tang Zheng murmured blankly, his gaze hollow and numb. The words of Yu Jingchuan haunted him like a knife twisting in his heart. As for how he came to know Yu Jingchuan, he only recalled that during his time in the Qingyun Mountains to stave off hunger, he had no choice but to work as an herb gatherer for some aristocratic clans. This was not a solo venture but a collective operation. Alongside him were 9 other herb gatherers, some representatives sent by the noble families, and a few hired hands. Yu Jingchuan was one of those hired men. Tang Zhang remembered his cold expression and arrogant gaze, which led him to mistakenly believe Yu Jingchuan was an important figure. Throughout the journey, Yu Jingchuan constantly pointed and lectured. This is an inferior herb, this is chi-replenishing grass, and that S just an ordinary plant. Listening to Yu Jingchuan's words, the leader Xiao Rui frowned. Why so talkative? Captain Xiao, I'm only trying to help you distinguish between the herbs, that S all. Yu Jingchuan argued. Hey, you're not even a martial artist, what right have you to claim greater knowledge of these herbs than us? I am a master. The outline of martial spirit evolution in the Jiangling No. 1 high school library is my own work, Yu Jingchuan boasted proudly, his eyes brimming with unfathomable pride. Ha ha ha. Second uncle, don't listen to him. I've heard from others that he put that book there himself. Xiao Qinyu laughed, clutching his belly. Why was Xiao Qinyu part of this team? Naturally, because this operation was organized by the Xiao family, and Xiao Qinyu came along to broaden his horizons and gain experience. The dean let me put it in, Yu Jingchuan retorted, blushing. Ha ha ha, wasn't he you who begged the dean to let you in? Xiao Qinyu exposed Yu Jingchuan's lie outright. Nonsense. I, Yu Jingchuan, am the foremost martial spirit theorist in the Dragon Kingdom, revered as a master. The outline of martial spirit evolution is the result of my painstaking research on hundreds of martial spirits, Yu Jingchuan declared heatedly. At this moment, Tang Zhang was already convinced by Yu Jingchuan's words. He said, I believe in the master's words. I have also studied the outline of martial spirit evolution. One sentence left a deep impression on me. There are no useless martial spirits, only useless and incapable people. Upon hearing someone speak up on his behalf, Yu Jingchuan felt a slight easing in his heart. Naturally, this was the pinnacle of the master's artistry. Young man, you are quite impressive. If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out, Yu Jingchuan said, folding his hands behind his back and tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, adopting the demeanor of an enlightened sage. Thank you, master. Tang Zhang responded hastily, his heart brimming with joy, believing he had secured the favor of a powerful ally. Meanwhile, upon hearing someone contradict him, Xiao Qinyu felt a surge of anger. What nonsense about a master? Isn't that just a title you bestowed upon yourself? You are utterly unreasonable. Yu Jingchuan retorted angrily before turning on his heel and declaring, I will not participate in this mission. Had no real strength yet such a big ego. Second uncle, why don't you give him a good beating? Even if the school reprimands us, it won't matter to the Xiao family. Xiao Qinyu vented furiously to Xiao Ruh. Xiao Ruh waved his hand dismissively. Although Yu Jingchuan was a failure personally, the power behind him was not to be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu merely nodded, gritting his teeth in reluctant acceptance. Tang Zhang, overhearing the exchange, secretly rejoiced. Then Xiao Qinyu fixed his gaze on Tang Zhang. You get lost as well. How dare you defy me, the young master? Who gave you such audacity? Tang Zhang dared not express his anger and could only leave meekly, cursing inwardly. You are already courting death. Thus began the conflict between Tang Zhang and Xiao Qinyu. Returning to the present, Tang Zhang felt as though his goodwill had been thrown to the dogs. I spoke up for you, and you treat me like this. I must train harder. Those who look down on me deserve to perish. Tang Zhang's eyes reddened with determination. After venting, Tang Zhang calmed himself. I must find a way to earn 10,000 yuan to buy that raw stone. It feels like something destined for me. Hunting ferocious beasts? Better not. I'm not even a martial apprentice yet. I'd probably lose to insignificant monsters. I'll continue seeking a team to gather medicinal herbs. But this time, can't be the Xiao family's team. Resolved, Tang Zhang began preparing the necessary supplies for herb gathering. After one night, bang, a muffled sound emanated from Zhang Hen's body. Martial apprentice, 4th layer. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Hen gathered his energy, retracted his martial soul, and slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, after consuming 3 true energy pills, he barely reached the 4th star of the martial apprentice realm. This was only the first stage. The resources required for subsequent stages were unknown. Martial cultivation truly was a money pit. No wonder most impoverished people had low cultivation. Even with excellent martial souls without resources, they would ultimately blend into mediocrity.
Jiang Hen sighed.
I only have 10,000 yuan left on me, which is far from sufficient. Oh right, and that raw stone. I hope Tang Zheng won't blame me. Then again, if he buys an empty raw stone, he'd be devastated. I heard from classmates that he lives alone in the slums. I'm just clearing minds for my classmates. I really am a good person. As Zhang Hen's thoughts swirled, bang bang. Brother, Mom is calling you for dinner. Hurry up or she'll get angry. Zhang Ling's sweet and adorable voice came. Only then did Zhang Hen snap back to reality. Oh, I'm coming right away, he replied hurriedly. Exiting his room, he saw his father still seated on the sofa, holding a newspaper. His mother came out carrying 2 bowls of noodles, placing them on the table. Xiao Hen, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Get ready to eat. Okay. After washing his face, Zhang Hen approached the table. Zhang Ling gazed at the sumptuous breakfast with sparkling eyes. Milk, noodles, steamed buns, sandwiches, and fruit. Wow, Mom, what is the occasion? Why so much breakfast? Isn't it because your brother just awakened? He must eat well to have the strength to cultivate. But don't overdo it. You also need to take good care of your health. Listening to his mother's concern, Zhang Hen nodded with a mouthful of bread, deeply moved. After finishing, Zhang Hen prepared to buy some cutting tools to start dismantling the raw stone. Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. Zhang Hen waved his hand and stepped out. The child has grown up. Zhang mother watched Zhang Hen's departing figure. Yes, the child has grown, Zhang father sighed. At the hardware store, Zhang Hen purchased a small knife designed for cutting stones and then returned home. By then, his parents had gone to work, and Zhang Ling had left for school. Back in his room, Zhang Hen took out the raw stone. As he prepared to cut, a hint of nervousness lingered in his heart. After all, 10,000 yuan was a significant sum. Picking up the small knife, he began cutting slowly. Layer by layer, the stone's outer shell fell away, eventually revealing what lay within. A plant as pure white and translucent as snow, resembling an orchid, the snow jade spirit flower, a 9th grade supreme grade heavenly material and earth treasure. Zhang Hen could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ah, it's the 9th grade supreme grade heavenly material and earth treasure snow jade spirit flower. I've hit the jackpot. The herb grades range from unranked, yellow grade, mysterious grade, earth grade, heavenly grade, saint grade, immortal grade, with each grade further divided from 1st to 9th rank. The snow jade spirit flower is a high-grade mysterious grade heavenly material and earth treasure. Its medicinal effect is pure and can cleanse impurities from the martial soul, enhancing cultivation and evolving the martial soul. One snow jade spirit flower is worth at least 10 million yuan on the market with no sellers. Then, Zhang Hen began researching online, started consuming the snow jade spirit flower, and summoned his martial soul to absorb the medicinal power. 2 days later, exhaling deeply, Zhang Hen stabilized the unstable aura brought on by the breakthrough. In these 2 days, Zhang Hen had done nothing but eat and cultivate, ultimately achieving a breakthrough. Martial apprentice, 8th layer. His martial soul's quality had also reached 9th grade earth level. The spatial power had strengthened, but the snow jade spirit flower's medicinal power was depleted. Most of the medicinal power was used to enhance the martial soul's quality. Only a small portion was used to raise the cultivation realm. Even so, it allowed him to advance 5 minor realms. The effects of a mysterious grade heavenly material and earth treasure are already this incredible. How astonishing must the heavenly grade and saint grade ones be? Zhang Hen thought to himself. Thinking this, Zhang Hen shook his head. Enough daydreaming. It's time to go to school. Saying so, Zhang Hen stepped out of his room. Mom, Dad, I'm off to school, he called out. With his backpack on and a meat bun in hand, he opened the door and left. Wait a moment, Zhang mother called out. But Zhang Hen had already gone. This child is always in such a rush, Zhang mother complained. At that moment, as Zhang Hen entered the classroom, he heard the chatter around him but paid no attention, walking to his seat and setting down his backpack. Have you heard? We're getting class assignments today. Already? So soon? Hey, my uncle is a teacher here, so I get the news faster. I just don't know which class I'll be assigned to. I heard from my uncle that this class division is based on the grade of our awakened martial souls. So that means Zhang Hen must be in the best class. Someone said, sneaking a glance at Zhang Hen. Isn't that obvious? His martial soul is earth grade. I just don't know which class I'll be in. What's your martial soul's grade? Someone asked curiously. Sigh. Mysterious grade, 2nd rank. Oh, mysterious grade, 2nd rank, the person exclaimed, eyes wide. Damn kid, I thought you were yellow grade, 2nd rank. Why the sigh? I'm only yellow grade, 3rd rank. Damn, you're really showing off. Mysterious grade, 2nd rank, that should definitely put you in the top class. Ding ling ling. Lu Hua entered the classroom, his countenance serene. The students had likely gleaned some tidings by now. More or less. Indeed, today marked the commencement of class assignments. The school was divided into 3 categories: the Hidden Dragon class, the Honors class, and the regular class. Those who had awakened a 7th grade Shen level martial soul or higher would enter the Hidden Dragon class. Those with a 7th grade Huang level martial soul or higher, but below 7th grade Shen level, would be assigned to the Honors class. All others would be placed in the regular class. Shortly thereafter, everyone was to gather on the playground, where corresponding wooden signs would indicate their designated areas. Before proceeding, however, I have a few words for you all. To those with outstanding awakened martial souls, I am proud of you and hope you will cultivate diligently, contributing your strength in the future battles against the beast tides. As for those whose awakened martial souls are less promising, do not despair. The future holds countless uncertainties, and there are indeed cases of worthless martial souls evolving into exalted ones. Perhaps you will be among them. Finally, I wish you all prosperity in your martial endeavors. Tang Zhang listened attentively to Lu Hua's words, especially the part about worthless martial souls evolving into greatness, and a renewed fire of determination ignited within his eyes. My path to divinity shall begin from the regular class, he muttered with a crooked smile. Look at that. Tang Zhang is actually smiling. What? So happy just to be placed in the regular class? Has he been kicked by a donkey on the head? Let us go quickly. Don't catch whatever he has. Silence. Lu Hua's voice rang out with authority. Do not underestimate anyone. Each person has their own path to follow. Don't take it to heart, Tang Zhang. It's nothing, teacher. Tang Zhang felt a surge of emotion. He had not expected the homeroom teacher to speak up on his behalf. Zhang Hen watched this scene silently, curiosity stirring within him. Was the protagonist about to rise? Yet, he could not deny that such treatment was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Recalling how Tang Zhang had been the target of scorn across the entire playground, Zhang Hen shuddered involuntarily. No wonder he was called the protagonist. His resolve was truly unshakable. All right, students, let us proceed. With that, Lu Hua exited the classroom. The students filed downstairs, heading toward the playground. Upon arriving at the playground, Zhang Hen observed 3 groups of people, each with a signboard indicating the Hidden Dragon class, the Honors class, and the regular class. The Hidden Dragon class had the fewest members, only a handful, perhaps because not everyone had arrived yet. Zhang Hen approached the Hidden Dragon class area, spotting a few familiar faces, though he refrained from approaching, having only met them once before. There were also some unknown individuals, undoubtedly those who had awakened 7th grade Shen-level martial souls. After a while, Principal Bai Zhanhong ascended the podium. Students, please follow your mentors to your respective classes. I hope that, over the next 6 months, you will train diligently and gain admission to your ideal martial universities. The mentor for the Hidden Dragon class was a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, refined and gentle. Following this teacher, Zhang Hen proceeded to the Hidden Dragon class. Entering the classroom, Zhang Hen took the seat nearest the window at the front left. Greetings, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Song Qiu. I shall accompany you in the days ahead, instructing you in theoretical knowledge. As for practical combat, another teacher will guide you. You will meet them tomorrow. Our Hidden Dragon class is the school's focus for cultivation, with only 15 students. We receive the most resources, but these are not distributed evenly. They are allocated based on martial soul grade and cultivation level. Therefore, do not grow complacent merely because you have awakened a decent martial soul. If you harbor such thoughts, I urge you to correct them promptly. Next, these badges serve as your identification as students of the Hidden Dragon class. Each person is to receive one. Song Qiu produced a bag containing badges of a golden hue, each engraved with the image of a majestic and imposing dragon. Once everyone had their badge, he continued, please keep this badge well. It is your symbol of identity. Now, we must select a class monitor. Is anyone willing? Song Qiu's gaze swept across the assembly. The students exchanged glances, but no one raised a hand. Who is Su Muxue? Song Qiu called out. I am. Su Muxue raised her delicate, jade-like hand calmly, as if nothing could disturb her composure. I would like you to be the class monitor. Would that be acceptable? Song Qiu asked gently. No. The single word came from Su Muxue's lips, cold and unyielding. Song Qiu was taken aback. Why not? I do not wish to. The response was equally icy. Song Qiu's mouth twitched awkwardly. Amidst this uncomfortable exchange, a voice sounded like a savior through the classroom. Since Muxue does not wish to serve, I will take the position. Zhang Hen turned to see a red-haired youth, Long Yu. Very well, then the class monitor shall be Long Yu. Song Qiu decided swiftly. At that moment, an icy voice interrupted. Long Yu, please address me by my full name. We are not that familiar yet. Hearing this, Long Yu paused briefly, then smiled gently. My apologies, Su Mushue. I overstepped. What lay behind that smile was uncertain. Jiang Hen observed the scene, drawing on his 10 years of experience watching anime and dramas in a previous life. Something was amiss, yet he only wished to mind his own business and avoid being dragged into foolishness. Now, take this time to get acquainted with one another. I am Long Yu, a 7th rank martial disciple from the Long family. My martial soul is the blazing fire dragon. It is an honor to serve as your class monitor. Long Yu spoke first, pride evident as he emphasized his cultivation level, eliciting a chorus of astonished murmurs. Wow, only 3 days since awakening and already 7th rank martial disciple. Truly deserving of being the young master of the Long family. Yes, I am only at 2nd rank martial disciple. You think that's good? I'm merely 1st rank martial disciple. I am Feng Qinggu, 7th rank martial disciple from the Feng family, with the Flame Phoenix martial soul. Feng Qinggu spoke coldly, causing another wave of awe. Su Mushue, 9th rank martial disciple. Su Mushue uttered the words with an icy tone. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into loud exclamations. 9th rank martial disciple. I'm only 2nd rank. I've just stepped into the martial path, and she's nearly a martial warrior. Is she a prodigy? Truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. As Su Mushue became the center of attention, Feng Qinggu's expression remained indifferent. Long Yu's eyes revealed a complex and inscrutable look, quickly replaced by calm. When it was Jiang Hen's turn, he simply introduced himself without mentioning his cultivation level. He did not wish to reveal his strength and attract undue attention. Most others refrained from stating their ranks. Why invite discomfort? As for Jiang Hen, it was merely a cautious start. What about later? Well, that was another story. Jiang Hen sat down, pondering the path ahead. The main obstacle was financial hardship. Wealth ranks first among the laws of finance and territory, he thought bitterly. At this moment, most students gathered around Long Yu and the others. No wonder Long Young Master is already 7th rank martial disciple. Within half a year, he is bound to reach martial master and enter one of the top 10 academies. Indeed, Long Young Master is truly worthy of the Long family. As the praises flowed, a smile crept onto Long Yu's lips. Not at all, it's all thanks to my family's support. They even gave me a 2nd grade soul enhancement pill. Wow, a 2nd grade pill. No wonder the Long family ranks 2nd among the 4 great families of Jiangling City. Long Young Master indeed, favored by his clan. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, not at all, not at all. You all are esteemed soul masters yourselves. Unexpectedly, young Master Long was not only gifted but also remarkably humble. Jiang Hen listened to the comments from these random bystanders and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Honestly, what a bunch of sycophants. Thinking this, he shifted slightly to the side. Unbeknownst to him, his subtle movement had already caught someone's attention. Su Mushue observed the scene with curiosity, wondering why an ordinary person would instinctively distance himself from Long Yu. After all, although Long Yu was somewhat insincere, he was still a scion of the Long family. Logically, most people wouldn't resist associating with a member of such a prestigious lineage. Of course, that was where her curiosity ended, as she soon averted her gaze. Actually, Jiang Hen had once entertained the idea of befriending Long Yu, but upon reflection, what good would it do? Would it mean receiving more pills or resources? Well, on second thought, perhaps it might. But a gentleman does not stoop for mere profit. He would wait to see what is offered in due course. The Long family should be quite wealthy, after all. Alright, everyone should be familiar by now. Next, we will use our communication watches to create a group chat face-to-face. The number is 1111. Song Qiu announced, tapping on her communication watch as she spoke. Just as Jiang Hen was about to enter the number into his watch, a shout came from nearby. Holy crap! ISNT that the newly released Glory S30 from the Xingyao group? And it's the Collector S edition. Its market value is as high as 200,000. Indeed, young Master Long's slightest gesture already surpasses our limits. I'm still using a common communication watch worth only 2,000 soul coins. I heard that the Xingyao Group's communication watch not only boasts exquisite and handsome design but also offers exceptional functions, such as identifying the weaknesses of ferocious beasts. Though, to be fair, it merely displays existing data on ferocious beasts, their names, strengths, and vulnerabilities, and cannot dynamically analyze weaknesses during battle. Still, that's quite impressive. Amidst the surrounding praise, Long Yu happily waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. Actually, this was a gift from my father, given to me upon the awakening of my soul just the day before yesterday. Yet, regardless of the origins, the crowd showered him with unreserved flattery. The Long family truly lives up to its reputation as a great clan. Yes, and this also speaks volumes about young Master Long's esteemed position within the family. Witnessing this, Zhang Hen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, they can flatter anyone. However, upon reflection, it did seem quite accurate. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Zhang Hen swiftly input the number and joined the group chat named Elite Dragon Class at No. 1 High School. From now on, any important events will be announced in the group, Song Chio stated. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may go home. As for resources, your practical combat instructor will inform you tomorrow. Distribution will be based on your abilities. How your abilities will be assessed should also be explained by your combat instructor. Having said that, Song Chio left the classroom. At that moment, Long Yu stood up. Classmates, as the class president of the Elite Dragon class, I have organized a banquet at the Listening Wind Pavilion to foster closer ties among us. I hope you all will attend. Upon finishing, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The dishes at Listening Wind Pavilion are worth a fortune. Ordinary people can't even get a reservation. Not only are the flavors exquisite, but they also enhance one's martial cultivation, especially for those of us just stepping onto the path of martial arts. Truly befitting of young Master Long. Wow. Young Master Long is so generous. Hearing this, Zhang Hen pinched his chin, watching Long Yu bask in the adulation at the center of the crowd. Goodness, is he planning to make friends with all these people? For someone from a noble family, befriending geniuses is essential. Although those possessing mysterious rank soul powers are nothing extraordinary compared to Long Yu himself, they are still among the elite in Jiangling City. Even within some families, they serve as pillars of strength. At that moment, Long Yu stepped out of the crowd and approached Su Mushue, offering a faint smile. Mushue, what do you say? Will you join us? Su Mushue merely nodded lightly, her tone devoid of warmth. I'll say this again, we are not acquainted. As for what you have in mind, you know well enough yourself. With that, she turned and left the classroom. Everyone watched the scene in silence, unsure of what to say. One was the eldest daughter of the Su family, the other the heir of the Long family. Both figures one dare not offend. Zhang Hen's initial reaction was a cold one, yet he observed the scene with keen interest. One must admit, witnessing such intrigue is truly delightful. Watching Su Mushue's departure, Long Yu's expression flickered with uncertainty before returning to a smile. He then turned and continued. Alright, classmates, the banquet details will be posted in the group chat. As for the invitation, simply present your identity credentials. I will inform the staff at Listening Wind Pavilion accordingly. Having said that, he left immediately. Zhang Hen placed his badge into his bag, preparing to leave when a cold voice stopped him. Wait a moment. Zhang Hen turned around and saw a woman of exquisite beauty and noble bearing standing before him, clad in a fiery red gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure. It was Feng Qinggu. Do you need something? Zhang Hen asked, puzzled. He was certain they were not well acquainted. Feng Qinggu gazed at Zhang Hen's face for a moment before suddenly smiling. Nothing. Then she turned and walked away. Zhang Hen was left utterly bewildered. What was going on? She called me over, said nothing, and then left? Shaking his head, Zhang Hen gave up trying to understand and simply went on his way, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Meanwhile, those still in the classroom stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded. Did I really see that right? The goddess Feng took the initiative to speak to Zhang Hen. There must be some reason. Yeah, there's no way those two could be connected. Feng is the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, while Zhang Hen is just an ordinary person. Besides, they weren't even in the same class before. How could they possibly know each other? That's true. Better to focus on the Listening Wind Pavilion banquet tonight. I plan to eat 8 meals by myself. Already looking forward to it. Haha, a hen, this time, I won't lose you again. Sitting in a luxury car, Feng Qinggu gazed out at the passing scenery, a faint smile playing on her lips. Peerlessly elegant, yet sadly, no one was there to appreciate this moment. Returning home, Zhang Hen had barely opened the door when he saw Zhang Ling sprawled on the sofa, clutching a tablet. Hearing the door open and seeing him, her eyes immediately brightened. Brother, you're back. Seeing Zhang Ling's excited expression, Zhang Hen's mouth twitched. So how much do you want? Oh, my dear brother. How could I before she could finish? Zhang Hen interrupted. No charge. Huh? Fine then. With that, he made a move to head to his room. Wait, just 200 yuan will do. Hey, I knew it. Zhang Hen grumbled but transferred 200 yuan via his communication watch. Alright, thank you my dear brother. That's so cheesy, get lost. Just then, Jiang Hen's mother appeared carrying a pot of soup. Seeing him return, she said, "Xiao Hen, you're back. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." "All right." After dinner, Jiang Hen told his parents that he would not be eating at home tonight because he was going to a classmate gathering. Then he returned to his room to begin cultivating. Huff, still far from breaking through the 9th level of martial disciple. If I want to advance quickly, I still need resources. Jiang Hen exhaled deeply, paused his cultivation, and glanced at his communication watch, only to see 99 messages in the class group chat. Jiang Hen's mouth twitched slightly. Why so many messages? How long has he been cultivating? He tapped on the pin message and scrolled back to the very first one. "Classmates, our banquet is scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening. I hope everyone arrives punctually. Salute, salute." The message came from an avatar bearing a golden dragon character, obviously Long Yu. Following that were a series of replies. "Don't worry, young Master Long. I'll definitely be there. Count me in. Of course I'll come." Jiang Hen scrolled to the bottom, saw no further messages, and casually tossed his communication watch onto the bed. Covered in sweat, with a banquet to attend tonight, Jiang Hen grabbed his clothes, ready to take a shower before heading out. Tang Zhang returned home, his face dark with displeasure. "Damn it, who took my original stone?"
Tang Zhang Zhao in Wali.
It turned out that Tang Zhang had spent 3 days in the Qingyun Mountains gathering medicinal herbs, rising early and returning late, and with a stroke of good luck, he finally amassed 10,000 martial soul coins. But when he went to the stall, the original stone was gone, already purchased by someone else. Tang Zhang was so furious he nearly fainted. Left in the center, it had been ignored. When he hid it, it was bought in less than 3 days. Then Tang Zhang took another original stone from his backpack, one he had chosen anew, relying on intuition, though not as strongly as the first. This stone was still pitch black overall but had a smoother surface. He retrieved a hammer from his father's bedroom and struck the stone heavily. After only a few blows, the stone shattered, revealing its contents. A crystalline, blue-white small herb, the 7th grade yellow rank jade blue flower. Seeing this, Tang Zhang was ecstatic and immediately summoned his Lingyin grass martial soul to absorb the yellow rank 7th grade jade blue flower. Perhaps due to exceptional compatibility, Tang Zhang completed the absorption in less than an hour. A ripple emanated from him in all directions. "Ha ha ha, I've broken through, and not only that, I've advanced directly to the 2nd level of martial disciple. My martial soul's quality has also upgraded from an unremarkable type to a 2nd grade yellow rank. Let us see who dares to look down on me now." Tang Zhang strode out the door, eager to share the news with Wu Sidong. Wu Sidong did not live in the slums, only near them. The reason she became Tang Zhang's girlfriend was because they had known each other since childhood. A true childhood sweetheart story. Arriving at Wu Sidong's door, he knocked twice. "Wu Sidong, come out for a moment." Shortly after, Wu Sidong's delicate face peeked from behind the door. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Tang Zhang smiled. "Sidong, I've reached the 2nd level of martial disciple." "Ah, so fast. I've only just stepped into the 1st level myself. On my way home, I passed a gamble stone stall and casually bought an original stone. Unexpectedly, it revealed a yellow rank 7th grade blue jade grass, which is highly compatible with my martial soul. After consuming it, not only did my cultivation break through, but my martial soul evolved as well. That's wonderful, Brother Zhang. By the way, Sidong, didn't you join the Qianlong class? How are you adapting?" The classmates are very friendly, and our class monitor even hosted a banquet at the Listening Wind Pavilion today, inviting the entire class. Hearing that Sidong was going to the Listening Wind Pavilion, Tang Zhang felt a twinge of envy but quickly replaced it with happiness. For the Listening Wind Pavilion was one of the top restaurants in Jiangling City. "Sidong, be careful on the way." "Okay, Brother Zhang, don't worry about me. I'll be careful." Wu Sidong smiled sweetly. "All right then, Sidong, I'll head off now." Saying this, Tang Zhang waved and left. "Brother Zhang, goodbye." Returning home, Tang Zhang practiced his divine ability in his small courtyard Lingyin Entanglement. Lingyin Entanglement releases Lingyin grass to bind the target, achieving control. Around him, Lingyin grass grew wildly, creeping forward and wrapping tightly around a wooden stake, then with a strong pull snapping it in two. The Lingyin grass broke cleanly. Is this my first divine ability? Why does it feel there is no useless divine ability, only useless people? The power of the divine ability lies in how it is wielded. Yes, that's it. Tang Zhang once again fed himself a hearty dose of self-motivation. Almost 7 o'clock, it was time to leave. Jiang Hen retracted his martial soul and stepped out of his room. "Dad, Mom, I'm off. Be safe on the way." "Don't worry." Jiang Hen hailed a car downstairs. "Uncle, to the Listening Wind Pavilion, please." "All right." Didn't he expect it? Young man, you're going to the Listening Wind Pavilion? Invited by someone else. Zhang Hen replied modestly. That's impressive enough, the driver chuckled. About half an hour later, the young man arrived. Have a great time. Thanks, uncle. Getting off, Zhang Hen took in the luxurious surroundings. Brilliant lights, exquisite and lavish buildings, the interior bustling with noise. Zhang Hen walked toward the center of the street and spotted a pavilion, simply decorated yet exuding nobility. The signboard bore 3 large characters. Listening Wind Pavilion. The entrance was adorned with blooming flowers. Luxury cars crowded the area, and 2 rows of women dressed seductively stood guard. Truly befitting the Listening Wind Pavilion. Zhang Hen couldn't help but admire. He approached. May I see your invitation? A woman asked politely. Zhang Hen presented his Qianlong class ID. Upon seeing it, the woman bowed respectfully. Honored guest, you must be invited by young Master Long. Please, follow me. Zhang Hen entered the hall, observing the twin staircases resembling 2 dragons playing with a pearl, ascending to the top floor. The marble floor was so polished it gleamed like glass, and the hall was adorned with various precious ornaments. Following the guide upstairs, Zhang Hen entered a golden, resplendent room, where tables were laden with all manners of food and fruit platters. This was the venue for young Master Long's banquet. Enjoy your meal, the attendant said. Zhang Hen nodded and glanced around. Not everyone had arrived yet. Fewer than 10 people were present. Long Yu himself had not yet come. Gazing at the dazzling dishes laid out, meats from first-tier and even second-tier ferocious beasts, prepared with various herbs, these were valuable resources. Zhang Hen, classmate. A melodious voice came from behind. Zhang Hen turned, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Feng Qinggu stood before him, wearing a red evening gown, her delicate features lightly made up. Is there something you need, classmate? Zhang Hen asked, puzzled. They should hardly know each other. Feng Qinggu pursed her red lips and spoke. Our school holds an annual field trial a month after awakening our martial souls. I want to team up with you to participate. Would you be willing? Hearing field trial, Zhang Hen suddenly understood. Every year after martial soul awakening, the school organized a field trial to give students first-hand experience fighting ferocious beasts, helping them better adapt to martial examinations. What do you think? Feng Qinggu asked. Honestly, Zhang Hen was somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, someone, especially such a beautiful girl, wanted to team up with him. Something felt off. May I ask why you want to team up with me? Zhang Hen asked, puzzled. After all, he was not the only one with an Earth-tier martial soul. Although his martial soul had already evolved to the 9th rank of the Earth tier, no one else was aware of that. Besides, weren't there Long Yu, Su Muxue, and the others? Why? Because of intuition, I guess. I have a feeling you're quite extraordinary, Feng Qinggu said, stroking her chin as if pondering, while secretly chuckling inwardly. You always hide away all day long, but hiding won't do you any good. I have long known about your strength. After all, you once told me yourself. As if recalling a certain scene, a faint smile curved Feng Qinggu's lips, her eyes narrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hen twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered, Intuition? Goodness. This is getting even stranger. I'd better just refuse outright. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I have the unsettling feeling that someone else watching me. Seemingly sensing Zhang Hen's next move, Feng Qinggu continued, Don't be so quick to decline. It's better to have one more person in the wilderness trial, someone to watch out for you. Besides, I promise you that if you team up with me, I will reward you with a rare heavenly treasure perfectly attuned to your martial soul. How does that sound? Zhang Hen lowered his head in deep thought. He could never understand why Feng Qinggu wanted to team up with him. By all rights, they didn't even know each other and shouldn't have any entanglements. His head suddenly felt heavy. Forget it, why bother overthinking? What could I possibly have that would attract her? Moreover, I'm not losing out either. He raised his head directly and smiled as he said, All right, I agree. Hearing this, Feng Qinggu also smiled and extended her hand. Good, it's settled then. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Zhang Hen hesitated for a moment before extending his hand as well, their palms meeting. Chem so soft. That was Zhang Hen's initial impression. After they parted, Feng Qinggu turned and walked away, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Excellent. The first step to getting close to a hen. Accomplished. With this thought, Feng Qinggu's delicate brows slightly furrowed and then relaxed, her eyes brightening. This scene captivated everyone present. Shortly after Feng Qinggu's departure, Long Yu arrived. Clad in a beige, casual yet elegant suit, under the spotlight, his layered red hair gleamed with a radiant halo. His eyes were deep and carried a hint of defiance, exuding an aura of nobility all over. Classmates, welcome to your arrival. Please enjoy the upcoming banquet without restraint, Long Yu said with a smile. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long Xiao, long live. Thank you, Long Xiao. Then everyone began to move about. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Jiang Hen walked over to a corner table and began to eat. Not bad, not bad. Truly worthy of the signature dish of the Tingfeng Pavilion, Jiang Hen thought to himself. After eating for just a short while, Jiang Hen felt the spiritual energy within him surge, his martial soul stirring restlessly, though he was still some distance from breaking through. At that moment, several muffled sounds echoed throughout the hall. I've broken through. I've advanced to the second stage of martial apprentice. One person said, gazing blankly at his own hands. I've broken through too. Me as well. All thanks to Long Xiao. Thank you, Long Xiao. Long Xiao is eternal. Upon hearing this, Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. This is normal. The meat served at Tingfeng Pavilion comes from second-tier ferocious beasts. The beast meat is rich in spiritual energy, naturally helping you all to break through at that moment. Long Yu spotted a graceful figure and walked straight over. Su Mushue, why are you standing in this corner? Come. Let us go to the center of the hall. The food there is even more delicious and beneficial to cultivation. No need, I'll stay here. Su Mushue was clad in a pure white dress, her swan-like, snow-white neck exposed under the light. Her aura was pure and sacred, like the celestial maiden of legend, forbidding any desecration. All right then, if you need anything, just let me know, Long Yu said with a gentle smile.
Su Musue replied coldly.
Jiang Hen watched this scene with great interest, listening to their conversation. He couldn't help but admit, watching the drama is truly delightful. At this moment, Long Yu was walking toward the center, his gaze profound and laced with sternness. Why was he trying to get closer to Su Mushue? Besides her angelic beauty, the Su family behind her was another factor. The feud between the Long and Feng families was no secret in Jiangling City. Although the Long family ranked second, it was only nominal. Who knew what hidden trump cards lay beneath the surface? Moreover, the gap between the two families was not actually very large. Naturally, Jiang Hen didn't want to think too much about such matters. The affairs of great families had nothing to do with him. He only needed to focus on improving himself. Personal strength was the ultimate truth. Once back, he would thoroughly absorb and refine the spiritual energy, feeling it fill his meridians. At this moment, Long Yu arrived at the center of the hall. Classmates, the purpose of this banquet is not only for everyone to get acquainted and build relationships. Long Yu also have a request. Long Xiao, please speak. We will do our utmost. Yes, if it weren't for Long Xiao, I'd still be stuck at the first stage of martial apprentice. Long Xiao, please say it. Everyone spoke out eagerly. Jiang Hen became interested as well, curious about what Long Yu intended. He didn't believe that a direct heir of a great family would invite a group of commoners to a banquet without reason. There must be a plan. After class assignments, we will have a wilderness trial. I hope everyone can follow me, but it's not mandatory. That's nothing. Long Xiao, rest assured we will all follow you. If you tell us to go east, we want to go west. Yes, Long Xiao, we all follow you. As everyone agreed enthusiastically, Feng Qinggu said coldly, wilderness trials usually take place in the Qingyun mountain range. You can't possibly stay only at the outskirts of Qingyun mountain, where the ferocious beasts are weaker. But once you venture deeper into the central area, the beasts become much stronger. Can you guarantee their safety? Upon hearing Feng Qinggu's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then began whispering among themselves. Long Yu noticed their hesitation. Everyone rest assured, since I invited you all, I have made thorough preparations and will be responsible for your safety. I hope you all trust me. They all looked at each other silently. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, Long Xiao, I trust you. Without you, I'd still be stuck at the first stage of martial apprentice. I'm willing to follow you. The people responded one after another. Yes, we trust Long Xiao. Hands were raised in cheers. Meanwhile, Jiang Hen stood among the crowd, pinching his chin. This is stalling. Thorough preparations. Huh? It seems Long Yu has received some information, though I don't know what. I'll have to stay alert. Feng Qinggu sneered inwardly. Fools. If it weren't for your obstinacy, how could Jiangling know? One high school have suffered such heavy losses? In the previous life, Long Yu had organized a large group of students, not only from the Qianlong class but also many from the honor classes and even the elite classes. But despite their numbers, they still could not withstand that ferocious beast. Thinking of that beast, Feng Qinggu glanced meaningfully at Jiang Hen, though Jiang Hen was oblivious at the moment. What Long Yu was seeking was a heavenly grade spirit herb known as the source god flower, ranked at the 9th grade of the heavenly tier, just one step away from the saintly tier. Although consuming it did not greatly boost cultivation, it was highly effective for martial soul evolution. Though it was unclear why a 9th grade heavenly tier source god flower would appear in the middle region of the small Qingyun mountain range, in the previous life, it was precisely by consuming this source god flower that Long Yu's martial soul quality leapt directly from the 9th rank of the earth tier to the 6th rank of the heavenly tier. Indeed, from the 9th rank of the earth tier. As a scion of the Long family, he naturally received strong familial support, so martial soul evolution was quite normal. However, in order to obtain the source spirit flower, Long Yu callously abandoned his fellow classmates who followed him, diverting the attention of the fierce beast guarding the flower, while he himself stealthily infiltrated the area. This reckless act ultimately resulted in the death of 100 people. In the end, Long Yu was admitted to the True Dragon Martial Mansion, one of the top 10 martial sects, becoming one of its core disciples, and in the future directly. Damn it! This time, since heaven has granted me an opportunity, Long Yu, just you wait. Feng Qinggu clenched her fists tightly, a faint yet unmistakable glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Hen was evidently unaware of what was about to unfold. Of course, even if he had known, he would not have been surprised. After all, this was the old routine from his previous life. The school expects to commence the outdoor trial training in about a month. Everyone is encouraged to prepare themselves. Rest assured, young Master Long, we will train diligently and showcase the true spirit of our hidden dragon class. Yes, let the classes below understand what it means to face a real gap in ability. Good, such ambition is commendable. Now then, everyone eat well and drink well. With that, Long Yu resumed his attempt to strike up a conversation with Su Qingxue, a scene that no longer drew any astonishment from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Wu Sidong sat quietly alone in a corner. After all, she knew no one here, except for Xiao Qinyu. Seeing Wu Sidong alone, Xiao Qinyu smiled faintly and approached. Wu Sidong, why are you sitting here by yourself? What business is it of yours? Wu Sidong replied coldly. In truth, her heart was conflicted. Though she was Tang Zheng's girlfriend, who would wish their boyfriend to be a worthless fool? Yet, years of companionship had left her hesitant. Thus she lingered quietly alone. Wu Sidong, just think about me, will you? I truly like you. In terms of status, I am the legitimate heir of the Xiao family. In terms of talent, I have awakened a 3rd grade earth-level martial soul. How am I any less than that useless Tang Zheng? Xiao Qinyu questioned with genuine bewilderment. He had truly fallen for this pretty and charming girl. I can't give up on brother Zheng. After all, he has been with me for so many years. Wu Sidong sighed, having made her choice. Wu Sidong, very well. I respect your decision. Xiao Qinyu sighed, though a resolute gleam flashed through his eyes. Sorry, Wu Sidong, he muttered silently. Turning away, he tapped a few times on his watch, glanced back at Wu Sidong, and whispered, Don't blame me, Wu Sidong. If anyone has to blame, it's that I love you too much. This scene naturally did not escape Jiang Hen's notice. He merely shook his head and smiled. There was no helping it. Truly befitting the melodramatic plot. At this moment, Tang Zheng had indeed arrived at the Listening Wind Pavilion. He had an unshakable feeling that if he did not come, something unfortunate would occur. Of course, Jiang Hen was completely unaware of all this, and even if he had known, he would not have cared much. The banquet soon concluded. Upon leaving the Listening Wind Pavilion, Jiang Hen immediately hailed a taxi home. As he opened the door, he found his parents still busy with their tasks, while Jiang Ling was in her room doing homework. Xiao Hen, you're back. Jiang's mother said gently. Yeah, I'm going to my room to practice now. Remember to balance work and rest. Don't train too late, she cautioned. At her words, warmth blossomed in Jiang Hen's heart. Don't worry, Mom. With that, Jiang Hen returned to his room, summoned his martial soul, and began his training. Meanwhile, unrest stirred elsewhere. As Wu Sidong stepped out of the Listening Wind Pavilion, Xiao Wu, wait here. Turning around, she saw a youth dressed in a blue battle suit with an ordinary appearance. It was none other than Tang Zheng. Brother Zheng, why are you here? Wu Sidong exclaimed in surprise. Fool, it's because I'm worried about you. It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night, he said. Hearing this, Wu Sidong's face lit up with a delighted smile. Brother Zheng, you're so kind. Tang Zheng ruffled her hair and said with a smile, You're my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who will? Let us go home. As they walked toward a more secluded area, the number of people thinned out, naturally, since they lived in the slums. The farther they went, the fewer people there were. Suddenly, rounding a corner, Tang Zheng suddenly shouted, Sidong, be careful. He pulled Wu Sidong aside just as a blade-esque gleam swept past them. A few strands of hair drifting down. Who's there? Show yourself. Tang Zheng rose angrily and bellowed. Oh, you managed to dodge. I underestimated you. But your luck ends here. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows, followed by footsteps. A disheveled man appeared, his face marked by a scar running across it, shirtless to reveal a tattoo of a black tiger, his muscular frame exuding menace. Who are you? Who sent you? Why do you want to kill us? Tang Zheng fired 3 rapid questions, leaving even Shuatu momentarily stunned. Kid, you're dead anyway. Dead men don't need to worry about so many things. Shuatu sneered. With that, Shuatu summoned a huge blade and swung it fiercely toward Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong. The blade's wind howled, laden with an overwhelming killing intent. Tang Zheng shielded Wu Sidong behind him. Sensing Shuatu's spiritual energy fluctuations, he was a martial artist. But at this moment, Tang Zheng's eyes blazed with determination to protect Wu Sidong. Gritting his teeth, he sought an opening to counterattack. Just as Shuatu's blade was about to strike Tang Zheng, he suddenly twisted aside, delivering a kick to Shuatu's wrist. Shuatu recoiled in pain, the blade veering off to strike the ground. Not bad, kid, Shuatu sneered, launching another attack. Tang Zheng dodged left and right, managing to avoid injury for the time being. However, Shuatu was experienced. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked Tang Zheng squarely in the chest, sending him flying into a wall. Wu Sidong screamed in terror. Brother Zheng. She tried to rush forward but was pushed back by Shuatu. Stay put, next up is you, Shuatu snarled. Tang Zheng spat a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand, his face covered in dust. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cold eyes locked onto Shuatu. Sidong, fall back quickly. Divine skill, Ling-Yin entanglement. Tang Zheng summoned his Ling-Yin grass martial soul and unleashed his first divine skill. Countless strands of Ling-Yin grass surged toward Shuatu, binding him in a tight circle. Seeing Shuatu ensnared, Wu Sidong seized the chance. Divine skill, rabbit kick eagle strike. She shouted fiercely. Her legs emitted a pink glow as she delivered a powerful kick to Shuatu's chest. Ugh! Shuatu staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he was not severely injured. Looks like I underestimated you, he sneered. But perhaps you have underestimated me. One of you wields the Ling-Yin grass, a useless martial soul, and the other is like a rabbit. Yet you dare challenge the authority of a martial artist with a martial cultivator's strength. Kid, let me show you the power of a martial artist. This is your end, die. As he spoke, Shuatu's body was surrounded by blood-colored spiritual energy, converging on his great blade. With a slash, a blood-red blade aura surged out. Wherever the blade aura passed, the Ling-Yin grass was severed inch by inch, utterly unable to withstand it. Even though Ling-Yin grass had evolved to a second-grade yellow level, it remained a worthless martial soul at its core. Feeling the blade aura drawing closer, an overwhelming pressure immobilized Tang Zheng. Am I going to die? He closed his eyes, silently praying. But after a long while, nothing happened. Instead, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide in surprise. What was going on? The blood-red blade aura had vanished, and Shuatu had disappeared as well, leaving only a pool of flesh and blood on the ground. Proof that he had once been there. What just happened? Tang Zheng muttered softly. At that moment, Wu Sidong hurried to his side. Brother Zheng, are you alright? Her eyes reddened, deeply moved by his willingness to risk his life to protect her. Though the hero saving the beauty trope was cliched, it still had an undeniable effect. I'm fine, Sidong. Tang Zheng staggered to his feet, instinctively brushing his body. Wu Sidong threw herself into Tang Zheng's arms, sobbing, I thought you. Tang Zheng gently stroked Wu Sidong's head and smiled, saying, see, I'm fine. Besides, I promised I would protect you. Although he did not know exactly how Shuatu had died, at least he had survived. Strength was paramount. Without strength, one could not even protect oneself, let alone protect Sidong. An unprecedented yearning for power welled up in Tang Zheng's heart. Wu Sidong's delicate face was adorned with tears, her eyes red-rimmed. Brother Zheng, what shall we do next? Should we report this to the academy? Tang Zheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Forget it. We have no evidence. The academy won't take our one-sided word for it. Let us go home first. As Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong walked home, the furrowed brows on Tang Zheng's face betrayed his inner turmoil. Who had sent them? And who had saved them? When Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong had walked a distance away, a disheveled middle-aged man clad in a black robe appeared atop a building. Muttering softly, he said, Zheng, forgive my sudden departure. The day we meet again will not be far off. The Shao family. Damn it, where is Shuatu? Could it be he hasn't arrived yet? I hope he hasn't encountered trouble. Xiao Qinyu paced back and forth in his room. He did not entertain the thought that Xue Tu might have been killed. After all, a mere martial novice could hardly stand against a martial artist. Whatever, there will be plenty of chances. There's the upcoming wilderness trial anyway. In the end, Sidong will be mine. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qinyu chuckled ominously. As for Tang Zheng, don't blame me. You should never have stood in the way of my pursuit of Sidong. Don't blame me if I become ruthless. Xiao Qinyu muttered to himself. At that moment, a family servant knocked on the door. Young Master Xiao, the head of the family summons you to the main hall. All right, I'm coming. Xiao Qinyu adjusted his attire, strode to the door, and proceeded to the hall. Upon entering, a solemn atmosphere filled the space, causing Xiao Qinyu to shrink back slightly before moving forward. Seated on the dais was a middle-aged man, Xiao Zhenghe, whose stern countenance radiated authority without the need for anger. Father, you called me. Xiao Qinyu bowed respectfully. Yes, we have received word from our agents at the academy. The wilderness trial will be held in about 2 weeks. Normally, this trial is just to familiarize you with the real ferocious beasts and the wild environment. He paused, then lifted his cup to take a sip before continuing. But it seems the Long family is paying close attention to this. I suspect there is something amiss. So, during the trial, keep a close eye on things. Yes, Father. I just remembered, during the banquet, Long you sought to form alliances and said he had a favor to ask of us. Do you think there's some connection there? Xiao Zhenghe pondered. In any case, be vigilant. But remember, prioritize your own safety. A warmth stirred within Xiao Qinyu. Rest assured, Father, I will be careful. Enough. It's late. Go and rest. Xiao Zhenghe waved his hand dismissively. Though his father held high expectations for him and his elder brother, he was almost always accommodating when it came to their daily lives. Exiting the hall, Xiao Qinyu mulled over Long Yu and the intentions behind his actions. Forget it. I won't overthink it. I'll just be more cautious. Tangzheng, Qingyun Mountain Range will be your grave. We shall wait and see. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen, who had traversed worlds months ago, had long understood that this was a realm ruled by the law of the jungle. The strong wielded absolute power, crafting and even breaking rules at will, while the weak were confined within those rules, limited and suppressed. The weak suffer at the hands of the strong. This truth remained eternal, whether in his previous life or in this world. Unconsciously, dawn had arrived. Zhang Hen slowly opened his sleepy eyes, stretched languidly, glanced at the time. It was nearly 6:30. One hand rubbed his eyes, while the other covered his mouth as he yawned and stepped out of his room. Entering the hall, he greeted, "Good morning, Mom, Dad. Yes, you're up. Hurry and have breakfast. Your mother has already prepared it," Zhang's father said without turning, holding a newspaper. All right. At that moment, Zhang's mother came out carrying a pot of preserved egg congee. "Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. I'll go call that lazy Ling she's always sleeping in." Saying so, she headed upstairs. "Mom, I tell you, in situations like this, she needs a good scolding or she'll never change," Zhang Hen said as he served himself some congee. Just then, footsteps sounded from upstairs, followed by a sharp yell. "Zhang Hen." Hearing this, Zhang Hen's expression stiffened, a hint of nervousness creeping in. After all, he had just been grumbling about someone. But then he thought, wait, I'm her older brother. Isn't it normal for an older brother to discipline his younger sister? With that thought, confidence returned, and he straightened his back unconsciously. When Zhang Linger arrived before Zhang Hen, hands on her hips, pouting, her eyes fixed intently on him, she grit her teeth and spat, "Humph, I knew you were talking behind my back." Zhang Hen scratched his nose awkwardly. Well, Mom, I'm done eating. I'm going now." He turned and grabbed his backpack, rushing out the door. "Stop. Don't run. You're not leaving until you explain yourself today." Zhang Linger hurriedly tried to grab him but failed. Zhang Linger stomped her foot in frustration. All right, stop the fuss and eat quickly. You still have school," Zhang's mother said with a helpless smile. Zhang Linger returned to her seat, scowling as she ate heartily, chewing repeatedly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen hummed happily as he walked. "Today's a good day. You want to catch me? No chance." Arriving at the classroom, he took his seat amid clusters of chatting students. Long Yu was the most prominent among them, sitting at the back. Of course, some sat alone, such as Su Muxue. Xiao Wu chatted with another female classmate while Xiao Qinyu occasionally interjected. "Zhang Hen," a noble yet warm voice called out. Turning around, Zhang Hen saw Feng Qinggu dressed in a striking red and white combat outfit, her long hair tied in a single ponytail. Her figure was curvaceous in all the right places, with alluring phoenix-shaped eyes and long, pale legs that were both pure and enticing. Jiang Hen's eyes widened slightly. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. Any man would be captivated, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. Miss Feng, may I ask what you need? Jiang Hen calmly composed himself and asked. Sometimes, when you realize certain things are impossible, your heart grows more open. Don't leave after class today. I'll take you somewhere, Feng Qinggu said coldly, feigning indifference. Before Jiang Hen could respond, she turned and returned to her seat. Seeing this, Jiang Hen's mouth twitched. This woman, I haven't even agreed yet. Soon class began. Song Qiu entered holding a form. Standing at the podium, he tapped the desk and called for silence. The classroom fell quiet immediately. Song Qiu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Today marks the official start of our Qianlong class. There are a few things I need to clarify. First, the matter everyone is most concerned about, the resources. We distribute them monthly. Starting today, during your afternoon practical classes, Teacher Yang Zhan will hand them out. The students gasped in surprise. Yang Zhan would be their combat instructor. It was said that Yang Zhan was a formidable martial cultivator at the martial ancestor level, second only to the martial king level. Rumor had it that Yang Zhan had suffered severe injuries battling ferocious beasts and had since retired to Jiangling No. 1 high school as a teacher. Enough, quiet down. Song Qiu interrupted. The second matter concerns the upcoming wilderness trial, tentatively scheduled for 1 month from now. I hope everyone will prepare earnestly. Your performance during the trial will determine your results, and those who excel will receive special rewards. That's all for now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I do, teacher. Yuan Hongfei raised his hand. Song Qiu gestured for him to proceed. Yuan Hongfei's face was beaming with smiles. Teacher, could you please elaborate on the wilderness trial? Waving him back to his seat, Song Qiu began. The wilderness trial will take place in the Qingyun mountain range, which I believe you all already know. Every year, we conduct this trial to help you better adapt to the oppressive presence of ferocious beasts and the challenges of the wild, thereby preparing you for the martial examination environment. There is one important point I must emphasize regarding the wilderness trial. Do not venture recklessly into the depths of the mountain range. Although teachers accompany you each time, there are always a few stubborn individuals who refuse to heed warnings and end up remaining in the Qingyun mountains forever. A hush fell over the students, who had always assumed the wilderness trial, no matter how arduous, would not result in fatalities. Yet the reality was otherwise. The details of how the wilderness trial will be conducted will be explained to you by Teacher Yang this afternoon. Now let us begin the lesson. The weakness of the purple flame fox lies in. Therefore, when we encounter one, we should. Everyone must exercise extreme caution when facing the barbarian rock bear in the wild. The bear's bloodline ability, Rock Armor, greatly enhances its defense while simultaneously amplifying its destructive power. That concludes this morning's lesson. Remember to review the material covered. As for the location and time of the practical session this afternoon, please stay tuned to the group messages. With that, Song Qiu clasped his teaching materials and left the classroom. Instantly, the room grew lively, with students pairing off and chatting as they strolled out. Jiang Hen tucked away his notes, stretched lazily, and loosened his muscles. That feels good. Jiang Hen stepped out, intending to head to the cafeteria for a meal, but collided with Tang Zheng, though they merely brushed past each other, as they were not particularly acquainted. Sitong, over here, Tang Zheng called out at the entrance of the Qianlong class. The moment Wu Sidong caught sight of Tang Zheng, she sprinted forward and leapt into his arms. Brother Zheng, she called sweetly. Such affectionate displays made someone's appetite for the cafeteria instantly sour with envy. Better not see it. Jiang Hen muttered silently, quickening his pace. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened upon witnessing Wu Sidong cling to Tang Zheng, a green haze seemingly hovering over his head. Though Wu Sidong had not agreed to become his girlfriend, Xiao Qinyu already regarded her as his cherished possession. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qinyu snarled at Tang Zheng, "Let go of Sidong." Seeing this, Tang Zheng was about to respond, but Wu Sidong stepped forward first, saying, "Xiao Qinyu, I have made it clear that we have nothing to do with each other. Don't disturb me and Brother Zhang anymore. Sidong, I am the one who will truly treat you well. Tang Zheng is a worthless waste. What can he offer you?" Xiao Qinyu pleaded desperately, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Sidong, hoping to see a flicker of hesitation on her face. Unfortunately for him, there was none. Furious and humiliated, Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, "What on earth do I lack compared to him? I have no money, no talent, no looks. So why would you choose that worthless fellow over me?" He was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Wu Sidong favored Tang Zheng. In truth, this was the outcome of his own provocation. It was last night's events that cemented Wu Sidong's decision. "It's nothing you understand. Brother Zhang is not a waste. To me, he is the strongest. Wu Sidong defended firmly. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's heart warmed, and he gently embraced the girl whose eyes were filled solely with him. Yet, when he glanced at Xiao Qinyu, his gaze was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Qinyu, you truly deserve to die. Tang Zheng silently sentenced him once again. Xiao Qinyu, Sidong has already said she does not like you. Stop bothering us. Tang Zheng said as he lowered his head to Wu Sidong. Wu Sidong nodded. Tang Zheng draped his arm around Wu Sidong's shoulders and passed by Xiao Qinyu, who clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress his inner rage.
Tang Zheng.
Wilderness trial, just you wait. I will make you pay a terrible price, he vowed. As for Wu Sidong, if I cannot have your heart, then don't blame me. Zhang Hen was completely unaware of their affairs, and even if he knew, he would not concern himself as it was none of his business. At this moment, Zhang Hen arrived at the cafeteria. Indeed, he had not gone home. Although his house was close to the school, no one was there. His parents were at work and would not return, and Linger was dining at the school canteen, so Zhang Hen simply chose to eat there as well. Of course, it was certainly not because the Qianlong class had the privilege of free meals in specially arranged private dining rooms, featuring first-tier ferocious beast meat and herbs that enhanced spiritual power and vitality. Zhang Hen entered the private dining room specially set up for Qianlong class students. He found many classmates already feasting. Zhang Hen selected a seat, put down his backpack, and ordered braised black tusk wild boar meat, jade brocade chicken drumsticks, and some ordinary Chinese cabbage. Taking his seat, he began to eat. Suddenly, someone tapped Zhang Hen on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yuan Hongfei. You don't mind if I sit with you, do you, Zhang Hen? Yuan Hongfei asked with a friendly grin, acting as if they were old friends. No problem. Have a seat, Zhang Hen replied, continuing to eat. Yuan Hongfei sat opposite him, and only then did Zhang Hen notice the towering mound of food on Yuan Hongfei's tray. Perceiving Zhang Hen's surprise, Yuan Hongfei patted his belly and chuckled. I usually have quite an appetite. Oh, it's nothing, Zhang Hen said, feeling slightly embarrassed to be noticed. Yuan Hongfei, maintaining his overly familiar demeanor, began chatting. Hen, did you know? I've got some insider news. This time's wilderness trial is a bit different. Zhang Hen's mouth twitched. Wasn't he this a bit too familiar? Still, he said nothing and focused on the mention of differences in the trial. What's different? Just as Yuan Hongfei was about to answer, he was interrupted.
Zhang Hen.
Don't listen to that fatso spouting nonsense, Sui said, sitting down beside Zhang Hen with his tray. There's not much change in the format of this wilderness trial. Only the rewards have become more abundant. You mute stick, Yuan Hongfei retorted. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Even if you keep silent, I'll tell Hen. Sui ignored Yuan Hongfei and continued. Our Dragon Nation is divided into 5 military districts: Donglin, Nanhai, Beimeng, Shijiang, and Zhongping. Jiangling City belongs to one of the 32 districts in Donglin Military District. Although Jiangling No. 1 high school stands out uniquely in Jiangling City, its overall performance in Donglin Province is less than ideal, which has resulted in diminishing resources allocated to our school. That is why the school has invested heavily to improve teaching quality. Having said that, Sui began eating. At this moment, Yuan Hongfei leaned in and whispered, I also heard that those who perform excellently this time can enter the school's collection room and choose 1 item for free. Fatso, where did you get that news? Sui's eyes widened. Sure. Keep your voice down. Yuan Hongfei glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing. My uncle is a teacher at No. 1 high school. The information he obtained from within the school had, in fact, become common knowledge among most of the children from prominent families. Zhang Hen and Sui nodded in acknowledgement and resumed eating quietly. After finishing their meal, they exchanged contact numbers and parted ways. Zhang Hen returned to the classroom. It was already 1 o'clock when a new message appeared in the group chat. Assembly on the playground at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The message was sent by someone named Yang, evidently Yang Zhan. Following this was a series of confirmations. Zhang Hen replied with an acknowledgement, settled the time, and then rested his head on the desk, dozing off. Half an hour passed swiftly. Zhang Hen was awakened by an alarm, rubbed his eyes, washed his face on the small balcony, and prepared to head to the playground. Upon arrival, a considerable crowd had already gathered, not only from the Qianlong class but also many students from the honors and regular classes. Hen, over here, Yuan Hongfei waved. Zhang Hen walked over, and Yuan Hongfei slung an arm over his shoulder. I wonder what resources the school has prepared for us. I'm a bit excited. Beside them, Sui crossed his arms and said coldly, Anyway, your strength is so weak. You won't get any resources. Stubborn bamboo pole, say that again. Aren't you just a bit stronger than me? Weak is weak. Don't make excuses for yourself, Yuan Hongfei retorted. You want to fight? Yuan Hongfei challenged. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Sui snapped back, unwilling to back down. Just as they were about to clash in a battle of martial spirits, a commanding voice called out, Quiet, everyone, gather here. A burly, upright middle-aged man appeared, dressed in a sleeveless shirt that revealed his robust muscles. It was unmistakably Yang Zhan. Once everyone was lined up, Yang Zhan spoke. I am Yang Zhan. From now on, I will be your practical training instructor. Before we begin classes, I must establish a few rules. First, no one may leave class until I say so. Second, if I catch anyone slacking during training, you will bear the consequences. Third and final rule. Strength above all. Did everyone hear that clearly? Yes? Loud and clear. Speak up. Didn't you all eat? Did you hear me? Yes. We heard you. The voices echoed loudly, audible to everyone on the playground. Yang Zhan nodded approvingly. This is our Qianlong Class S first practical combat lesson. Before training begins, the part you have been most looking forward to, I will distribute this month's resources. Everyone follow me. Yang Zhan led the group to an indoor training facility filled with various apparatuses. Martial spirit crystals, cultivation detectors, fist strength testers, and more. Holding a form, Yang Zhan stood before everyone and announced, Next, we will conduct a test. I will comprehensively evaluate your martial spirit quality, cultivation level, and other factors to calculate your scores. Resource allocation will be based directly on these results. At this, murmurs broke out among the students. A test? Huh? Yuan Hongfei grinned. Hey, I'll definitely outperform you. Sui sneered. Stubborn bamboo pole, get down on the floor. I'll crush you, Yuan Hongfei shot back defiantly. All right, quiet. No more words. Let us begin. Yang Zhan commanded, standing beside the martial spirit crystal. First, we test martial spirit quality. The name was called Su Mushue, dressed in a flowing white dress, with a snow-white swan-like neck, an impressive bust, and a cascade of jet-black hair. Su Mushue approached with an icy, aloof demeanor, as if a celestial maiden from the moon palace herself, untouchable. Calm and composed, she extended her delicate hand and summoned her martial spirit, a snow-white cold sword that hovered behind her. She pressed her hand against the martial spirit crystal. In an instant, the crystal radiated a brilliant light, revealing the words, Frost Cold Sword, Heavenly Tier, Second Rank. Gasps arose from the crowd. A heavenly tier, second rank. Though everyone had known Su Mushue possessed a heavenly grade martial spirit, seeing it firsthand was still astonishing. Next, Long Yu. Upon hearing his name, Long Yu smiled and waved to his classmates before stepping forward. Cheers erupted below. Long Xiao. Go for it. He placed his hand on the awakening crystal. Earth tier, 9th rank, blazing flame dragon. Wow, I didn't expect Long Xiao's martial spirit to have evolved. To think an earth tier martial spirit evolved so quickly, no wonder it's Long Xiao. That's only natural. After all, Long Xiao comes from the Long family. Alright, next, Zhang Hen. Hearing his name, Zhang Hen calmly stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal. The crowd paid him little mind, knowing his family was of ordinary standing. But when the light faded, the result shocked everyone. What? Earth tier? 9th rank? How is that possible? This kid's been hiding it deep. Good heavens, if we hadn't tested, who knows how long this stealthy fellow would have kept it hidden. I wasn't trying to hide it, Zhang Hen muttered. Yang Zhan was equally surprised by the result, but did not press for an explanation. Everyone harbors their secrets. Alright, next. Just as Zhang Hen returned to the line, Yuan Hongfei squeezed up beside him. Well, you've been hiding quite well. But smart of you not to explain. Just luck. Zhang Hen scratched his head. Quiet. Next, Feng Qinggu. Oh wow, the goddess Qinggu is up next. Feng Qinggu was the eldest daughter of the Feng family, a prestigious clan. Surely her martial spirit quality had evolved beyond the initial Earth tier 7th rank. She placed her hand on the crystal. Flame Phoenix Earth tier, 9th rank. I knew it. The goddess Qinggu's martial spirit must have evolved. Seems like quite a few people's martial spirits have evolved lately. When did evolving martial spirits become so easy? Why Haven Ti? Don't be ridiculous. Most people who make it into the Qianlong class come from well-off families. Though not as affluent as the Su or Long clans, it's still far above ordinary households. What about Zhang Hen? Someone whispered quietly. Sadly, no one responded as the martial spirit testing continued. Next, Xiao Wu. Profound tier, 7th rank, soft-boned enchanting rabbit. Wu Sidong returned to the line somewhat dejectedly. Though her martial spirit quality had improved, it hadn't T-crossed into a higher rank, still short of profound tier, 8th rank. Cultivation advancement can enhance martial spirit quality but does not guarantee a rank promotion. If a martial spirit quality is just one step from advancement, a major cultivation breakthrough will likely elevate it. The further one progresses, the greater the enhancement martial spirit evolution brings. So okay, Wu Sidong. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you rare materials to evolve your martial spirit, Xiao Qinyu approached. The surrounding girls cast envious glances at Xiao Wu upon hearing this. I don't need that, Wu Sidong rejected outright. Sidong, just think about it. Xiao Qinyu reached out as if to persuade her. Next, Xiao Qinyu. Hearing his name, Xiao Qinyu said to Xiao Wu Sidong, please consider it carefully. Without waiting for an answer, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the martial spirit crystal. Earth tier, 5th rank, silverback gray wolf. Xiao Xiao's martial spirit evolved too. Of course, he's the second young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Qinyu waved in response and then continued to cling to Wu Sidong. Yang Zhan led the group to a machine nearby. The device was cylindrical, encased in a silvery white shell, with a horizontal surface atop bearing the imprint of a palm. In front of it, a virtual screen flickered to life. Very well. The soul martial quality test has concluded. Next, we shall proceed to assess cultivation levels. The first, Su Mushue. Su Mushue stepped forward to the detector, aligning her hand carefully before placing it upon the surface. Martial disciple, 9th level. Yang Zhan nodded with satisfaction. Next, Long Yu. Su Mushue returned to the ranks as Long Yu approached. He placed his hand on the detector. Martial disciple, 7th level. Meanwhile, the crowd below had already erupted in excitement. Goddess Su, martial disciple, 9th level. Young Master Long also reached martial disciple 7th level. This is truly the epitome of a prodigy. Though their cultivation levels had been introduced during class assignments, witnessing it firsthand was far more awe-inspiring than merely hearing about it. Next, Yuan Hongfei. Patting his stomach, Yuan Hongfei stepped up and placed his hand on the detector. Martial disciple, 5th level. Next, Su Yi. Hearing his name, Su Yi walked forward and positioned his hand upon the detector. Martial disciple, 6th level. Damn it, just one level higher than me, Yuan Hongfei grumbled. You fatso. Do you accept it or not? Su Yi crossed his arms disdainfully. TCH, I'll definitely surpass you someday, Yuan Hongfei retorted stubbornly. Next, Feng Qinggu. Feng Qinggu strode forward on a pair of graceful legs, placing her hand on the detector. Martial disciple, 8th level. Unexpectedly, the goddess Feng's level exceeded young Master Long's by 1 rank. Truly befitting the goddess Feng. Feng Qinggu was the eldest daughter of the Feng family, a clan capable of rivaling the Long family. Next, Wu Sidong. Martial disciple, 3rd level. Next, Xiao Qinyu. Martial disciple, 6th level. Surprisingly, young Master Xiao was only 1 level below young Master Long. Yes, young Master Xiao is indeed a hidden gem. Xiao Qinyu wore a calm and indifferent expression, but seeing his classmates' astonished faces brought him great satisfaction. Yet only he knew that his family had provided him with abundant resources for the upcoming wilderness trial. Next, Zhang Hen. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Hen calmly ascended the stage. Meanwhile, whispers began to spread among the crowd. What do you think Zhang Hen's current strength is? I'd say around martial disciple 5th level. After all, Zhang Hen doesn't have the backing of a great family like young Master Long reasonable. Listening to the comments about himself, Zhang Hen's face remained expressionless as he aligned his hand and gently placed it on the detector. The screen displayed, Martial Disciple, 8th level. The revelation caused everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Martial Disciple 8th level? How could he surpass young Master Long? Who knew Zhang Hen was hiding his true strength so well? Envy gleamed in many eyes. At that moment, Long Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, how did this kid cultivate? I absorbed the rare, heavenly-grade treasures my father gave me to reach this realm. What does Zhang Hen rely on? Of course, it was but a fleeting thought before Long Yu's usual smile reappeared. As for Xiao Qinyu, he remained entangled with Xiao Wu, indifferent to Zhang Hen's level, dismissing it as mere luck. He was confident he would surpass Zhang Hen eventually, for he had the backing of the Xiao family. The same principle applied. No matter how formidable the awakened martial soul, without resources it was all in vain, only a slight edge over ordinary people. Su Mushue maintained her impassive demeanor, as if nothing in the world could perturb her. Feng Qinggu, however, smiled faintly, as though she had long anticipated this outcome. Excellent, 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 young man, Yang Zhan exclaimed, first shocked, then bursting into laughter. As someone also born of humble origins, He understood the immense difficulty for commoners to rise. Witnessing a child from an ordinary family achieve such success filled his heart with pride. Jiang Hen bowed to Yang Zhan before stepping down from the stage. The crowd had yet to recover from the spectacle, many still fixated on the screen, hoping to discern some clue. "Hen, you're no fun, not even telling me," Yuan Hongfei said, slapping Jiang Hen's shoulder. "You never asked me either." All right, I'll let it slide this time." Su Yi, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up. "Strong." Jiang Hen smiled and nodded. Those who had regained composure now gazed at Jiang Hen with admiration. "This guy has a powerful martial soul, high cultivation, and looks decent too. Damn, why isn't at me? Truly the child of another S family." "Alright class, the tests have concluded. Now I shall announce the rankings. First place, Su Muxue." Applause erupted, as no one was surprised by the outcome. "I knew first place would belong to Goddess Muxue. Second place, Jiang Hen." The crowd gasped once more. Long Yu's expression shifted unpredictably before settling into a gentle smile as he applauded. "Congratulations, Jiang Hen." Jiang Hen smiled and nodded slightly, bearing the proper demeanor. "Quiet please," Yang Zhan called out. Tied for third place, Long Yu and Feng Qinggu. Fourth place, Xiao Chenyu. Fifth place, Su Yi. Sixth place, Yuan Hongfei. 13th place, Wu Sidong. Wu Sidong pursed her lips slightly upon hearing her rank, feeling a bit unsettled inside. "Now I will announce the distribution of resources. After class, proceed directly to the school's resource depot. Present your class and name. Someone will verify and allocate your resources. First place may select 1 heavenly grade mystical material. Receive 10 true energy pills and a 200,000 yuan reward. Second and third places may each select 1 heavenly grade mystical material. Receive 5 true energy pills and a 100,000 yuan reward. Fourth through 10th places may select 1 yellow grade mystical material. Receive 3 true energy pills and a 10,000 yuan reward. The last 5 places receive 3 true energy pills and a 10,000 yuan reward. As for why some higher-ranked individuals receive the same as lower-ranked ones, that is the school's policy. If you have objections, then train hard and aim to improve your rank next month. That is all. Today was merely a simple test. True training begins tomorrow. Prepare yourselves well. You are now free to attend to your own affairs. You may claim your resources or cultivate as you wish." With that, Yang Zhan departed. Let us go to the school resource depot. I really envy those at the top. Let us move. Work hard to cultivate. There is a test every month. Hopefully, the next ranking will be better. Jiang Hen was about to head to the resource depot when a fragrant breeze brushed past him. It was Feng Qinggu. "Are you going to the school resource depot?" Jiang Hen instinctively nodded. "Then let us go together." Jiang Hen eyed Feng Qinggu suspiciously but ultimately nodded. "Good." The two walked side by side, drawing curious glances and whispers from those nearby. Jiang Hen's mouth twitched involuntarily. It seemed he was destined to become well known throughout the school. Arriving at the school resource depot, which was essentially a small building with a tiny window, they found a black-robed elder inside. A queue of people already stood before the window. Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu took their place at the end of the line, and soon it was their turn. Name: Feng Qinggu. "Here, you may select your celestial materials and earthly treasures," the elder said, handing over a form along with a bottle of elixir and a bank card. Feng Qinggu's phoenix-like eyes swept over the form. She marked her choice with a pen and returned it. The elder glanced over the selection, then fixed Feng Qinggu with a deep, penetrating look. "Are you certain you wish to choose this?" Feng Qinggu nodded gently. "Very well." The elder turned and retrieved a wooden box, passing it over to her. Feng Qinggu then stepped aside to wait for Jiang Hen. Name: Jiang Hen. As before, the elder handed him a form listing the available celestial materials and earthly treasures, along with a bottle of elixir and a bank card. Jiang Hen took the form and began to study it carefully. Profound rank 5, Purple Illusion Spirit Flower, enhances the spiritual attribute of the martial soul. Profound rank 7, Rock Crystal Stone, enhances the earth attribute of the martial soul. Various celestial materials and earthly treasures enhancing different attributes, yet those related to spatial attributes were scarce. Second rank Spatial Crystal, harvested from the void, enhances the spatial power of the martial soul. Second rank Shadow Wolf Crystal Core, derived from the Shadow Wolf of the martial realm, enhances the spatial and shadow attributes of the martial soul, with a small chance to acquire the Phantom Divine Skill. Second rank Space Dodging Rat Crystal Core, from the Space Dodging Rat of the martial realm, enhances the spatial attribute of the martial soul, with a small chance to obtain the Space Leap Divine Skill. Only 3 items pertain to spatial attributes, and one of them only had space as a secondary attribute. Jiang Hen glanced over the options and decisively chose the space-dodging rat crystal core, passing on the shadow wolf crystal core. As for the spatial crystal, he had considered it, but ultimately decided to gamble on the space leap divine skill of the space-dodging rat. There was no helping it. This divine skill was incredibly alluring, practically a life-saving escape artifact. The elder presented a box, which Jiang Hen accepted. "Let us go. I will take you to a certain place." With that, Feng Qinggu led Jiang Hen away from the school's resource repository. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. Their goddess was walking away with a boy, granted he was handsome, enough to stir the hearts of even the boys present. Ahem. Who is that boy? Why is he beside our goddess? Does she have a boyfriend now? I refuse to believe it. Tell me it's not true. As he spoke, the man slapped the person beside him. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt. This is a dream. I'm dreaming. Damn it. Does it hurt now? The one struck kicked the other flying. Meanwhile, Feng Qinggu and Jiang Hen arrived at a small pond behind the school. Above the pond stretched several corridors and a pavilion. They entered the pavilion. Here. Feng Qinggu tossed a box toward Jiang Hen. Startled, Jiang Hen hurriedly caught it. What is this? He asked, looking at Feng Qinggu in bewilderment. Hearing him, Feng Qinggu replied with a calm and indifferent tone. Didn't I promise to give you a celestial material and earthly treasure? Jiang Hen thought for a moment. It seemed she had promised this at the banquet, but he ultimately declined. Forget it, no need. This is also a resource from the school. Feng Qinggu replied coldly. Do you think I'm lacking in resources? Just keep it. No need for so much fuss. Alright then. Jiang Hen shrugged casually. Receiving a celestial material and earthly treasure without cost was hardly a loss. Though he did not understand why Feng Qinggu was so kind to him. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him?
Impossible.
Though he was decent-looking, the eldest daughter of the Feng family was hardly such a superficial person. After a brief discussion about the upcoming field trial, Jiang Hen departed. Feng Qinggu watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with an inexplicable hue. Only after Jiang Hen was out of sight did he finally exhale deeply. For some reason, being near Feng Qinggu always brought a sense of pressure. Not directed at him, perhaps, but it made him uneasy. What was that about? Jiang Hen took out the wooden box Feng Qinggu had given him and opened it. Inside lay a translucent, white diamond-shaped crystal, quietly resting within the box. This is a second-rank spatial crystal. How generous. Jiang Hen returned to the classroom, grabbed his backpack, and left school to prepare for absorption and refinement. Although it was not yet dismissal time, as a student of the Hidden Dragon class, he left school with ease. After all, being a member of the Hidden Dragon class came with certain privileges. Back home, it was still early. His parents had not yet returned, and Ling had not finished school. Jiang Hen entered his room, took out the second-rank spatial crystal, summoned his martial soul, and began absorbing and refining it. As time passed, the crystal gradually diminished in size. Eventually, it vanished completely, leaving nothing behind. At the moment the absorption completed, a muffled sound echoed from within Jiang Hen's body. Martial Disciple 9th Tier. Phew, finally Martial Disciple 9th Tier. Jiang Hen clenched his fists tightly. Ahen, come downstairs to eat. Hearing his mother's voice, Jiang Hen glanced at the time. It had been an hour and replied, coming right down. He went downstairs and sat at the dining table where Jiang Ling sat opposite him, her eyes fixed on him with a look full of resentment. Jiang Hen tapped a few times on his communication watch and sent a 200 yuan red envelope. Jiang Ling glanced down, opened it, and immediately smiled. Come on, eat quickly. Jiang Hen's mother brought over a bowl of tofu and meat patty soup. Delicious. Jiang Hen nodded enthusiastically. You good for nothing if it's tasty. Eat more, his mother chided, smiling. His father took a sip of soup and praised it repeatedly. Amidst this warm and harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Hen resolved firmly in his heart to protect them all. After the meal, Jiang Hen returned to his room, closed the door, and took out the space-dodging rat crystal core to begin absorption. It must be said, the school had truly spared no expense for this martial examination. The treatment was far better than before. The crystal core was irregularly shaped, silver-white, inscribed with intermittent runes. Jiang Hen held his palms slightly apart. The core hovered between them as he closed his eyes, summoning his martial soul above his head and beginning the absorption and refinement process. During the refinement, Jiang Hen seemed to sense something, though it was incomplete. Finally, the refinement ended. No breakthrough in realm, nor did he grasp the space leap divine skill. As expected, hoping to comprehend it from a single crystal core was wishful thinking. However, it was not entirely fruitless. His understanding of space deepened, and his martial soul improved. Though it had not yet reached the celestial grade, it was close. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng was traversing the Qingyun mountain range, pursued by several first-rank lone wolves. Damn it, I just wanted to try my luck. See if I could find celestial materials and earthly treasures to improve my martial soulless quality. But found nothing, and now these lone wolves are after me. Tang Zheng ran desperately, stopping at a cliff's edge as the lone wolves slowly closed in, their jaws wide as they lunged. At the moment of attack, Tang Zheng leapt with all his might. Sorry, Sidong, I don't think I can protect you anymore. After an unknown span of time, daylight returned. Tang Zheng opened his eyes, his clothes tattered and soaked through. I'm not dead. He looked at his palms. Am I at the bottom of the cliff? He then began to survey his surroundings and discovered a cave ahead. He entered it. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen sat in the classroom, listening as Song Qiu explained the divine skills and weaknesses of various ferocious beasts. As afternoon descended, Yang Zhan summoned the members of the Hidden Dragon class to line up in formation. He began imparting his experience in field combat, having them spar with one another and then pointing out their shortcomings. Whether Tang Shan was missing from the school, no one knew. After all, it was just an ordinary class, and such classes often consisted of over 100 students. The presence or absence of a single individual mattered little to the teachers. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng entered a cavern that was comparatively spacious inside. The mingled sounds of heavy breathing created an eerie atmosphere. Mustering his courage, Tang Zheng advanced. Suddenly, a faint blue glow appeared ahead. Drawn toward the light, he saw the surrounding stone walls shimmering with a blue radiance, and at the center rested a stone basin containing a small amount of milky white liquid. Could this be the heart of the earth spirit nectar? Tang Zheng's heart leapt with joy. This was a treasure comparable to the 9th grade of the profound tier in rarity and value. Without hesitation, Tang Zheng sat cross-legged, summoned the martial soul of his linging grass, and extended it toward the basin holding what appeared to be 2 bowls worth of the earth spirit nectar, beginning to absorb and refine it. As time passed, muffled sounds emanated from Tang Zheng's body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a gleam of sharp brilliance flashing through them. He had reached the 4th stage of martial disciple, now only a single step away from the 5th. And this was merely the 5th day since awakening his martial soul. The Hidden Dragon class members were no more advanced than this. With this thought, Tang Zheng grew more confident about the upcoming field trial. It was time to leave. Thus, he departed. At the Shao Manor, in a room, Xiao Qinyu sat cross-legged upon a couch. Behind him, the silver-backed gray wolf's radiance intensified until a muffled sound echoed from within Xiao Qinyu's body. The spectral wolf gradually dimmed and finally dissipated. A deep breath escaped him. He had finally broken through to the 7th stage of martial disciple. Tang Zheng, just wait. The field trial will be your grave. Zitong, I will prove that I am the one most worthy of you. Laughing, Xiao Qinyu covered his face, though his laughter carried a slightly sinister edge. All right, now let us form pairs for combat. Let me see what each of you is truly made of, Yang Zhan declared, crossing his arms. He began calling out names. Long Yu, Zhang Hen. The others took their seats. Upon hearing this, the group formed a circle and sat down. Long Yu and Zhang Hen exchanged glances before stepping into the center of the arena. Long Yu cupped his fist respectfully. I look forward to your guidance. Flames erupted around him as the blazing fire dragon martial soul subtly manifested, radiating intense heat that seemed capable of igniting the very air. Zhang Hen returned the gesture with a fist cup. Holding his fragmented void sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, he appeared like a razor-sharp blade about to be unsheathed. Come, show me what you've got, Long Yu shouted, launching the first attack. A fiery dragon roaring toward Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen's figure flickered like a ghost, evading the assault. In response, his sword traced a fierce arc, aiming straight for Long Yu's throat. Long Yu dodged sideways, countering with a fiery palm strike toward Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen blocked with his sword horizontally but was forced to retreat several steps under the impact S-force. The duel escalated rapidly, both warriors exchanging blows with increasing intensity. Long Yu's blazing fire dragon martial soul grew ever more powerful, flames raging wildly. Zhang Hen's fragmented void sword was no less formidable, its flickering shadows seeking any opening in Long Yu's defense. Suddenly, Zhang Hen seized a minor lapse from Long Yu. His fragmented void sword unleashed a formidable strike aimed at Long Yu. Seeing this, Long Yu hastily summoned fiery dragon claws to shield his chest, parrying the blow. Both combatants panted lightly, exchanging a knowing glance as if comprehending something. Divine skill, fragmented void slash.
Zhang Hen shouted.
A silver-white sword aura sliced through space, causing ripples as it flew directly toward Longyu. Divine skill, dragon flame breath. Longyu responded. The fiery dragon-s mouth gathered energy, releasing a dark red pillar of flame. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion, shrouding the arena in dust and smoke. Who won? The students murmured. Can't tell, it's too chaotic. As the dust settled, they saw both fighters covered in dust, eyes locked fiercely upon each other. I lost, Longyu admitted first, clenching his fists and clutching his chest as he staggered back to the group. Well fought, Zhang Hen replied, also returning to the ranks. He knew well his cultivation was slightly higher than Longyu's, granting him a slight advantage. Alright, now choose your opponents, but keep it civil, Yang Zhan instructed. Come on, scrawny stick, let us have a match. I'll make you wish for your mother, Yuan Hongfei challenged Su Yishuan outright. Bring it on. You really think I'm afraid of you, you fatso?
Su Yisun Rito Defianti.
Others rose as well, pairing off with their chosen adversaries. Martial Soul, Barbarian Rock Bear. Yuan Hongfei summoned a massive bear behind him. The bear pounded its chest before slowly merging with him, causing his body to swell instantly. Su Yishuan remained composed, shouting, Martial Soul, Wind-cutting blade. In an instant, a giant spectral blade appeared behind him, gleaming coldly. Piercing blade wind howled forth. Yuan Hongfei bellowed and charged with heavy steps, his bear-like fists carrying immense force towards Su Yishuan. Su Yishuan flickered like a specter, evading deftly. His wind-cutting blade flashed out, slashing fiercely at Yuan Hongfei. Yuan Hongfei raised both arms to block. Sparks flew as the blade struck, but he remained unscathed. Seizing an opening, Yuan Hongfei launched another attack. Su Yishuan evaded nimbly while searching for a counterstrike. Suddenly, Su Yishuan's eyes sharpened. The wind-cutting blade burst with dazzling light as he shouted, Divine skill. Blade shadow slash. Countless blade shadows swept toward Yuan Hongfei, enveloping him and making evasion nearly impossible. Yuan Hongfei's gaze hardened. Divine skill. Rock armor. Thick armor of stone encased him, bare paws guarding his chest. Boom! Yuan Hongfei was struck by the blade shadows and flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he stared at Su Yishuan with unwillingness. You win this time. Next time, I won T lose. Su Yishuan sheathed his blade, smiling faintly. Anytime. Meanwhile, other battles raged fiercely. Elsewhere in the arena, Feng Qinggu and Su Muxue stood facing each other at the center. Flames billowed around Feng Qinggu, the fiery phoenix martial soul spreading its wings as if ready to take flight. The scorching aura distorted the surrounding air. Su Muxue wielded her frost-cold sword, frost glimmering along its blade. Her frost-cold sword martial soul radiated a biting chill. Come, show me your skill, Feng Qinggu called out sharply. The fiery phoenix dove, engulfed in blazing flames, charging toward Su Muxue. Su Muxue flickered away, the frost-cold sword slashing a chilling beam of light. Frost instantly spread, attempting to freeze the searing flames. Feng Qinggu formed hand seals, and the phoenix spewed a pillar of fire, collided with the frost, crackling with sizzling sounds. Seizing the moment, Su Muxue closed in, the frost-cold sword stabbing like a meteor toward Feng Qinggu. Feng Qinggu dodged sideways, countering with a fiery palm strike. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, fire and frost intertwining, turning the battlefield into chaos. Suddenly, Feng Qinggu's eyes sharpened. The Phoenix martial soul's radiance surged as she unleashed the divine skill Phoenix's heavenly punishment. A colossal pillar of fire descended from the sky. Su Muxue's expression shifted. Hastily, she formed a frost-cold sword formation to defend. The fire pillar clashed with the sword formation, erupting in a powerful energy shockwave. As the energy dissipated, Su Muxue, though somewhat disheveled, remained undefeated. Taking a deep breath, her frost-cold sword martial soul shimmered, merging with the surrounding frost's power. She unleashed a new divine skill, Frost Blossom Burial of Heaven. The surrounding crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Su Muxue. Impossible martial artist realm? How could this be? Countless frost-covered ice crystals, sharp as blades, surged toward Feng Qinggu, freezing the very air in their wake. Feng Qinggu's expression shifted abruptly as her flame phoenix martial soul blazed to full power, striving to withstand the fierce onslaught. Yet Su Muxue's attack was overwhelmingly potent. The radiance of Feng Qinggu's flame phoenix martial soul gradually dimmed. Ultimately, Feng Qinggu was struck by the frosty ice shards and tumbled to the ground. Biting her lip in frustration, she admitted, I have lost. Su Muxue sheathed her frostbite sword and extended a hand to help Feng Qinggu up. You have my thanks. Your strength is formidable as well. Yang Zhan stepped forward, nodding with satisfaction. That was an impressive duel. Nearby, Long Yu watched silently, clenching his fists. Yet, Jiang Hen was not particularly surprised. Come on. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Even if she were at the first realm, it wouldn't astonish me. Come on. Come on. Tang Zheng is dueling someone. A voice suddenly exclaimed from somewhere unknown. Huh? Jiang Hen's face displayed confusion as he followed the crowd to the gathering. He saw a youth clad in a blue martial outfit standing opposite a burly young man. The crowd roared with excitement, and Jiang Hen immediately spotted Xiao Qinyu standing behind the burly youth, finally understanding. No wonder so many people showed up. It's because Xiao Qinyu brought them here, hoping to witness Tang Zheng's downfall. But can he really do it?
Tang Zheng.
Come on. If you're a man, fight me. Don't chicken out. Wang Long shouted. Tang Zheng furrowed his brows, eyes blazing with fury. Wang Long, don't push your luck. Don't think you can do as you please just because Xiao Qinyu has your back. Ha, Tang Zheng, you're overestimating yourself. Xiao doesn't care about a mere ant like you, Wang Long sneered. Enough talk. Take this. Wang Long bellowed, summoning his martial soul, a bear. Instantly, his body bulked up further, radiating a fierce aura as he lunged at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not dare slacken. He swiftly summoned Lingyin grass, which sprang from the ground like a spirit serpent, entwining around Wang Long. Wang Long swung his massive bare paws, snapping several strands of the Lingyin grass, pressing forward relentlessly. Tang Zheng nimbly dodged while manipulating the Lingyin grass to continuously assault Wang Long's lower body. Wang Long staggered, nearly falling. Enraged and humiliated, he roared, his strength surging anew. The bare paw, accompanied by a gale, slammed down toward Tang Zheng's head. Tang Zheng hurriedly formed a shield of Lingyin grass to block the blow. With a crack, the shield cracked. Just as Wang Long prepared to press his advantage, a resolute gleam flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He concentrated his spirit, commanding the Lingyin grass to grow wildly, binding Wang Long tightly. Wang Long struggled fiercely but found it impossible to break free immediately. Seizing the moment, Tang Zheng gathered his strength and launched a sharp Lingyin grass spike toward Wang Long. Caught off guard, Wang Long was pierced in the shoulder, though the injury was not severe. Feeling deeply humiliated, Wang Long cursed under his breath. Damn it! Lingyin grass is just a worthless martial soul, yet it dares to contend with my 6th grade yellow martial soul? What a joke! Divine power, great strength. Wang Long roared, his body instantly swelling several sizes, shattering the Lingyin grass bindings. Then, wielding a fist as large as a sandbag, he charged at Tang Zheng.
Prepare to die, Tang Zheng.
At that moment, Xiao Qinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Tang Zheng, however, showed no fear, only a faint smile. His cultivation at the 4th stage of martial disciple fully erupted. Divine power, Lingyin entanglement. The Lingyin grass around him grew frenziedly, surging toward Wang Long. What? How is this possible? Wang Long's eyes widened in shock. Due to momentum, he could not stop and could only helplessly watch as he collided intimately with the Lingyin grass, becoming tightly bound like a twisted rope. There was no way out. After all, he was only a 1-star martial disciple. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. What? Wang Long actually lost? What is Tang Zheng's true cultivation now? Xiao Qinyu's face darkened instantly. He had not expected Tang Zheng to possess such strength. He snorted coldly and stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura, the breath of a 6th-stage martial disciple washing over them. Looks like I underestimated you. Though I don't know what crooked method you used to boost your cultivation. Let me tell you this, what does not belong to you will never be yours, no matter how hard you try. I see. I knew it, someone murmured. How could Tang Zheng be so strong? Turns out he's using some underhanded trick to forcibly raise his cultivation. Looks like this lifetime is over for him. They glanced at Tang Zheng with pity. Well, you can't say that. Maybe it's a rare opportunity for him. If he trained normally, when would he have reached this level? Don't you think so? Haha. Tang Zheng's face flushed red with rage. Just as he was about to lose control, a sharp command rang out. That's enough. No one is allowed to speak ill of Brother Zheng. Wu Sidong spread her arms and stood before Tang Zheng. Seeing this, Tang Zheng's hostility quickly subsided, but Xiao Qinyu's face turned a dark shade of purple. Tang Zheng, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman, he sneered.
Tang Zheng Frau Wen.
Xiao Qinyu, don't push your luck. Xiao Qinyu ignored Tang Zheng and instead turned to Wu Sidong. Sidong, I'll spare this useless one for your sake. But next time I won't be so merciful. Also, about what I told you earlier, I hope you think it over carefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The last words were spoken quietly, heard only by Wu Sidong. Tang Zheng did not catch them. Wu Sidong gritted her teeth and spat out, "You scoundrel." Xiao Qinyu merely smiled and then departed. "Brother Zheng, are you alright?" Wu Sidong turned around. Concern etched on her face. Tang Zheng shook his head. "Yen me fine." Just then, Yang Zhan's voice rang out. "Members of the Qianlong class, assemble here." "Brother Zheng, I'm leaving first." Sidong, you should go quickly." Tang Zheng smiled. Jiang Hen watched the entire scene before rejoining his team. No wonder he's the protagonist. Even a worthless martial soul like Linging Grass can improve so rapidly. As for Xiao Qinyu's talk of crooked methods, Jiang Hen did not believe a word. At that moment, Yang Zhan's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Alright, I have a rough understanding of your combat skills. I can only say that you are slightly better than useless. Your spiritual power is wasted excessively, which is a fatal mistake for those at a low realm. In the wild, you must precisely control every bit of spiritual power. No one knows what might happen next, and you won't have much time to recover your energy. Of course, I'm not forbidding you from giving your all. You'll understand this better during your wilderness trials. Alright, dismissed." With that, Yang Zhan departed directly. Finally we can go home.
I am exhausted.
"Tell me about it. My arm still hurts." Listening to the classmates' complaints, Jiang Hen left the training ground, preparing to go home and cultivate. He still had the vital energy pills he received last time and used. In a shadowy alley, cough, cough, a mouthful of blood was spat out by a youth dressed in yellow martial attire. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes locked intently on the figure before him. "Why?" A hoarse voice escaped the youth's lips. "Why? Of course, because you're a waste, Qin Yun. You don't really think you're still the eldest son of the Qin family, do you?" "Ah!" A man with a somewhat delicate face laughed. "Let me tell you, it's because you obstructed young Master Qin Shao's path. Young Master Qin Shao is the prodigy who awakened the 7th grade heavenly level martial soul, the purple gold mysterious thunder. Yet, merely because you are the eldest son, you are expected to resign yourself to becoming the young master. I ask you, on what grounds?" Ahem. Qin Yun staggered to his feet. "I have never cared for the title of young master. If Qin Shao desires it, let him have it. Too late. Only when you are dead can young Master Qin Shao inherit the title in peace." Qin Yun felt darkness engulf his vision as a large hand approached from afar. Suddenly, Qin Yun sat up with a gasp. The same dream again. He glanced around. Still in the dormitory of Jiangling Second High School. He had this dream almost every night. The obsession of his previous life ran too deep. Qin Yun was not the original Qin Yun. He came from 500 years ago when he was a martial saint, a formidable warrior with a lifespan of 1,000 years. Yet, he was betrayed by treacherous men. Yufeng, wait. I trusted you so deeply, yet you stabbed me in the back when I ascended to the martial emperor realm. This grudge must be avenged. Rest assured. From now on I am you and you are me. We are both called Qin Yun. Your vendetta, I will help you settle." Sensing something, Qin Yun felt his body lighten and clenched his fists. Only then did he truly master this body. Time flew like a fleeting horse. A month passed swiftly. At this moment, inside the room, after roughly a month of cultivation, I have finally broken through to martial artist 2nd star. Jiang Hen exhaled in relief. Indeed, not martial artist 1st star, but martial artist 2nd star. When ascending to martial artist, all the pills were used up, but the quality of his martial soul remained at earth level 9th grade. Moreover, he awakened an intriguing divine ability. Spatial fragmentation. Spatial fragmentation allows the user to easily shatter space within a 10-meter radius centered on themselves. This ability combined with the fragmented space slash was simply divine. Imagine within this radius, a single slash shattering the space along its path, each basic attack effectively equivalent to a fragmented space slash. Should the fragmented space slash be unleashed within this range, the spectacle would be breathtaking. Thinking this, Jiang Hen felt exhilarated. Tomorrow is the outdoor trial. Bring it on. At dawn, the school was already filled with buses. On the school playground, the teams were lined up, though there were not many people. Principal Bai Zhanhong, dressed in a suit, stood on the platform. "Students, a month has passed swiftly. Next, we shall embark on the outdoor trial. I hope everyone gains growth from this experience. Only students from the Hidden Dragon class and the Honor class are participating this time, though ordinary class students who meet the cultivation standards will also join. Your teachers have briefed you on precautions. Please stay safe and avoid excessive curiosity. Alright, let us depart." With that, the crowd on the playground began to move. Jiang Hen boarded the bus with his class. He found a seat by the window in the back row. Next to him sat Yuan Hongfei, with Su Yi beside Yuan Hongfei. The two were engaged in a debate. On the bus, the students excitedly discussed the outdoor trial. I heard the trial area has many fierce beasts. Yeah, if you manage to hunt one down, you might receive substantial rewards. Zhang Hen listened quietly, his mind pondering the forthcoming trial. The bus stopped at the city gate. After a while, the gate swung open, and the bus rolled out. Gazing upon the towering city walls that rose like endless floors before them, the students' eyes were filled with awe. As the bus moved farther from the walls, the scenery changed dramatically, enveloped in a desolate atmosphere. However, few ferocious beasts were seen because the city wall guards regularly cleansed the area around the walls. It is precisely because these guards courageously resist the siege of beasts that we enjoy this peaceful life. Therefore, I hope you remember to strive diligently without slackening. Whether for the nation or for your families behind you, no one knows which will come first, life or death, tomorrow.
Yang Zhan spoke solemnly.
The students' laughter faded, their heads bowed. Zhang Hen gazed out the window, lost in thought, whispering, "Strength?" In that moment it seemed he had grown much, yet also felt unchanged. There appeared something in his eyes, a longing for power and hope for the future. After roughly 2 hours of travel, a series of fences and a large iron gate appeared ahead, behind which were rows of greenhouses. 2 sentinels stood guard before the fence, their right hands extended, signaling to stop. The driver rolled down the window and handed over identification to one sentinel, who glanced at it and returned it, gesturing to his comrade to allow passage. The gate opened, and the bus entered, parking in order. The students disembarked one by one, lining up, but their heads turned this way and that. Occasionally, a few rows marched past in neat formation. At that moment, a burly man clad in a green military coat approached. "Are these the little bastards who will participate in the outdoor trial?" he sneered. Yang Zhan stepped forward, Captain Lu. Lu Hong's eyes lit up, and he punched Yang Zhan's chest playfully. "Hey, you punk, are these all students from your school?"
Yang Zhan nodded.
"Wait a moment. You're the first to arrive. The 2nd High and 9th High haven't come yet," Lu Hong said to a nearby soldier. "Xiao Chun, lead them to their sleeping quarters first. Have them assemble here in an hour." "Yes, Deputy Commander." "You all come with me," the soldier called out. They passed through one greenhouse after another, each marked with a number. "You 1st High students are in greenhouses 50 to 100. Each can accommodate about 5 people. You may store your belongings. Bedding has already been prepared. You have 1 hour to rest before returning to your original spots for assembly." Having said this, he left. "Let us go, Hen. Stick to a good spot. Don't let others take it." Yuan Hongfei tugged at Zhang Hen and Sui's clothes, pulling them forward. Yuan Hongfei deliberately chose an auspicious number, 66. Entering the greenhouse, there were 4 beds. Zhang Hen casually chose one, stowed his belongings, and prepared to go out for a look. Just as he stepped out, he saw a group approaching, not from 1st High. A voice sounded from behind. "Oh, the 2nd High students have arrived too?" Yuan Hongfei laughed. "Fatty, you know them? Is that even a question?" Before Fatty was awakened, he was nicknamed All-Knowing at 1st High. "Look at the guy leading the pack, his name is Bai Fei. Rumor has it he awakened an Earth-level 5th grade martial soul, the Rending Wind Eagle. And I heard this batch has 3 Earth-level martial soul possessors. TSK. Zhang Hen was slightly surprised. "But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong they are, can they surpass the 3 of us?" Yuan Hongfei chuckled. "Oh, by the way, besides 2nd High students, 9th High will also participate in this outdoor trial." "9th High?" Zhang Hen asked curiously. "You wouldn't know. It's a school established in recent years. But I heard they have an extraordinary figure this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hen's interest was piqued. "What do you mean, Fatty?" Yuan Hongfei pulled Zhang Hen into the greenhouse. Sui sat on a bed with his arms crossed, one foot propped up. "Damn, Fatty, where did you and Hen go?" "Nothing much, just chatting about the schools participating in the outdoor trial. We were just talking about 9th High." Returning to their respective beds, the 3 beds were positioned in close proximity to one another. The individual from 9th Middle School was apparently named Wu Ziheng. I heard from the son of a distant relative that he had awakened an Earth-tier 8th grade martial soul, which seemed to be a blade. Sui's eyes brightened. A blade. Indeed, it was said that before awakening, that fellow had been diligently practicing with a blade, and after awakening, he took off like a rocket. No one could best him. He was unquestionably the number 1 at 9th Middle School. Upon hearing this, Sui's heart itched with the desire to spar with him. Why bother worrying? Sooner or later you'll meet him, Yuan Hongfei said as he rose. An hour passed swiftly. When Zhang Hen and the others returned to their original positions, they found that many people from other schools had already gathered. Zhang Hen stepped back into the line, and at that moment, a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. A gentle tap landed on his back. Turning around, he beheld a face of exquisite beauty. The woman's eyebrows were like distant ink strokes. Her eyes resembled a clear spring. Her nose was tall and proud, and her lips were as red as cherries. Her long hair was tied high into a single ponytail. It was none other than Feng Qinggu. Is something the matter? Jiang Hen glanced toward Yang Zhan, who was addressing the crowd ahead, then turned back to whisper, "Don't forget what you promised me, to form a team."
Jiang Hen nodded.
All right, students, the wilderness trial is about to commence. It will last 5 days. Return here for assembly after 5 days. I remind you once again, do not venture near the depths of the mountain range. Now, we will distribute the distress wristbands. If you encounter danger, press the distress button immediately. The wristband will deploy an energy barrier, and we will be able to pinpoint your location and initiate rescue. Jiang Hen received the distress wristband. Its design was simple silver gray, with a red button at the center. Very well, the wilderness trial officially begins. Set out. The voice fell. Let us go. Feng Qinggu gestured to Jiang Hen and took the lead, dashing out of the camp and into the Qingyun Mountains. Seeing this, Jiang Hen followed promptly. Meanwhile, Yuan Hongfei stood frozen in place. Wait, me? Favoring lust over friendship, abandoning your brother. Fatty, stop yelling and hurry up. Sui quickly departed as well. WC, you stick figure, wait for me. Are you abandoning me too? At these words, the others turned their heads, glanced briefly, then turned away. As they entered the mountains, the surrounding trees grew dense, and the occasional roar of wild beasts echoed. When the group thinned, Feng Qinggu halted. Jiang Hen stopped, suddenly realizing something. Where are Fatty and Sui? Why haven't they caught up? Forget it, we'll ask why they didn't follow me after we return. Feng Qinggu turned back to Jiang Hen and said, let us proceed deeper into the mountains. All right. Although puzzled, Jiang Hen did not object, especially since he had received her items. Feng Qinggu lowered her head and fell into contemplation. In the previous life, Long Yu had led more than half of the first middle school students deep into the mountains. Though it was unclear how he determined the direction, he found the cave where the origin godflower resided. Naturally, near the rare and precious materials, there were guardian beasts, a 5th-grade void mantis, comparable to a human martial sect realm expert, or even a martial king. Even with 2 martial sect realm protectors behind Long Yu, they could not escape slaughter. Students died or were injured. Despite having distress wristbands, rescue was futile. The rescue teachers suffered severe casualties as well. Teacher Yang Zhan, to cover the students' retreat, single-handedly confronted the void mantis, only to be cut down by its mantis arms. This wilderness trial was the deadliest since the founding of the first middle school. In any case, let us move deeper. The beasts here are too weak to provide any real challenge. Feng Qinggu quickened her pace. Very well. Bang! A barbarian stone giant bear collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. As expected of young Master Long, the barbarian rock giant bear, comparable to a 6-star martial disciple, was defeated effortlessly. During this wilderness trial, young Master Long will surely astonish everyone. Long Yu waved his hand modestly. Not at all, far from it. I also thank everyone for choosing to follow me. At this moment, most of first middle school students gathered around Long Yu, including members of the Hidden Dragon class, the honor class, and even young Master Long. Where to next? Bai Fei asked casually, arms crossed behind his neck. We follow you, but we're not here to deal with these trash. No time for childish games. Wu Ziheng snorted coldly. And don't forget what you promised us. Long Yu smiled naturally. After the trial, I will certainly grant you both whatever you desire. Producing a compass, he examined it and said, this way. Treasure-seeking compass, 5th-grade treasure. Searches for rare materials. The group ventured ever deeper, encountering increasingly numerous and formidable beasts. Anxiety grew among some. Young Master Long, should we keep going deeper? Yes. Going further might. The rest of the sentence went unspoken. If you want to leave, go back on your own. No one is stopping you, Bai Fei said disdainfully. The crowd was angry but said nothing. Leave? How? Perhaps halfway back you'd be torn apart by beasts and become their prey. Most present cultivated at about 4-star or 5-star martial disciple levels. Returning alone was difficult unless one used the distress wristband, which would mean failing the trial. For honor class students this was no big deal, but for the Hidden Dragon class resources would be halved, and they might be demoted to a lower class. Being eliminated on the first day was unacceptable even for Hidden Dragon class members. Alright, stopping is impossible. If you're willing to continue with us, after the trial I will provide some cultivation resources, and any rare materials you obtain along the way will be yours. If you want to leave and train on the mountain outskirts, that's your choice. We're still in the central mountains. If you want to leave, do so quickly. I won't blame anyone. The crowd exchanged glances. Sorry, young Master Long, sorry, young Master Long, sorry, young Master Long. Many clasped their fists and chose to depart. In the end, about 100 remained. A bunch of cowards, Bai Fei sneered. There's nothing cowardly about it. Their cultivation is too low. Choosing to leave is not shameful. Wu Ziheng said calmly. Tch, Bai Fei spat. Long Yu addressed those who remained. Rest assured. Everyone who stays will not be disappointed when the trial concludes. Long Yu clapped his hands. Third uncle, fourth uncle, come forth. Two middle-aged men appeared as if from thin air. Both were tall and robust, with scruffy beards, wearing undershirts that revealed their muscular chests. These are my second and third uncles, masters of the martial sect realm, Long Yu said proudly. With my uncles protecting us, this journey will be absolutely safe. Seeing two martial sect realm experts, the crowd instantly felt reassured. Their hearts steadied. The atmosphere grew lively. Young Master Long, we will follow you. Those who had left had no idea what they had missed. Wu Ziheng's previously tense expression softened. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the beasts became. It was impossible to feel no pressure. Xiao Yu, let us go. Third uncle and I will take the lead. Long Jintian said. Hurry up. I really don't understand what's so frightening. Just some little beast cubs, and everyone's scared stiff. Long Xiaotian grumbled. The group pressed forward. Watch out. Sitong. A stream of crimson flames shot straight toward Wu Sitong. Just as it was about to strike divine power, Lingyin entwining. Tang Zheng's eyes were bloodshot as the Lingyin grass around him sprouted wildly, surging toward the flames. Yet, the grass was consumed in less than a second. However, it was precisely this fleeting delay that allowed Wu Sitong to narrowly evade the blaze, colliding directly with a massive boulder behind, leaving a vast charred mark. Phew! Cold sweat trickled down Wu Sitong's forehead. She had come perilously close to becoming roast rabbit. Seeing Wu Sitong unharmed, Tang Shan exhaled in relief. But there was no time to relax yet, as his gaze turned toward the source of the fiery assault. There, a colossal ferocious beast approached, its body wreathed in crimson flames, sparks flying with each fiery breath. The flame lion. Tang Zheng fixed his gaze on the flame lion, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it. A martial disciple of the 8th star. By contrast, Tang Zheng was only a martial disciple of the 6th star, and his martial soul was the Lingyin grass, a plant-based and thus inferior martial soul. Wu Sitong was likewise only a martial disciple of the 6th star. Escape was practically impossible. The dense woodland and rugged terrain made evading a flame lion native to this region utterly unfeasible. What options remained? Tang Zheng exchanged a glance with Wu Sitong. They had no choice but to face it head-on. Damn it, why did we encounter this cursed beast so soon after entering? Tang Zheng cursed inwardly. Originally, Tang Zheng had attained the martial disciple 3rd star level, meeting the requirement to participate in the wilderness trial. Before setting out, he had invited Wu Sitong to join him. Who would have guessed that barely a short distance in, they would run into a flame lion? Sitong, you go first. I'll hold it off, Tang Zheng called out, summoning the Lingyin grass in an attempt to block the beast. But before the blue-silver grass could reach the flame lion, it was incinerated by the flames emanating from its body. This seemed to enrage the flame lion, which suddenly leapt up, raising its paw to strike Tang Zheng's face. Be careful, Brother Zheng. Xiao Wu cried out anxiously. Tang Zheng tried to dodge but failed to evade the attack. He was flung backward, crashing into a tree, struggling to rise with a terrifying claw mark across his back, flesh mangled and bleeding. He felt utterly weak and dizzy. Brother Zheng. Wu Sitong rushed over, supporting his shoulders, her eyes filled with concern as she examined the wounds on his back. The flame lion appeared to revel in toying with its prey, relentlessly attacking, but only managing to inflict injuries on Tang Zheng and Wu Sitong. We can't keep this up. Sitong, you must leave now. I'll hold it off. Otherwise, we'll both die here. But, Brother Zheng, Wu Sitong began. But Tang Zheng interrupted before she could finish. There's no time. Go quickly. I still have the emergency wristband. I'll be fine. With that, he charged toward the flame lion. Wu Sitong suppressed the tears in her eyes, turning away to wipe them as she departed. Seeing her leave, Tang Zheng's heart steadied somewhat. Yet the flame lion was unwilling to let them go so easily. It moved to intercept. Tang Zheng summoned the Lingyin grass again to obscure the flame lioness vision, but this only infuriated the beast further. You think you can mock me? I'll give you a paw. It swung its paw, aiming straight for Tang Zheng's face. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as the paw drew nearer. Is my trial really over so soon? Just as he reached to press the emergency button, a thunderous explosion rang out.
The flame lion was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving Tang Zhang utterly bewildered. Scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of anyone. Unsure who had come to his rescue, Tang Zhang bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, senior." Still, no response came, only the rustling of leaves in the wind and distant roars of ferocious beasts. Approaching the flame lioness corpse, Tang Zhang reached inside and retrieved a crimson crystal core. A first-rank ferocious beast crystal core. Crystal cores from beasts of the same attribute could be absorbed and refined, but this one was clearly incompatible. It could be sold upon returning. After all, a fire attribute ferocious beast crystal core fetched at least 2,000 martial soul coins. The rarer the attribute, the higher the price. Pocketing the crystal core, Tang Zhang set off in the direction Wu Sidong had taken. "Wait, where exactly are you going?" Zhang Hen asked, puzzled. They had been traveling for quite some time, stopping frequently, and when encountering ferocious beasts, they had chosen not to engage. "Don't worry about that. Just follow me," Feng Qinggu said coldly. They had now ventured deep into the Qingyun Mountains, drawing ever closer to the location of the primordial divine flower. Yet Feng Qinggu chose not to explain, leading to Zhang Hen's mounting frustration. 1,000 curses raced through his mind. He felt inexplicably annoyed, wanting to complain but unable to articulate it clearly. Finally, he just sighed. As they pressed onward, suddenly a stream of venom shot toward Zhang Hen. His eyes sharpened as he swiftly retreated. The azure-purple liquid splattered on the ground, rapidly corroding the grass and blackening the soil. Looking up, he saw a massive mandrake serpent emerging slowly. Its body was adorned with azure-purple patterns. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling light, and it exuded a nauseating aura of venom. This mandrake serpent was a martial disciple 9th star ferocious beast, its venom potent enough that even a martial spirit realm expert would struggle to detoxify after a bite. Zhang Hen summoned the broken sky sword, his gaze steely. "Just when I'm feeling vexed and have no outlet, you come knocking."
Feng Qingwu stood beside Zhang Hen.
Hands gathering spiritual energy, ready to strike. "Let me handle this." Zhang Hen stopped her. The mandrake serpent launched the first attack, darting toward them like an arrow released from a bow, its speed dizzying. Zhang Hen shouted and swung his sword to meet it. Sparks flew as the blade clashed against the serpent's scales. The mandrake serpent nimbly evaded the strikes, then suddenly expelled a massive glob of venom, enveloping them. The two quickly dodged aside. "Let me test my new divine power on you." Divine power, spatial fragmentation. Centered on Zhang Hen, a silvery white light ring gradually expanded, enclosing a 10-meter radius within a silver-white barrier. Zhang Hen felt the surrounding space with greater clarity, his manipulation of the spatial environment becoming more fluid. Within this silvery barrier, the mandrake serpent's movements seemed somewhat hindered. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hen channeled spiritual energy, raising the broken sky sword high, shouting, "Divine power, fragmented sky slash." A piercing sword energy infused with the power of space fragmentation surged toward the mandrake serpent. Along its path, space tore wildly, scattering shards of spatial energy like blades. Sensing the formidable threat, the mandrake serpent writhed desperately to evade. Yet within the fragmented spatial field, its speed noticeably slowed. The sword energy struck precisely, scales flying and blood spraying. Countless spatial blades raked the serpent's body. The mandrake serpent emitted a pained howl, deep wounds slashing its body. Yet it did not die immediately. Instead, it lunged madly at Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen seized the opportunity, swinging his sword again with another fragmented sky slash, severing the serpent's head cleanly. Thus, the martial disciple 9th star ferocious beast met its end. Zhang Hen sheathed the broken sky sword, wiping sweat from his brow as a smile curled his lips. This new divine power is indeed formidable. He glanced toward Feng Qinggu, who had long since retreated beyond the barrier's edge, wary of being affected. "Sure enough, it's that beast's divine power again, indiscriminate between friend and foe." Feng Qinggu gritted her teeth, as if recalling something. Zhang Hen approached the mandrake serpent's corpse, cutting it open with his sword to retrieve a jade-green crystal core. Chuckling, he said, "Heh, that's 5,000 martial soul coins in the pocket. Let us go." Feng Qinggu furrowed her phoenix-like eyes and spoke coldly. Who has provoked her this time?" Zhang Hen was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Feng Qinggu's mind was screaming wildly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! That cursed fool still knows nothing now. I really want to beat him up again right now. What's wrong with you?" Zhang Hen asked. "Get lost." Speechless, utterly speechless. "What did I do to you? It makes no sense. It can't be that time of the month. Can it?"
Zhang Hen was equally frustrated.
"Let us keep moving. We should be almost there," Feng Qinggu said as she strode ahead. Suddenly,
A tremendous crashing sound echoed, causing the forest to tremble. Birds flapped their wings frantically and fled. Hurry! Block it! No! Don't! Press the distress signal now! Came several muffled voices from ahead. Feng Qinggu's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Had they arrived too late? Let us go. They drew steadily closer to the source of the noise, which grew louder with every step. Ah, run! It's coming again. It's over. The energy shield is about to shatter. Teacher, come quickly. Finally, Jiang Hen's eyes widened as he beheld the scene before him. The students were in chaos. Many lying on the ground, shielded by a cyan green energy dome. Above them hovered a mantis encased in an obsidian shell, its twin blades gleaming coldly under the sunlight, its wings flapping with such force that space itself seemed to ripple. This was the void mantis, a fifth-rank ferocious beast. At the forefront stood two middle-aged men, their martial souls manifesting as blazing crimson flames engulfing their bodies. Beast, seeking death. Long Jintian roared furiously and charged at the void mantis, while Long Xiaotian spread his dragon claws and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Long Yu stealthily tried to slip into a cave behind the void mantis. Crash! The void mantis noticed Long Yu and suddenly unleashed a slashing blade. How dare you! Long Xiaotian bellowed in anger. Divine skill, flame dragon body. Long Xiaotian's scales erupted over his entire form, a dragon swaying behind him, rushing to intercept the slashing blade and shield Long Yu. At the moment of contact, dragon scales shattered and blood dripped relentlessly. It was at this instant that Long Yu successfully entered the cave. Damn it! This beast! Third brother, are you alright? I'm fine, second brother. Long Xiaotian shook his head. Hopefully Xiao Yu will hurry. We can't hold out much longer. This beast is already at the peak of 5th rank, almost advancing to 6th. Are they searching for something? Jiang Hen asked, turning back, only to find Feng Qinggu had vanished. Where is she? He, second uncle and third uncle are holding off that ferocious beast for me. Let us see what treasures lie within this cave. Long Yu smiled wickedly as he ventured deeper, the spiritual energy growing denser. Feeling the shift in spiritual energy around him, Long Yu's heart pounded with increasing excitement. Almost there, almost there. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, Long Yu's expression stiffened. They had come to the end. The spiritual energy was incredibly dense, yet the chamber was empty. His eyes instantly bloodshot. The usual refined and gentle facade shattered in an instant. Why was there nothing? Impossible. This cannot be. As for the origin god flower, Feng Qinggu had long since snatched it away. Outside the cave, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The void mantis unleashed a frenzy of slashing blades. Long Jintian and Long Xiaotian were exhausted from defending, while the students behind them were far less fortunate. Ah, save me! Help! The energy shield was cleaved apart by a blade, vanishing without a trace, leaving no refuge. Blood sprayed across the entire field instantly. Ah, my hand! My leg! My brother! What did I just hear? Jiang Hen looked at the bloody scene before him and almost vomited but managed to hold back. Damn it, to think we would encounter the void mantis. Bai Fei dodged the slashing blades incessantly, retreating farther and farther from this place of calamity. Wu Ziheng frowned deeply but did not stop moving, steadily distancing himself from the void mantis. So troublesome. This damned beast. Long Xiaotian cursed silently. All right, third brother. Keep dragging it out. Once Xiao Yu retrieves that thing from inside, we leave immediately. What about the students down there? Can't worry about them now. Otherwise, we'll all be stuck here. Fine, I'll follow your lead, second brother. Come on. Divine skill. Flame dragon claw. Divine skill. Blazing dragon breath. Long Jintian and Long Xiaotian unleashed their divine skills simultaneously. Crash. The void mantis let out a furious roar. Its twin blades glowed with a silvery light as it swung them down violently, activating its bloodline divine skill, void consecutive slash. As the blades descended, a series of silver-white slashes shot out, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. The divine skills clashed with a thunderous boom, dust billowing everywhere. Two figures were flung out, Long Jintian and Long Xiaotian. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, they grimaced. Damn, how can it be this strong? At that moment, Long Yu emerged from the cave, his face darkened. Long Xiaotian and Long Jintian brightened at once. Go! Long Jintian suddenly sprang forward, rushing at Long Yu. Before he could react, Long Yu was lifted up and carried away, Long Xiaotian following closely behind. The void mantis, seeing their attempt to escape, sought to block them. Bye-bye, then, the treasure is ours now. Long Xiaotian laughed heartily, exhaling a blast of dragon breath as they sped away. Crash! The void mantis erupted with rage. Its twin blades targeting the students below, initiating a massacre. A black shadow darted through the crowd. No, no. Why won't you save us? Ah! Sensing the danger, Zhang Hen prepared to flee. Go follow me, came a cold, clear female voice. Turning around, he saw Feng Qinggu. Zhang Hen followed closely as Feng Qinggu weaved through the forest. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Turning around, Zhang Hen's pupils constricted. Damn, it's following us. Feng Qinggu remained composed. After all, she had just entered its lair and taken something. Indeed, it was the origin god flower. Having absorbed some of the flower's essence, that was why it relentlessly pursued them. Yet Zhang Hen was oblivious to all this. As the void mantis drew nearer, Zhang Hen anxiously shouted to Feng Qinggu, Miss Feng, where do we go now? It's almost caught up. Feng Qinggu said nothing, frowning deeply as she weighed the pros and cons. Zhang Hen's heart raced in desperation. Damn it. Surely he wouldn't risk his life here. He didn't want to die. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Hen summoned his martial soul. Divine skill, spatial fragmentation. A silver-white domain radiated outward, centered on Zhang Hen. The fragmented space slash. Silver-white sword blades gathered space energy within the domain, scattering countless spatial blades toward the void mantis. However, the void mantis was a spatial-type ferocious beast, equivalent to a high-level martial cultivator specializing in space. With a light swipe, the void mantis effortlessly dissolved all the attacks. Damn, that strong? Zhang Hen's pupils shrank as despair welled within him. He even regretted agreeing to team up with Feng Qinggu in the first place. His life was surely forfeit here. The distance between them closed rapidly. When only 5 steps separated them, the void mantis raised its twin arms and struck down fiercely. Damn it! Zhang Hen hastily pressed the distress button. Instantly, a jade-green shield unfolded, enveloping Zhang Hen. Crack! The shield's surface fractured like a spider's web until it shattered completely. Bang! Zhang Hen was instantly flung backward, crashing into a tree, and with a sudden force, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Staggering to his feet, he glanced at the void mantis ahead and muttered with disdain, Damn, is this some kind of knockoff? The void mantis lunged forward fiercely, its mantis arms raised. The distance between them steadily closed, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Is that all you've got? Zhang Hen resignedly shut his eyes as the mantis arms grew ever larger. Suddenly, a cold, clear voice sounded in Zhang Hen's ear. Divine Flame Mysterious Talisman. Activate. Flames swirled around Zhang Hen's body, coalescing into a brand new protective shield that enveloped him. The shield was inscribed with countless unknown ancient characters, which shimmered and flowed across its surface. With a sharp bang, the void mantis recoiled, while the shield remained intact. Zhang Hen stared blankly at the scene. Do you think you're so formidable? Bring it on. Feng Qinggu cursed coldly, though the redness in her eyes betrayed the turmoil within. So close to losing him again, she murmured, frustrated at her earlier hesitation. She had been debating whether to use the family heirloom treasure, knowing that each use would inevitably drain some of its energy. Listening to Feng Qinggu's words, Zhang Hen's face twitched involuntarily. Damn it, why didn't you use that treasure sooner? He nearly died just now, and now you're blaming him? That beast. Feng Qinggu's phoenix-like eyes bore into the void mantis not far away. Damn it, go. Phoenix Feather Strike. She drew a crimson feather from her spatial ring, the treasure known as the Scarlet Flame Phoenix Feather, crafted from the 7th-tier feathers of the Scarlet Flame Phoenix, a treasured heirloom of the Feng family. The sky above darkened as countless crimson feathers coalesced and surged toward the void mantis. Sensing danger, the void mantis tried to flee, but it was too late. With a mournful wail, dust and smoke billowed into the air. As the haze cleared, the void mantis had vanished, leaving only a silver-white crystal core quietly resting on the ground. Feng Qinggu picked up the core and casually tossed it to Zhang Hen. This for me? Zhang Hen exclaimed, bewildered, awkwardly catching the crystal core. It felt almost unreal. This was the crystal core of a peak 5th-tier ferocious beast, the void mantis, and it was simply given to him. He could only think, incredible, I want more. Let us go, the teachers will be here soon. You wouldn't want them to find out what happened here, would you? All right, I'm following your lead. Let us go. Zhang Hen hurriedly agreed. After all, she was his benefactor. He couldn't afford to offend her. Together, they departed from the scene. Before long, Lu Hong and his group, along with Yang Zhan, arrived. Report, Deputy Captain. We detected intense fire elemental spiritual energy and some spatial energy fluctuations here. Surveying the devastated battlefield, scorched and blackened earth, and the spatial instability. Lu Hong grimaced. You don't have to tell me. It seems the battle just ended not long ago. That void mantis is probably already dead. But it looks like another formidable fire elemental beast appeared. Muttering to himself, Lu Hong said, Old Yang, you continue searching for stranded students nearby and escort them back to camp. I'll proceed further into the Qingyun mountain range. Supporting his forehead, Yang Zhan grumbled in frustration. I told them not to venture deep into the Qingyun mountains, but they didn't listen. Now they went in groups. Let us go, we'll keep searching for other students. Meanwhile, Long Xiaotian and Long Jintian landed on a flat area, releasing Long Yu. Long Xiaotian glanced back. Phew, they didn't follow. He exhaled in relief and brightened. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled at Long Yu. Well, Xiao Yu, did you find any rare treasures inside? Long Jintian also cast a look toward him. Long Yu's face darkened. Uncle, third uncle, there's nothing in there, just a high concentration of spiritual energy. What? That's impossible. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened in shock. How could a fifth-tier void mantis guard a place with no treasures? Yeah, Xiao Yu, did you miss somewhere? Long Jintian frowned. No, I searched inside and out several times. Not a single thing. Long Yu gritted his teeth. He was frustrated. Rare treasures were usually given to him, yet this time there was nothing at all. That can't be. The treasure-seeking compass was made from the crystal core of the extraordinary beast, the treasure-seeking mouse. There shouldn't be nothing, Long Xiaotian said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Second uncle. So you mean Long Yu's expression darkened further. It's most likely someone beat us to it. Long Jintian's face also turned grim. Damn it. Who dares steal from the Long family? Do they want to die? I'll skin them alive. Long Xiaotian roared furiously. Let us head back and inform the eldest brother. Also, have someone keep a close watch for anyone whose martial soul quality has suddenly improved massively. That person is likely the culprit, Long Jintian said coolly. Let us go back first. Long Yu cast a resentful glance toward the location of the origin god flower before turning away. Back at the camp. I wonder how a hen is doing? Yuan Hongfei anxiously looked toward the campus entrance. Don't worry, a hen will be fine, Su Yi assured him. It's just strange why the field trial was suddenly cancelled. And it hasn't even been a full day. I heard that Long Yu and his group ran into a fifth-tier ferocious beast, Yuan Hongfei chuckled. What? A fifth-tier ferocious beast? Su Yi was startled. He didn't know the full details because after returning, he went straight to his tent. On the way, he had only heard others mention a powerful ferocious beast and that the trial was cancelled, ordering everyone back to camp, but he hadn't taken it seriously. How strong could it be? Unexpectedly, it was a fifth-tier ferocious beast, comparable to a martial ancestor realm powerhouse. Yeah, and I heard quite a few people died. Su Yi casually glanced toward the entrance, his eyes lighting up. Look, I sent that a hen returning? With arms crossed and chin raised, Su Yi pointed toward the gate. At the camp entrance, a figure appeared, looking somewhat disheveled and staggering as he entered, supported by a woman. None other than Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu. Ah, who told you to go in? Feng Qinggu complained. Jiang Hen grimaced in pain, his lips twitching. Hey, is this really my fault? Easy, slow down, Feng Qinggu said, helping him limp into the camp. A hen, are you alright? Yuan Hongfei hurried over, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, just a few minor injuries. Since you're here, I'll leave him in your care. Feng Qinggu released her hold on his shoulder and said to Yuan Hongfei. Alright. Yuan Hongfei nodded quickly. Feng Qinggu gave a nod and departed. Once Feng Qinggu was out of sight, Yuan Hongfei's expression instantly changed. He gave a thumbs up and winked at Jiang Hen. Strong. I've never seen the Feng family's eldest miss show such concern for any guy. A hen. How did you manage that? Tell me. Cut the crap. We just teamed up and got hurt. It's nothing more than concern.
Jiang Hen retorted.
As she approached you for a team-up, Yuan Hongfei gave him a look that said he didn't believe a word. He seemed to have realized something. And you fickle guy, just ran off with her. I was shouting at you behind, but you didn't come back. Yuan Hongfei gritted his teeth, his gaze demanding a reasonable explanation. Did you call me? I didn't hear you. I thought you could keep up. Jiang Hen wore an innocent expression as he voiced his doubts, as if burdened by the weight of a grave injustice. So, are you saying it's still our fault? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hen caught sight of Yuan Hongfei's sly grin. Yuan, what exactly are you trying to do?
Hey. Hen.
You must be exhausted by now, right? Yuan Hongfei chuckled mischievously. Alright, cut the creep act, Su Yi interjected, clearly unable to tolerate it any longer. Humph. You bamboo stick? Who are you calling creepy? I'm graceful and dashing. Everyone in my family praises my handsomeness. Have you no sense of aesthetics? Yuan Hongfei retorted. Idiot. Damn it, Sui, I've tolerated you for too long. You think I'm easy to bully? Come on, one-on-one. Phew? No interest. Defeated loser.
Oisniret contemptuously.
Enough bickering. Where's Teacher Yang? When are we heading back? Zhang Hen cut in. Ignoring Yuan Hongfei, Sui replied. Teacher Yang went to assist. He hasn't returned yet, and it's already quite late. He'll probably come back tomorrow. Only then did Zhang Hen realize the sky had completely darkened. Let us go. We should return to the tent first. Saying this, he headed toward the tent. Sui nodded and followed. As for Yuan Hongfei, he called out, Hey, you two. Can you wait for me? Struggling to move his over 200 pounds, he hurried after them. Xiao Qinyu, what are you trying to do? Tang Zhang glared fiercely, his eyes fixed on the figure ahead as he shielded Wu Sidong behind him. After seizing the crystal core from the flame lion, Tang Zhang ran in the direction where Wu Sidong had fled. Before long, he found her. But before the two could celebrate, Xiao Qinyu arrived with several servants, leading to the scene unfolding before them. Tang Zhang, oh Tang Zhang, you should have died in the flame lioness jaws. Instead, you forced me to handle this personally. Xiao Qinyu shook his head. What do you want? Xiao Qinyu. What do I want? Of course, I want you dead. Ah! Tech. Kill the men. Keep the women. Xiao Qinyu signaled those behind him. He stood still, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. The people behind him were from the Xiao family, prepositioned in the Qingyun mountain range. Damn it! Tang Zhang gritted his teeth, sizing up the 4 warriors at the martial cultivator level. Xiao Qinyu, you're despicable. Wu Sidong ground her teeth in fury. Don't worry, Sidong. I'll treat you well. Xiao Qinyu said with a sinister smile. You're disgusting. Wu Sidong glared angrily. Hearing this, Xiao Qinyu merely chuckled softly, then turned his face coldly and barked. Attack now. Yes, young master. The 4 surged forward, swiftly encircling Tang Zhang and Wu Sidong. Kid, don't blame us. Blame yourself for offending the young master. Next time, keep your eyes open. Some people aren't worth provoking. Tang Zhang shielded Wu Sidong behind him, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Sidong, don't be afraid. I'm here. Though he knew he was no match for these 4 martial cultivators, he would never back down to protect her. They all unleashed their supernatural skills, charging at Tang Zhang. Supernatural skill. Flame Wolf Claw. Supernatural skill. Half Moon Slash. Supernatural skill. Heavenly Crippling Kick. Supernatural skill. Dog Beating Staff Technique. Facing the 4 charging adversaries, Tang Zhang growled, Damn it. Supernatural skill. Spirit in Entanglement. The spirit in grass beside Tang Zhang sprouted wildly, surging toward the 4 attackers. But against 4 martial cultivators, a martial soul like spirit in grass was useless. The spirit in grass shattered bit by bit, utterly unable to hold them back. Just as the 4 were about to strike Tang Zhang, a familiar scene unfolded once again. Suddenly, there was no trace of the 4 figures at the site. No dust, no sign of their presence. Xiao Qinyu stared dumbfounded, pointing at Tang Zhang. Who exactly are you? How could you have wiped out 4 martial cultivators in an instant, leaving no trace? Tang Zhang was equally bewildered, scanning the surroundings. I didn't do anything. Awesome. Brother Zheng. Wu Sidong happily clung to Tang Zheng's arm. Seeing Wu Sidong's admiring gaze, Tang Zhang cleared his throat and said seriously, Xiao Qinyu, now it's just you left. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened. I don't believe you can keep using that power. Unleash. Silverback Steel Wolf. A wolf's howl echoed from behind, and a gigantic silver wolf materialized, merging with Xiao Qinyu. His hair turned silvery white. His gaze sharpened with lupin fierceness, and 2 wolf claws manifested on his hands. Just as he prepared to charge Tang Zhang, a commanding voice rang out nearby. What are you all doing? It was none other than Yang Zhan. Come back to base with me. It's not safe here anymore. He noticed Xiao Qinyu had activated his martial soul but did not see him aiming to kill Tang Zhang. After all, they were classmates. Xiao Qinyu clenched his teeth, spat out, Consider yourself lucky. Tang Zhang sighed with relief upon Yang Zhan's arrival. He truly didn't know how to deal with Xiao Qinyu. After all, Xiao Qinyu was at the 9th stage of martial apprentice, while he was only at the 6th. Following closely behind Yang Zhan, Tang Zhang asked, Teacher, what happened? There's a 5th-tier ferocious beast.
Yang Zhan replied gravely.
What? Tang Zhang and Wu Sidong exclaimed in unison. Even Xiao Qinyu was startled. A 5th-tier ferocious beast is comparable to a martial realm expert. Its appearance in the students' trial area was shocking news that would unsettle the entire Donglin district. Before every outdoor trial, The military district would send people to clear the area to ensure no high-tier ferocious beasts remained. At most, third-tier ferocious beasts appeared, but never a fifth-tier. Let us return to the camp first. Yang Zhan's mood was heavy. This outdoor trial has suffered severe losses. Along the way back to camp, they encountered several classmates, not only from the first middle school but also from the second and ninth. The situation was grim. Tang Zheng saw their bodies battered and bloodied, some with broken arms and legs. Without extraordinary fortune, their martial path might be over. On the way back, everyone's thoughts were heavy. A fifth-tier ferocious beast. I never expected one to appear during this outdoor trial, Yuan Hongfei muttered as he collapsed onto his bed, causing it to shake. Who could have foreseen such a twist?
오이시켓.
But Jiang Hen knew this was no accident. After all, Long Yu had brought a group of people including 2 martial realm experts, clearly with some ulterior motive. Still, Jiang Hen didn't care what the Long family intended. He just wanted to return and absorb the crystal core of the 5th-tier void mantis in his space ring. Once I absorb this core, my martial soul should be powerful enough to advance to the heavenly tier, he thought. In the upcoming martial examination, I should be able to achieve good results and enter one of the top 10 martial mansions without issue. As for this outdoor trial, one's fate is simply what it is. Regarding his injuries, when he returned to the tent, Sui tossed him a packet of golden wound medicine. It could heal both internal and external injuries and was already helping significantly. This outdoor trial is basically over. We didn't gain anything. I originally planned to kill more ferocious beasts to get their crystal cores, Yuan Hongfei lamented. Pfft. Don't forget who got chased by that red tusk boar this morning. I was caught off guard. Who knew that red tusk boar was already 2nd tier? Yeah. You were trapped in a tree, surrounded by red tusk boars, shouting for help. Just as Yuan Hongfei tried to argue, a commotion arose outside. Huh? What's going on out there? Yuan Hongfei said as he went outside, with Jiang Hen and Su Yi following closely behind. A crowd had gathered, and at the center stood a student clad in the uniform of the 2nd middle school. Qin Yun, let me tell you, don't be so arrogant. Hand it over immediately. Bai Fei glared fiercely at Qin Chen. Humph. Qin Yun sneered coldly. Idiot. Jiang Hen and 2 others approached. Yuan Hongfei nudged a nearby student with his arm. Brother, what is going on here? The student glanced at the 2 in front, making sure they hadn't noticed him, then whispered, those guys didn't get along back in 2nd middle school. Now it seems Bai Fei and his group ran into a 5th-rank void mantis led by Long Xiao. They barely escaped, and during their flight, they happened upon a 9th-grade profound grade marrow-cleansing herb. But Qin Yun spotted it too, and ended up getting it first. Damn! 9th-grade profound grade, Yuan Hongfei exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. His voice drew the attention of Bai Fei and Qin Yun, who both turned their gazes toward him. Seeing this, Yuan Hongfei gave an awkward smile. Carry on with your quarrel. Don't mind me. Jiang Hen turned his head aside. I don't know this guy. The crowd shifted aside, creating a large open space. Well, the 3 immediately claimed the center position. Fatso, what are you laughing at? Bai Fei glared hard at Yuan Hongfei. He couldn't deal with Qin Yun, but surely he could handle this fat guy. Even with the other 2 beside him, so what? He was the top student of 2nd middle school. Thinking this, Bai Fei's pride swelled. What do you mean by that? Bai Fei taunted. Hearing his unpleasant tone, Yuan Hongfei instantly got fired up. What? You looking for trouble? He seemed eager to fight. Just want to spar with you guys a bit. Bai Fei smiled maliciously. Fine. Come on. Yuan Hongfei's excitement surged at Bai Fei's words. I've been holding it in all morning. Finally I can let it out. Soon, a large space opened on the spot. Bai Fei scoffed disdainfully. Why don't the 3 of you come at me together? Don't blame me for bullying you. The 3 exchanged glances. Then we look forward to learning a lot. Jiang Hen's lips curled into a wicked grin, or rather, a smile. If you were the protagonist, I might show some respect, but you seem to be just a minor character. Awaken your martial souls. The 3's spiritual energies surged forth, their martial souls manifesting. Feeling their spiritual energy fluctuations, Bai Fei was dumbfounded. 2 at the 9th level of martial disciple and 1 martial practitioner. What kind of joke was this? He himself was only a 9th level martial disciple. Wait a moment. Bai Fei's confident expression faded as he retreated, raising both hands in a gesture to hold off. Giving your all is the greatest respect to your opponent, Yuan Hongfei declared as he charged forward, with Jiang Hen and Su Yi following closely. They had already been challenged openly. Why hesitate? Stop, don't embarrass me. The onlookers all took a deep breath. This was a ruthless massacre, completely one-sided. That felt good. Yuan Hongfei flexed his wrist and cracked his neck. You? Bai Fei staggered to his feet, his face a ruin. Seeing Bai Fei's battered state, it seemed they realized they might have gone too far. Sorry, brother, next time I'll go easier. Zhang Hen hurried to help Bai Fei up. Huh? Next time? Bai Fei shuddered all over. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Bai Fei quickly fled the scene. Watching Bai Fei stagger away step by step, someone muttered, am I really that scary? I just wanted to help him up. The surrounding crowd looked on in confusion. Then why did you hit him so hard? Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yun observed the trio having beaten Bai Fei thoroughly. Are all three of them Earth-rank martial souls? Well, that's just average. To break through to higher realms, the quality of one's martial soul is crucial. After all, to become a martial saint or even the legendary martial god, one must at least possess a saint-rank martial soul. As for the legendary immortal rank martial soul, that might only exist in myths. Qin Yun paid no heed to the three and walked away. After all, in his previous life he was a martial saint expert, having encountered countless heavenly rank martial souls, let alone earth rank ones. Though his current martial soul was only earth rank, who was he? He was a martial saint. Better hurry back and absorb that marrow-cleansing herb. His martial soul quality was still too low. Daytime camp playground. The students from 3 schools had lined up in teams, but compared to yesterday many were missing. Those present bore various injuries, some with broken limbs. Lu Hong approached, followed by soldiers and teachers from each school. The outdoor trial is cancelled. I don't know what you were thinking venturing deep into the Qingyun Mountains. I remember stressing repeatedly before departure. Do not enter the depths of the Qingyun Mountains. I said it several times. And yet, from first middle school, 286 students started. Now only 203 remained. The casualties from 2nd and 9th middle schools were fewer but still significant. Do you think you're that strong? Answer me, Lu Hong roared. Regarding the operation led by Long Yu, Lu Hong and the teachers were already informed and had reported to the Donglin military district. The Long family would surely have to provide a reasonable explanation. After all, in so many years, such a serious incident had never occurred during the outdoor trial. You may return. The outdoor trial is cancelled. This ends here. Yang Zhan wore a grim expression as he led the Qianlong class onto the bus. The 15 members started, but only 10 returned, a heavy loss. On the bus, everyone kept their heads down in silence, the brutal, violent, and bloody scenes from the Qingyun Mountains replaying in their minds. All right, students, I believe after this incident, you have a clearer understanding of the wilderness. The wild is no playground, it is real combat and survival. Don't think of it as a game. Your martial examination will also be held outdoors, so I hope you take it seriously. Yang Zhan said sternly. After returning to school, you will have 1 day to rest. I hope you make good use of it to adjust your state. Soon, the bus entered Jiangling City and arrived at Jiangling First Middle School. The school gates were crowded with anxious parents, who had evidently learned of the outdoor trial incident. After all, it was impossible to keep it secret. The bus doors opened, and one by one, students disembarked. Parents scrutinized their children as they stepped down. When they saw their own children safe and sound, many parents' worries instantly turned to joy. They hurried forward, embracing their children tightly, murmuring, "It's okay. It's okay." Those who had yet to see their children grew ever more anxious, craning their necks to look back at the bus, whispering repeatedly, "They're okay. They must be okay." But when no more students disembarked, some parents still hadn't found their children. Tears streamed uncontrollably as they frantically rushed forward, calling out their children's names, some collapsing to their knees in despair. "Oh, son, where are you? Come out quickly. Don't scare mom. Please." Yang Zhan watched the scene and sighed deeply. As Zhang Hen stepped off the bus, a shout rang out, "Brother!" In the next moment, small bodies leapt into his arms. Zhang Ling Er's eyes were red, her body still trembling slightly. "Brother, are you okay?" Gazing upon Zhang Ling her face streaked with tears like delicate pear blossoms bathed in rain, Zhang Hen was at first bewildered. As his senses returned, a warmth blossomed within his heart. He gently pinched her cheek and smiled, saying, all right, stop crying. Since when did you become so sentimental? I assure you, everything is fine." With that, he raised his hand and spun around once.
À soft chuk l'escapette Zhang Ling de RS lips instantly. Xiao Hen.
Zhang's father and mother approached, Zhang's mother's trembling frame betraying the unrest within her soul. Zhang's father's hand also quivered faintly. They had arrived early at the school gate, anxiously watching the figures disembarking from the vehicle, yet they had not seen the familiar one. Heaven only knew how desperate they had been. Fortunately, in the end, Everything was safe and sound, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Let us go home and celebrate Xiao Hen's safe return, Zhang's father declared. Let us go. At the school gate, the crying and commotion continued unabated, but all of that no longer concerned Zhang Hen. Back at home, Zhang's mother entered the kitchen to begin preparing lunch, while Zhang Ling clung to Zhang Hen, bombarding him with questions. What exactly happened during the wilderness trial? I heard many people died.
Zhang Hen's mouth twitched involuntarily.
All right, none of that is for you to worry about. What you need to do now is return to your room. Diligently practice your essential fierce beast exercises. Complete your 3-year simulations and 5-year martial exams. Understand? With that, he swiftly retreated to his own room, the door slamming shut behind him.
Jiang Ling pouted.
Zhang Hen exhaled deeply. Finally some peace and quiet. He then retrieved from his spatial ring the 5th-tier Void Mantis crystal core. A 5th-tier spatial-type crystal core should be sufficient to evolve his martial soul to the celestial tier, he thought. Sitting cross-legged, he summoned his martial soul. Silver-white spiritual energy emanated from the fragmented void sword, enveloping the crystal core. Refining. Time passed swiftly. Suddenly, an intense burst of silver-white light radiated from Zhang Hen's form, accompanied by a crisp snap. As the light dissipated, the space surrounding the fragmented void sword quivered. Though its appearance remained largely unchanged, the spatial force had been greatly amplified, signifying the martial soul's evolution to the celestial tier, 3rd grade. Moreover, Zhang Hen was astonished to discover that his divine abilities had also advanced. Divine abilities are generally classified into 5 tiers: mortal, spiritual, royal, saint, and heavenly Tao. Each breakthrough randomly grants a new divine ability, the strength of which is directly linked to the quality of the martial soul. Zhang Hen's original divine ability, Fragmented Void Slash, was merely a spiritual tier skill, while spatial fragmentation was a higher royal tier ability. Now, his first divine ability, Fragmented Void Consecutive Slash, was a royal tier skill capable of releasing multiple spatial slashes, bearing resemblance to the bloodline divine ability of the Void Mantis and absorbing its spatial cutting power. His second divine ability, Spatial Fragmentation, remained royal tier but expanded its range from a 10-meter radius to 100 meters. As for his cultivation realm, he had reached the 5th level of the martial artist, advancing by 3 minor sublevels. Most of his energy had been devoted to enhancing his martial soul's quality, so achieving 3 minor sublevels was already quite commendable. Truly worthy of a 5th-tier fierce beast crystal core. If only he had a few more, he could take off directly. Shaking his head, Zhang Hen thought, what am I thinking? 5th-tier fierce beasts are definitely not something I can provoke at this moment. I'd better focus on stabilizing my cultivation. The day after tomorrow, the school should announce something. After all, such a major incident occurred. At the Long family estate, within the Grand Hall, a tall and imposing elder sat at the main seat, flanked by 2 rows of Long family elders. Long Patian, the current head of the Long family, was a formidable martial king of the 7th level. The surrounding elders were all martial spirits, possessing martial ancestor-level prowess. Looking across Jiangling City, the Long family's strength was undeniable. Grandfather, I did not find that piece of heavenly material treasure. Long Yu lowered his head, unwilling to meet the elder's gaze. Long Patian's expression remained unchanged. Did not find it? Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and a powerful aura surged forth, striking Long Yu and sending him flying several meters away. Ah! I searched multiple times, but still no luck, Long Yu pleaded repeatedly. Long Patian narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the sandalwood chair. The surrounding elders fell into complete silence, not daring to utter a sound. At that moment, Long Jintian stepped forward. Father, do not blame Xiao Yu. I believe someone else must have gotten there first. If that person dares to consume it, their martial soul quality will definitely evolve. Once we investigate, we will know exactly who took it. Long Patian pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. I want to see who is bold enough to snatch what the Long family desires. Casting a glance at Long Yu, he continued, return and close yourself off properly. You will not need to attend school for a while. Wait until the situation calms down. Yes, grandfather. Long Yu cupped his hands and turned to leave. As he did, he bit his lip. If I find out who dared to steal from me, I will show no mercy. Let the clan stabilize for now. Once Badian breaks through to Martial King, Jiangling City will be reshuffled. As for the Feng family, Father, you mean our eldest brother is about to break through to Martial King? Long Xiaotian said excitedly. Long Patian, rarely showing a smile, nodded. By then, with 2 Martial Kings guarding the Long family, even the Su family will have no reason to fear us. Long Jintian added happily. After the meeting ended, Long Jintian left the hall and, via his communication watch, ordered the hidden agents within various schools to organize a martial soul test in the coming days. They were to observe who had recently achieved significant evolution in their martial soul, with no room for error. After all, the Long family ranked second among the 4 great families. It was only natural to have agents embedded in the schools. In truth, the 4 great families had people everywhere, even among the city's guard troops. I want to see who dares to steal from the Long family. Humph! Long Jintian's lips curled into a sinister smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the humble residence of Tang Zheng, the day was drawing to a close. Returning home at dusk, Tang Zheng sighed. I went to the treasure pavilion and sold everything I obtained from the wilderness trial, but I only earned 5,000 martial soul coins. Turning on the light and preparing for bed, Tang Zheng suddenly noticed a wooden box on the bedside table, beneath which lay a sealed envelope. Alert, he scanned his surroundings. Someone had entered his home. After a careful survey and finding no one, he relaxed. Picking up the wooden box, he hesitated about opening it. Driven by curiosity, he finally lifted the lid. Inside lay a vine, its entirety shimmering blue and white. A jade agate vine, a heavenly material treasure of the 5th grade in the earthly tier. Next to it was a jade bottle. Tang Zheng's gaze locked onto the treasure, his breath growing heavier as he forcibly restrained the urge to absorb and refine it immediately. He then opened the envelope beneath the box. His eyes widened, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly he rushed outside, shouting, "Father!" Everything from before now made sense. No wonder he had been safe whenever he faced danger. His father had been guarding him all along. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks. In the shadows, a figure cloaked in black silently observed but did not reveal himself. Now was not the time for recognition. He had to proceed with what he was destined to do. In an instant he vanished. Traversing space, treading the void, a martial emperor-level expert.
Tang Zheng stood direct,
staring into the empty night. After a moment, he returned indoors, clutching the opened letter tightly in his hand. "Zheng, I deeply regret leaving you alone here, but your father has no choice but to depart. Train diligently. Fully absorb and refine this jade agate vine and the bottle of 2nd-tier soul-enhancing pill. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will be capable of standing on your own. Do not worry."
Tang Ri Tiang.
Tang Zheng sat cross-legged and began absorbing and refining the jade agate vine. 2 days later. Today is the day to go to school. Zhang Hen murmured to himself. His cultivation realm had not changed. He was still at the 5th rank of the martial realm, but he felt much more stable than before. After a simple breakfast, Zhang Hen set off for school. Upon entering the classroom, there were only a few students inside, including Yuan Hongfei and Su Yi. Seeing Zhang Hen walk in, Yuan Hongfei waved, and Zhang Hen put down his backpack and joined them. Our school suffered heavy losses during this field trial. To ensure good results in the martial exam, the school will likely increase the allocation of resources. Moreover, we belong to the Hidden Dragon class. Yuan Hongfei grinned broadly. It seems the field trial did not affect us much. And since a month has passed, it is about time to distribute this month's resources. Sui also grew hopeful. His realm was currently only at the 9th level of the martial disciple stage, not yet reaching the martial realm. If resources were distributed today, he was confident he could break through within the next 2 days. Before long, Song Chodi entered the classroom, looked around at the class, and tapped the podium. "Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement." The classroom immediately fell silent. Song Chodi nodded with satisfaction and continued. "First, regarding this field trial, the school has learned that it was led deep into the Qingyun mountain range by Long Yu, and will seek an explanation from the Long family on behalf of the students involved. This field trial has also attracted the attention of the senior officials of the Donglin military district, who will send inspectors. When that time comes, I hope all students will. Secondly, concerning your monthly resource quotas, they will be increased. This can be seen as compensation from the school. The martial exam is only about 3 months away. I hope none of you slack off in cultivating your martial souls, and that all of you ultimately enter your desired martial mansions. That is all for now. Next, we will discuss." Below, Zhang Hen lowered his head and pondered. "Only 3 months remain until the martial exam? I am currently at the 5th rank of the martial realm. My martial soul has reached the heavenly tier, and my divine abilities are all at the royal level. With my current strength, entering one of the top 10 premier martial mansions should be possible but not outstanding. At the very least, I need to reach the 9th star of the martial realm or even the martial master stage to stand out. But breaking through is never so easy. The higher the level, the harder it becomes." Thinking this, a gleam of determination flashed in Zhang Hen's eyes. I hope this month's resources will allow me to break through 1 or 2 ranks. Time passed swiftly and soon the class ended. Song Chody left immediately, unlike high school teachers who would drag on lessons for an entire class period. During break time, the students buzzed with conversation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. There was a martial realm cultivator in the ordinary class. The classroom instantly erupted in chaos. Martial realm cultivator and ordinary class together seemed incongruous. How could there possibly be a martial realm cultivator in the ordinary class? Even in our hidden dragon class, there are few. Some doubted. First, everyone thought it must be false, but upon inquiry, it turned out to be true. Moreover, the martial realm cultivator in the ordinary class was Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, the one who awakened the worthless martial soul, Ling in grass? How could this be possible? A worthless martial soul breaking through to the martial realm so swiftly? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yuan Hongfei even scoffed. Someone who awakened the worthless Ling in grass surpassing me. Who awakened an earth-tier martial soul, in breakthrough speed. Zhang Hen was only slightly surprised but quickly returned to normal. After all, he was the protagonist. Just standard procedure. Yet Zhang Hen still envied him. To bring a worthless martial soul, blue silver grass, from the 5th level of martial disciple to the martial realm must have consumed an enormous amount of resources. Hiss! The thought alone is terrifying. Zhang Hen could only envy from afar. If those resources were given to him, he would have already. It made me envious. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. Someone else learned that Tang Zheng's martial soul had apparently evolved into a 5th grade profound tier. The class erupted once more. Damn, a 5th grade profound tier Ling in grass? Is that even plausible? Ridiculous. Not only the students of the Hidden Dragon class knew, but the entire school, including teachers, became aware of this matter. A 5th grade profound tier Ling in grass martial soul, and a martial realm cultivator. Coincidentally, Tang Zheng's class had a culture teacher absent, so the period was converted into practical combat class. The teacher wanted to understand the students' strengths, since they had been left to their own devices before and were not well known. The unexpected test was shocking. A martial realm cultivator? The practical combat teacher was stunned. A martial realm cultivator appeared in my class? I truly envy Tang Zheng. What kind of fortune did he obtain to improve so much? Yuan Hongfei sneered. Sui's eyes also showed a trace of envy. If it were him, how much would his strength increase? Surely by no small amount. Feng Qingguo remained indifferent. After all, in her past life she already knew. But after the martial exam, the two entered different martial mansions and lost contact. There was no further news. No one knew who first spread the news. The 5th grade profound tier Ling in grass martial soul and martial realm cultivator Tang Zheng became known throughout Jiangling City. The 4 great families all knew about it. Jiangling City began to stir beneath the surface. An extraordinary treasure that could evolve a worthless martial soul like blue silver grass into a profound tier martial soul drew many hearts. A chance to defy fate. As long as one obtains it, the future is boundless. A heavenly material and earthly treasure capable of evolving a worthless martial soul into a profound tier martial soul? What could it be? Even if the heavenly material and earthly treasure had already been absorbed by Tang Zheng, everyone still flocked to it, unwilling to forego even the slightest chance. Most people possessed only yellow tier martial souls, and many had worthless martial souls. Reaching the martial realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, requiring incalculable time and effort. But if one could obtain that heavenly material and earthly treasure, their martial soul could break through to the profound tier. Martial realm, martial master would no longer be a dream. At this moment, Tang Zheng remained unaware that he had already become famous throughout Jiangling City. After absorbing the jade agate vine and refining the remaining soul-enhancing pill, his realm barely broke through to the 1st rank of the martial realm. Fortunately, his martial soul had evolved to the profound tier, not only becoming more resilient but also significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. Upon breaking through to the martial realm, he also awakened another innate divine ability. Ling in absorption, spirit tier divine ability. Emit subtle seeds that directly parasitize enemies and absorb their soul power within a short time, nourishing oneself. A faint smile curled at the corner of Tang Zheng's lips, clearly very satisfied with this divine ability. At this moment, Tang Zheng took from his pocket a jade bottle, the soul-enhancing pill his father had given him. Only one pill remained inside, which he had purposely saved for Sitong. Sitong would surely be delighted when she learned of this. Thinking so, Tang Zheng chuckled softly. Meanwhile, at the Long family, Long Jintian strode into the main hall and bowed respectfully to Long Patian, who sat in the main seat. Father, this morning news arrived that a student from an ordinary class at Jiangling No. One high school evolved his martial soul from the worthless Ling Ingrass to a 5th grade profound tier, and his strength reached the martial realm. I suspect he stole the heavenly material and earthly treasure that rightfully belongs to our Long family. Long Patian narrowed his eyes. From a worthless martial soul to a 5th grade profound tier? Whether it is him or not, that boy must be hiding something. Investigate immediately. Yes, sir. Bowing once more, Long Jintian stepped outside and dispatched someone to investigate Tongshen. Meanwhile, Long Patian tapped his fingers rhythmically on the sandalwood chair. His martial soul was defunct, a mysterious grade 5th rank. Ha! Quite the stroke of luck. Long Patian's eyes narrowed slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. If the Long family sets their sights on something, how dare anyone else lay claim to it? Ha! That afternoon, on the sports field, everyone gathered. Yang Zhan stood at the forefront of the formation, accompanied by a dozen or so students. You all join the line, Yang Zhan signaled to the students beside him. Those already in formation exchanged astonished glances. Because our class had suffered heavy losses and was severely understaffed, the school had selected several students from the lower classes to join ours, hoping you will all get along well. Tang Zheng was among these newcomers. Upon rejoining the formation, he stood beside Xiao Wu Sidong. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu fixed his gaze intently on Tang Zheng, thinking to himself, Tang Zheng, I never expected you'd end up in this class. But since you're here, don't blame me for being ruthless. Once I retrieve that item from home, you'd better lie down obediently on the ground. Xiao Wu belongs to me. With that thought, Xiao Qinyu's mood immediately brightened. Also, you can collect your resource allotments this month after class. They've already been assigned. Just report your name. Of course, everyone's share will differ. And because Long Yu caused such a disaster, his subsequent resources have been revoked. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. It was then that they noticed Long Yu was nowhere to be seen. Seemingly sensing the students' confusion, Yang Zhan explained, because Long Yu committed such a grave error, the Long family has confined him at home until the martial examination. Though he said this, everyone knew that Long Yu had merely changed his training environment. After all, the martial exam was only 3 months away, and perhaps Long Yu's actions were even orchestrated by the Long family. Of course, no one voiced this openly. It would be a fool's errand. Jiang Hen paid no mind to Long Yu's situation. He only knew that soon he would be able to collect his resources. Really looking forward to it. The practical combat class involved 2-on-2 sparring, followed by Yang Zhan pointing out shortcomings. Since Long Yu was absent, Jiang Hen's opponents became Yuan Hongfei and Su Yi. Yes, 1 against 2. Why not spar with Feng Qinggu or Su Qingxue? Because earlier teacher Yang Zhan had also announced that, besides Long Yu, Su Qingxue and Feng Qinggu would not be attending either. Their families had arranged private trainers for them. Such is the nature of noble clans. Facing Yuan Hongfei and Su Yi, the advantage was mine. Jiang Hen dominated decisively. Ahen, you've broken through again? Yuan Hongfei staggered to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. Just lucky, Jiang Hen replied with a smile. Yuan Hongfei lowered his head in frustration. I haven't even broken through to martial artist rank, and you're already there. The heavens are unjust. At that moment, a voice rang out behind them. Excellent. Yang Zhan exclaimed, his gaze burning brightly at Jiang Hen. Martial artist, 5th rank? Though phrased as a question, the tone was one of affirmation. Jiang Hen nodded. Not bad at all. Yang Zhan abandoned his usual stern demeanor and laughed heartily. This is my student. What? Martial artist, 5th rank. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yuan Hongfei's scalp tingled. We share the same earthly grade martial soul. So why am I still only a martial disciple? Jiang Hen, how did you train? Can you tell us? Yeah, you're amazing. Keep working hard. The classmates' enthusiasm overwhelmed Jiang Hen, who braced himself to respond. Tang Zheng looked on enviously. After expending so many training resources, he had only reached martial artist 1st rank. Xiao Qinyu also stepped forward to make acquaintance and converse, for befriending talented individuals was an essential lesson for every noble scion. Jiang Hen endured it all with some difficulty, while Yang Zhan watched the scene with a beaming smile. With Jiang Hen's current strength, admission into one of the top 10 elite martial estates was all but guaranteed. All right, stop crowding around Jiang Hen. Everyone, train on your own. Yang Zhan dispersed the crowd. The martial exam is still 3 months away. Don't slack off. He earnestly advised Jiang Hen. Don't worry, teacher Yang. I'll train hard. Yang Zhan nodded with a smile, patting Jiang Hen on the shoulder. The teacher believes in you. After the practical class ended, Jiang Hen quickly slipped away from the students who were about to surround him and headed to the school's resource depot. The familiar elder was still stationed at the counter. Elder Song, I'm here to collect this month's resources. Jiang Hen greeted respectfully. The elder merely raised his eyes slightly. Oh, it's you. I remember you. A beautiful girl was willing to exchange a spatial crystal for you. Here are your training resources, already allocated. The elder waved his hand, and a small cloth pouch appeared before the counter. Thank you, Elder Song. Jiang Hen bowed again and placed the pouch into his spatial ring, choosing not to open it immediately but to examine it at home. There was no rush. Off you go, Elder Song waved him off. Jiang Hen turned and left the resource depot, gradually fading into the distance. Martial artist, 5th rank. Huh? Promising talent. Looks like first high school S results 1 TB2 disappointing this year, murmured the elder. Here to collect resources, another person arrived. Back at home, Jiang Hen locked himself in his room. Everything was ready. Let me see what's inside. He took out the small cloth pouch and opened it. Inside was only a silver-white diamond-shaped crystal, a spatial crystal. However, the spatial energy contained within seemed far more intense than the last one he absorbed. A 3rd-rank spatial crystal. Jiang Hen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The school is really generous. A 3rd-rank spatial core like this would cost nearly $1 million at least. Normally, 3rd-rank resources wouldn't be so expensive since 3rd rank corresponds only to martial master level. But spatial attribute treasures were rare, so they typically commanded a much higher price than ordinary attribute treasures. Let me refine it directly. Jiang Hen sat cross-legged and began absorbing and refining it. Having done this once before, he was somewhat experienced. In less than half an hour, he successfully refined it. Martial artist 6th rank. Success. Having absorbed the 3rd rank spatial crystal, his cultivation had reached martial artist 6th rank, though his martial soul had not evolved and remained at heavenly grade 3rd rank. To evolve his martial soul, he would need even more resources. Thinking of this, Jiang Hen's head drooped. No money. The path of martial cultivation was a vast money pit. Early on, self-cultivation was manageable, but as one advanced, breakthroughs became increasingly difficult, sometimes taking months or even years to progress a single realm. To grow stronger rapidly, following the conventional path was useless. I remember the trading hall issues various missions. I'll find a suitable one this weekend. That way, I can both earn resources and gain experience, a win-win. The trading market was composed of the main hall and its surroundings. The main hall issued various missions, posted by individuals, clans, or officials. Completing these missions earned rewards. As for the surroundings, people traded treasures acquired from the Qingyun Mountains that they didn't need. In simple terms, it was a bazaar, essentially a trading market with the treasure pavilion located there as well. Thereafter, Jiang Hen studied theory during the day and attended practical combat classes in the afternoon. Day after day passed swiftly until the weekend arrived. The trading market. Come quick. First come, first served. Yellow-grade heavenly materials and treasures freshly obtained from Qingyun Mountains. 2nd-tier shadow core crystal, harvested from a 2nd-tier shadow leopard, carries a high probability of bestowing the shadow leopard's bloodline divine ability. Shadow assault. Come and see for yourself. Jiang Hen strolled along the bustling streets of the trade market. His eyes flicked over the wares, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Was he being treated like a fool? A core crystal with diluted and muddled energy, yet they called it a 2nd-tier core crystal? That was hardly worthy of recognition. Jiang Hen withdrew his gaze and pressed onward, overhearing mentions of incomplete relics unearthed from ancient ruins and treasure maps of emperor-level wealth. What nonsense was this? The main hall stood at the very heart of the trade market. Soon, Jiang Hen arrived there, witnessing a constant flow of people coming and going. Temporary parties formed, entering the Qingyun Mountains 1 member short. Qingyun Hunting Group recruiting members, warriors of martial master rank preferred. Here, one could assemble temporary teams or join mercenary bands. Naturally, there were also lone wolves acting independently. In short, this place was teeming with all kinds of people, each one a bloodthirsty figure skating on the edge of a blade, none to be trusted recklessly. Jiang Hen stepped into the main hall's grand chamber, eyes scanning the mission list displayed on the screen. Tasks were graded by difficulty in a hierarchical order from highest to lowest: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D tiers. He bypassed the high-level assignments outright. Those were beyond his current reach. Quickly, he found a few suitable ones. C tier, exterminate the Qingmu wolf pack deep in the southern reaches of the Qingyun Mountains. The highest cultivation among the wolves is 2nd tier. Proof, wolf fangs no fewer than 30. Reward, 100,000 martial soul coins, plus a 1st-tier treasure artifact, a wolf fang dagger. Treasure artifacts were items crafted from fierce beast remains, celestial metals, or primordial essences, most commonly from the remains of fierce beasts, imbued with one's own martial soul and activated through spiritual energy. C tier. Collect 1 stalk of purple cloud grass, a grade 8 treasure of the yellow rank. Reward 1 second-tier purple spirit pill. Purple spirit pills directly enhance cultivation, with a market value of 200,000 martial soul coins. Purple cloud grass itself sold for just over 100,000, indicating the immense profitability of the pills. C tier. Hunt a second-tier giant rock bear and procure its bear claws. Reward 200,000 martial soul coins. D tier. Guard the estate of a certain noble family for 1,000 days. D tier. Escort goods for the Shao family, requiring warrior level strength. Reward 10,000 martial soul coins. D tier tasks mostly involved guarding and escorting, simple assignments with modest rewards, but they did not satisfy Jiang Hen's ambitions. He skipped the D tier and ultimately chose to accept the C tier missions, hunting the giant rock bear and gathering purple cloud grass. At the registration platform, when the staff noticed he was still a student, they were taken aback. Are you sure you want to take on these 2 tasks? Jiang Hen nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, the staff offered no further objection and began processing. Soon, he was handed a bronze badge, his rank insignia. Since he was newly registered, it was the lowest bronze level. Higher level badges allowed access to more challenging tasks and afforded various privileges within the main hall. Completing missions awarded task points, redeemable for resources through the main hall S platform. Simply download the app, complete real name verification, and enter your badge number. Accumulate enough missions at a certain rank, and your badge would upgrade. Wishing you a smooth journey. Once the tasks were accepted, they vanished from the screen temporarily. Exiting the main hall, Jiang Hen prepared to purchase essential outdoor gear, tent, insect repellent incense, antidote pills, and other common wilderness supplies, spending a total of 20,000 martial soul coins, all stored within his spatial ring. With preparations complete, he set off for the Qingyun Mountains. No fierce beasts stirred nearby. Apparently, the guards had already cleared this area. Holding his map, Jiang Hen surveyed his surroundings. I'm here now. To find the giant rock bear and purple spirit grass, I'll need to venture deeper. Within a certain radius outside Jiangling City, fierce beasts were forbidden. The guard forces regularly dispatched patrols to cleanse the area. As Jiang Hen pressed forward, he encountered numerous beasts, but all were insignificant or first tier, easily dispatched without breaking a sweat. Along the way, he spotted some medicinal herbs, but all were of inferior quality and left untouched. Those of higher grade had long been harvested. What is that sound? Jiang Hen thought, catching a metallic clashing noise ahead. He leapt onto a tree branch and focused his gaze. Ahead, a swarm of silver-armored bees appeared, their stingers gleaming with a cold, sharp light. These were silver-armored bees about 2 or 3 dozen strong. The leader was at the peak of first-tier cultivation, accompanied by 4 late first-tier members, with the remainder ranging from early to mid-first tier. Advantage lies with me, Jiang Hen mused. He recalled that giant rock bears favored the honey produced by bee-type fierce beasts. If the silver-armored bees were here, perhaps the bear's lair was nearby. Moreover, the silver-armored bees' stingers could fetch a good price. He grinned, looking at the bees anew. Jiang Hen thought, these aren't just beasts. They're walking money. Come into my arms. He summoned his fragmented void sword and charged at the silver-armored bees. Divine abilities, spatial fragmentation and void slash. With these 2 powers unleashed, a domain centered on Jiang Hen expanded. Brandishing his fragmented void sword, he unleashed silver-white sword blades that shattered the space they passed through, causing tremors in the surrounding area. The silver-armored bees sensed the assault and emitted a sharp buzz. Their silver shells glistened as a silver shield enveloped them. Bloodline divine ability of the silver-armored bees, Iron Wall. Yet, within the spatial fragmentation domain, spatial sensitivity heightened drastically. In layman's terms, the space became fragile. Bang! Bang! The silver-white blades struck the bee's shield with force, shattering it like eggshells. Unhindered, the blades sliced through the bees. Countless silver-armored bees turned to dust instantly, impossible to withstand the onslaught. Even the strongest among them could not escape the fatal strike. The silver-armored bees were annihilated. Watching it unfold, Jiang Hen admitted that if he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it so formidable. Once his cultivation advanced and the spatial fragmentation domain expanded, these 2 divine abilities alone could wreak havoc comparable to a natural disaster. Though they did tend to risk friendly fire. But never mind that, now was the time to loot. My spoils, I'm coming. Approaching the fallen bees, Jiang Hen froze. Damn it, all that remained were fragments. No intact bodies, the stingers utterly pulverized. Is my divine ability really that violent? Couldn't it be gentler like me? Fortunately, the strongest BS stinger remained relatively intact, much to Zhang Hen's relief. He selected a few more complete specimens and extracted their core crystals, metallic crystals, first tier though valuable. Fierce beast core crystals could be refined, crafted into treasure artifacts, or used in pill making. However, most people avoided refining them due to their wildly volatile and complex energy, which was difficult for the human body to absorb and prone to causing spiritual backlash. Of course, there were exceptions. Some exceptionally rare attributes possessed pure enough energy to be directly refined and absorbed. This was a major advantage of those bearing rare attribute martial souls, as rare attribute treasures were far scarcer than common ones. Otherwise, how could Zhang Hen have dared to refine that fifth-tier core crystal before? Placing the crystal core and the tail spike into the spatial ring, Zhang Hen began to scour the surroundings, searching for any traces left by the savage rock bear. After several hours of fruitless searching, he found no clues, and the purple spirit grass remained elusive. So far, the highest quality herb he had discovered was merely a first-grade yellow-tier chi-replenishing herb. Dusk was falling, and he needed to find a place to rest. Otherwise, the night would bring considerable trouble. The vicinity was unsuitable for pitching a tent. Zhang Hen glanced around. He had no choice but to press onward, hoping to find a tree hollow or a cave to take temporary refuge. Venturing out at night was perilous, as no one could predict what lurking dangers awaited in the shadows. Most would choose to travel in groups, seeking areas with fewer ferocious beasts to camp and keep watch in turns. But Zhang Hen was alone. If he failed to find a suitable resting place, he would have to settle for sleeping in the trees, which at least was far safer than the ground. Along the way, he encountered numerous fierce beasts, their levels steadily increasing, even crossing into the third tier comparable to formidable martial artists. Yet Zhang Hen did his utmost to avoid them. It seemed fortune favored him. Ahead, a small cave emerged, its entrance barely wide enough for two people. Originally, Zhang Hen had planned to retrace his steps and return to the city to recuperate, then come back at dawn. Moving forward was risky. One never knew what beasts might appear. Though third-tier beasts were beyond his combat capability, he was confident in his ability to flee. Fortune was indeed on his side. This cave would do. Typically, ferocious beasts could not enter such a confined space. Zhang Hen moved a massive boulder to block the entrance and stepped inside. The cave was initially narrow, just enough for a person to pass. After several dozen paces, it remained dim and cramped, the floor uneven and the darkness oppressive. Should he venture further? Zhang Hen hesitated between staying put or pressing onward. Curiosity and courage prevailed. Touching the walls, he proceeded deeper, wondering why the cave seemed endless. The eerie atmosphere was unsettling. After about 10 minutes, a faint light appeared ahead. Indeed, the cave contained a glow of deep blue, emanating from a small chamber. Approaching, he discovered the light came from a peculiar mineral stone. Inside the chamber lay a skeleton, seemingly long deceased, seated cross-legged before the stone wall. Tattered cloth draped its frame, and on its right-hand finger rested a black gold spatial ring. Zhang Hen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he respectfully bowed. "Elder, I beg your pardon for the intrusion." He then removed the ring and examined it. The space within was roughly 10 cubic meters, 10 times larger than his original spatial ring, the one Yang Zhan had gifted him during his initial test. This ring was evidently of superior quality, probably mid-tier. The contents did not disappoint. Numerous elixirs and precious herbs, including purple cloud grass, and a scroll. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Hen unfurled the scroll. It appeared to be a will. "Junior, if you are fortunate enough to read this letter, it means I have long since departed this world. My name is Gu Chenxiu, from the Gu family of Modu. I was but one step away from the martial emperor realm, yet I never crossed that final threshold. The items within this ring I leave to you, in hopes that should you someday encounter difficulties involving my Gu family descendants, you may offer assistance accordingly. Gu Chenxiu." The Gu family of Modu. Zhang Hen recalled Modu was located in the Donglin district and was clearly a prominent clan. Regardless, since he had inherited this kindness, he would repay it. As for why a member of the Gu family was near Jiangling City, breaking through and not remaining with the clan, he chose not to dwell on it. Turning his attention to the ring's contents, having been distracted by the scroll earlier, Zhang Hen opened it again, eyes narrowing in surprise. Inside floated a sword radiating a deadly aura, a treasure of unmistakable power. The sword gleamed faint gold, 7 feet in length, with a golden crystal core set into the hilt. Merely sensing its presence felt akin to confronting an overwhelming terror. Zhang Hen attempted to channel his spiritual energy, and instantly the name Golden Radiant Sword appeared in his mind. a tier 8 treasure. A sudden burst of pain caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Just a slight infusion of spiritual power caused such a backlash? He remembered that Feng Qinggu had wielded a tier 7 treasure without issue. But as a member of the Feng family, and with the phoenix feather having undergone the clan's sacred refinement, she could naturally use it safely. This golden radiance sword, however, had long been ownerless, its aura purely of slaughter. A tier 8 treasure was not something a mere martial artist could casually handle. Better to wait until his cultivation advanced before attempting to use it. As for returning it to the Gu family of Modu, the treasure in hand was now his. There was no reason to give it back. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhang Hen grinned. Fortunately, this harvest is abundant. I never imagined I'd experience the classic scenario of finding treasure in a cave. He meticulously organized the ring's contents. Aside from the tier 8 treasure, there were 3 mysterious great herbs, with the remainder being yellow tier herbs. As for pills, only 1 bottle was present, containing a 6-tier breakthrough pill. Zhang Hen was overjoyed but puzzled. Why did he fail to break through? A 6-tier breakthrough pill should suffice to elevate him to Martial Emperor. He could not understand but was content nonetheless. This pill was beyond his current need. He would save it for when he advanced to Martial King or Martial Emperor. After a half-hour of meditation to stabilize his condition, Zhang Hen began to refine the rare materials. Sitting cross-legged beside the precious herbs and treasures, he indulged in this luxurious cultivation method, unparalleled among the youth of Zhongling City. Of course, true scions of great families lived even more extravagantly. After approximately 2 hours, Zhang Hen completed the absorption and refinement, his cultivation leaping to the 9th stage of martial artist, breaking through 3 levels at once. Without such precious materials, reaching this realm would have taken at least a month. Regrettably, his martial soul's quality remained unchanged. This was unavoidable, as these herbs were still too low in grade compared to what was needed to evolve a martial soul. Materials of earth tier or above were required. Indeed, to grow stronger swiftly, resources were paramount. Now all that remained was to await dawn. After about 8 hours of rest, daylight had arrived. Before departing, Zhang Hen respectfully buried the skeleton and erected a stone tablet before the grave, inscribed with Tomb of Gu Qianqiu. Elder, though strangers in life, your legacy has enabled my rapid breakthrough. I am indebted to you. Should I one day attain great power and encounter Gu family descendants in distress, I will do my utmost to aid them. Farewell, Elder. Zhang Hen bowed deeply to the tombstone. Leaving the cave, he struck the stone wall with a powerful punch, causing it to collapse and seal the entrance completely, preventing any disturbance to the Elder South resting place. Zhang Hen resumed his search for traces of the savage rock bear. After an hour, he finally discovered massive bear paw prints. Though uncertain if they belonged to the savage rock bear, he decided to investigate. Following the tracks, he soon beheld the beast itself, a colossal bear over 10 feet tall, lying beneath a tree, snoring thunderously. It truly was a savage rock bear. Was his luck really this extraordinary? Zhang Hen gazed at the barbarian rock bear beneath the tree and murmured to himself, could it be that I am some hidden child of destiny as well? No, why bother overthinking it? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Hen charged directly at the barbarian rock bear. A second-rank ferocious beast, what kind of challenge could it possibly pose? Without breaking a sweat, Zhang Hen effortlessly severed its head. He then sliced off both of its bare paws, worth 200,000. In truth, a second-rank ferocious beast's value did not ordinarily reach such heights, but when wealthy patrons have ample funds to spare, prices soar. Bear paws, whether steamed plainly or braised richly, were the epitome of luxury for the affluent. They were more than willing to pay exorbitant sums to savor such delicacies. One could only say this was the realm of the wealthy, a world beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like themselves. Zhang Hen grumbled quietly to himself but, despite his complaints, secretly wished there were more such affluent individuals. He then proceeded to extract the barbarian rock bear's crystalline core. The bloodline divine ability contained within would undoubtedly incite envy in Yuan Hongfei if he were to learn of it. Indeed, this divine ability was identical to Yuan Hongfei's primary divine skill, rock armor. As for the other divine skill, that remained a mystery. Just as humans gain an additional bloodline divine ability with each rise in rank, so too do ferocious beasts. Absorbing this crystalline core should enhance Fatty's divine ability. Zhang Hen decided to leave it to Yuan Fatty. Continuing on, Zhang Hen harvested dozens of pounds of bear meat to bring home, intending to improve the meals for his parents and that girl, Ling Er. He had no intention of returning immediately. After all, having finally ventured out for some experience, he was determined to hone his skills further. Zhang Hen sought out a third-rank ferocious beast to engage in combat, which also allowed him to roughly gauge his current strength. Early and mid-third rank ordinary ferocious beasts were no match for him. He could hold his own against late third-rank ones to some extent, but when facing peak third-rank beasts, he would rather flee at once. By afternoon, Zhang Hen decided it was time to return, lest his parents begin to worry. Upon arriving in Jiangling City, he first went to the main trading hall to submit his task and received a purple spirit pill along with a black card loaded with 200,000 martial soul coins. Next, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, a maid approached to greet him. "Good day. May I ask what you wish to purchase?" she inquired. "I am here to sell some items," Zhang Hen replied. "Very well, young sir. Please follow me." The maid led Zhang Hen to an appraisal room and knocked on the door. "Director Lin, there is someone here to sell items." "Come in," came a solemn voice. Opening the door, Zhang Hen entered to find a middle-aged man seated on a sofa. Rising with a smile upon seeing the visitor, the man asked, "May I know your honorable surname, young sir?" "My surname is Zhang." "Very well, young Master Zhang. May I ask what you wish to sell?" "Rest assured, you will be satisfied with the price offered." One could not deny that the staff at the treasure pavilion maintained an excellent work ethic. No wonder it was perpetually crowded, with branches established across the land, attracting countless formidable individuals. Rumor had it that the pavilion's lord was a martial saint, ranking among the top powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. In an era devoid of martial gods, the martial saint was the pinnacle of strength in this world. "Please appraise these items and tell me their worth," Zhang Hen said, producing from his spatial ring the silver armor BS crystalline core, stinger, and various miscellaneous materials, including crystalline cores and body parts from third-rank ferocious beasts. At first, Director Lin paid little heed to what Zhang Hen might have brought forth, seeing only a student before him. However, upon examining the items, his casual demeanor vanished instantly. "This is the crystalline core of a third-rank ferocious beast, the red fire tiger, along with its tail whip. This tiger whip is highly coveted by the wealthy and is always in short supply. Here we have the crystalline core and hide armor of a third-rank Linjia beast. And this," surveying the numerous third-rank ferocious beast crystalline cores and materials, Lin exhaled deeply. "Young Master Zhang, did you acquire all of these on your own?" In Lin's eyes, third-rank ferocious beasts were not especially rare. He had encountered treasures hundreds of times more precious, but what truly astonished him was Zhang Hen himself. Though seemingly just a student, he had single-handedly slain multiple third-rank ferocious beasts. Even the weakest third-rank beasts possessed the strength of a martial practitioner. Zhang Hen nodded, seeing no reason to conceal the truth. "Very well, young Master Zhang. I am prepared to offer 250,000 for each third-rank crystalline core. There are 8 in total here, and with these materials and rare treasures combined, the sum comes to 3,500,000. How does that sound?" "That's acceptable," Zhang Hen responded, outwardly calm but inwardly thrilled beyond measure. 3,500,000. He had never before seen such a sum. Lin handed over a black card loaded with 3,500,000 martial soul coins, valid nationwide. Then he presented a golden card. "This is our Treasure Pavilion's golden membership card. When you shop here, you receive a 5% discount, and next time you sell items, no handling fees will be charged. We have waived them for you this time as well." Zhang Hen accepted the 2 cards gratefully. "It is an honor to make the acquaintance of such a talented young man as yourself, young Master Zhang. The Treasure Pavilion is eager to cultivate relationships with promising youth," Lin said with a warm smile. Zhang Hen purchased several pills from the Treasure Pavilion, spending 2,850,000 outright, an expenditure that pained him greatly. He bought 10 second-rank spirit summoning pills, each priced at 300,000, hoping they would propel him to the martial practitioner realm. As he left, Zhang Hen couldn't help but feel uneasy recalling Lin's smiling face. Back home, upon seeing Zhang Hen's return, his father and mother hurried forward.
Xiao Hen.
"You weren't hurt out in the wild, were you?" Seeing his parents' worried expressions, Zhang Hen smiled and reassured them. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I have already reached the 9th level of martial artist and am on the verge of ascending to martial practitioner. The ferocious beasts around the outskirts of Qingyun Mountain are no match for me." Hearing that Zhang Hen had attained the 9th level of martial artist, his parents were left speechless with astonishment. Among them, only his father was a martial artist. His mother remained a martial disciple. Their son was about to become a martial practitioner. The shock was palpable. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," his father exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Today is a fine day. Let us have a proper drink. Just the 2 of us. Wife, bring the wine." His mother did not object. "Very well." During the meal, His father's joy was unmistakable. He drank and chatted animatedly, while his mother busied herself serving Jiang Hen and Ling Er, her movements noticeably lighter. Watching this scene, Jiang Hen silently marveled. It's rare to see Dad so carefree today. Returning to his room, Jiang Hen took out the spirit summoning pills he had purchased earlier and began to absorb and refine them. I hope these 10 pills can help me ascend to martial practitioner, or else nearly 3 million will have been wasted. He swallowed one pill after another, his aura growing ever stronger until reaching a critical threshold. Yet all 10 pills had been consumed. Damn it, he muttered. 10 spirit summoning pills, and I'm still just short of the breakthrough. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Jiang Hen remembered something. Wait, I still have that purple spirit pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole, commanding, breakthrough for me. Boom. Spiritual energy swirled wildly around Jiang Hen, causing the furniture in the room to tremble. A smile crept upon his lips. Martial practitioner realm. Achieved. Resources truly made a difference. He had savored the luxury only the wealthy could afford. But now, with nearly all his resources expended, it was time to return to earning money once again. At the thought of this, Jiang Hen's mouth twitched once more. Truly, money slipped away like flowing water. His prowess had already ascended to the 2nd tier of martial artists, and his martial soul had reached the 7th grade of the earth rank. The effect of the marrow cleansing pill was quite remarkable. The marrow cleansing pill was merely a 3rd-tier pill. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an earth rank martial soul to ascend 3 grades at once. Yet this particular pill was no ordinary concoction. It bore the pill pattern. Possessing a pill pattern signified that the alchemist had flawlessly fused the essences of various herbs, resulting in an effect far surpassing the simple sum of its parts. Moreover, Qin Yun in his previous life was an 8th-tier alchemist, making the crafting of a 3rd-tier marrow cleansing pill with a pill pattern astonishingly effortless. Regrettably, such a pill could only be consumed once in a lifetime. Further doses would yield no effect. Jiang Hen had crafted 3 of these pills in total, consumed one himself, and had 2 remaining. Should he sell these 2 directly to the treasure pavilion or exchange them for rare materials or precious artifacts? He recalled that the treasure pavilion held a treasure appreciation gathering 1 month before the martial examination each year, showcasing numerous rare treasures seldom seen. Yet transactions were not conducted with martial soul coins but rather through barter or the pavilion's voluntary gifting. Indeed, voluntary gifting. Ordinary individuals could hardly provide such rare treasures, which aligned perfectly with the treasure pavilion's objective, to aid truly gifted individuals lacking resources, enticing them to join the pavilion or incur debts of gratitude, much like angel investors. Perhaps he could attend that appraisal gathering. If memory served, it was founded single-handedly by that old acquaintance, Qian Wanguan. With more than 2 months left before the martial examination, candidates throughout Jiangling City plunged into intense preparation. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence within Feng Qinggu's boudoir, the effects of the source god flower, capable in her past life of greatly advancing Long Yu's martial soul, proved extraordinary. After refinement, her strength immediately reached the 1st tier of martial masters, and her martial soul evolved to the 7th grade of the heavenly rank. She recalled that the top candidate of the entire Donglin military district in her previous life only reached the 3rd tier of martial masters, named Gu Qianzong. Smiling softly at the thought, Feng Qinggu mused further. Moreover, she remembered that Gu Qianzong hailed from the ancient family in Modu City. Come to think of it, the golden radiant sword once wielded by a hen also originated from that family. Gazing out the window, Feng Qinggu wondered how Jiang Hen was faring now. With the void mantis crystal core in his possession, he should only have grown stronger compared to before. After all, even without that core in his past life, Jiang Hen ranked among the top 100 in the Donglin military district during the martial examination. Over the ensuing 2 months, every weekend Jiang Hen frequented the trading hall to accept tasks and then trained within the Qingyun mountain range. He traded the acquired crystal cores and ferocious beast materials to the treasure pavilion, purchasing corresponding cultivation resources. With these resources, Jiang Hen's realm had now advanced to the 3rd tier of martial masters. Inside the treasure pavilion, young friend, a total of 4,500,000 martial soul coins have been fully deposited into this card. Lin Yuan handed Jiang Hen a black card. As Jiang Hen took the card and prepared to leave, Lin Yuan called out, "Young friend, wait a moment." Jiang Hen halted. "Is there something else, Director Lin?" The treasure pavilion holds a treasure appreciation gathering 1 month before the martial examination annually, aimed at connecting with outstanding talents from across the lands. I wonder if you might be interested in attending? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Jiang Hen's interest in the gathering was piqued. Of course. But what are the conditions for participation? At that moment, Lin Yuan handed over a crimson gilded invitation card, imprinted boldly with the character for appreciation. This is your invitation to the treasure appreciation gathering. With this, you may attend the event, which is scheduled for 5 days from now. Remember to be punctual. Young Master Jiang. Very well. Jiang Hen cupped his hands respectfully and turned to leave. Observing Jiang Hen's departure, a nearby maidservant voiced her doubts. Director Lin, these invitations fetch prices in the tens of millions throughout Jiangling City. Is it prudent to distribute them so freely? Lin Yuan raised his hand to silence her. There is no impropriety. Cultivating a good relationship with such a young martial master destined for late-stage strength is worthwhile. He already possesses late-stage martial master strength? The maidservant exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuan nodded. How do I know? Everything is evident from the items Jiang Hen has traded. Third-tier late-stage ferocious beast crystal cores and materials. Even if he is not yet a late-stage martial master, he is close. Besides, the treasure appreciation gathering is open to all possessing Earth-rank martial souls. Those without Earth-rank martial souls may attend, but must purchase an invitation for tens of millions. Young Master Jiang's martial soul is certainly above Earth-rank, so we consider this an early gift. Director Lin, your wisdom is profound, the maidservant said with reverence. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Jiang Hen chuckled softly. 4,500,000, plus the remainder from before, that totals 8 million. 8 million martial soul coins. Alas, I persuaded my parents to resign and let me earn for the family, but they refuse. Sigh, forget it. I won't dwell on it. Home now.
I am utterly exhausted.
5 days later. Let us go, Hen brother. The treasure appreciation gathering is about to commence. Yuan Hongfei tugged Jiang Hen along. Feeling the strange gazes cast by passers-by, Jiang Hen felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could vanish into a hole. Fatty, let go. I can walk by myself. Jiang Hen shook off Yuan Hongfei's hand. Since I gave you that Man Yen Bear crystal core last time, you're my sworn brother. Can't you be a bit calmer like Sui? The gathering doesn't start for another 2 hours. That stick? Fatty, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. As the two were about to quarrel again, someone interrupted. Enough, enough. Let us go. The gathering awaits. Such a nuisance. I should have gone alone. At the entrance of the treasure pavilion. So this is the treasure pavilion? Truly magnificent and imposing. Yuan Hongfei gazed admiringly at the grand and luxurious edifice. Jiang Hen and the two companions approached. Hello, we are here to attend the treasure appreciation gathering. May I ask where it is held? Recognizing them as guests, a nearby maidservant greeted respectfully. Honored guests, the gathering is held on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Yuan Hongfei looked about with the wide-eyed wonder of one unfamiliar with the world. Let us go. The gathering is on the 3rd floor. The three ascended the stairs, only to be stopped at the 3rd floor landing by 2 guards. Invitation, please. The three produced their invitations. Only then were they allowed to pass. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found countless booths arranged, each displaying a rare material or treasure under an energy shield. Jiang Hen separated from the others to peruse the booths alone. 5th grade of the profound rank, 3rd grade purple Ganoderma. 7th grade of the profound rank, spirit-bearing fruit. 9th grade of the profound rank, dragon blood demon fruit. All were rare materials of the profound rank or higher, truly a display of immense wealth. Jiang Hen could not help but marvel at the treasures. Here, he also recognized many familiar faces. Long Yu, Su Mushue, Tang Zheng. Why is Tang Zheng here? Jiang Hen wondered, then understood. After all, Tang Zheng is a child of fate. It would be strange if he did not attend this gathering. Long time no see, a hen. A small hand tapped Jiang Hen's shoulder. Turning around, he beheld a delicate, pretty face. It was none other than Feng Qinggu. Oh, Feng Qinggu. Jiang Hen greeted her upon hearing her name. Feng Qinggu lowered her phoenix-like eyes and furrowed her brow. What did you just call me? Feng Qinggu. Is there a problem? Jiang Hen noticed that Feng Qinggu seemed somewhat displeased. Then, Qinggu? As the words fell, a searing pain struck Feng Qinggu's waist as if hit by 10,000 points of force. Blushing, she said, call me sister. In Jiang Hen's mind, 1,000 wild horses galloped furiously. It was truly excruciating. Clutching his waist, Jiang Hen was utterly bewildered. Are you serious? He was about to speak, but the word no had yet to escape his lips when Feng Qinggu casually remarked. There are so many treasures here. I might consider giving you one. Sister Qinggu. Jiang Hen blurted out immediately. It's just a form of address, what's the big deal? Feng Qinggu nodded with satisfaction. You little thing. I know you well enough already. Hearing that title, Jiang Hen instantly felt as though he had returned to his days in the Phoenix Army. Come on, let us head to the front. All the good stuff is there. Seeing this, Jiang Hen followed along. Qinggu, sister seems very familiar with this treasure appraisal gathering. It must be inside family information. Truly, being a family scion, sometimes you really have to admire it. The closer they approached the center, the rarer the treasures became. When Jiang Hen saw the treasure at the very center, his whole body trembled involuntarily. It was a corpse, and from its appearance it seemed to be a dragon. What is this? This is the corpse of a 6th-rank solar-eroding fire dragon, Feng Qinggu said, staring intently at the remains. In the previous life, this corpse had been traded by the Dragon Clan and given to Long Zhou, Long Yu's elder brother, to absorb. Long Zhou, like Long Yu, was no good either. He had joined the ancient spirit sect and had caused countless deaths. 3 years ago, Long Zhou was admitted to the heavenly dragon martial mansion and should now have reached the martial spirit realm. But now that the source god flower has been taken by me, I wonder to whom the Dragon Clan will allow the solar-eroding fire dragon-s corpse to be absorbed? Feng Qinggu had no intention of stopping the Dragon Clan from exchanging for this corpse. There was simply no need. No matter who absorbed it, these two people would eventually die. It was only a matter of time. The two stared at the solar-eroding fire dragon corpse, but on the other side, another person was watching them. Interesting. Unexpectedly, at this treasure appraisal gathering, he actually encountered 2 martial artists. Both had heavenly rank martial souls, and the man's martial soul attribute was space. Qin Yun observed Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu. Achieving the rank of martial artist was nothing surprising to him. After all, in his previous life, many at this age had reached the martial spirit or martial ancestor realms, and advancing to martial artist only indicated average talent. But now, 500 years had passed, and the spiritual energy density was no longer as abundant as before. To reach martial artist in this remote small city was quite commendable. Sensing someone watching him, Feng Qinggu focused her gaze. She saw a handsome man dressed in an orange brocade robe and frowned. She did not recognize Qin Yun. In the future, she would have no interaction with him, but she often heard news about him. This guy was acquainted with Ah Hen. When she reached the martial emperor realm, he was already a martial saint-level powerhouse. Qin Yun noticed Feng Qinggu's frown and knew she must have misunderstood him, but his main attention was actually on Jiang Hen. In his previous life as a martial saint-level warrior, gauging the strength and martial soul of these two was effortless. He had a matter for which he wished to enlist Jiang Hen's help. Qin Yun approached them and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Qin Yun. May I inquire your names?" Upon hearing his name, Feng Qinggu's pupils contracted sharply. It was that guy. In the previous life, she had often heard Ah Hen mention him, calling him Brother Qin. And it was because of that guy that she ended up with that damned girl. Thinking of this made her angry. Jiang Hen, however, felt nothing special and also cupped his hands. "I am Jiang Hen." Feng Qinggu merely uttered coldly, "Feng Qinggu. What use is future martial saint status? Ah Hen is also a martial saint in the future, yet in the end he still calls me sister." Sensing a hint of hostility in Feng Qinggu's tone, Qin Yun merely assumed she misunderstood him spying on her and paid it no mind. He turned to Jiang Hen and said, "Brother Jiang, may I have a word with you?" Jiang Hen, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. He turned to Feng Qinggu and said, "Qinggu, sister, I'll speak with this brother for a moment. I'll come back shortly." Feng Qinggu glanced indifferently and nodded. After all, this was a good opportunity for Ah Hen. Qin Yun led Jiang Hen aside, seemingly wanting to keep this matter from a third party, even from Feng Qinggu. Seeing this, Feng Qinggu curled her lips disdainfully. Ah Hen had already told me before. Do I really care? Neither of them knew Feng Qinggu's thoughts. At this moment, Brother Jiang, have you ever heard of the elemental spirit? Elemental spirit? What is that? Jiang Hen asked, puzzled. Qin Yun explained, the elemental spirit is created from the purest elemental energy of nature. Also called the elemental Holy Spirit, it is a rare treasure on Blue Star. Once fused and refined, not only does one's cultivation advance significantly, but the quality of the martial soul also rises dramatically. I know of a place where an elemental spirit resides, and I wish to invite you to accompany me. What do you say? Why invite me? Jiang Hen was baffled. According to Qin Yun, the elemental spirit was indeed a precious treasure. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for oneself? Facing Jiang Hen's confusion, Qin Yun calmly replied, the elemental spirit is called a holy spirit not only because of its high quality but also because, unlike ordinary treasures, it possesses independent consciousness and is extremely difficult to capture. But you are different. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul attribute should be space. To capture an elemental spirit, one must seal off a space. Otherwise, it will easily escape. To master space requires cultivation at the martial lord level or above. Otherwise, only those with a space attribute martial soul can do so. So that's why you sought me? Exactly. Qin Yun nodded earnestly. If I could manage it alone, I wouldn't share this news. I know a place with an elemental holy spirit, but to capture it, I need your help. Rest assured, upon success, I will offer you a reward to your satisfaction. If we encounter a space holy spirit, I will also assist you. Brother Jiang, what do you say? Several centuries ago, Qin Yun had accidentally entered a secret realm where he encountered a thunder holy spirit. However, since his martial soul attribute was not thunder at the time and he accidentally let it escape, he ultimately let it go. Now, his martial soul Qin Shao Thunder was of the thunder attribute. He absolutely could not let a thunder holy spirit slip away. Qin Yun clenched his fists, thinking to himself, all right. Jiang Hen nodded in agreement. This matter was not disadvantageous to him. Seeing Jiang Hen agree, Qin Yun smiled brightly. Good. However, we must both reach the Martial King realm before we can go there. Let us exchange contact information first. I will reach out to you later. All right. Jiang Hen nodded and exchanged contacts with Qin Yun. Brother Jiang, farewell. This pill is for you, consider it a deposit. Qin Yun tossed over a jade bottle and then turned to leave. Jiang Hen caught it, opened the stopper, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a marrow-cleansing pill with pill markings. Could it be that this guy was also an alchemist? After all, in all these years in Jiangling City, he had never heard of any master able to refine pills containing pill markings. But he was straightforward. Jiang Hen pocketed the elixir and approached Feng Qinggu. Finished chatting? Feng Qinggu asked casually upon seeing Jiang Hen coming over. Yeah. Jiang Hen nodded. Brother Qin, I need your help with something. Jiang Hen did not elaborate further to Feng Qinggu, and seeing this, Feng Qinggu did not press either. After all, she would have the upper hand sooner or later. With this thought, Feng Qinggu smiled faintly, but then suddenly remembered something, and her smile froze. She had forgotten about that damned girl. Jiang Hen noticed the change in Feng Qinggu's expression and found it inexplicable. Let us go. The treasure appreciation meeting should be starting soon. Feng Qinggu grabbed Jiang Hen's wrist and led him in another direction.
So soft, so smooth.
That was Jiang Hen's first impression. This is improper. Jiang Hen tried to shake off her grip, only to meet Feng Qinggu's chilling gaze as she turned her head, as if silently warning, try moving again, I dare you. The two arrived at a grand stage, where Feng Qinggu finally released Jiang Hen's wrist. Surveying the surroundings, Jiang Hen recognized many familiar faces. Fatty, Sui, and practically the entire Qianlong class had gathered, along with others from different schools such as Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded at Jiang Hen, who returned the gesture warmly. However, Feng Qinggu glared fiercely at Qin Yun. This guy showed no sign of kindness whatsoever. Qin Yun's face twitched. I just glanced once. Is it really that serious? Brother Jiang is definitely the best. Lin Yuan stepped onto the stage and cleared his throat. The crowd quieted immediately, their gazes fixed upon him. Esteemed students, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. You are all prodigies representing your respective schools. The martial examination will commence in 1 month. To assist you in achieving commendable results, we at the Treasure Pavilion are hosting this treasure appreciation meeting. During the meeting, if you find any heavenly materials or precious treasures you desire, you may select them freely. However, we do not support transactions using martial soul coins. Instead, we employ a barter system. If you possess heavenly materials or treasures that do not suit your attributes, you may exchange them for items of equivalent value that better match your own characteristics. At this, the audience frowned deeply. Frankly, where would they have so many treasures on hand? Even if they did, they would have already used or sold them. Lin Yuan paused briefly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Of course, considering that most of you likely do not carry many treasures, the Treasure Pavilion will distribute a special card to each of you. These cards will allow you to claim corresponding resources. Different colored cards correspond to different ranks. From lowest to highest, white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The higher the rank, the greater the privileges. At this moment, the tenseness on the faces below eased, confidence shining in their eyes. Each was a prodigy of their school, a seed candidate capable of entering top martial houses. They held great confidence in their innate talents and strength. Lin Yuan continued, firstly, the lowest white card grants you the right to select any one second-tier elixir or any one yellow-tier heavenly material or treasure owned by the Treasure Pavilion. The green card permits you to choose any 3 second-tier elixirs or 2 yellow-tier heavenly materials or treasures. The blue card allows you to select 1 third-tier elixir or 1 mysterious-tier heavenly material or treasure. The purple card grants the privilege to choose 3 third-tier elixirs or 2 mysterious tier heavenly materials or treasures. The gold card allows the selection of 1 4th tier elixir, or 1 earthly tier heavenly material or treasure. We at the Treasure Pavilion will evaluate your strength and issue the corresponding card accordingly. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, marveling at the Treasure Pavilion's generosity. Yet, as the initial shock subsided, a wave of joy swelled within them. Even the lowest yellow tier heavenly materials or 2nd tier elixirs were valuable treasures to them, let alone the higher grade heavenly materials and advanced elixirs. Most of them had only ever absorbed and refined heavenly materials of the highest quality to such an extent. Among them, Jiang Hen narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yuan on stage, who was smiling knowingly. He thought to himself, does the Treasure Pavilion really have such goodwill? He does not believe that a prestigious establishment like the Treasure Pavilion would host a treasure appreciation meeting purely to give away resources. Someone in the crowd asked, how is strength assessed? At this inquiry, all eyes turned back to Lin Yuan on stage. Lin Yuan smiled and explained, below the 7th level of martial disciple is white rank. 7th to 9th level martial disciple is green rank. 1st to 6th level martial warrior is blue rank. 7th to 9th level martial warrior is purple rank. And above martial master is gold rank. At the reception on the 1st floor, a testing crystal has been set up to assess your martial realm, enabling us to distribute the respective cards. After receiving your cards, you may return here to select your preferred heavenly materials or elixirs. But before the test begins, I must say a few words. The Treasure Pavilion will not hand out these cultivation resources without cause. Jiang Hen stared intently at Lin Yuan on stage. Here it comes. You will be required to sign an agreement with the Treasure Pavilion. The agreement is simple. It asks only that you assist us when the pavilion calls upon you. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances but readily nodded in agreement. Descending to the lower floor, a maid approached, gesturing politely. Honored guests, you must be here for the cultivation test. Please follow me. Following the maid, they arrived at the counter. 2 maids stood behind it, and atop the counter rested a spherical testing crystal. We will now proceed with the cultivation test, one maid announced. Please line up and place your hands upon the testing crystal. Martial Disciple 8th level green card. One maid declared, handing over a green card. Martial Warrior 1st level, blue card. Martial Disciple 7th level green card. Most received white or green cards with a few obtaining blue cards. So far, no one had earned a purple card, let alone a gold card. Sigh, I only got a green card. This test is too tough. Green card is fine. I only got the lowest white card. I wonder if anyone here managed to get a purple or even gold card. It's so difficult. Just then, someone exclaimed, look, someone got a purple card. Who is it? Looking intently, they saw a young man with fiery red hair. It was none other than Long Yu. A sly smile curved Long Yu's lips as his eyes narrowed, holding a purple card in his hand. Martial Warrior 7th level purple card. As expected of the Long family's eldest young master. Martial Warrior at 7th level, this is among the top in Jiangling City. As they were about to compliment him, another shout rang out. Look, someone else got a purple card. Turning again, they saw a figure clad in a yellow brocade robe, exuding an ethereal aura. It was Qin Yun. Martial Warrior, 8th level purple card. Qin Yun? Who is he? I've never heard of him before. Didn't he expect his strength to surpass that of young Master Long? I know Qin Yun. He's from 2nd middle school, the one who had a conflict with young Master Bai recently. Oh, I remember now. All eyes turned toward Bai Fei. Bai Fei was glaring fiercely at Qin Yun. How could he be a martial warrior at 8th level? That's impossible. He himself was only at martial warrior 3rd level, holding a blue card and had been quite smug about it earlier. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun actually managed to obtain a purple card. On what grounds? His martial soul was inferior to mine, so how could his martial cultivation possibly surpass mine? Bai Fei's heart screamed in turmoil. Qin Yun paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He merely nodded slightly to Jiang Hen before making his way directly to the 3rd floor. These people were simply unworthy of his attention. As the testing progressed, gold cards appeared. Gold cards. Someone had actually attained a gold card. Glancing across the crowd, Su Mushue stood clad in a pristine white gown. Martial artist 1st rank gold card. Feng Qinggu watched the crowd lavish praise upon Su Mushue, her eyes tinged with a trace of sympathy and pity. She was well aware of what fate awaited her in the future. In her previous life, Su Mushue perished during the martial examination. The Su family patriarch was enraged and demanded a thorough investigation. Yet, no body was found at the scene, only a massive pit covered in freezing ice, permeated with dense ice elemental energy. a martial soul self-destruction. The investigators almost immediately deduced the cause, but no clues remained at the site, and the matter was eventually dropped. Still, the Su family never gave up, continuing their inquiries. What they ultimately uncovered remains unknown. The testing continued, and soon it was Zhang Hen's turn. Martial artist 3rd rank, gold card. Damn, martial artist 3rd rank. Someone beside him grasped his head and exclaimed. This drew the attention of many nearby. Who is it? Who is a martial artist 3rd rank? It's Zhang Hen, the prodigy of our first high school. The exclamations did not cease, when suddenly another brilliant light flashed. Martial artist 1st rank, gold card. Attention immediately shifted once more. It was the Feng family's eldest daughter, Feng Qinggu. How are there so many martial artists already? The martial exam is still a month away. In past years, only a rare few from Jiangling City who took the exam reached martial artist level. How come there are so many this year? Neither Zhang Hen nor Feng Qinggu paid any mind to the surrounding chatter as they proceeded straight to the 3rd floor, intent on seeking suitable rare materials and treasures. Upon returning to the 3rd floor, the two temporarily parted ways. Zhang Hen began searching among the numerous rare materials and treasures for those fitting his needs. Having not yet explored the entire 3rd floor, he headed directly to the central area, where all the top-tier earthly-grade rare materials and equivalent treasures were located. Earthly grade, 1st rank, purple heart flame marrow. Earthly grade, 5th rank, blue cloud ice crystal. Damn, why is there nothing related to the spatial attribute among the rare materials? Zhang Hen scrutinized the array of treasures carefully. The attributes were diverse, yet none pertained to spatial properties. He did find a few Shen-grade rare materials related to the spatial attribute. Young Master Zhang, have you yet to find a rare material that satisfies you? A voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhang Hen saw none other than Supervisor Lin Yuan. Zhang Hen nodded. Indeed, he had not found a suitable rare material. Spatial attribute rare materials were inherently scarce, let alone those of earthly grade quality. Lin Yuan shifted his tone. However, we at the Treasure Pavilion do possess an earthly grade spatial rare material. Intrigued, Zhang Hen inquired, Supervisor Lin, what is that rare material? Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Young Master Zhang, please follow me. Zhang Hen nodded and followed him into a private room. Young Master Zhang, please look. With that, Lin Yuan waved his right hand adorned with a spatial ring, and a leaf emitting an extraordinary glow appeared before Zhang Hen. Indeed, it was but a single leaf. The space around the leaf trembled, its entire surface shimmering with a silver-white hue, the veins of the leaf clearly visible. This was the earthly grade 3rd rank void spirit leaf, which only rarely appears when a secret realm is first opened. Our treasure pavilion currently holds only this one specimen. Now, it belongs to you. Zhang Hen was momentarily stunned, then recovered to ask, for me? Though he did not fully understand the value of each rare material, an earthly grade spatial rare material was undoubtedly incomparable to ordinary attributes. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Exactly. This void spirit leaf is yours. Consider it a token of friendship from our treasure pavilion to you, young Master Zhang. Do we have a deal? Zhang Hen understood the significance behind Lin Yuan's gesture. This was quite a favor. Many thanks, Supervisor Lin. I Zhang. Accept the treasure pavilion's kindness, he said, bowing respectfully. Not at all. Lin Yuan's face brightened with joy upon hearing Zhang Hen's words. Was this not precisely his intention? Consider it an early investment. Zhang Hen accepted the void spirit leaf, bowed once more, and left the room, his gaze resolute. Indeed, strength remains the ultimate truth. Returning once again to the center of the 3rd floor, smiles adorned the faces of all present, each evidently having gained something. So, Ahen, have you found a rare material that suits you? Yuan Hongfei approached with a smile, accompanied by Su Yi, who wore a slight grin. Both clearly had their own gains. Zhang Hen smiled and nodded. Yuan Hongfei draped an arm over Zhang Hen's shoulder. Have you heard? This treasure appreciation gathering is said to be the most lavish in recent years. How so? Zhang Hen asked curiously. I heard it from others. The reason this gathering is so extravagant is that the headquarters of the Treasure Pavilion gave a special order. Treasure Pavilion Headquarters Special Order. Zhang Hen mused silently. What could be behind this? Why overthink? It's beyond my current grasp, Zhang Hen said with a wry smile. Yuan Hongfei continued, moreover, almost everyone has obtained rare materials they are satisfied with. I reckon many will break through their limits after this gathering. Take Su Yi, for example, he added. His strength is martial artist 1st star and he got a blue card. He selected a wind chant feather and a Shen-grade gung metal stone, both highly compatible with his martial soul. His grin is practically ear to ear. Yuan Hongfei smirked, glancing at Sui. Didn't you also pick 2 essence of rock? Sui shot a glance at Yuan Hongfei. Hearing this, Yuan Hongfei merely scratched his head and offered no rebuttal. He had indeed found rare materials suited to himself. Let us go register downstairs, Yuan Hongfei suggested. As Zhang Hen was about to nod in agreement, a fragrant breeze swept by. Feng Qinggu approached and grasped Zhang Hen's hand. "A hen, let us go." Zhang Hen followed Feng Qinggu obediently, brushing past Yuan Hongfei and Sui. Yuan Hongfei stood frozen in place, then turned around with difficulty. He glanced at Feng Qinggu, then Zhang Hen, then their entwined hands, and finally at Sui beside him. His expression shifted constantly, frowning then relaxing, before finally blurting out, "Since when did they get this close? Why bother?" Sui said calmly, ignoring Yuan Hongfei and walking straight toward the stairs. "Hey, wait for me." Yuan Hongfei hurried after him. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen, held by Feng Qinggu, noticed the prying gazes cast by those around them and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Qingwu, sister, perhaps you should let go of my hand first. There are too many people here. It might not be good for you." Feng Qinggu did not respond. Feng Qinggu's phoenix-like eyes quietly fixed upon Zhang Hen, utterly unfazed by the murmurs of those around them. She simply did not care for the gaze of the crowd. For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Hen felt an overwhelming pressure under Feng Qinggu's unwavering stare. At that moment, an angelic version of Zhang Hen appeared, speaking up, "You should refuse outright. After all, propriety forbids physical contact between men and women, especially in public." You're right," Zhang Hen replied. The demonic Zhang Hen then kicked the angelic one aside. "Screw you. The girl doesn't mind. Yet you, a grown man, are acting all timid." The angelic Zhang Hen retorted, "That's unacceptable. Get lost." The demonic Zhang Hen delivered another kick to the angelic counterpart. At last, Zhang Hen's heart settled, and with a light touch, Feng Qinggu released his hand. "Let us go," Feng Qinggu said calmly, though inwardly she silently chided herself for being too hasty. Zhang Hen hesitated briefly before trailing beside Feng Qinggu, observing her impassive expression. Doubt gnawed at him. Could she be angry now? But then he scolded himself. "Ugh, Zhang Hen. How low can you stoop? Caring now? Where were you before?" Just as Zhang Hen pondered what to say, Feng Qinggu took the initiative. "At the treasure selection meeting, what did you choose?" she asked with curiosity. She recalled that, in his previous life, Zhang Hen had only obtained a blue card and selected a piece of mysterious grade celestial material. But in this lifetime, his cultivation was far superior, and he had acquired a golden card. What treasure had he picked? As for anger, she was certain there was none. She never imagined Zhang Hen would overthink matters so much. Zhang Hen responded with a gentle smile. "Actually, on the 3rd floor, I searched several times but found no celestial material suited to me. In the end, Director Lin gave me a piece of void spirit leaf." Upon hearing that Director Lin had bestowed a piece of void spirit leaf upon Zhang Hen, Feng Qinggu's face showed astonishment. As a martial emperor in her previous life, she understood the value of such an item. It was comparable to an ordinary attribute celestial grade treasure. She never expected the treasure pavilion to possess such a treasure, let alone gift it to someone. Yet, knowing the recipient was Zhang Hen, she felt happy for him. With the void spirit leaf, his strength would rise once more, and his future achievements would surely surpass those of his past life. "I never thought the treasure pavilion would give you the void spirit leaf," Feng Qinggu remarked with admiration. "Indeed, I did not expect that either." Zhang Hen nodded in agreement. After registering on the 1st floor, the two parted ways, each returning home. Meanwhile, atop the pavilion, Director Lin Yuan stood by the window, watching Feng Qinggu and Zhang Hen depart. A maid beside him asked in confusion, "Director, Lianer does not understand why you would entrust such a precious void spirit leaf to an outsider. It is the treasure pavilion's most treasured relic." Lin Yuan merely smiled without replying. Whether it is worth it or not, time will tell. Back home, after greeting his parents, Zhang Hen retreated to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he produced a jade vial and released a pill, the very marrow-refining pill gifted by Qin Chun. Zhang Hen swallowed it directly, then summoned his martial soul to begin absorbing and refining the medicinal power. The pill's energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Spiritual energy surged wildly around him, and his martial soul radiated silver light. An hour later, all returned to calm. Zhang Hen stood steadily, but suddenly a foul stench invaded his nostrils. "What is that smell?" Zhang Hen pinched his nose and waved his hand to disperse it. After 2 breaths, he realized the odor emanated from himself. Patches of brownish grime clung to his skin. "Ugh! Disgusting. I need to shower immediately." Zhang Hen left his room. In the living room, Jiang Ling was watching television. Hearing the door open, she turned around. Whoa, brother, did you fall into a cesspool? Jiang Ling pinched her nose in disgust. Jiang Hen ignored her and strode straight to the bathroom. After scrubbing himself 2 or 3 times from head to toe, the foul smell finally disappeared. At last, he felt comfortable. Just then, his mother's angry voice rang out from another room. Jiang Hen, returning to his room, he found the bed strewn with impurities expelled after taking the marrow-refining pill, resembling a lump of filth. Jiang Ling also entered hesitantly and asked, "Brother, you?" Before she could finish, Jiang Hen interrupted, knowing what she intended to say. "It's just a side effect of the pill." His mother took away the soiled sheets and replaced them with clean ones. After much persuasion, Jiang Hen finally sent away his mother and Jiang Ling even handing Jiang Ling 500 silver coins to keep her quiet. Thinking of Jiang Ling "Brother, you don't want this getting out, right?" But where did she pick up that Japanese culture nonsense? Once again sitting cross-legged, this time directly on the floor, Jiang Hen took a deep breath, for the real challenge was about to begin. From his spatial ring, he withdrew the piece of void spirit leaf, suspending it in the center of his palm. Summoning his martial soul, he began absorbing and refining the spatial power contained within. As the refinement progressed, Jiang Hen's aura grew ever stronger, and the spatial tremors surrounding his fragmented sky sword intensified. An hour later, 3 muffled cracks erupted from within him, breaking through 2 tiers. His realm advanced from the 3rd level of Martial Master to the 6th level. Jiang Hen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Not only had his cultivation leapt 3 minor realms, but the quality of his martial soul had also improved, from 3rd grade celestial to 5th grade celestial, a feat partly owed to the marrow refining pill. Though the pill did not directly break his realm or elevate his martial soul's grade, it had genuinely enhanced his foundation. Subsequently, refining and absorbing the void spirit leaf allowed him to unleash his potential and break through continuously. Clenching his fists tightly, Jiang Hen, now at the 6th level of Martial Master, felt the spiritual energy within him surge. Compared to before, he could take on 10 opponents alone. One word: exhilarating. Following the treasure selection meeting, students from all over Long Kingdom's major academies entered intense seclusion to prepare for the martial examination in 1 month. The campus was permeated with a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of the Gaokao in his previous life. For ordinary students, the martial exam was undoubtedly a pivotal opportunity. Gaining entry into a top-tier martial mansion was tantamount to knocking on the door to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Long Kingdom boasted 10 great martial mansions: True Dragon Martial Mansion, Phoenix Martial Mansion, White Tiger Martial Mansion, Black Tortoise Martial Mansion, Qilin Martial Mansion, Huaqing Martial Mansion, Jinling Martial Mansion, Demon City Martial Mansion, Chuanyu Martial Mansion, and Haiqing Martial Mansion. Each mansion had its own characteristics, selection methods, and priorities. Of course, beyond the 10 top-tier mansions, there were many first-rate, second-rate, and private martial mansions. Naturally, Jiang Hen's goal was one of these 10 top-tier mansions. With 1 month left before the martial exam, there was no room for slackening. Kyoto, the Jun family hall. Su-er, the martial exam will commence in 1 month. Are you confident? An elder sat at the head of the hall, smiling as he inquired. Before him stood a handsome youth of extraordinary bearing. Jun Su cupped his hands respectfully. Grandfather, rest assured. No one in all of Kyoto surpasses my realm. I vow to claim the championship at the martial exam and uphold the honor of the Jun family. Jun Su, the young master of the Jun family, possessed the 1st level of martial spirit and a saint-grade martial soul, the Thunder Element Azure Dragon. Regarding the upcoming martial exam a month hence, if he was not first, then who could be? Hearing this, the elder laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly the grandson of Jun Patian. You are far more confident than your father was at your age. Within each of the great families, the same scene was unfolding. In the Yu, Yi, Gu, and Shao families, among others, their prodigies were all resolutely determined to claim the championship of the martial examination. After all, each possessed their own trump cards and regarded the others with utter contempt. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Long family, the elders had convened in an unusually solemn silence. Very well, speak up. What are your thoughts on the fact that 3 martial artists appeared at this treasure appraisal gathering? The hoarse voice of Long Patian resonated through the hall. For the treasure appraisal gathering, it was also an opportunity for the great families to assess their standing. Long Zhentian rose and cupped his hands respectfully toward Long Patian, who occupied the main seat. Father, among the breakthroughs to martial artist status, one is the young lady Su Mushue of the Su family. The other 2 are the daughter of that scruffy old bird and a commoner named Jiang Hen, if I heard correctly from Xiaoyu. But I heard from Xiaoyu that he seems to be quite close to that scruffy old bird's daughter. Should we say it outright? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Upon hearing this, Long Patian waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Do you think we alone know this news? How do you suppose the other 3 great families will act? Moreover, the news of 3 martial artists appearing in Jiangling City has likely already reached the ears of those above. We have already been warned once. If we are caught again, ha ha ha. Long Jintian asked unwillingly, Father, are we really going to let them off just like that? Long Patian sneered coldly, of course not. The Feng family and our Long family have always been at odds. Since Jiang Hen is so close to that Feng girl, naturally we must eliminate him preemptively. SNT, the martial examination still a month away? Let him remain in that place forever. Long Xiaotian spoke, perplexed. But hasn't he already broken through to martial artist? Xiaoyu is only at the 7th level of martial practitioner. There is a vast gulf between the two. Long Yu lowered his head upon hearing this. As the second young master of the Long family, it was humiliating that his cultivation had yet to surpass that of a commoner. I know Xiaoyu is no match for him, but the martial examination is never without surprises. We will give him an unexpected fate. Father, what do you mean? Long Jintian inquired. All eyes turned toward Long Patian. Beast-attracting powder. Long Patian spat the 3 words icily. Hearing this, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Beast-attracting powder was used by the military to lure ferocious beasts during clearance operations. Normally, it was used sparingly, but a large quantity could trigger a beast tide. In that case, not only might Jiang Hen perish, but a great number of people could die as well. If discovered, the Long family would be utterly ruined. Father, no. If we are found out, it would be a catastrophe for our Long family. Yes, head of the family, please reconsider. Moreover, the martial examination involves a unified inspection of spatial rings. Beast-attracting powder is strictly prohibited. If caught, it would be the end of the Long family. The crowd pleaded anxiously. Their fears were not unfounded, given the tremendous consequences of using beast-attracting powder. Long Patian gazed calmly at the worried assembly and said, What are you all so anxious about? Did I say I would have someone from the Long family do this? I'm not foolish enough to have Xiaoyu carry it in. I have my own arrangements for whoever brings beast-attracting powder into the martial examination. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet their concern persisted. Head of the family, are you sure no one will discover it? They tried not to show their anxiety. After all, there had been previous incidents involving beast-attracting powder at the martial examination, where entire families suffered because of reckless actions. Since then, no one dared to bring it in. Long Patian waved his hand. Rest assured, I will find someone to handle it without implicating the Long family. The elders exchanged glances and spoke in unison. All will follow your orders, head of the family. By the way, what about Tang Zheng? Long Patian turned to Long Jintian. Father, I dispatched people to Tang Zheng's residence, but unfortunately he was not found there. However, rest assured, I refuse to believe that boy 1T return home. When he does, I will ensure his head is taken, Long Jintian replied anxiously. Long Patian lowered his eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. Leave this matter to Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Long Yu stood up. Grandfather, rest assured, I will make him understand the consequences of daring to snatch from the Long family. Long Yu harbored a deep hatred for Tang Zheng, who had dared to steal his possessions. After all, acquiring that rare heavenly material treasure would likely have allowed him to break through to martial artist status. Taking another opportunity was tantamount to killing one's own parents. If he obtained that heavenly material treasure, he too could break through to the martial artist realm. Recalling the admiring gazes cast upon Jiang Hen and the others at the treasure appraisal gathering when they demonstrated their martial artist strength, even Su Muxue glanced sideways. Long Yu's hatred for Tang Zheng intensified. Tang Zheng, you truly deserve to die. Very well then. This matter will be entrusted to Xiaoyu. Long Patian smiled faintly, though his smile sent a chill down one's spine. Tang Zheng left the treasure appraisal gathering and returned home. Upon opening the door, he carefully wiped his eyes, unwilling to believe what he saw. Had thieves broken into his home? Inside, the room was a scene of utter chaos. Clothing strewn across the floor, furniture smashed and destroyed. Tang Zheng's heart thundered wildly. The joy from the treasure appraisal gathering immediately collapsed into despair. Damn it! I swear, if I find out who did this, I will make you understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. After a brief cleanup, Tang Zheng took out the heavenly material treasure he had obtained from the gathering and began to absorb and refine it. My goal is to enter one of the top 10 supreme martial estates. Father will surely be proud of me then. If anyone overheard these words, they would scoff. Spiritual ingress martial soul, entering one of the top 10 supreme martial estates. Such a notion was nothing but a fairy tale, a madman's dream. Time passed quickly, and only 2 days remained before the martial examination. At this moment in Jiangling No. 1 high school inside the Qianlong class, Song Qiu and Yang Zhan stood at the podium. Song Qiu spoke solemnly. The day after tomorrow, the martial examination will officially commence. This is a significant turning point in your lives. I believe each of you understands its importance. I hope you will all take it seriously and that every one of you will enter the martial estate of your aspirations. This martial examination will be conducted simultaneously across 4 regions. We are in the Donglin Military District Examination Ground. All candidates from the entire Donglin Military District will participate together, numbering nearly 4 million. Yang will now explain the relevant matters concerning the martial examination, Song Qiu said, stepping back and gesturing to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan nodded and looked at the audience. The martial examination is the Kingdom of Long's talent selection test. Those who perform excellently will enter better martial estates, opening the door to joining the ranks of the powerful. Now I will explain the relevant details. First, each of you will be equipped with a special identification bracelet. It will detect whether you have successfully slain a ferocious beast and assign points based on your strength in killing the beast. Pay special attention. A ferocious beast can only be recognized once, so refrain from any opportunistic attempts. Yang Zhan glanced at the crowd. Some awkwardly laughed, their thoughts exposed. Second, no treasures or prohibited items are allowed during the martial examination. If found, your qualification will be immediately revoked. At that moment, a hand was raised. It belonged to a seemingly delicate female classmate. Yang Zhan nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Ro, do you have a question? Teacher, my martial soul is of the support type and lacks combat capabilities. Since we are prohibited from using treasure tools during the martial exam, how am I supposed to slay the ferocious beasts? Yang Zhan nodded thoughtfully and gestured for her to remain seated. That is precisely what I am about to explain. Because some individuals awaken martial souls without combat abilities, such candidates are not required to enter the exam arena to kill the ferocious beasts directly. Instead, there will be a specialized examination area outside the arena for those with support-type martial souls. There, the staff will assess you based on your strength level and support capabilities. Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, many students with support-type martial souls exhaled in relief, nearly convinced they would be delivering meals to the ferocious beasts. Thirdly, team formation is permitted during the martial exam, but all consequences must be borne by yourselves. A word of caution. Any mutual killing among candidates is strictly forbidden. Once discovered, the candidate will be disqualified immediately. In previous years, numerous fatal conflicts erupted over unequal distribution within teams, so those considering forming teams should proceed with utmost caution. Having finished, Yang Zhan turned his gaze towards Song Qiu, who nodded and stepped forward. Our martial exam will be conducted in the Tianyun mountain range. You will need to arrive at the exam site 1 day in advance. Tomorrow morning, gather at the playground. The exact time will be announced in the class group. The rest were trivial matters. Jiang Hen sat quietly in his seat. The classroom was sparsely populated. Prominent family descendants like Su Muxue and Feng Qinggu were absent. After a month, Jiang Hen's martial realm remained at the 6th level of martial master. Without resources, progress in cultivation was painstakingly slow. If even heavenly grade martial souls faced such difficulty, how much more so for yellow grade or mysterious grade ones? A new day dawned. The playground was already crowded with people. Jiang Hen made his way to the Qianlong class area. Long Yu was present as well, but his usual gentle smile was gone, replaced by a dark, sullen expression. A vacuum seemed to surround him. No one dared approach. Long Yu paid no mind, his eyes scanning repeatedly through the crowd of Qianlong class students. Who was this fellow searching for?
Jiang Hen wondered.
Just as he was pondering, Long Yu locked eyes with him directly and smiled. A smile tinged with a sinister undertone, as if regarding Jiang Hen as a corpse. Daring to stand so close to Feng Qinggu meant opposing the Long family. Jiang Hen, perplexed by Long Yu's strange expression, thought, could this guy have singled me out? Regardless, Jiang Hen paid him no heed. He would meet force with force. In the martial exam, Long Yu was no threat. Seeing Jiang Hen's indifference, Long Yu gritted his teeth. Pretend all you want. The Tianyun mountain range will be your grave. Turning away, his gaze fell upon Tang Zheng. If there was anyone Long Yu hated most, Tang Zheng stood at the very top. Damn it, Tang Zheng, how dare you steal from me? I will make you suffer beyond death. Jiang Hen could do nothing for now, but as for Tang Zheng, the martial exam awaited. At that moment, Tang Zheng was chatting and laughing cheerfully with Wu Sidong, completely unaware that Long Yu had set his sights on him. Brother Zheng, good luck in the martial exam. Sidong, you too. Just as their spirits were rising, Xiao Qinyu stepped forward. Tang Zheng, with your linging grass martial soul, you'll be bottom of the class in the exam. Xiao Qinyu, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. I, Tang Zheng, will definitely enter the top 10 premier martial families. Haha, with your useless martial soul? Top 10? Don't make me laugh. Xiao Qinyu deliberately spoke loudly, ensuring everyone nearby could hear. What nonsense. Linging grass martial soul entering the top 10? How is that possible? Exactly, I've never heard of any linging grass martial soul making it into the top 10. That's pure fantasy. Hearing the murmurs around him, Tang Zheng suppressed his anger and fixed his gaze on Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu, do you dare to bet with me? As if hearing the greatest joke. Xiao Qinyu sneered disdainfully. You a waste? Compare yourself to me? What's there to compare? The final results of the martial exam between you and me. Fine, I accept. If you lose, you must kneel publicly and admit your mistakes to me, and leave Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Wu Sidong glanced at Tang Zheng with concern. Brother Zheng, do you think this will? Before she finished, Tang Zheng interrupted. Don't worry, Sidong. Have you ever seen me do anything without confidence? Tang Zheng smiled confidently. Wu Sidong nodded in response. Tang Zheng turned to Xiao Qinyu. And if you lose? Me? Lose? What a joke. If I lose, I will never stop you again. And I'll unilaterally give you 1 million martial soul coins. How's that? Xiao Qinyu seemed to hear the greatest joke as he pointed at himself. Tang Zheng shook his head. If you lose, you must never appear before me and Sidong again. And you must kneel publicly and apologize to us. Deal. Xiao Qinyu agreed immediately, never once considering the possibility of defeat. What a joke. How could I possibly lose to a linging grass martial soul? Might as well just bash my head against a wall. Enough noise. Get ready, we're boarding soon. Yang Zhan's authoritative voice cut through the chatter. He strode forward steadily, followed by a disheveled man radiating a gloomy aura. This is Yu Jingchuan, teacher Yu. For this martial exam, our class will be accompanied by me and teacher Yu. Teacher Song Chiu had urgent matters and cannot join us. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces fell. Why does it have to be this useless master? I want my teacher Song Chiu. Ah, teacher Song Chiu, please come back. Your students need you.
Yang Zhan.
Watching their exaggerated reactions, rubbed his forehead. Alright, enough fooling around. Board the bus immediately. Yet this commotion had the unexpected effect of easing the tension surrounding the martial exam. Behind Yang Zhan, Yu Jingchuan's expression was solemn. I am a master. It's your fortune to have me accompany you. Yet here you are, complaining and whining. Such ignorance, not even respecting your elders. I suppose the Qianlong class is no different. I'm glad I didn't come to teach you after all. That would have been a disgrace. Of course, he did not voice these thoughts aloud, sparing them some dignity. In truth, Yu Jingchuan was merely a martial artist, as were almost all the people here. Finally, Yu Jingchuan said nothing further, only enduring silently. TCH, I was going to guide you all, but I suppose not. The martial exam relies not only on strength but also on wisdom. Tang Zheng, seeing Yu Jingchuan, clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently. The words "you're a waste" echoed like yesterday's insult. Then he relaxed slightly and exhaled deeply. His gaze grew resolute. Yu Jingchuan, I will prove I am not a waste. I, Tang Zheng, will ascend to the pinnacle of the world and show that you were blind. Naturally, Yu Jingchuan had noticed Tang Zheng and had heard of his story, but he did not regret his stance. After all, Tang Zheng was just a lucky waste. Luck could not always be on one's side. That was unrealistic. Even if given another chance, he would still refuse. That is who I am, Yu Jingchuan. Alright, the bus has arrived. Everyone line up orderly and prepare to board. In the distance, a large bus was already parked. We are bus number 4. Don't get it wrong. After boarding the vehicle, Jiang Hen selected a seat by the window in the middle row, gazing absent-mindedly outside. The martial examination was imminent, and before he realized it, 3 years had already passed since he arrived in this world. 3 years, neither too long nor too short. After all, how many 3-year spans does one's life truly hold? Of course, this was only in comparison to ordinary people. If you asked how many such spans a martial saint might have, the answer would undoubtedly be hundreds. In those 3 years, he had witnessed the gradual disintegration of what was once a happy and harmonious family, not solely due to the ferocious beast tides, but also because of human nature. Strength was the ultimate law. It was the foundation of one's confidence. The martial examination was the nearest path to stepping into the ranks of the powerful. As Jiang Hen was lost in thought, a gentle fragrance wafted over him, causing his nostrils to twitch slightly. This scent felt strangely familiar. Looking up, A delicate and charming face entered his sight. Feng Qinggu had taken a seat right beside him. There shouldn't be anyone here, right? She asked. Jiang Hen shook his head. No one. Those around them, seeing Feng Qinggu sit so casually next to Jiang Hen, clenched their teeth in envy, wishing it were they who sat beside the goddess. Meanwhile, some girls looked upon Feng Qinggu with admiration, for Jiang Hen was handsome, stood around 6 feet 1 inch tall, and most importantly was strong. A perfect ideal in their dreams. Others couldn't help but feel their eyes brighten, convinced there must be some connection between the two. I knew it, one whispered. On the very day we were assigned classes, I felt something was off. Sure enough, the goddess approached Jiang Hen first. Now it's clear there's more to this than meets the eye. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses looked on with a just-as-I-thought expression. The atmosphere on the bus was devoid of any tension regarding the impending martial examination. Instead, it was filled entirely with gossip about Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu. Yang Zhan observed the scene without interference, choosing instead to enjoy the spectacle. Honestly, this is delicious drama. Jiang Hen noticed the gazes fixed upon him but paid them no mind, chatting sporadically with Feng Qinggu. Long Yu clenched his fists tightly, eyes fixed fiercely on the pair engaged in lively conversation to his right front. The martial examination will be your graveyard, he vowed silently. You'll be a pair of doomed lovebirds. Elsewhere, Wu Sidong nestled comfortably in Tang Jing's embrace, her head resting on his shoulder, radiating intimacy. Xiao Qinyu sat to their left, separated by an aisle. He cared little for Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu. His eyes were solely on Wu Sidong. A devoted man, yet his beloved leaned on another's chest, tearing at his heart and fueling his fury. Tang Zheng let go of Sidong, Xiao Qinyu growled. Tang Zheng glanced at him but ignored the command. Tang Zheng, you're asking for death. Xiao Qinyu's face flushed crimson as his gaze bore into Tang Zheng. He felt as if a green halo hovered above his head, though Sidong had never acknowledged him. Long Yu also noticed Tang Zheng's side but held no interest. Indeed, he regarded him with disdain. At that moment, his world contained only Jiang Hen. Yu Jingchuan looked at Tang Zheng's suave demeanor with a sour heart. Once upon a time, Yu Jingchuan himself had been a figure of prominence throughout the Dragon Kingdom, nearly winning the heart of a beauty. Recalling this, he burned with resentment. Damn Jun Wudi. He must have used some silver-tongued trickery to steal my donger away. Breathing heavily, Yu Jingchuan longed to appear before Jun Wudi and deliver a resounding slap. Of course, this was impossible. By now, Jun Wudi was probably a martial emperor far beyond Yu Jingchuan's reach. Nearby, Yang Zhan noticed Yu Jingchuan's labored breaths and, with a look of disdain, discreetly distanced himself. Had it not been for the principal's special arrangement, he wouldn't have wanted to share a vehicle with this waste. Yu Jingchuan's reputation among the teachers was far from favorable. Indeed, it could be described as abysmal. He was arrogantly self-important, looking down on everyone. The problem was that, at his age, he was still merely a martial artist, inferior even to Yang Zhan's students, yet he maintained a haughty attitude, only wanting to teach geniuses and constantly tinkering with his so-called martial soul evolution outline. This waste even dared to apply to teach the Qianlong class. What a joke! He had no idea of his own level. It was sheer delusion. Yang Zhan had teamed up with Song Qiu for several years and held her teaching abilities in high regard. As for this waste, he conceded there was some strength but not much. Unaware of Yang Zhan's changing expression, Yu Jingchuan's mind wandered through memories of his youth. After the martial examination, which martial house do you plan to join? Feng Qinggu asked Jiang Hen with a smile. I haven't decided yet, Jiang Hen replied, shaking his head. Although the martial examination had yet to begin, Jiang Hen was almost certain he would enter one of the top 10 elite martial houses. But as for which one, he did not know. And you? Jiang Hen inquired, turning to Feng Qinggu. As for me, I'll probably go to the Phoenix Martial House, she answered. In her previous life, she had also entered the Phoenix Martial House, where her mentor resided, so she was intimately familiar with it. You could come to the Phoenix Martial House too. With your current strength, they would surely invest significant resources in nurturing and enhancing your abilities, Feng Qinggu said, her eyes shining with hope. She recalled that in her past life, a hen had entered the Qilin Martial House, renowned for its numerous secret realms. But the Phoenix Martial House was no slouch either, boasting plenty of secret realms. Indeed, Feng Qinggu wished to persuade Jiang Hen to join the Phoenix Martial House. Wait, Feng Qinggu paused, furrowing her brow as if recalling something. If I'm not mistaken, that guy also entered the Qilin Martial House. Her heart was filled with conflict. I'll decide later, Jiang Hen said casually. Regardless of which martial house he joined, he would base his choice on the conditions they offered. He couldn't simply choose the Phoenix Martial House just because Feng Qinggu suggested it. Although, if the terms were similar, he would certainly prioritize the Phoenix Martial House. The venue for this martial examination in Donglan Province was set within the Tianyun mountain range, which was actually a secret realm located in the suburbs beside the demon capital. Secret realms were ranked by grade, from highest to lowest, triple S, double S, single S, A, B, C, D. The Tianyun mountain range was a B-grade secret realm, inhabited by ferocious beasts up to the 5th rank, comparable to the strength of a martial ancestor. Jiangling City was not far from the demon capital. The bus had traveled 6 or 7 hours to reach the outskirts of the demon capital. Along the route, many other buses headed in the same direction, evidently carrying students participating in the martial examination. As the scenery outside the window shifted continuously, the students on the bus expressed constant amazement. From afar, they could see a misty blue halo. This was the entrance to the secret realm. As the bus drew nearer, the secret realm grew closer, revealing a towering platform roughly the size of a football field. Beneath the platform stood numerous guards. Beside the platform, a dense crowd of students who had already arrived stretched as far as the eye could see. Inside the bus, the students were already buzzing with chatter. Wow, is this the secret realm entrance? It's enormous. Good grief, why are there so many people here? Isn't it obvious? They're all examinees. Didn't teacher Song Chio say the entire Donglan Province's candidates come here for the martial examination? Toot toot. With so many people, only heaven knows what rank I might achieve. I have no idea what rank you might secure, but I do know that the admission criteria for the top 10 premier martial houses require placing within the first 1,000. The first 1,000? Our entire Donglan province has approximately 4 million candidates. That's extraordinarily rigorous. That's quite normal, though, since the top 10 premier martial houses only recruit geniuses. In any case, I don't dare to aspire to those top 10. Getting into a first-class martial house would suffice. One individual clasped his hands together, silently praying. Look at you, as if entering a first-class martial house is a simple feat. Although there are more first-class martial houses than the top 10 premier ones, they aren't that numerous either. Their admission standard is to select the top 100,000 candidates, another person remarked calmly. Out of 4 million candidates, nearly half are merely accompanying examinees. They won't even make it into any martial house, not to mention second-rate ones. Hearing this, everyone grew visibly anxious. Seeing this, Yang Zhan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for you all to worry. With your abilities, as long as nothing unexpected happens, gaining admission to a martial house is assured, though entering a first-class one might require some extra effort." Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, the crowd's tension eased somewhat. Soon, the bus arrived at the destination and came to a halt. Jiang Hen followed the others as they disembarked. "Everyone form a line here," Yang Zhan called out as he walked to an open space. Everyone quickly stood in formation. At this moment, no one was willing to lag behind. Yang Zhan nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this. "Good. Next, we'll find a vacant area to serve as our temporary camp." Since the Tianyun mountain range secret realm lies in the outskirts of the Magic City, there are no nearby hotels or houses to stay in. Thus, they had to bring their own tents and make do with spending the night in the suburbs. Yet, at this moment, no one uttered a single complaint. After locating a vacant patch and pitching their tents, Jiang Hen, along with the group, wandered near the secret realm's elevated platform. He had never seen the secret realm before and was filled with curiosity. Arriving at the foot of the platform, which roughly resembled a quadrangular prism, they observed steps ascending its sloped surface. However, numerous railings and guards at the base forbade anyone from climbing further. Atop the platform hovered a massive blue halo, roughly elliptical in shape. "So beautiful," a girl exclaimed, covering her mouth. Jiang Hen's eyes lit up at the sight. It was indeed magnificent. "Don't be deceived by its outward appearance," a voice came from behind. Qin Yun, arms crossed over his chest, walked beside Jiang Hen, gazing at the secret realm's entrance. Intrigued, Jiang Hen asked, "Oh, how so?" Qin Yun, unpretentious, explained directly. Secret realms can be classified as innate or acquired. Innate ones are naturally formed by nature, perhaps through the convergence and condensation of spiritual energy, or remnants of ancient celestial upheavals. As for acquired secret realms, martial saint-level experts can independently create small worlds. When such a master falls, part of their realm may become an ownerless secret realm. The venue for this martial examination, the Tianyun Mountain Range secret realm, is evidently an innate secret realm. Actually, most of the secret realms we encounter are innate. Acquired ones are rare. After all, there aren't many martial saint-level experts. Even with the current spiritual energy resurgence, only a handful exist. Having listened, Jiang Hen deepened his understanding of secret realms and grew even more admiring of Qin Yun. Brother Qin, you are indeed erudite. I am truly impressed. Jiang Hen saluted respectfully. Qin Yun merely smiled and waved his hand. Not at all, just well read. There are also some rare and precious heavenly materials within secret realms. However, since this one serves as the examination venue, it has likely been thoroughly scavenged by the authorities beforehand. Jiang Hen nodded in agreement. If it's an examination site, they surely dispatched people to clear it out first. If any heavenly treasures were found, they wouldn't have left them behind. Of course, that doesn't mean none remain. Undiscovered treasures must still exist. Otherwise, so many would not be drawn to secret realms like moths to flame. Besides training, the possibility of high-grade heavenly materials hidden within is a major lure. Most enter with hopeful hearts, yearning to find treasures that might reverse their fate. Some do succeed in changing their destiny, but many more perish within the secret realm, becoming prey for ferocious beasts. By the way, Brother Jiang, after the martial exam, which martial house do you plan to join? With your talent, the top 10 premier houses should be at your disposal. Qin Yun asked with a smile. Feng Qinggu, standing not far from Jiang Hen, couldn't help but perk up her ears. I'll decide based on the conditions offered by the major martial houses. To me, all the top 10 premier houses are equal, Jiang Hen replied. Feng Qinggu heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll negotiate with the head of the Phoenix martial house. 2 prodigies, they certainly won't refuse. Qin Yun chuckled and said, Brother Jiang, don't think that way. Though the top 10 houses are all premier, they differ in rankings and characteristics. To be honest, his voice lowered, I intend to go to the Qilin martial house. Brother Jiang, why not come with me? The thunder sacred spirit I seek resides within a secret realm inside Qilin martial house. A spatial sacred spirit might also be present. If not, I'll compensate you with several 5th grade pills. How does that sound? He shared so much because he recognized Jiang Hen's potential and believed that in settling scores with the Yu family, Jiang Hen would never stand alone. Hearing this, Jiang Hen pondered. A spatial sacred spirit would indeed be a tremendous opportunity, though it's only a possibility. Brother Qin also mentioned compensating me with 5th grade pills. But earlier, Sister Qinggu wanted me to join the Phoenix martial house. Ugh, my head is spinning. Brother Jiang, I know the Qilin martial house quite well. They have secret realms suitable for cultivating spatial-type martial souls like yours, as well as spatial heavenly materials. Not just heavenly grade, but even sacred-grade spatial treasures. Some of the top 10 premier houses don't even possess heavenly-grade spatial materials, let alone sacred grade. All this is because Qilin martial house once had a martial saint with a spatial martial soul. After his death, his internal small world became an ownerless secret realm, which remained within Qilin martial house. Its abundant spatial energy nurtured many high-grade spatial heavenly materials. So, Brother Jiang, Qilin martial house is the most fitting for you. Moved by Qin Yun's words, Jiang Hen made his decision without hesitation. Very well, I will go to Qilin martial house. According to Qin Yun, Qilin martial house truly was the most suitable choice. Upon hearing Jiang Hen's answer, Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction. This was the person he had set his sights on. He certainly wouldn't let him slip away. Of course, Qin Yun hadn't deceived him. Among the top 10 premier houses, Qilin martial house indeed possessed the most high-grade spatial heavenly materials. However, acquiring them required a vast amount of contribution points. An entry to that secret realm demanded a special token only the house's lord possessed. Qin Yun chose not to disclose these details to Jiang Hen. What if he didn't come after knowing? At worst, he could always help him out later. After all, he was already acquainted with the current lord of Qilin martial house. Nearby, Feng Qinggu had overheard the entire exchange. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, Damn Qin Yun. Just like that, he has tricked me out of my man. Her phoenix-like eyes fixed fiercely on Qin Yun, as if she wished to tear him to pieces and feed him to dogs. Meanwhile, Qin Yun felt a chill down his spine and awkwardly wiped his nose, sensing someone was glaring daggers at him. Well then, Brother Jiang, I'll take my leave. See you inside the secret realm, Qin Yun said, waving before departing. Watching Qin Yun leave, Jiang Hen scratched his head, frowning. I thought the secret realm's teleportation was supposed to be random? Suddenly, Jiang Hen felt a chill sweep down his back. Turning around, he met the somber visage of Feng Qinggu, whose phoenix-like eyes were fixed intently upon him. You intend to go to the Qilin martial residence? The words slipped coldly from Feng Qinggu's lips. Jiang Hen nodded mechanically. After a curt very well from Feng Qinggu, she turned on her heel and departed. She bore no resentment toward Jiang Hen. Rather, the thought of not seeing him for a long time filled her with a subtle reluctance. Their encounter in the previous life had been a mere accident. Yet after that event, Zhang Hen's name had been indelibly etched into her heart. Now that she had been reborn, who could predict what the future held? She feared that Zhang Hen might forget her, abandon her. The mere prospect of such a fate tore at her soul. She longed to coax Zhang Hen into the Phoenix martial residence, so they might remain together. Yet he was swept away by Qin Yun. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she found herself acknowledging that the Qilin martial residence was indeed more suited to Zhang Hen, with its secret realms for spatial cultivation and its high-grade spatial materials and treasures. This realization only deepened Feng Qingguo's sorrow. There was no justification to prevent Zhang Hen from going to the Qilin martial residence. She could not simply hold him back against his will. Zhang Hen might resent her, and she would despise herself for such selfishness. Thus, it seemed she could do nothing but watch helplessly as Zhang Hen threw himself into the arms of the Qilin martial residence, into Qin Yun's embrace. Alas, Zhang Hen watched Feng Qingguo's retreating figure with a heavy heart. He sensed her feelings, though he could not fathom why she admired him. Yet he could not deny that to claim he felt nothing would be a lie. Lost in thought, Zhang Hen returned to the camp, where Yuan Hongfei soon approached him. "Ah Hen, what is going on?" I ran into the goddess Feng head-on, but she looked so displeased. "Be honest, did you stir up trouble?" I suppose you could say that." Zhang Hen nodded. TSK, "Ah Hen, I'm not trying to scold you, but everyone can see Feng goddess's feelings for you. And she is so beautiful, the eldest daughter of the Feng family, yet you rejected her." Yuan Hongfei's expression was one of exasperation. Hearing this, Zhang Hen knew he had been misunderstood but offered no explanation. "Yeah, I understand. I'll be going now." Without another word, Zhang Hen left and returned to his tent, his heart a tangled web of emotions. As night fell, a bonfire was lit and the group gathered around, sharing their aspirations for the future. "I will head to the front lines, to defend our homeland and make the fierce beasts we slay cry out for their mothers." Cheers erupted in response. "Good. I will return to Zhongling City to become a guard, protecting the citizens and my family." More cheers followed, untainted by mockery. Yang Zhan stood, addressing the assembly. "Tomorrow, we enter the secret realm of the Tianyun Mountains. I want to say much more now. I wish everyone success in the martial examination and hope you all gain entry to the martial residence of your dreams." Applause broke out again. Yang Zhan smiled and nodded to everyone. "All right, this evening is yours to enjoy, but don't stay up too late. You'll need your energy for tomorrow's exam." The group continued animated conversations, excitedly recounting the day's sights and experiences, their words brimming with awe. Of course, there were exceptions. Yu Jingchuan sat alone, shunned by all. Listening to their chatter, he scorned inwardly. These are the students of the Qianlong class? Such naivete. One would think they were country bumpkins from some backwater village. Yu Jingchuan disdained to associate with them. Likewise, Long Yu sat in solitude. Ever since the incident during the field trial, no one openly confronted him, but none dared to approach either. Long Yu cared little. After all, they were mere commoners. His sole desire now was to shred Tang Shan, who had stolen his opportunity, into pieces during the martial examination. Tang Zhang, however, was blissfully unaware that an enemy had silently arisen against him. Had he known, he would have vehemently protested, for he had never encountered any rare materials during his field trial. At that moment, Tang Zhang was chatting and laughing with Wu Sidong. "Sidong, once we enter the secret realm, I'll protect you. All right, brother Zheng, you must keep me safe." Xiao Wu smiled playfully. "Rest assured, Sidong." Tang Zheng smiled confidently. "I believe you, brother Zheng." Wu Sidong nodded emphatically. "Sidong, brother Zheng." As Tang Zhang and Wu Sidong flirted, Xiao Qinyu's heart darkened. Clenching his fists, he ground his teeth and vowed, "Tang Zhang, tomorrow I'll trap you in the secret realm forever. Sidong belongs to me." His gaze was cold and sinister, chilling even in the darkness of night. While the others gathered by the bonfire, Feng Qingguo remained alone in her tent. Stupid Ah Hen, insisting on going to the Qilin martial residence. Ah Hen's going to the Qilin martial residence while I'm bound for the Phoenix martial residence. We won't even be in the same military district. What if some sly vixen seduces Ah Hen and he is tempted? Though their relationship was not yet clear, did that matter? Of course it mattered. But their meeting and romance in the previous life had been an accident. Would Ah Hen still like her now? At the thought, Feng Qingguo could not help but smile bitterly. She had never imagined that, even as a martial emperor in her past life, she would face such a difficult predicament. Just as she mocked herself, a voice startled her. "Qingguo sister, are you in there?" It was Zhang Hen. He had not seen Feng Qinggu by the bonfire and had come to her tent to check. One moment. Feng Qinggu replied swiftly. What was he doing? Feng Qinggu felt both anxious and a little excited. Drawing back the tent flap, Jiang Hen beheld Feng Qinggu's stunning face, her long hair tied high, dressed in a white combat suit that made her appear both heroic and exquisitely beautiful. What is it? Feng Qinggu asked, feigning calm. Qinggu sister, shall we talk inside? Jiang Hen asked cautiously. Feng Qinggu gave him a half-smile. You say you want to enter a girl's tent.
Jiang Hen blushed,
Inwardly berating himself for such a foolish remark. His main purpose was to speak with Feng Qinggu. Seeing this, Feng Qinggu could not help but chuckle softly. Watching Jiang Hen's hesitant demeanor eased her previously gloomy mood. All right, I'm joking. Come. With that, Feng Qinggu stepped inside. Teasing this blockhead was quite amusing. Her mood lightened considerably. Jiang Hen followed her inside, immediately greeted by a fragrance reminiscent of gardenia blossoms. Was this Feng Qinggu's natural scent? Outside, the news of Jiang Hen entering the goddess's tent had already caused an uproar. Did Jiang Hen really go into the goddess's tent? No way. Is this for real? It's true. Little Lien and I saw it with our own eyes. No! Many hearts shattered. Although they had anticipated this outcome during the journey, none expected their relationship to progress so swiftly. Some grew curious and mischievous. Why don't we eavesdrop outside the tent to hear what they're talking about? Before the words were fully spoken, someone retorted, if you want to listen, go yourself. I'm not going. If we get caught, you'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the man scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying, I was only joking, wasn't I? Ha ha ha. Long Yu cast a glance toward the direction of Feng Qinggu's tent, then looked over at Su Muxue, who sat alone, exuding an ethereal chill, her fists clenched tightly. Damn it, if you all like being together so much, then during the martial examination you might as well perish together. As for Muxue, Long Yu recalled the mission entrusted to him by his grandfather. Xiao Yu, during the trial within the secret realm, someone will meet you and hand you that item. This mission is crucial. The Su family behind Su Muxue is no ordinary force. Don't worry, grandfather. Thinking this, Long Yu licked his lips involuntarily, his gaze upon Su Muxue brimming with greed. During the martial examination, Tang Zhang was destined to perish, Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu would also die, but Muxue he would claim her. After all, this was what his grandfather had said. It could hardly be false. The only mystery was how his grandfather managed to get that person inside. But such matters were none of his concern. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Jiang Hen casually surveyed the space, which could comfortably accommodate 5 people. A finely crafted large bed was positioned at the rear. Compared to his own ground mat, it was simply magnificent. What do you need from me? Feng Qinggu asked, feigning ease. Qingwujie, I'm sorry. In the end, I chose the Qilin Martial Mansion rather than the Phoenix Martial Mansion. I deceived you, Jiang Hen said softly. There's no need to apologize. If anyone should apologize, it's me. Qin Yun was right. The Qilin Martial Mansion truly suits you best. I was too hasty, trying to pull you into the mansion I wanted to join. Neglecting your wishes, Feng Qinggu shook her head and replied. However, the secret realm of the Qilin Martial Mansion requires the Martial Mansion Lord's token for entry, but with that fellow's abilities, he should be able to help you acquire it. Hearing this, Jiang Hen was inwardly astonished. Brother Qin is that powerful? But how does Qingwujie know this? I can't help but ask. Qingwujie, you know Brother Qin as well? Feng Qinggu cast Jiang Hen a plaintive glance and said, not exactly well, but I've heard someone talking about him every day before. According to him, Qin Yun has a very close relationship with the Martial Mansion Lord, a friendship that transcends generations. Jiang Hen hadn't noticed Feng Qinggu's expression but was surprised by her words that Qin Yun was in such close terms with the Qilin Martial Mansion Lord. The Lord was a figure who had lived over a century and had reached the Martial Saint realm. That Qin Yun could know such a prominent person truly impressed Jiang Hen, and more than that, he admired him. I never expected Brother Qin to be acquainted with such a distinguished figure as the Qilin Martial Mansion Lord, and even become a lifelong friend, Jiang Hen murmured, shaking his head in admiration. Then, shifting his tone, Jiang Hen looked back at Feng Qinggu. Regardless, Qingwujie, I definitely bear some responsibility in this matter, and I owe you an apology. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinggu turned her head away with a hint of pride. Humph, it's enough that you know. Seeing Feng Qinggu blush and look away, revealing a delicate, almost feminine expression, Jiang Hen's heart stirred, and he swallowed nervously, forcing himself to remain composed. He never imagined Qingwujie could display such a tender, womanly side. So, Qingwujie, does this mean you're willing to forgive me? Jiang Hen asked with a faint blush and a smile. Hearing this, Feng Qinggu quickly turned back, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hen's face. No, unless you agree to one condition. Jiang Hen instinctively asked what condition. Feng Qinggu hesitated slightly before stating directly, once you enter the Qilin martial mansion, you're not allowed to associate with those frivolous girls. Jiang Hen was momentarily stunned but then smiled wider and leaned in to ask, oh, and why is that? Feng Qinggu was about to explain but, seeing Jiang Hen's amused expression, immediately realized he was teasing her. Pretending to be angry, she said, fine, you dare to toy with me? I don't care. Once you're in the Qilin martial mansion, don't get too close to those girls or else. Before she could finish, Jiang Hen laughed and interrupted, or else what? He suddenly found this side of Qing Wujie quite entertaining and amusing. Interrupted so abruptly, Qing Wujie felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Biting her teeth and staring at Jiang Hen with blazing eyes, her face fully flushed. Inwardly, she thought, damn it, Hen, when did you get so bold? Even daring to tease me. Forcing her voice to sound more natural, she began, But before she could finish, Jiang Hen kissed her. Feng Qinggu tried to push him away, but her hands were caught by Jiang Hen. As she instinctively stepped back, she suddenly tripped over the edge of the bed, and the two collapsed onto it. After a brief separation, Feng Qinggu breathed softly, her mind still reeling. She felt as if she had been kissed forcibly, powerless to resist, her body inexplicably weak. Jiang Hen placed his hands on Feng Qinggu's shoulders, looking down at her from above, his eyes dreamy, cheeks flushed, lips enticing. He didn't know why, but in a moment of impulse, he kissed her, their lips meeting. So soft, and then they fell onto the bed. Feng Qinggu began, but Jiang Hen quickly took control again, lifting her hands above her head. No holding back, going all in. Feng Qinggu's mind was awash with dizziness. The sensation of his lips confirmed she was being kissed by a hen, her body utterly weak. Feng Qinggu adjusted her slightly disheveled clothes, gazing at Jiang Hen with a face full of plaintive resentment, yet inwardly tinged with surprise. She hadn't expected Jiang Hen to take the initiative to kiss her. She harbored no real resistance. After all, everything that needed to be done in her previous life had been accomplished. Still, she was a little aggrieved that he kissed her before she could even speak, leaving her head spinning. Feeling Feng Qinggu's gaze, Jiang Hen grew uneasy. How did he get carried away like this? Now calm, he wanted to slap himself for being so reckless. Jiang Hen lifted his head to meet Feng Qinggu's eyes and said, Qing Wujie, if you want to hit me or scold me next, I'll accept it without resistance. Seeing Jiang Hen's magnanimous posture, Feng Qinggu found it amusing. You kissed me, don't you plan to take responsibility? This was my first kiss. Hearing this, Jiang Hen was momentarily stunned, the imagined scolding failing to materialize. Realizing this, he immediately patted his chest and said, Rest assured, Qing Wujie, I will take responsibility for you. At this, Feng Qinggu's cheeks flushed deeper, her red lips pressing lightly together as she nodded softly. Jiang Hen teased, then Qing Wujie, from now on, you'll be my woman. Feng Qinggu did not refute this but instead looked serious and solemn. Jiang Hen, if I ever catch you being promiscuous. She paused dramatically, then feigned a threat. I'll find a way to kill you, then kill myself, so we can accompany each other on the road to heaven, entangled for all eternity. Just as Feng Qinggu was about to continue, a strong pull suddenly drew her into a warm embrace, a heated whisper brushing her ear. Don't worry, Qing Wujie. From now on, my entire life is yours. The sensation at her ear sent an electrifying thrill through Feng Qinggu, making her whole body tingle. Then Jiang Hen bent down and captured those alluring red lips once more. The two embraced each other tightly, indistinguishable from one another, as Feng Qinggu instinctively responded. After a moment, they parted, and the frustration that had weighed on Jiang Hen due to his impending journey to the Qilin martial mansion was completely dissipated, replaced by a profound sweetness within his heart. Jiang Hen looked at Feng Qinggu and could not help but smile, saying, Sister Qinggu, I look forward to your guidance from now on. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinggu immediately threw herself into Jiang Hen's arms, and he instinctively embraced her. A muffled sound came from his chest. At this, Jiang Hen smiled softly, refraining from any unnecessary movements, merely tightening his embrace gently. The scene was warm and exquisitely beautiful. Outside, by the campfire, the crowd continued their discussions, but they were not gossiping about Feng Qinggu and Jiang Hen. Instead, they were debating the frontrunners of this martial examination. Who do you think has the best chance of becoming the top scorer in this martial exam? I've heard that the number of martial masters among our candidates this year is no fewer than the fingers on one hand, the highest count in years, one person asked. Indeed, another responded promptly, this afternoon, I overheard people talking about Gu Qianzong from the ancient Gu family of Modu. Everyone believes he is likely to claim the top spot in this exam. There is also Lin Yen from the Lin family of Modu. I heard that after his engagement was called off a few months ago, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, recently breaking through to the martial master realm. He is one of the strongest contenders for the top spot. Oh, and don't forget, don't you think our class S Feng goddess, Su goddess, and that Jiang Hen fellow aren't too bad either? Our class boasts 3 martial masters. That's right, by your reckoning our class has 3 top contenders, which means our Qianlong class stands a good chance of producing the champion. No way, the top scorer is right here among us. Nearby, Yu Jingchuan, though inwardly disdainful of their chatter, still pricked up his ears. When he heard that their class had 3 martial masters, he was utterly stunned. He had never seriously assessed the strength of the students in Qianlong class before, thinking that in a small place like Jiangling City, no one could be that strong. Yet, to his surprise, there were indeed 3 martial masters. Compared to them, as the son of the Yu family patriarch from the capital, he understood the significance of breaking into the martial master realm at such an age. It was truly worthy of being called a young martial sovereign. After his shock came envy and jealousy. Yu Jingchuan's heart screamed in frustration. Why? Why could these commoners break into the martial master realm at this age, while I, the former heir of the Yu family, still cannot? No, I refuse to accept this. Indeed, in Yu Jingchuan's eyes, the 4 great families of Jiangling City were no different from commoners, and Jiang Hen was the lowest among the lowly commoners. Because his cultivation progressed so poorly, he faced not only external doubts but also considerable dissatisfaction from the elders and other young disciples within his family. No matter how hard he trained or how many resources he expended, he simply could not break through. Although his father, Yu Yuanjin, defended him before the elders, Yu Jingchuan overheard them calling him a waste behind closed doors. Unable to endure it any longer and unwilling to trouble his father further, he left a letter and set out into the world on his own. Eventually, he made a name for himself as the Dragon Kingdom Master in the Dragon Kingdom, self-proclaimed, and authored the outline of martial soul evolution, which earned renown throughout the literary circles of the Dragon Kingdom, at least in his own estimation. He wondered, would those elders still regard him as a waste now? Would they regret forcing him out of the Yu family? Even if they came begging for his return, he would refuse. Nevertheless, in his heart, his cultivation talent remained a glaring weakness. He had always yearned to cultivate a prodigy to prove that Yu Jingchuan was not a waste. Initially, he had set his sights on Tang Zheng, but at the martial soul awakening ceremony, Tang Zheng shocked him by awakening a useless martial soul, Ling Yin Grass, an even greater waste than himself. Hence, he decisively abandoned him, unwilling to nurture such a failure. Otherwise, how could he prove to the world that Yu Jingchuan was a genius? With this thought, Yu Jingchuan's eyes gleamed with determination, his fists clenched tightly. Yes, he would take on a disciple to prove to the world that Yu Jingchuan was no waste. He fixed his gaze directly on Jiang Hen, the lowest among the lowly commoners, but he believed that, given his status as the former Yu family heir and a master, Jiang Hen would immediately accept his offer to become his disciple. This is who I am, Yu Jingchuan. Moreover, he had heard that among the 3, Jiang Hen's cultivation was the highest. Hehe, truly worthy of being my future disciple. With this thought, Yu Jingchuan rose to his feet, adjusted his attire, and cast a contemptuous glance at the crowd gathered by the campfire. A bunch of rabble. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. What a lunatic! Yu Jingchuan strode toward Feng Qinggu's tent. As he walked away, the crowd resumed their chatter. Look, that waste Yu Jingchuan seems to be heading for Feng Goddess's tent. What the heck is that waste going to do? Feng Goddess and Brother Hen are in such an intimate moment. Is he trying to eavesdrop? One person said with a face full of disdain. The crowd immediately paused their previous topic and focused their attention on Yu Jingchuan. Even Su Muxue could not help but glance in his direction. Long Yu was also curious. What was that waste up to? He had heard that there was someone at Jiangling No. 1 high school who claimed to be a Dragon Kingdom master, relying on some background to freeload at school. Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong also looked toward Yu Jingchuan. Their hearts were filled with resentment for this man who had once humiliated them. Even Wu Sidong's gaze carried contempt since Tang Zheng had confided in her about his previous request for Yu Jingchuan's guidance. Feeling all eyes upon him, Yu Jingchuan's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, no matter where I go, I am the center of attention. Pausing briefly, Yu Jingchuan straightened his posture and strode forward with head held high. No need to stare at me like that. I will never accept any of you as my disciples. Yu Jingchuan, do not take mediocrities. At that moment, Yu Jingchuan reached the entrance of Feng Qingguo's tent and called out, Zhang Hen, I have matters to discuss with you. Could you come out for a moment? Inside, Feng Qingguo and Zhang Hen were still tightly embraced, the atmosphere thick with intimacy as their lips drew ever closer. Suddenly, Yu Jingchuan's voice rang out, startling them both. They immediately separated, and the previous atmosphere vanished entirely. Feng Qingguo was both embarrassed and annoyed, silently cursing, Damn Yu Jingchuan. What does he want with a hen? Zhang Hen was equally baffled. Why was Yu Jingchuan looking for him? He barely knew the man. The two exchanged a glance, straightened their clothes and stepped outside. Teacher Yu Jingchuan, what do you need from me? Zhang Hen asked, puzzled. Feng Qingguo crossed her arms, wearing an expression of anticipation, as if watching a good show. Opposite them, Yu Jingchuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly raised, exuding an air of superiority. Zhang Hen, I hear you have reached the martial master realm, Yu Jingchuan said calmly. Zhang Hen nodded instinctively. I am Yu Jingchuan, known throughout the Dragon Kingdom as the Dragon Kingdom Master. I have observed your cultivation talent and wish to take you as my disciple. What say you? Yu Jingchuan continued, his tone remaining even, though his voice carried a hint of excitement when he mentioned taking a disciple. Hearing this, Zhang Hen was utterly perplexed. Huh? What the heck? Taking me as a disciple? Feng Qingguo was equally stunned, her mouth twitching in disbelief. Meanwhile, the crowd by the campfire, initially silent, suddenly erupted into uproar. No way, no way. That waste actually wants to take Brother Hen as his disciple? How dare he? No, is he really that confident? Even Yang Zhan looked utterly bewildered as he gazed at Yu Jingchuan, silently mocking in his heart. This Yu Jingchuan truly was a prodigy. His mind was unlike anyone else's. Upon hearing Yu Jingchuan's words, Long Yu also felt disdainful deep down. Although he disliked Zhang Hen, he could not deny that the other party was indeed a genius. Yet, this worthless fellow actually wanted to take him as a disciple. Utterly preposterous, outrageous beyond measure. Zhang Hen snapped back to reality and raised his hand, pointing at himself. Did you say you want to take me as your disciple? Hearing this, Yu Jingchuan smiled confidently. Exactly. Seeing Zhang Hen's dazed expression, Yu Jingchuan assumed he was simply overwhelmed by the prospect of being accepted as his disciple. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen was thinking to himself, this man must be seriously ill. Observing Yu Jingchuan's unabashed confidence, Zhang Hen was tempted to pry open his skull to see what was inside. Zhang Hen composed himself and adjusted his tone. Sorry, Teacher Yu Jingchuan, I have no intention of becoming a disciple at the moment. Yu Jingchuan, however, took for granted that the other party would not refuse and declared matter-of-factly, from now on, you are my disciple, Yu Jingchuan's disciple. Upon hearing this response, Yu Jingchuan was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow as he asked, wait, what did you just say? Zhang Hen suppressed his irritation and repeated, Sorry, Teacher Yu Jingchuan, I have no intention of becoming a disciple at the moment. Yu Jingchuan immediately grew anxious upon hearing Zhang Hen's refusal. How could this be? He was counting on the other to prove that he was not a worthless person. Thus, Yu Jingchuan spoke solemnly, Zhang Hen, I hope you will consider this carefully. Perhaps you do not realize what kind of opportunity you are facing. I, Yu Jingchuan, am known as the master of the Dragon Nation. When it comes to understanding martial souls, I believe only a handful in the world surpass me. By becoming my disciple, you will better unlock the potential of your martial soul. After finishing, Yu Jingchuan quietly fixed his gaze on Zhang Hen. In Zhang Hen's mind, this was like a stampede of 10,000 wild horses racing through. Who do you think you are? The school's reputation for me being a worthless nobody has already spread far and wide, and now you want to trick me into becoming your disciple? Do you take me for a fool? Nearby, Feng Qingguo was puffing out her cheeks, barely containing her laughter. Wow, this is too amusing. A martial artist actually wants to take a hen as a disciple. This is just too entertaining. Zhang Hen caught Feng Qingguo's sidelong glance and turned to glare at her. Noticing, Feng Qingguo feigned helplessness, shaking her head and waving her hand. At that moment, Yu Jingchuan's words reached the ears of the crowd, setting them off into a frenzy once more. Damn, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone so utterly shameless. What kind of weirdo is this? Even Yang Zhan was stunned. Principal, what kind of person did you invite here? Everyone was deeply impressed by Yu Jingchuan's audacity. This man was truly formidable. At the same time, Tang Zheng watched Yu Jingchuan fawningly trying to take the other as a disciple, recalling how Yu Jingchuan had scolded him as worthless. not even worthy of being his disciple. Clenching his fists, he thought, strength is indeed the currency with which others respect you. With this thought, Tang Zheng's eyes grew resolute, silently vowing, Yu Jingchuan, I will prove to you that I, Tang Zheng, am not worthless. One day you will regret your decision. Wu Sidong sensed the change in Tang Zheng's emotions and clasped his hands. Don't worry, brother Zheng. I will always believe in you. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's soft spot stirred, and he smiled. Yes, some may look down on you, but there will always be those who choose to believe in you. At this moment, Jiang Hen spoke frankly, Teacher Yu Jingchuan, I am already a martial master, while you are merely a martial artist. On what grounds do you believe you can become my teacher? Upon hearing this, the crowd refocused their attention on Yu Jingchuan, curious to see what his justification would be. Yu Jingchuan's lips curled into a confident smile. Because I am the master of the Dragon Nation. Jiang Hen's mouth twitched. What kind of person is this? He really wanted to slap him across the face to wake him up. Sorry, I have no intention of becoming a disciple. With that, he did not look at Yu Jingchuan and instead took Feng Qingguo's hand, returning to the tent. Yu Jingchuan was infuriated when Jiang Hen rejected him once more and left without a glance. Jiang Hen, do you know what you have missed? You are utterly foolish. Before he could finish, Yang Zhan, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted sharply, Enough, Teacher Yu Jingchuan, that is enough. Whether someone becomes your disciple is their own choice. You have no right to coerce them. Damn it, if it weren't for the principal asking you to come, I wouldn't be so polite. I'd slap you senseless. What the hell is this nonsense? Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, Yu Jingchuan cast a reluctant glance toward Feng Qingguo's tent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hen was so disrespectful to him. Humph, we shall see how well you perform in the martial examination without my guidance. With that thought, Yu Jingchuan retreated directly to his own tent, ignoring Yang Zhan who had spoken to him moments before. Yang Zhan's face darkened as he watched Yu Jingchuan ignore him. Oh man, I better not get the chance to lose my temper. The crowd burst into laughter at Yu Jingchuan's sheepish departure, not sparing him any dignity. Hearing their laughter, Yu Jingchuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage without uttering a word. It's been a long time since I've met such a remarkable character. Indeed, Yu Jingchuan is truly a talent. Back inside the tent, Jiang Hen and Feng Qingguo entered, and Jiang Hen could not help but complain. What on earth is that guy thinking? He keeps wanting to take me as his disciple. Hearing this, Feng Qingguo chuckled. Who knows? Maybe he thinks you're easy to fool. Jiang Hen rolled his eyes. Seriously, bothering me right before the martial exam. Doesn't he know how annoying that is? The following day, the area surrounding the secret realm of the Tianyun mountain range was already filled with people. Several men in military uniforms stood atop a high platform, looking down at the sea of candidates below. A square-jawed man standing in the center side thoughtfully. What do you think of the quality of candidates for this year's martial examination? One of the men replied, From what I know, this year's candidates are probably the best we've seen in years. Hearing this, the square-jawed man smiled. Oh, that's truly something to look forward to. He then turned to an elderly man beside him and said with a smile, Chief of the Gu clan, I heard your grandson is also participating this year. The elder bowed respectfully. Commander, yes, my grandson Gu Qianzong will also be taking part in this examination. The square-jawed man smiled again. Oh, then I, as commander, am certainly looking forward to it. The elder straightened his back, confidence shining in his smile. I believe Qianzong will not disappoint the commander. He possessed absolute confidence in his grandson. Although he could not compare to the few prodigies in the capital, across the entire Donglin province, no one could rival his grandson. Hearing this, the square-jawed man merely smiled without comment. Meanwhile, the members of the Qianlong class standing below organized themselves into formation, all eyes fixed on Yang Zhan at the front of the group. Yang Zhan observed everyone standing in formation, then retrieved several dozen silver-white wristbands from his storage ring. The surface gleamed with a metallic luster. He explained, These are the specialized scoring wristbands for the martial examination, designed to record your scores throughout the test. Each band has a button. If you encounter any danger, you may press it, and you will be instantly extracted from the secret realm of the Tianyun Mountains. However, there is one crucial point to remember. Once you press the button and exit the realm, your score will be fixed. Therefore, I urge you to consider this carefully. He continued, Now, distribute these among yourselves and log in your personal information. After logging in, please remain quiet and wait. The martial examination should commence shortly. Upon receiving the scoring wristbands, everyone began entering their details. Name, school, and examination number. Once the login process was complete, the stern-faced man on stage spoke up, Everyone, quiet down. At his words, the crowd of 1,000,000 fell silent immediately. Today marks a special day. You are about to undertake the martial examination and enter the secret realm of the Tianyun Mountains behind me. I need not emphasize the significance of this test. I trust you all understand its gravity. I want to stress only one thing: return alive. Each year, countless candidates perish because they failed to press the button in time. I hope this martial examination is merely the starting point of your lives, not the end. The man with the square jaw paused, scanning the crowd below before solemnly declaring, "Very well. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Donglin Military District Martial Examination. Please proceed to the examination grounds in an orderly fashion." Following his announcement, the crowd began to move slowly toward the secret realm. As they entered the blue glowing ring, they vanished instantly. Jiang Hen gazed at the ever-approaching entrance to the secret realm, exhaling deeply. Upon stepping into the blue halo, he felt the surrounding space distort and a wave of dizziness wash over him. Of course, this sensation was fleeting. Within a few breaths, the environment transformed. The throng of people around him disappeared, replaced by lush trees. In the distance, the occasional roar of beasts echoed, and the spiritual energy concentration was noticeably higher than outside. Jiang Hen surveyed his surroundings, silently pondering, is this the secret realm of the Tianyun Mountains? But this seems to be just the outskirts. I recall teacher Yang Zhan mentioning that the secret realm's teleportation was altered by influential figures to deposit entrance uniformly at the mountain's periphery. The martial examination lasts only 12 hours. It's better to press onward into the depths. The outskirts likely harbor only low-tier or first-rank ferocious beasts, not worth lingering over. With that thought, Jiang Hen dashed toward the heart of the mountain range. He casually dispatched several ferocious beasts encountered along the way. The number on his scoring wristband shifted from 0 to 5. Observing the change, Jiang Hen understood. First-rank ferocious beasts were worth 1 point each. He wondered how many points second and third-rank beasts might yield. Quickening his pace, he ventured deeper, where the ferocious beasts grew stronger. First-rank beasts had nearly vanished, replaced entirely by second-rank creatures. Through continuous battles, Jiang Hen gradually comprehended the scoring system of the martial examination. Second-rank ferocious beast purple poison scorpion, 10 points. Second-rank ferocious beast flame sparrow, 10 points. Second-rank beasts were valued at 10 points, third-rank beasts at 50 points, regardless of minor differences in their subrank. For example, the flame sparrow he encountered was in the late second rank, while the purple poison scorpion was only early second rank. Yet both awarded 10 points each. Though puzzled by the rationale behind this, Jiang Hen accepted it as unchangeable and continued accumulating points by slaying beasts. Shortly after everyone entered the secret realm, the Donglin Province Martial Examination scoring leaderboard appeared. This list was displayed on each contestant's television interface, showing only the top 1,000. To access more detailed rankings, only school leaders and military district officials had the privilege. Jiangling No. 1 high school's conference room, a massive screen displayed the martial examination leaderboard. Bai Zhanhong stared intently at the shifting names, his breathing growing heavier. The names of their school's candidates were highlighted in a distinctive color. 4th place, Jiang Hen, Jiangling No. 1 high school, 135 points. 15th place, Feng Qinggu, Jiangling No. 1 high school, 105 points. 16th place, Su Muxue, Jiangling No. 1 high school, 104 points. 81st place, Long Yu, Jiangling No. 1 high school, 60 points. For students, 4 in the top 100. Jiang Hen ranked 4th outright. Ha ha ha, funding for next year is secured. Bai Zhanhong chuckled. Suppressing his excitement, he called out to other school leaders nearby. Show the leaderboards for the other military districts as well. Although the martial examination was conducted separately in the 4 major military districts, the ranking comparisons were essential. The summoned school leaders responded eagerly. Very well, I'll display them now. With a few swift actions, the leaderboards for the other military districts appeared. Beichuan Military District Martial Examination Leaderboard. 1st place, Jun Su, Kyoto Jun Family, 401 points. 2nd place, Yu Qingyang, Kyoto Yu Family, 298 points. 3rd place, Yi Zhen, Kyoto Yi Family, 274 points. 6th place, Tang Yang, Kyoto Tang Family, 174 points. Nan's Military District Martial Examination Leaderboard. 1st place, Yi Fan, Yi Family, 158 points. 2nd place, Shangguan Yun, Shangguan Family, 132 points. Zhejiang Military District Martial Examination Leaderboard. 1st place, Shi Yan, Shi Family, 134 points. Seeing the other 3 districts' leaderboards, Bai Zhanhong sighed with admiration. As expected of the Beichuan military district, monsters all around. The nearby school leaders, though already aware, were still taken aback by the sheer strength displayed this time. At Zhang Hen's home, his mother excitedly said to his father, "Honey, did you see? Our son is ranked 4th. Zhang Hen's father, eyes reddened, stared at the television showing Zhang Hen's South name in 4th place. Our Zhang family has truly produced a dragon. Scenes like this unfolded in numerous households. Some erupting in laughter, others moved to tears. Look, my child made the list. Ha ha ha. My precious daughter is on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, some schools paused classes to watch the martial examination leaderboard. In Zhang Ling-er's classroom, when the list appeared, she widened her eyes, jumped from her seat, and excitedly pointed at a name on the board. Look, that's my brother. Yes, on the leaderboard. Hearing this, the teacher on stage was also surprised. Zhang Hen is ranked 4th. He is Zhang Ling-er's brother. The classmates around her cast envious glances. When the martial examination leaderboard was revealed, countless families fixed their gaze upon it. At Kyoto Jun family's estate, Jun Patian laughed heartily while looking at the Beichuan military district's leaderboard. Ha ha ha, as expected of our Jun family's prodigy. The surrounding elders smiled joyfully and respectfully complimented. Young master's talent is unparalleled. His future is boundless. Jun Patian nodded with a smile at their praise. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked the elders around him, "By the way, where is Invincible? Such an important day, and he is nowhere to be seen. How is he managing fatherhood like this?" One elder respectfully replied, "Master, have you forgotten? You instructed young Master Invincible to remain in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. You said he must not emerge without success." Upon hearing this, Jun Patian remembered. So my son is still in seclusion." Jun Patian waved his hand and said, "Very well, then let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. Let us continue observing the martial examination points leaderboard to witness how Su-er gallantly distances herself from the rest. This is merely the beginning. I am confident that the gap between Su-er and the others will only widen as time goes on." The elders nodded in agreement, for they too had disciples participating in the martial examination. After all, it was impossible for a single family to have only one candidate. Meanwhile, at another noble family in the capital, the Yu family, the patriarch Yu Yuanjin gazed at the Beichuan martial examination points leaderboard. Upon seeing Jun Su of the Jun family occupying the 1st place, he sighed deeply. Alas, as expected, the top spot belongs to that brat from the Jun family. Qingyang's defeat was well-deserved. Within the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, at the outskirts of the mountains, a spatial portal suddenly materialized. From it emerged a group of figures clad in black. They produced a jade bottle from their pockets and scattered the powder contained within directly into the air. "All right, our mission is complete. It's time to withdraw," said one of the black-clad men, who was evidently their leader. One curious subordinate asked, "Boss, why did the organization expend such great effort to send us in here, only to scatter this powder?" The leader cast a cold glance at him. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Watch your tongue, or you'll lose your head." Startled, the subordinate immediately fell silent and lowered his head, fearful that uttering another word might cost him his life. The leader paid no mind to him and instead produced a conical artifact. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, the artifact began to spin rapidly. With a loud shout, the leader commanded, "Go!" The conical device shot forward, opening a spatial portal ahead before returning to the leader's hand. After securing the artifact, the leader gestured for the others to follow. The group entered the portal, and shortly after, it vanished without leaving a trace. Not long after their departure, the surrounding ferocious beasts seemed to sense something amiss. They surged towards the mountain range's outskirts, with even those from within the mountains rushing forward. Countless examinees sensed the disturbance. The hordes of beasts were all charging in one direction, and those in that direction could only feel alarmed. "Damn it, why do these beasts keep chasing me? I can't shake them off. What the hell? Where did all these beasts suddenly come from? Let us get out of here. If we don't move now, we're dead meat." Grumbling, many pressed the button on their points wristbands, vanishing from the secret realm instantaneously. Outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, scores of examinees emerged, their expressions tense. A broad-faced man frowned deeply, noting how many had already exited. "It hasn't been that long, and yet so many are coming out." The returning candidates looked very dissatisfied. "How come so many beasts suddenly appeared? It's over for my martial examination." "Brother, don't say that. I originally estimated I could enter a top-tier martial house, But now, with this situation, whether I get in is another matter. Screw that. I refuse to accept this. Report to the chief commander. According to the examinees, a massive number of beasts have appeared within the secret realm, converging toward the mountain range's outskirts. I suspect it's a beast tide, said a bespectacled staff member. Chief Commander Zhou Sheng frowned. How could a beast tide occur inside the secret realm? Didn't we send scouts to inspect already? Report, the cause of the beast tide is still unknown, but some examinees remain inside. Chief Commander, should we terminate the martial examination? Zhou Sheng pondered briefly and waved his hand. No, the examination shall continue. That be unfair to those who have already exited? The bespectacled staff hesitated but still voiced his concern. Fairness? Where in this world is there such a thing? Everything must be earned through one's own strength. Those who came out early should reflect on why. They simply weren't as strong as the others. The broad-faced man shook his head. If we cancel the examination today, that would truly be unfair. Though some will regret it, sometimes fortune is part of strength. At that moment, the martial examination points leaderboard for the Donglin military district underwent significant changes. First place, Jiang Hen, Jiangling No, 1 high school with 2,050 points. Second place, Gu Qianzong, the Gu family of Modu, with 1,540 points. Sixth place, Su Muxue, Jiangling No, 1 high school, with 1,325 points. Seventh place, Feng Qinggu, Jiangling No, 1 high school with 1,305 points. 51st place, Long Yu, Jiangling No, 1 high school, with 985 points. In Jiangling No, 1 high school's conference room, Bai Zhanhong stared at the leaderboard where Zhang Hen had ascended to first place. Overwhelmed with excitement and unable to express his feelings in words, finally uttering just 2. Impressive. Looking further down, he was amazed to see 2 more students in the top 10. Bai Zhanhong nearly fainted, as the best martial examination result Jiangling No, 1 high school had ever achieved before was only within the top 30. Never had he imagined that now 3 students had broken into the top 10, with 1 even clinching first place. This was beyond his wildest dreams. First place, this was truly first place. After the examination, Jiangling No, 1 high school would gain unparalleled renown. Other school leaders nearby also wore expressions of joy. The better their students performed, the greater the benefits for them. News of Zhang Hen's first-place victory spread rapidly throughout Jiangling City. Meanwhile, in the Long family's grand hall, a heavy silence prevailed as the elders remained mute. That Feng family girl and Zhang Hen are indeed talented, but it's a pity they can only savor this pride for a moment. When our people join forces with Xiaoyu, the Tianyun mountain range secret realm will become their tomb. Unbeknownst to Long Patian, his men had stayed in the secret realm for less than a few minutes before leaving, never even meeting Longyu. At this moment, inside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, Zhang Hen panted heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead. Glancing at his points wristband, it displayed 1,735. Why do I suddenly feel like there are more beasts, and their strength seems to have leveled up? Zhang Hen furrowed his brows. He hadn't ventured deeper into the realm. Originally, he had only encountered beasts of the 2nd tier or early 3rd tier, but now, he was facing beasts in the late 3rd tier and even at their peak. Naturally, Zhang Hen avoided fighting blindly and chose to engage beasts at the early or mid-3rd tier. Just as Zhang Hen was puzzled, the sound of tumultuous footsteps grew louder ahead. Looking up, he was startled and immediately retreated. What the hell is going on? Why have all these beasts gathered at the mountain range's outskirts? Ahead, a dense mass of beasts advanced relentlessly. The aura emanating from those at the rear far surpassed that of 3rd-tier beasts. What on earth is happening? Zhang Hen was not alone in his confusion. Other examinees shared the same bewilderment. Damn, why are there suddenly so many beasts? Are they trying to kill us? What the heck is this? Is the martial examination always this brutal? Wah, I want to go home to my mother. I'm out of here. My exam results may be poor, but I lose my life. Countless examinees pressed the button on their points wristbands and fled the secret realm upon witnessing the surging beast tide. Long Yu, seeing the dark, overwhelming mass of beasts, broke out in a cold sweat. Is this what grandfather sent people to do? Snapping back to reality, he could not help but reveal a faint, cold smile. From his pocket, he produced an invisible crystal and crushed it directly. An inexplicable spatial energy immediately enveloped the entire Tianyun mountain range secret realm. This was the shielding crystal given to him by his grandfather, designed precisely to prevent any of them from leaving the secret realm. Zhang Hen, Feng Qinggu, I told you that you would become a pair of desperate lovers trapped within this realm. As for himself, Long Potian had long provided him with a treasured artifact to resolve this situation, the boundary-breaking stone. How it was brought into the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, even he did not know. His grandfather had simply told him to carry it along, assuring him that the staff would not detect it. Before the martial examination, when ascending the platform, staff members would specifically use a machine to scan each candidate. Only those showing no abnormalities could proceed. To be honest, during the full-body scan, his heart was full of unease. Even as he walked past the inspection area, he had not fully recovered from the tension. Though he did not understand how his grandfather had managed it, he held profound admiration for him in his heart. Truly worthy of being his grandfather. Alright, now begins the moment of the hunt. At the moment Long Yu crushed the shielding crystal, many people pressed their buttons but were not teleported away, instantly thrown into panic. Why am I still here? One person pressed the button with a bewildered expression. What? Why is this thing malfunctioning? No, I'm not ready to die. What should I do? Wah! As the ferocious beast horde drew ever closer, countless candidates descended into chaos, repeatedly pressing the buttons on their points wristbands. Feng Qinggu watched the pandemonium with furrowed brows. In her previous life, only the ferocious beast horde had appeared, but the buttons on the points wristbands had never failed. Could it be that her rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect? It seemed that many would perish this time, in her past life. Because the buttons on the points wristbands had functioned properly, casualties had been minimal. But this time might be different. After the martial examination, the Dragon Kingdom might once again face a great upheaval. Feng Qinggu paid no mind to the already unruly crowd and continued to slay the ferocious beasts, deliberately heading toward areas with fewer beasts. As for Jiang Hen, Feng Qinggu was not worried in the slightest. After all, he was the man she had chosen. Yet, as if recalling something, Feng Qinggu's face flushed, and she lightly spat, "You scoundrel." Meanwhile, on the other side, a man clad in yellow martial attire casually slew a third-tier ferocious beast, earning 50 points. His points wristband displayed 1,655, none other than Qin Yun. Interesting. Someone actually brought a shielding crystal inside and triggered a beast tide. TSK, TSK, TSK. Quite a bold move. Qin Yun smiled with amusement. As a martial saint in his previous life, he immediately saw through the truth behind this. However, none of this concerned him. The shielding crystal's effect lasted only 1 hour, and he did not regard this beast tide with any seriousness. In his past life, he had witnessed many beast tides incited by 8th and even 9th-tier ferocious beasts. How could he be fazed by a tide led only by 5th-tier ferocious beasts? Yet, Qin Yun was somewhat interested in the person who had instigated this beast tide. Daring to scheme against him, huh? Humph, as long as I don't discover your identity. Or else, Zheng, have you noticed the number of ferocious beasts is increasing? Wuzitong panted heavily, glancing at Tang Zheng. Upon hearing Wuzitong's words, Tang Zheng also sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the beasts were growing in number and strength. At this moment, Tang Zheng's points wristband showed 585 points, while Wuzitong's displayed 484 points. By chance, they had been teleported together and formed a team to hunt the ferocious beasts. Naturally, others surrounded Tang Zheng and Wuzitong. Among the fragmented chatter, someone mentioned the buttons on the points wristbands had malfunctioned. Tang Zheng and Wuzitong exchanged glances, realizing something was wrong. Many people claimed the buttons were unresponsive. Tentatively, Tang Zheng pressed the button on his wristband and remained where he was. They had come to the realization that something was amiss. They seemed unable to leave. Zheng, what do we do now? It seems we can't get out. Wuzitong looked at Tang Zheng with concern. Tang Zheng did not lose his composure. Lowering his head in thought, he said, "Let us head toward areas with fewer ferocious beasts." Without further words, he took Wuzitong's hand, confirmed the direction, and charged forward. There was no other choice. Surrounded by beasts, they had to move toward where the beasts were less dense. At this moment, outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, countless people emerged from the realm, then no one else came out. The man with the square face quickly sensed something was wrong. Suppressing his unease, he asked, "What is going on here?" The people beside him wore puzzled expressions, unable to make sense of the situation. An elderly man nearby worriedly thought of his grandson, who had yet to emerge. Suddenly, a staff member ran over, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead. He urgently shouted, "Report, Chief Commander. A major incident has occurred." Hearing this, the square-faced man's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked what exactly happened. "Speak, Chief Commander. There has been an unidentified spatial energy fluctuation within the secret realm, suspected to be a shielding crystal. The candidates inside are unable to leave the realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sheng's pupils constricted, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared in fury, "You mean someone inside used a shielding crystal, and now millions of candidates cannot safely exit the secret realm?" The staff member's voice trembled as he replied, "Yes." Those words were like a fuse that ignited the square-faced man's already volatile temper. Zhou Sheng clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed red, and his teeth gritted. "Go. Immediately bring the best healing sect cultivators here, ready to stand by outside the secret realm. Since someone used a shielding crystal, the previous beast tide was most likely artificially triggered." Zhou Sheng laughed bitterly in his rage. "How bold! To cause trouble during the martial examination. They really don't take me, Zhou Sheng, seriously." With those words, Zhou Sheng's aura of the martial emperor realm erupted, suppressing those around him with lower cultivation levels, forcing them to lower their heads. He looked at the staff member and said, "Also, bring some people to investigate. Thoroughly check all the candidates who have just emerged. Do not overlook the slightest clue. If there is any anomaly, apprehend them on the spot. No need to report to me." "Yes, sir." The staff member hurriedly left. Meanwhile, the elderly man's brows furrowed deeply. He did not care about the upheaval in the martial examination. His only hope was that his grandson remained safe. Other military officers, too, wore troubled expressions. Such a major incident during the martial examination meant they bore significant responsibility. They now loathed the person who had caused the secret realm to shift. "Please don't let us find out who it is. Otherwise you will wish you were dead." This matter was forcefully suppressed by Zhou Sheng to avoid unnecessary panic, and was then directly reported to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom National Security Department. "You have all heard about the incident. What are your thoughts?" An elderly man's voice carried traces of weariness. Zhao Tianyuan, one of the Dragon Kingdom's senior ministers, the most senior and true pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, a martial saint of the 7th realm. He had once ventured alone into the wilderness, slain a 9th-tier beast saint, and made his name known across the world. "Old Zhao, the martial examination incident is of great significance. There must be rats hiding in the shadows behind this. I demand a thorough investigation to root out those vermin and exterminate them." A burly man with a full beard spoke gravely. Chun Tianba, another Dragon Kingdom senior minister, the elder of the Chun family in the capital, a martial saint of the 5th realm. He had once ventured deep into the northern sea, tearing apart an 8th-tier beast lord with his bare hands. "Elder Zhao, this matter might soon provoke a tremendous upheaval throughout the entire Dragon Nation. If mishandled, it could sow widespread unease among the populace. It must be dealt with meticulously." A fair-skinned, scholar-like man rose to speak. This was Shuyuan, the current lord of the Qilin martial mansion, a formidable warrior at the 6th tier of the martial saint realm. Young Yuan speaks rightly. We must prepare well in advance for this matter." Elder Zhao nodded in agreement. "Young Yuan, you must immediately lead several healing-class martial emperors to the secret realm within the Tianyun mountain range of the Donglin military district. Once the examinees emerge, provide them with prompt medical aid." Upon hearing Elder Zhao's command, Shuyuan nodded. "Very well, Elder Zhao, leave it to me." With that, Shuyuan vanished into thin air. Elder Zhao watched Shuyuan's departure before turning his gaze toward a woman clad in a purple cloak. "Yueling, you shall also journey to the Tianyun mountain range secret realm." A clear, melodious voice answered, "Understood, Elder Zhao." She too promptly disappeared. Within the secret realm of the Tianyun mountain range. Why won't this button work? I don't want to die. Wah! Someone please save us." At this moment, the faces and bodies of the gathered were marred with wounds. They had tried to move toward areas with fewer ferocious beasts, but even those places were rife with danger. They fought desperately to break through, many already fallen. Watching their comrades collapse one by one, swallowed by the beasts, sent chills down their spines and caused their bodies to tremble. "I don't want to take the martial exam anymore. I want to go home. This isn't an exam at all. It's a massacre. They don't value our lives one bit." Many had lost their sanity, venting their fury through frantic curses and screams. A roar echoed, ferocious beasts howling once more. "Damn it! I'm gonna fight you to the death." Those behind, realizing there was no escape, became desperate and refused to run further. Even a lump of clay retained some fire. This was unbearable. "Damn it, if it's death, then so be it. Come on, before I die. I'll drag you all down to hell with me. Ha ha ha." One man charged directly into the beast pack, unleashing his divine power and slaying 2 ferocious beasts outright. However, he was soon torn apart by the ensuing beasts. Witnessing this, many examinees wept bitterly. "Damn it, No more hesitation. I'd rather die fighting than cower to death. You all go on ahead. I'll cover your retreat. You little brats, your grandpa is here. Ha ha ha. Come. Come. Let me put on a fireworks show for you. Those behind surged toward the beast tide, securing precious time for those in front. Some even detonated their martial souls in self-sacrifice. Boom. The people ahead, tears streaming down their cheeks, urged, hurry, we can't let them die in vain. Atop the mountain peak, Qin Yun observed the scene below, the rear group risking themselves to shield those in front, and frowned deeply. What is the military doing? Such a critical martial exam should not have such blunders. He then transmitted a voice using spiritual power. All students hold on for half an hour longer. Then, press the button to exit the secret realm. Having spoken, he turned and left. It was not that he did not wish to save them. Rather, he was powerless, able only to issue verbal warnings. Half an hour? Why must they endure for half an hour before leaving? Why still half an hour more? At this moment, these examinees not only harbored intense hatred toward the ferocious beasts but also grew resentful of the military personnel. They believed the military had sent them to their deaths. This was no martial exam, it was a death sentence. Unbeknownst to them, someone among the examinees had deployed a shielding crystal, masking their presence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhenga, you can't go on. Maybe you should leave first? Wu Sidong panted weakly. Without hesitation, Tang Zheng refused. No, Wu Sidong, I won't abandon you. Even if we die together. Wu Sidong was deeply moved by Tang Zheng's words but also felt guilt. Sniffling, she said, Zhenga. Tang Zheng gently rubbed her nose and smiled. All right, don't worry, we'll all survive. Didn't you hear? Just hold on for half an hour more. We'll all live. No one will be left behind. Wu Sidong looked at Tang Zheng and nodded firmly. Zhang Hen had just slain another third-tier ferocious beast. His score bracelet displayed 3,055 points. He too had heard the instruction to hold on for half an hour longer. Oh, that seems to be Brother Qin's voice. Half an hour, huh? Zhang Hen pondered quietly. He charged toward areas with fewer ferocious beasts. With his cultivation at the 6th-tier martial master, he could break through a group filled with 2nd or 3rd-tier beasts. When encountering 4th-tier beasts, he deliberately skirted around them. He was no fool to engage them head-on. Zhang Hen pressed onward, employing the spatial-type martial soul's power to expedite his journey. Along the way, he effortlessly slew encountered beasts, adding to his score once again. Suddenly, sounds of combat reached his ears ahead. What is happening? The noise didn't sound like a battle against beasts but rather between people. Approaching cautiously, he saw a woman in a pristine white battle suit collapsed on the ground, clutching her chest, blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Her tall, graceful figure exuded an ethereal beauty, like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Before her stood a man cloaked in black robes, fiery red hair framing a handsome yet sinister countenance. The woman, enduring pain, shouted angrily, "You, despicable!" The black-robed man replied indifferently, "So what, Mu Shui? Who told you to keep refusing me?" It was clear these two were Su Mushui and Long Yu. Long Yu's eyes roamed over Su Mushui's body. His originally refined features twisted into a lecherous expression as he licked his lips. "Mu Shui, you're truly beautiful. If you submit to me, I'll spare your life. How about that?" Long Yu leered. Disgusted, Su Mushui furrowed her brows, flushed with anger, and hissed, "Get lost. I'd rather die than let you touch me." Long Yu's lips curled into a smirk. "You don't get to decide that." He stepped closer, hand outstretched toward Su Mushui. She stared at his advancing hand, filled with helplessness. She was ready to summon her martial soul to self-detonate. She would rather die than let Long Yu lay a finger on her. Just as she prepared to explode her martial soul, a burst of applause sounded nearby. Startled, Long Yu instinctively stepped back and turned toward the source of the sound, only to see Zhang Hen emerging from the forest. "Zhang Hen, when did you get here?" Long Yu glared fiercely, surprised that he had gone unnoticed until now. Zhang Hen regarded Long Yu with a faint, mocking smile. For some time now, Long Yu's forehead veins bulged as he cursed inwardly. Not early enough, not late enough, but right at this moment. He fixed Zhang Hen with a piercing gaze. "Zhang Hen, I hope you understand that some matters are beyond your control. If you leave now, you will be a friend of my Long family." Zhang Hen subtly stepped in front of Su Mushui. "Oh, is that so?" Meanwhile, Su Mushui stared blankly at the figure shielding her, her eyes locked onto him as if to imprint the silhouette eternally in her memory. Seeing Zhang Hen's protective stance, Long Yu's fury erupted. His prize had slipped away. Fine, Zhang Hen. I will remember this. I hope you don't regret it in the days to come. Having spoken, Long Yu turned on his heel and departed without hesitation. There was no alternative. He was but a nascent martial artist, whereas his opponent had already ascended to the rank of martial master. He was fully aware that in a confrontation with Zhang Hen, victory was utterly beyond his grasp. Noticing Long Yu's intention to leave, Zhang Hen promptly summoned his martial soul, the fragmented void sword, and charged forward. You must be joking, harboring a grudge against me now? Do you think you can just walk away so easily? To cut the grass but not the roots is to invite regrowth with the spring breeze. Long Yu, witnessing this, was utterly taken aback. No, this isn't how I imagined it would be, he muttered to himself. Hastily, he produced a talisman, channeling his spiritual energy to activate it, and then vanished instantaneously. Zhang Hen stared in bewilderment at Long Yu's sudden disappearance. Wait, where did such a large person just go? He wondered aloud. It's a minor teleportation talisman, Su Mushue said as she approached, clutching her chest. But aren't magical treasures forbidden during the martial examination? Zhang Hen inquired, puzzled. Normally, yes, but for life-saving artifacts like this, the examination officials turn a blind eye, came the reply. Zhang Hen nodded in understanding. By the way, how are you feeling? He asked Su Mushue, gazing at her with concern. At his words, Su Mushue momentarily lost herself in thought. Is he caring for me? She wondered. Seeing her silence, Zhang Hen waved his hand before her face. Are you all right? Snapping back to reality, Su Mushue's cheeks flushed deeply with embarrassment. I'm fine. Just drained of spiritual energy, she confessed. All right, what are your plans from here? Zhang Hen pressed on. Su Mushue shook her head, uncertain of what to do next. With her spiritual energy depleted, hunting fierce beasts was out of the question. How about you come along with me for now? Once your spiritual energy recovers, you can leave whenever you wish, Zhang Hen suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Mushue nodded gratefully. Thank you. Zhang Hen waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Throughout their journey, Zhang Hen and Su Mushue deliberately moved toward areas with fewer fierce beasts. Because he was accompanying Su Mushue, Zhang Hen intentionally slowed his pace. By the way, how did Long Yu manage to injure you? Zhang Hen asked curiously, recalling that Su Mushue's cultivation was far superior to Long Yu's. Upon hearing Long Yu's name, Su Mushue ground her teeth in anger. That scoundrel just happened to cross my path and started tailing me relentlessly. I couldn't shake him off. Then, while I was battling a third-rank fierce beast, he launched a sneak attack. I was caught off guard and got hit. She had never imagined Long Yu would resort to treachery, underestimating her. Had Zhang Hen not arrived in time, she might have been forced to self-destruct her martial soul and perish. Thinking of this, Su Mushue's eyes revealed a glimmer of gratitude as she looked at Zhang Hen. Hearing her words, Zhang Hen nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, on another front, Feng Qingguo had slain a third-rank fierce beast, yet felt an inexplicable unease. Why did her heart feel so heavy? Unable to fathom the cause, she shook her head and chose not to dwell on it. Glancing at the score displayed on her wrist device, 2,450 points, she allowed a faint smile to spread across her lips. Elsewhere, a fierce beast collapsed underfoot. Qin Chen planted his foot firmly on its head. Gazing at the score on his wrist, 2,750 points, he chuckled. For others, this beast tide might be a disaster, but for me it's an opportunity. Not bad, not bad. Keep killing. Divine skill, thunderous might, Qin Chen shouted, charging into the beast tide as countless arcs of lightning erupted, reducing numerous fierce beasts to fragments in an instant. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. Keep it up. I haven't felt this alive in ages. Qin Yun laughed heartily. Since merging with this body, he had not experienced such exhilaration. His previous skirmishes with Bai Fei had been mere trifles. He had never unleashed his full strength. Now, facing these fierce beasts in the martial examination, he was determined to give his all. He had to admit, the feeling of throwing oneself completely into battle was truly magnificent. Sensing the disturbance caused by Qin Yun's divine skill, a torrent of fierce beasts surged forward. Yet Qin Yun did not flinch. Instead, his eyes gleamed with fierce resolve. Clad in crackling lightning, his hair standing upright amidst the storm, he declared, "Let me demonstrate the divine skill I have comprehended at the martial master level. Divine skill, Thunder Prison." As his words echoed, an area 50 meters around Qin Yun was engulfed in rolling indigo and violet thunderclouds. The sky darkened ominously, resembling the apocalypse. Fierce beasts within the Thunder Prison sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, but it was too late. They were instantly obliterated by the lightning. Satisfied, Qin Yun nodded approvingly and smiled. as expected of an imperial-level divine skill. When my cultivation advances and the divine skill evolves, it won't be a mere 50-meter thunder prison. Instead, with a single command, countless thunderbolts will descend from the heavens, enveloping the entire world. Qin Yun observed his wrist device as his points rose once more, albeit by only a few hundred. Likely because most beasts in the recent wave were first-rank fierce beasts. How is your spiritual energy recovery progressing? Zhang Hen inquired, glancing at Su Muxue. At his question, Su Muxue's heart tightened. Frowning, she assessed herself and replied, about 30% restored. Zhang Hen nodded. Good. Recover quickly. The number of fierce beasts is increasing. I might not be able to look after you later. Relieved, Su Muxue relaxed, having feared Zhang Hen was eager to send her away. Hearing otherwise, her furrowed brow eased. Don't worry about me. Zhang Hen acknowledged her words. Beasts are everywhere now. Though mostly first rank, their sheer numbers will sap our strength. They tried to navigate toward areas with fewer beasts, but as time passed, the beasts' numbers seemed only to swell. Zhang Hen, it looks like we can't escape, Su Muxue said gravely as beasts encircled them. Zhang Hen nodded in agreement and turned to her. Then we fight with all we've got. How is your spiritual energy now? And your injuries? Almost fully recovered. Don't worry about me, Su Muxue reassured. With that, Zhang Hen surveyed the surrounding beasts. Second-rank azure wood wolves, second-rank shadow bats, third-rank crimson tusk wild boars. Then let us go. Divine skill. Spatial fragmentation. A ripple of spatial energy spread outward, enveloping the encircling beasts. Zhang Hen glanced back at Su Muxue. Be careful. He then unleashed his first divine skill. Divine skill. Fragmented void slash. As the blade cut through space, innumerable tiny slashes radiated outward in all directions, striking the beasts. A cacophony of howls erupted as countless beasts were shredded into fragments before they could approach. The beasts dared not come near, instead prowling warily around the two. Yet Su Muxue remained confused. What did you say? Be careful? At that moment, countless tiny spatial slashes scattered, some hurtling towards Su Muxue. Reacting swiftly, she summoned her martial soul, the frostbite sword, to defend herself. Still, some of the smaller slashes grazed her, leaving no serious wounds but slicing her clothing into numerous jagged tears, exposing her skin. Ah! Su Muxue cried out. Hearing her exclamation, Zhang Hen instinctively turned around. Before he could finish, his gaze froze in stunned disbelief. Seeing Zhang Hen turn, Su Muxue hastily covered her exposed areas, tears welling in her eyes. Don't look, she pleaded. Upon hearing Su Muxue's words, Zhang Hen immediately turned his head away. At that moment, he desperately wished he could slap himself. He truly deserved such punishment. Seeing Zhang Hen turn away, Su Muxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that time, she was at a loss, her mind a complete blur. Su Muxue withdrew a white robe from her storage ring and draped it over herself, concealing her exposed areas. Her ears flushed crimson as she softly called out to Zhang Hen, who still had his back turned. It's all right now. Zhang Hen's heart churned with turmoil upon hearing Su Muxue's voice. He turned back and saw her clad in the white robe, and a sense of relief quietly settled within him. Gazing at Su Muxue, he noticed faint tear stains near the corners of her eyes, deepening his guilt. In a gentle tone, he murmured, I'm sorry. I should have allowed you to prepare in advance. Su Muxue's heart trembled at his words. The aloof demeanor she usually wore vanished completely, replaced by a flushed face that bore no resemblance to the haughty young lady she had been moments before. To an unaware observer, she might have seemed like a girl experiencing the first stirrings of love. It's nothing. Let us not speak of this again, Su Muxue said, cheeks still tinged with red, forcing herself to appear composed though her mind was in disarray. If Feng Qinggu had witnessed this scene, she would surely remark, why does this storyline feel so familiar? Zhang Hen exhaled quietly upon hearing Su Muxue's words, grateful that she was not angry. Yet, his remorse toward her deepened. After all, he had seen her completely exposed, and the image of her snow-white skin lingered vividly before his eyes. Looking at Su Muxue, Zhang Hen spoke softly, rest assured, I will bury this matter deep within my heart and will not reveal it to anyone. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue relaxed somewhat, though an inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her heart. Unaware of Su Muxue's unease, Zhang Hen shifted his gaze to the surrounding ferocious beasts, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged toward the horde, thinking, since you refuse to come to me, then I shall come to you. He had no intention of involving Su Muxue in this battle. Centered on Zhang Hen, the air was filled with swirling shards of shattered space. Countless ferocious beasts were sliced into fragments. The once barren ground instantly transformed into a river of blood, strewn with corpses. Jiang Hen's score wristband surged dramatically, while a tumult erupted outside. The Donglin Martial Examination Leaderboard. First place. Jiang Hen, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 5,430 points. Second place. Qin Yun, Jiangling No. 2 High School, 4,865 points. Whoa, how did Jiang Hen's score suddenly skyrocket by over 1,000 points? Could the system be malfunctioning? It's not just Jiang Hen. Didn't Qin Yun in second place also just gain several hundred points abruptly? This is absurd. I just saw that some in the top 10 scores remained unchanged, and now you're telling me others have suddenly surged? Such a situation has never occurred in previous martial exams. Is something wrong with the exam? Suddenly, someone pointed at the leaderboard and exclaimed, "Look, has anyone's name suddenly disappeared?" Without hesitation, the person beside him replied, "Is that even a question? It must mean those behind have overtaken those ahead." However, the man next to them widened his eyes and pointed to the leaderboard. "It doesn't seem to be like that. Hurry and look. Some names within the top 100 have also vanished." Everyone turned their attention to the lower ranks and finally sensed something amiss. A bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and said, "Names on the martial exam leaderboard don't vanish without cause. There are only two possibilities. Either they were surpassed by others, or they died within the secret realm. This is obviously the latter." His words threw the crowd into a frenzy. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Donglin military district, causing an uproar. "No, where is my son? Why has my son's name disappeared? What about my dear daughter?" Within the Donglin military district, panic engulfed the hearts of the populace. Parents of strong children hoped their offspring had merely been surpassed, while those with weaker children were filled with dread. If even those ranked within the top 100 had perished in the secret realm, what hope was there for their own? What on earth had transpired within the secret realm? Such events had never occurred in previous martial exams. Parents whose children did not participate this year breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness their children were spared from this year's examination. Yet, upon reflection, their worry returned. If this was the state of this year's exam, what would next year or the year after bring? The various schools had already caught wind of the happenings within the secret realm. Senior administrators vigilantly watched the leaderboard, for they could directly observe the status of each examinee. Jiangling No. 1 High School Conference Room. Principal, our school had 1,500 participants in the martial exam. Nearly 500 have been confirmed dead, and the number continues to rise. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhanhong felt as if his heart had been pierced by a blade. The excitement he had felt moments ago upon seeing Jiang Hen's score surge was instantly suppressed. These were all students from his own school. Do not inform their parents of this matter yet. We must avoid causing panic, Bai Zhanhong said, rubbing his forehead. He had already anticipated the profound impact this martial exam would have. Dragon Family, Grand Hall. How is it? Did that Feng family girl and that commoner die? Long Padian tapped his fingers on the armrest, asking indifferently. The elders fell silent, too fearful to respond. In truth, no one truly knew the extent of their patriarch's power. Although he was officially a martial king, those within the dragon family understood that Long Patian's strength far exceeded that title. Moreover, his temperament was erratic. Once, when an elder reported bad news that displeased him, he killed that elder on the spot. That elder was a martial sect-level powerhouse, a core member of any family, yet he was slain without hesitation. Since then, no elder dared report directly to him, especially with unfavorable news. Seeing the silence, Long Patian roared in anger. What, are you all mute? Witnessing Long Patian's fury, Long Jintian clenched his teeth and spoke. Father, that Feng family girl and the commoner are still alive. Moreover, that commoner's score has surged dramatically. Upon hearing this, Long Patian calmed slightly, but this very calmness made Long Jintian's skin crawl. Long Jintian said with a composed demeanor, completely devoid of the earlier rage. So you mean to say that the beast horde not only failed to kill that commoner in the secret realm, but actually helped him increase his martial exam score? Long Jintian nodded stiffly. The moment he nodded, Long Jintian was suddenly launched into the air, crashing heavily against the wall with a deafening thud. Those present lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even his own son was treated with such severity. He was truly not to be trifled with. Useless trash. Nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Long Patian showed no mercy despite Long Jintian being his son, though this matter was unrelated to the latter. Crushed against the wall, Long Jintian seethed inwardly, furious yet powerless. This was none of his concern. Long Padian then asked what about that Su family girl. The hall fell silent. Long Padian's gaze sharpened. Second son, continue. Hearing his father call upon him again, Long Jintian felt utterly despondent, wishing he could slap himself for standing up in the first place. Father, the Su family girl is also still alive. Before he could finish, Long Jintian was once again flung across the room, crashing against the wall with a thunderous impact. Upon witnessing Long Jintian's pitiful state, the elders could scarcely bear to meet his gaze. Long Padian spoke calmly, but what? At that moment, Long Jintian spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Her score on the martial examination leaderboard has not increased for quite some time. She must have sustained severe injuries. Hearing Long Potion's words, Long Jintian nodded slightly and waved his hand. You may go rest now. Upon hearing this, Long Jintian cupped his hands and replied respectfully, Yes, father. Then, dragging his wounded body, he exited the Long family hall. At that moment, 1,000 wild curses surged through Long Jintian's heart. Having been beaten without cause, anyone would surely harbor resentment. The elders, upon seeing Long Jintian leave the hall, could not help but cast envious glances, yet recalling his pitiful appearance moments ago sent chills down their spines, and they resolved to let it be. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan arrived at the Donglin military district accompanied by several martial emperors from the Qilin martial mansion. When he noticed that the second place on the martial examination leaderboard was held by Qin Yun, he paused, his gaze clouded with a certain nostalgia, recalling their first meeting. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, sighing, Alas, that person is gone. Brother Qin, I hope you were born into a better fate. Arriving at the outskirts of Modu, Xu Yuan and his entourage hovered in midair. At that moment, a broad-faced man bowed respectfully to Xu Yuan, saying, Elder Xu, you have arrived. Xu Yuan responded with no warmth, instead bluntly asking, How are things inside the secret realm? Unfazed by Xu Yuan's attitude, the broad-faced man replied with trepidation, Nearly 300,000 candidates have perished within the secret realm, and the number is still rising. His words instantly froze the atmosphere. Xu Yuan furrowed his brows, honestly never expecting the death toll to be so high. This is troublesome indeed. He turned his gaze back to the broad-faced man. Zhou Sheng, what is the situation inside the secret realm? Upon hearing Xu Yuan's question, the broad-faced man hurriedly answered, Elder Xu, according to the candidates who have emerged, ferocious beasts are continuously charging toward the outskirts of the Tianyun mountain range, directly attacking the major candidates. They reported seeing numerous third-tier ferocious beasts, even some fourth-tier ones among the horde. Having spoken, cold sweat drenched the broad-faced man's back. The presence of fourth-tier ferocious beasts within the examination site was an entirely different matter from facing them outside. Fourth-tier ferocious beasts appearing among candidates, whose highest cultivation was only at the martial apprentice level, was a massacre of unprecedented scale. This martial examination was destined to be recorded in history as the bloodiest ever, without exception. Furthermore, Zhou Sheng himself would bear the stigma of inadequate supervision, becoming the target of widespread condemnation. The thought caused his heart to bleed. Why had he been so eager to volunteer as an invigilator here? He longed to slap his past self. He imagined his comrades, upon learning of this calamity, would be secretly rejoicing behind his back. Listening to the report, Xu Yuan's brows knitted tighter, silently acknowledging that the situation was graver than he had imagined. Turning to those behind him, he instructed, Go and treat the candidates who have emerged today. Those behind him cupped their hands and replied in unison, Yes, Lord. Xu Yuan nodded, and the group vanished into thin air, reappearing on the ground to channel their divine abilities toward the hundreds of thousands of candidates below. Divine ability, healing aura. Divine ability, radiant healing. Divine ability, spring awakening of withered wood. A multitude of healing divine abilities cascaded over the tens of thousands of candidates, not only mending the wounds sustained within the secret realm but also curing the latent injuries accumulated during their prior training. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Ah, refreshing. I feel rejuvenated. Let us go again. Witnessing the candidate's instantaneous recovery, the broad-faced man could not help but marvel. This was the hallmark of a healing-type martial emperor, an absolute cornerstone of the Dragon Kingdom, a spring flowing across the battlefield. Yet his heart ached anew, knowing that nearly 1 million candidates remained trapped within the secret realm, unable to depart due to his own error. In truth, the failure to detect the shielding crystal on Long Yu's body was not entirely his fault, for that crystal had been deliberately concealed by the red-clad envoy of the exotic beast sect using secret techniques. Only those martial saints possessed the strength to serve as red-clad envoys. It was unreasonable to expect a martial emperor's power alone to uncover a martial saint's secret concealment. Xu Yuan regarded the broad-faced man once more and said, "Let us proceed to the secret realm's entrance." The broad-faced man nodded in response. At the entrance, Xu Yuan observed the enormous blue luminous sphere. Sensing the unknown spatial fluctuations within that barred his spiritual power from penetrating. "Well, Elder Xu?" The broad-faced man looked toward Xu Yuan with hopeful eyes, yearning for a solution to ease his burden of guilt. Disappointingly, Xu Yuan shook his head. Someone inside is using a shielding crystal. Unless a martial god descends to forcibly break through the secret realm, or a spatial martial saint arrives, we must wait for its effect to dissipate before entry or exit is possible. The broad-faced man wanted to ask why no spatial martial saints had been dispatched but hesitated, his brows knitting together in inner conflict, ultimately keeping silent. Xu Yuan glanced at him calmly. "I know what you're thinking, but you must understand that the Dragon Kingdom has very few spatial martial saints. They are assigned to guard the Void Fortress, confronting void creatures, and cannot be spared." Upon hearing this, the broad-faced man knew his thoughts had been read and awkwardly smiled. Indeed, they must guard the Void Fortress. Compared to this martial examination, the Void Fortress is the utmost priority. Recalling their previous encounter with the void creatures, the broad-faced man shuddered inwardly. Those were foes beyond his capacity. His divine abilities barely harmed them. "Enough. We shall keep watch here. The shielding crystal's effect should end soon," Xu Yuan said with serene composure, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. After all, having lived for centuries and attained the rank of martial saint, he had witnessed all manner of great events. Within the secret realm of the Tianyun mountain range. "Alright, we've lost them." Those beasts did not follow. Someone in the crowd glanced back and announced. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, someone in the crowd clutched their head, lamenting, when will we be able to leave? I can barely hold on." The others exchanged despondent looks. Their team had already lost many to the ferocious beasts. No one knew who would be next. Endless exhaustion from ceaseless flight had drained them, yet hope remained elusive. Among the group were Wu Ziheng, Yuan Hongfei, and Su Yi. Seeing the mournful expressions around him, Yuan Hongfei urged, "Everyone, there's no need to despair. Didn't someone say it would only be another hour? That time is almost upon us. Let us hold on a bit longer." Encouraged by his words, spirits lifted. "Yes, that's right. Just a little longer, and we'll exit this secret realm safely." The oppressive atmosphere vanished instantly. Su Yi and Wu Ziheng, witnessing the renewed resolve, breathed easier. Though both were skilled fighters, neither excelled at communication. Incidentally, Wu Ziheng and Su Yi's acquaintance with Yuan Hongfei had been by chance, brought together due to the beast tide. At that moment, he single-handedly struggled to fend off the ferocious beasts, exerting every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, a savage creature lunged from behind, leaving him no time to react. Helpless, he could only watch as the beast raised its razor-sharp claw, aiming directly at him. Just as he thought he was doomed to perish within the secret realm, a fierce roar shattered the silence, accompanied by a divine strike. A single, precise slash. A blade of azure light cut through the air, striking the beast and forcing it to retreat. Only then did Wu Ziheng find a moment to catch his breath. Hastily retreating, he turned to the person who had just saved him, Su Yi. Yuan Pengzi was also by his side. From that point forward, the three of them formed a team. Along their journey, they encountered other examinees, and embracing the principle that more companions meant greater strength, their group gradually took shape. However, many had already fallen in battle against the ferocious beasts. Witnessing their comrades collapse before their eyes, they felt utterly powerless. Yuan Hongfei surveyed the group. His previously carefree expression vanished completely, replaced by a furrowed brow and a visage of grave seriousness. Streaks of blood smeared his face, adding a grim aura of bloodshed and authority. "Let us rest properly for a while. Everyone, press that button every so often to see if we can leave the secret realm directly," he instructed. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They no longer cared about their remaining points. All they wished for was to escape this land of strife as swiftly as possible. Are you kidding? Points in the martial exam don't compare to the value of life. If we had known the exam would be like this, none of us would have come. Isn't this just asking for torture? Do we want to die too quickly? Someone muttered. The thought of soon leaving the secret realm eased everyone's tension. Yet, not long after, their expressions darkened once more. A heavy, chaotic sound grew louder from afar. Undeniably, the ferocious beasts were drawing nearer. Yuan Hongfei cursed under his breath, Damn it! These beasts are coming so fast. A roar echoed, and the group's previously relaxed spirits were instantly weighed down, anxiety creeping in anew. The beasts surrounded them from all directions, forming an impenetrable circle. Seeing this, despair washed over the group. How can we proceed? The path is completely blocked. There's no way to escape. Are we really going to die here? Even Yuan Hongfei, Su Yi, and Wu Ziheng felt their hearts grow heavier at the sight. The beasts paid no heed to reason. Upon spotting living humans, one leapt toward the nearest person. That individual, merely a martial disciple, not even a martial artist, was overcome with despair. Facing a second-tier ferocious beast, he had no means of resistance. As the beast drew closer, he gritted his teeth and pressed the button on his point's wristband. Instantly, he transformed into a ball of white light and vanished into thin air. The second-tier beast lunged at empty air, howled in frustration, and then turned to attack another. Witnessing this, a spark of hope lit up the group's eyes. Yuan Hongfei shouted, "Press the button quickly," and without pause he pressed his own. Everyone pressed their buttons in unison, transforming into white lights and exiting the secret realm. The beasts pounced on the very spots where they had stood moments before, looking around in vain for their prey. They emitted furious roars. This scene was unfolding throughout the secret realm. White lights appeared one after another as examinees continuously escaped. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves atop a high platform. Looking at one another, they burst into laughter. We're all still alive. The tension in their shoulders eased. Yes, they had survived. Others who had left the secret realm were scattered nearby. Some collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, unwilling to move. Some ran about wildly, shouting, "I'm alive! I'm alive! Haha! I'm not dead! Haha! I'm not dead!" Yuan Hongfei, Su Yi, and Wu Ziheng, witnessing the strange yet familiar scenes, finally exhaled in relief. They had truly survived. On the high platform, emotions ran deep. There was relief, joy, but above all, bitterness and hatred. Some emerged weeping bitterly, cursing the Donglin military district. Through hoarse shouts, they accused, "You never treated us like human beings. You never valued our lives. It's because of you that my brother died inside, right before my eyes. This is all your fault. Give me back my brother's life." Though his voice was hoarse, he continued to curse relentlessly. His passion infected many others, who joined in their furious denunciations of the Donglin military district authorities. Staff hurriedly dragged him away as he struggled wildly, shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! Give me back my brother's life! Give me back my brother's life!" Oh! Tears mixed with shouts, his gaze fierce with bloodlust. He wished to drag everyone down with him. Looking at the crowd below, Shu Yuan's face remained impassive. As a martial saint, he had witnessed scenes far more harrowing than this, let alone this. The square-jawed man's guilt deepened upon hearing the man's tirade. "Quiet." Shu Yuan uttered a single word, yet it seemed imbued with boundless power. The crowd immediately fell silent. Then Shu Yuan addressed the healing martial emperors behind him. "Treat them." Nodding, they summoned their martial souls and unleashed their divine arts. Divine art, healing aura. Divine art, radiant healing light. Divine art, revival of the withered tree. Enveloped by these divine arts, the crowd marveled as their wounds steadily mended. Once the group had calmed somewhat, Shu Yuan spoke calmly, "I know you harbor resentment, and that is natural. But hatred is one thing. I hope you do not carry it into society, lest you bear the consequences alone. As for your losses, we will provide compensation in due course." Shu Yuan made no mention of anyone bringing shielding crystals into the secret realm. There was simply no need. Those who dared bring such items surely had ways to evade detection. Besides, shielding crystals were not tools possessed by every faction. Hearing Shu Yuan's words, the crowd's minds cleared, and the high platform came alive with chatter once more. This martial exam was a complete waste. Points are pitifully low. Still, it's not bad. At least you made it out alive. Yeah, at least I'm alive. I saw a prodigy from our school torn in two by a ferocious beast. Compared to him, I'm lucky. But I wonder who the top scorer from our Donglin military district will be this year. What can you expect? It's over for us. Facing a beast tide, you still think about killing beasts? Don't joke. If you can run, you're already fortunate. I reckon our Donglin military district will be at the bottom this year. Who is to say? Maybe a few freaks will actually slay beasts amidst the horde. Someone joked, though he did not truly believe it. Shu Yuan glanced at the crowd below, then at the square-jawed man, and asked, "Zhou Shang, is anyone still inside the secret realm?" Upon hearing Shu Yuan's question, the square-jawed man hastened to reply, "Elder Shu, according to reports, there are still some who have not emerged." At this, Xu Yuan's interest was piqued. Oh, there are still people inside. That is quite intriguing. Within the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, countless beams of white light ignited, and an endless stream of examinees departed the secret realm. Observing this scene, Jiang Hen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to Su Muxue and said, "We should be able to leave the secret realm now. Since you're injured, it might be best for you to leave immediately." Upon hearing Jiang Hen's words, Su Muxue paused momentarily before resuming her usual composure. Her face remained as cold and expressionless as ever as she quietly regarded Jiang Hen and asked in return, "And what about you?" Jiang Hen, taken aback by Su Muxue's question, smiled and replied, "Naturally, I intend to continue hunting the ferocious beasts to accumulate points." In truth, there was something he had yet to reveal. He thought to himself that since pressing the button on the points wristband could instantly transport one out of the secret realm, and since the beasts were all migrating toward the outskirts of the mountain range, perhaps the interior was now largely devoid of dangerous creatures. He planned to venture inside to take a look. If he encountered any formidable beasts, he could simply press the button on his wristband and exit the secret realm without hesitation. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, not wishing to cause Su Muxue any worry. When Su Muxue learned that Jiang Hen did not intend to leave immediately, she outright refused, her expression as cold as ever as she uttered two simple words. I won. Jiang Hen, still caught off guard by her response and mistakenly believing she had agreed, nodded and said absent-mindedly, "All right." Sensing something amiss, he looked at Su Muxue and asked, "What did you say?" Su Muxue's gaze met his, her tone icy as she repeated, "I won." Yet the faint blush at her earlobes betrayed a hidden sentiment. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Hen inquired, "Then what do you plan to do next?" Su Muxue's ears flushed deeper, her cheeks turning a vivid red, creating a stark contrast with her usual aloof demeanor. This sudden transformation left Jiang Hen momentarily stunned. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Hen silently chastised himself. "I admit you're beautiful, but I asked what you plan to do next. Why are you blushing?" With her lips slightly parted, Su Muxue softly replied, "Whatever you do next, I will do the same." Jiang Hen thought he must have misheard. "We're not sisters, you know. There's something off here." He studied Su Muxue's expression intently, searching for any hint that she might be joking. Su Muxue, sensing his gaze, felt a tremor within her heart. She herself did not understand why she responded that way. It was merely an instinctive reaction, yet the feeling inside was strange, as if her emotions were being pulled along by Jiang Hen. Frowning, Jiang Hen mused inwardly. Could it be that this girl has fallen for me? No, that's impossible. Such a plot exists only in novels. How could it possibly happen to me? Don't tell me this world I inhabit is actually a fictional realm and that I am the protagonist. Ha! Don't be ridiculous. With that thought, Jiang Hen smiled to himself, chiding his wandering mind. Noticing his gentle smile, Su Muxue assumed he had accepted her decision to follow him and asked, "So, what do you plan to do next?" Her words interrupted his reverie. Jiang Hen candidly confessed, "Actually, I intend to venture into the depths of the Tianyun mountain range. It might be quite dangerous in there." Having said this, he expected Su Muxue to reconsider and withdraw, but to his surprise, she nodded firmly. "Very well, I will go with you." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hen also nodded in agreement. "All right, then we shall go together. If we encounter danger, we can simply press the button on the points wristband to exit the secret realm." Upon hearing his consent to her accompanying him, Su Muxue allowed herself the faintest smile. He agreed. "Let us go," Jiang Hen said. "We'll head in the direction opposite to where the ferocious beasts are moving." Su Muxue nodded in response. Watching the myriad white lights, a man clad in yellow battle attire smiled softly. "Oh, it seems we can now leave the secret realm directly. That plan of mine can finally be set in motion." With that, he dashed toward the heart of the mountain range. Indeed, he too wished to seize the opportunity while most of the beasts were migrating outward, hoping to try his luck within the interior. The rare natural treasures on the outskirts had surely been scavenged, but the mountainous core was another matter. Moreover, some high-level beasts had an interest in collecting these precious materials. If he could locate the lairs of such formidable creatures, it would be a tremendous gain. He was not alone in this aspiration. A striking woman with long crimson hair tied high in a ponytail and an alluring figure, clearly Feng Qinggu, was also making her way toward the mountainous interior. Since leaving the secret realm was now possible, naturally she too wished to test her fortune inside. Other confident examinees who had not yet exited the secret realm also chose to explore the interior. After all, what if they discovered rare treasures? Such an opportunity was a blessing from the heavens. They had no desire to endure hardship in the secret realm without reaping some benefit. Thus, numerous prodigies hurried toward the mountainous core. Some formed groups, others traveled alone, but all moved swiftly. Fortune favors the prepared, and they sought to seize the advantage. Outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm. How are things inside? Shu Yuan asked the square-jawed man. The man clasped his hands respectfully. Elder Shu, nearly 100 examinees remain within the secret realm, choosing to stay rather than leave. Their points continue to accumulate. Shu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems there are still some formidable candidates among them. After all, which strong warrior has not endured hardship or faced death's door? The square-jawed man agreed with a nod. He recalled how, in his own pursuit of breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he had ventured alone into the great wilderness, enduring countless hardships and battling ferocious beasts. Ultimately, he returned triumphant, having succeeded in his breakthrough. Shu Yuan's expression remained impassive as he observed the merriment on the high platform. Their realms were plain to see, and he could only describe them as mediocre. Unaware that they had just been scrutinized by a martial saint-level warrior, those on the platform continued their lively chatter, no longer wearing the resentful, despondent expressions they had before. When can we leave? I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home, one person said, probably after everyone has exited. There must still be people inside the secret realm, another replied. The latter statement startled some, who exclaimed in surprise, Goodness, there are still people inside? Who could be so formidable? Is there any doubt? It must be those ranked at the top. Another responded. Exactly. Who else but the top-ranked would dare remain in that secret realm? Someone else said. The questioner scratched his head awkwardly. True enough. Besides those leading the rankings, who else would dare stay in the secret realm? That's practically courting death. Meanwhile, within the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, Zhenggu, are you really not going to leave with me? Staying here? I'm worried you might encounter danger, Wu Sitong said anxiously, looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, gazing at Wu Sitong's face. Don't worry about me, Wu Sitong. If I face danger, I will press the button on my points wristband and leave the secret realm immediately. You should leave soon as well. We'll meet outside the secret realm. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Wu Sitong nodded, then pressed the button on her own points wristband. A white light enveloped her entire body, and she vanished without a trace. Upon noticing that Wu Sitong had already departed from the secret realm, Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. He himself was about to venture deeper into the heart of the mountain range. An inexplicable premonition stirred within him, though he could not fathom its origin. He felt compelled to investigate further. Otherwise, a lingering sense of regret would plague him, and his heart would find no solace. Resolute in his chosen path, Tang Zheng pressed onward into the mountain's core. Zhang Hen, shall we continue forward? Su Muxue, having just slain a third-tier ferocious beast, panted heavily as she looked toward Zhang Hen. At Su Muxue's inquiry, Zhang Hen nodded without hesitation, also breathing heavily. Certainly. The ferocious beasts have grown scarcer along the way. We are drawing ever closer to the mountainous center. Hearing Zhang Hen's words, Su Muxue nodded in acknowledgement. Sweat trickled down her alabaster swan-like neck into her collar, strands of hair clinging to the temple beside her ear. Zhang Hen gazed upon Su Muxue with a pang of tenderness. You truly need not risk venturing with me. Su Muxue remained silent, her expression impassive yet icy. Let us proceed. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Hen was inexplicably burdened by guilt. His eyes filled with complex emotions as he replied, Very well. The two delved deeper into the Tianyun mountain range. Along the way, they sometimes dispatched ferocious beasts, and at other times chose to circumvent them. Yet, as they ventured further, the beasts they encountered were predominantly high-level third-tier or even fourth-tier creatures, which they invariably avoided. Within the mountain range, the roars of beasts echoed incessantly amid towering jagged rocks. Many who remained within the secret realm and journeyed deeper into the mountains encountered high-tier ferocious beasts. Some, like Su Muxue and Zhang Hen, elected to evade them, while others, upon discovery, hastily pressed the button to exit the secret realm. Elsewhere. Damn it! Why are there so many ferocious beasts here? A red-haired youth cursed under his breath. It was none other than Long Yu. Indeed, he had not chosen to leave the secret realm outright, but lingered, much like the majority, eager to explore the mountainous interior and test his luck. Yet fortune was not on his side. Not long after venturing inward, he encountered a multitude of high-tier ferocious beasts. Fortunately, he managed to evade them for the time being. At this moment, Long Yu was deeply vexed. First, Zhang Hen had ruined his plans, and now these beasts forced him into constant concealment. Damn it, Why is everything conspiring against me? First that bastard Jiang Hen. Now these beasts are making life unbearable. Long Yu spat venomously. He had come close to a fatal encounter, only for that youth to thwart his schemes. The mere thought infuriated him. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Long Yu's mind. A shiver ran down his spine as cold sweat drenched him. He recalled the mission his grandfather had entrusted to him, one he had yet to accomplish even a single part of. The prospect of returning home and facing his grandfather's methods sent a wave of dread through him. Then, inspiration struck. Long Yu's eyes gleamed with cunning as he thought, Jiang Hen is currently with Su Muxue, but Feng Qingguo seems unaware. If I were to inform Feng Qingguo of their association, TSK, Jiang Hen, let me see how you handle what comes next. This shall be a spectacle indeed. Pleased with his own ingenuity, Long Yu mused that if the two were to fall into enmity, he would have at least fulfilled one of his grandfather's missions. Returning home should then be less perilous. Outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, several individuals emerged, gasping for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Phew! Seeing this, onlookers quickly gathered around. Are you all alright? Their concern warmed those who had just exited. We are fine, they responded. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to reveal their intentions. Why are you only coming out now? At this moment, Shuyuan cast his gaze downward toward the assembled crowd. Those who had just left the secret realm waved their hands in farewell. We originally intended to venture into the mountain's interior to test our luck. But scarcely had we proceeded when we encountered several third-tier ferocious beasts. Unable to continue, we had no choice but to press the wristband button to exit. Their words elicited not contempt but admiration from the crowd. So these are the elites, they thought. Even now, they dare to explore the mountain's interior. Were the roles reversed, most would be desperate to flee the secret realm immediately. Present, the entire Donglin military district was intensely focused on the martial examination score leaderboard. Parents of those listed fervently hoped their children's names would not vanish unexpectedly. Even if their scores remained stagnant, they felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, someone pointed at the leaderboard. Wow, look, the top 50 scores are skyrocketing, and the top 10 are increasing even more dramatically. At once, all eyes turned to the Donglin Military District Martial Examination Leaderboard. First place, Jiang Hen, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 6,658 points. Second place, Qin Yun, Jiangling No. 2 High School, 5,052 points. Third place, Gu Qianzong Modugu Family, 4,542 points. Fourth place, Feng Qingguo, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 4,457 points. Fifth place, Su Muxue, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 4,261 points. Sixth place, Lin Yan, Lin Family, 4,142 points. The crowd was dumbfounded. After a moment, someone spoke up, wait, what kind of school is Jiangling No? 1. 3 of the top 5 come from that school. Is this some kind of bug? This is absurd. At that moment, another pointed at the leaderboard. Haven't you noticed? 4 of the top 5 hail from Jiangling City. Indeed, is Jiangling City a breeding ground for prodigies? I might send my son there. Next year, I'll send my daughter to a Jiangling City school. Count me in. What began as a discussion about the leaderboard swiftly turned into a debate about sending children to study in Jiangling City. At Jiangling No. 1 High School, in the conference room, Bai Zhanhong stared at the leaderboard, astonished that 3 of the top 5 were from his school. He rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not been mistaken. Realizing the truth, a broad smile stretched from ear to ear. Overjoyed, he was eager to proclaim the news. 3 of the top 5 in the entire Donglin military district hail from our school. What does this signify? It means Jiangling No. 1 High School is destined to become the premier academy in the Donglin district. Educational resources will increasingly favor us, and outstanding students will flock here. In short, our school is about to soar. No, it is being propelled skyward. Meanwhile, the heads of other prestigious schools and their leaders were far less pleased. They observed that some of their once promising students were now surpassed by those previously considered inferior, their scores stagnant for extended periods. Frowning deeply, they pondered, why is this happening? In the Beichuan Martial Examination Leaderboard, first place, Jun Su, Kyoto Jun Family, 6,251 points. Second place, Yu Qingyang, Kyoto Yu Family, 4,756 points. Third place, Yi Zhen, Kyoto Yi Family, 4,625 points. Fifth place, Tang Yang, Kyoto Tang Family, 3,852 points. In Kyoto, at the Jun Family Hall, Jun Padian gazed upon the leaderboard, laughing heartily. As expected of my grandson, Jun Su, he is utterly demolishing the competition. The surrounding elders smiled with delight. Young master, if this trend continues, the top scorer across the 4 military districts will undoubtedly be you. With such unparalleled talent, the heavens surely bless our Jun family. Indeed, with the young master, the Jun family shall flourish for 1,000 years more. Upon hearing the words of the elders, Jun Padian felt an immense joy within his heart, his satisfaction with his grandson growing even deeper. Yet, outwardly, he merely waved his hand dismissively and spoke with measured modesty. All right, the martial examination is not yet concluded. It is far too early to draw final conclusions. Let us continue to observe. Nevertheless, within his mind's eye, he already envisioned the scene of his grandson's name resonating throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Yu family. Yu Yuanjin gazed upon the martial examination leaderboard and noted that his grandson trailed Jun Patian's grandson by over 1,000 points. He shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Alas, one cannot blame Qingyang. Truly, that Jun boy is an extraordinary prodigy. Jun Su was born amidst thunderous golden lightning from the heavens, an event so profound that it shook the ancient ancestors of the Jun family, leading to his immediate appointment as the young master of the Jun clan. When he awakened his martial soul, the heavens once again manifested an extraordinary phenomenon. Golden thunder shattering the sky. Such an awakening was the hallmark of a saint-grade martial soul. Though the Jun family proclaimed to the outside world that his awakened martial soul was merely a first-grade saint level, Yu Yuanjin regarded such claims with utter disdain. Do they think they are deceiving children? He did not understand why the Jun family concealed the true grade of Jun Su's martial soul. After all, with the Jun family's strength, was there any real concern of others coveting Jun Su? Yet this was none of his concern. While there was rivalry among the noble families, it had not descended into the depths of murdering heirs, unless one was an absolute prodigy. Yu Yuanjin did not believe Jun Su had reached such a level. His greatest hope was that Qingyang would not be too discouraged, for the boy had always enjoyed competing with Jun Su. As if recalling something else, Yu Yuanjin furrowed his brow, massaging his forehead. Even in matters of love, Qingyang had to compete with that boy, but that was another man's fiancé. Truly, it was a torment. Then his thoughts turned to his own wayward son, and his frown deepened. Where had that rebellious son vanished to? After the girl from the Yi family married Jun Wudi, his son had chosen to leave home, and no one could stop him. But who could be blamed? The girl from the Yi family and that Jun boy loved each other sincerely. Yet some insisted the girl was coerced or deceived, claiming she was actually infatuated with Yuanjin himself and sought to disrupt the marriage. Could he accept such nonsense? If he did, the entire Yu family would become the laughingstock of the capital. Yu Yuanjin felt a headache brewing. One son like this and now a grandson as well, all entangled with the Yi family. What else could it be but a curse? Yet the sole comfort he found was that his grandson was exceptionally gifted, far surpassing his own youngest son. In the Yi family of the capital, a refined middle-aged gentleman and a graceful middle-aged lady sat facing each other, engaged in lively conversation. Su is truly outstanding. No wonder he is the child of Yu and Wudi. Yi Yuntian, the head of the Yi family, said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Dong'er covered his mouth with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with delight. Brother Zhen'er is excellent as well. Upon hearing Yi Dong'er's words, Yi Yuntian's gaze softened with tenderness. Indeed, Zhen'er is remarkable. Yet, as if recalling something, his expression darkened, and he muttered, "It seems yet again someone will benefit the Jun family." At this, Yi Dong'er adjusted his posture, letting his shapely legs descend. The hem of his skirt revealed a hint of spring's allure as he joked. Su is your nephew after all. This is what they call letting the water flow into one's own fields. Yi Yuntian smiled wryly. All right, you win. Zhen'er has had a hard fate. She is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, but since the Grand Elder perished while on a mission, I have taken her in and raised her myself. I always hope she will suffer no grievances. When she joins your Jun family, I hope she will be treated well. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong'er feigned anger. Brother, Zhen'er and I grew up together, and she has been childhood friends with Su. I care for her deeply. How could I ever let her suffer? Yi Yuntian laughed. I'm only teasing. We can all see how Zhen'er feels about Su. Whenever anyone says anything wrong about Su, she immediately ignores them. Even me, your own father, is no exception. Yi Dong'er grinned and teased. What about Qingyun? Which family are you planning to propose to? Hearing this, Yi Yuntian sighed. You still don't understand Qingyun. He is as stubborn as a mule. If I tried to arrange a marriage for him, I'm afraid he'd run away from home that very night. Yi Dong'er comforted him. Let it be, let it be. Children have their own fortunes. They should find their own paths. Let Qingyun find a girl he truly loves. Yi Yuntian shook his head helplessly. Let us hope so. Suddenly smiling, Yi Yuntian turned to Yi Dong-er. I heard from Jin-er that the Yu family boy is also pursuing her. Do you have any thoughts on that? Yi Dong-er, fully aware of his brother's teasing, feigned indignation. Brother seeing this, Yi Yuntian quickly waved his hand and laughed. All right, I won't say any more. But it seems Yu Jingchuan left home precisely because you and Wudi ended up together. Yi Dong-er smiled bitterly. Brother, don't say that. You know me, I don't like him at all. It's him who clings to me like a stubborn burr. What choice do I have? Hearing his sister's words, Yi Yuntian laughed heartily. I know. And frankly, Yu Jingchuan is not worthy of you. Yi Dong-er merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Dong-er, have you decided which martial academy Su-er will attend? Yi Yuntian inquired curiously. Yi Dong-er stroked his chin thoughtfully. We haven't decided yet. He will probably choose for himself. He has grown up now and has his own ideas. Yi Yuntian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su-er has always been steadier than others since childhood. Then he chuckled. Once you decide, let me know. Jin-er will definitely want to attend the same academy as Su-er, so they can look after each other. Yi Dong-er smiled and nodded gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman in every gesture. Within the secret realm of the Tianyun mountain range, Jiang Hen made a silencing gesture toward Su Mushue behind him. Concealed behind a massive boulder, they watched two ferocious beasts prowling in the clearing ahead. One beast was cloaked in black and red, with two horns wrapped in violet flames. His heavy hooves struck the earth, leaving scorched black imprints, a fourth-grade ferocious beast known as the Chilly Fire Bull. The other was covered entirely in golden scales, resembling an armored mountain rat, with golden flames flickering upon its scales, a fourth-grade ferocious beast called the Golden Scale Beast. Between the two beasts stood a short tree bearing clusters of yellow fruit, numbering 7 or 8 in total. Jiang Hen scrutinized the tree carefully but could not identify the fruit. At that moment, Su Mushue's voice whispered in his ear. Those are source spirit fruits, a terrestrial-grade heavenly material and treasure. Cultivators of all attributes can utilize them. Hearing this, Jiang Hen turned to look at her, surprised at her knowledge. Su Mushue averted her gaze, saying, You weren't paying attention in class. Teacher Song Chiu covered this. Jiang Hen smiled sheepishly. Seeing his expression, Su Mushue's lips curled slightly in amusement. You really are a simpleton. Do you have designs on those source spirit fruits? She asked softly. Jiang Hen's smile faded as he refocused his gaze on the two ferocious beasts and the source spirit fruit tree, nodding in response. To be honest, he certainly harbored thoughts deep within his heart. After all, these were rare treasures of terrestrial-grade heavenly talent, nearly 8 in number. Usable by any attribute, it was impossible for him not to have any ideas. Yet he was also fully aware that, given the combined strength of himself and Su Mushue, attempting to wrest these treasures from the grasp of two fourth-rank ferocious beasts was utterly futile. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. It was clear at a glance that these two beasts were not allies. Evidently, they were vying for possession of the source spirit fruit. Jiang Hen turned his head to look at Su Mushue and spoke softly, Mushue. When they are locked in a struggle to the point of mutual destruction, you use your divine skill to temporarily hinder them. At that moment, I will employ my divine skill to pluck the source spirit fruit. You press the button on your point's wristband to leave the secret realm immediately afterward, and then I will do the same. Once outside, we will split the spoils evenly. How does that sound? At that moment, Su Mushue's attention was entirely captured by the way Jiang Hen had just addressed her, Mushue. Her ears flushed crimson, and she failed to catch the rest of his words. Seeing Su Mushue lost in thought, Jiang Hen assumed she was contemplating the safety of the plan. He patted his chest confidently and said, Rest assured, I am confident in this. With the divine skill he had awakened after breaking through to the warrior level, he was 90% certain of success. The remaining 10% was merely his own humility. Hearing Jiang Hen's words, Su Mushue snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Could you say that again? Jiang Hen was in no rush. He simply assumed she had been startled by the two ferocious beasts earlier and had lost her train of thought, so he repeated his plan. After listening, Su Mushue nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Jiang Hen smiled and nodded in return, turning his gaze back to the two beasts ahead, who were now locked in combat. The crimson flame bull snorted furiously, its purple flames blazing fiercely atop its horns as it charged violently at the golden scale beast. The golden scale beast nimbly dodged, its golden flames flickering as its sharp claws raked across the bull's back, leaving a gaping, bleeding wound. The bull responded by striking the golden scale beast with its hooves. For a moment, the two ferocious beasts were entangled in an unyielding battle, the ground around them scarred and pocked by flames and claw marks. As the fight dragged on, both beasts began to show signs of exhaustion, their bodies riddled with wounds of varying severity, flesh exposed and scales falling off. They panted heavily, eyes locked fiercely on one another. Jiang Hen's eyes flickered, realizing the moment had arrived. He turned to Su Muxue and whispered, "Begin." At his cue, Su Muxue nodded, took a deep breath, and summoned her martial soul, unleashing her divine skills. Divine skill, Frost Splendor Sword Formation. Divine skill, Frost Splendor Burial of Heaven. Divine skill, Icebound 10,000 miles. The three divine skills were deployed simultaneously, and in an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area. The sky darkened as snow and wind swirled violently. The two beasts were slowed by the sudden cold, vast expanses of frost spreading rapidly. Beneath their feet, a seven-star ice-blue sword formation ignited, whipping up a storm of icy blades that froze their bodies and limbs, inflicting fresh wounds continuously. The beasts howled in pain. Panting, Su Muxue glanced at Jiang Hen and said, "It's in your hands now." She then pressed the button on her point's wristband, transforming into a ball of white light and vanishing from the secret realm. Jiang Hen nodded in acknowledgement and immediately activated his own divine skills. Divine skill, Spatial Fragmentation. Divine skill, Spatial Leap. A circle of white light expanded around him as he vanished from his original spot. The next moment, Jiang Hen appeared perched upon a tree branch. The two ferocious beasts, seeing a human intruder attempting to seize their treasure, roared furiously at Jiang Hen. The crimson flame bull thrashed violently, breaking free from the ice encasing it. Its horns erupted with fierce purple flames as it charged toward Jiang Hen with unrelenting force. In that very instant, Jiang Hen plucked the source spirit fruits from the tree, no more, no less than 8. Looking at the charging bull, he smiled lightly and said, "Farewell, brother bull." Jiang Hen pressed the button on his point's wristband and departed the secret realm. The crimson flame bull lunged in vain, letting out a furious bellow at the spot where Jiang Hen had just stood. Seething with rage, it uprooted the source spirit fruit tree, flames of purple fire swirling and consuming it until it was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, the golden scale beast broke free, roaring angrily into the sky. It watched helplessly as the human seized what was rightfully its treasure and then vanished. Filled with hatred, the golden scale beast longed to tear that human to pieces. After battling the foolish bull for so long, to have a human snatch the prize was a profound humiliation. Casting a disdainful glance at the enraged bull, the golden scale beast turned and strode toward the mountain range's outskirts. It had long heard from its subordinates that the humans mostly lingered around the periphery. With a fierce gleam in its golden eyes, it looked toward the mountain's edge. Outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, Su Muxue opened her eyes, gazing at the familiar yet strange scene before her, surrounded by many examinees chatting amiably. Softly, she murmured to herself, "I'm out." Those nearby, noticing Su Muxue's appearance, were immediately captivated by her beauty and flocked around, eager to make her acquaintance, perhaps hoping to win the heart of a beauty. Yet Su Muxue had no desire to engage with them. She scanned the crowd, searching for a familiar figure but found none. Anxiety welled within her, and her mind raced with worries. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? I told him not to take risks. But he wouldn't listen. Her thoughts drifted to Jiang Hen being swallowed by those two ferocious beasts, and tears welled in her eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together. The cold, aloof aura that once surrounded her vanished, replaced by a fragile vulnerability that stirred compassion in those nearby. Many cast glances her way, and numerous young men felt a protective urge, assuming she had been frightened by some terrifying beast within the secret realm. Yet they failed to consider that someone emerging at this late hour was hardly an ordinary individual. "Beautiful lady, don't be sad. Look, you made it out alive from the secret realm. Yes, don't be too downhearted. One must always look forward in life." Hearing their consolations, Su Muxue knew they misunderstood the situation but chose not to explain. Suddenly, a voice reached her ears. "What's wrong?" Startled, Su Muxue turned sharply toward the speaker. Seeing the familiar figure before her, she pouted and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I thought you wouldn't come back." The speaker was evidently Jiang Hen, who had just emerged from the secret realm. He had intended to find Su Muxue to divide the spoils but found a crowd gathered around her. Curious, he approached and saw her with reddened eyes, prompting his question. Jiang Hen was momentarily taken aback but felt warmth swell within him. Smiling, he said, "Didn't I tell you? I won't do anything I'm not confident about." I'm someone who cherishes his life. The onlookers, understanding the situation, realized that Su Mushue had been mourning her boyfriend, who was believed lost and never to return from the secret realm. The hearts of countless young men, which had just stirred with hope, shattered instantly. Before anything could begin, it was already over. The young men who had just been comforted now found themselves both awkward and envious. Their awkwardness stemmed from the fact that, moments ago, they had appeared somewhat like jesters. Their envy arose from the realization that none of them possessed a girlfriend as stunning and wholly captivated by them as she was. Each of these young men glared fiercely at the culprit who had caused the goddess's sorrow. What was it about this fellow that was so remarkable? Was he not merely a shade paler, a touch more handsome, and slightly stronger in ability? Beyond these, what other virtues could he possibly claim? Jiang Hen gazed at Su Mushue's tear-streaked face with a gentle smile and softly said, "Come on. Don't be upset. We're about to receive our spoils. Cheer up." Hearing Jiang Hen's words, Su Mushue glanced at him, then at the crowd encircling them. Her ears and cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She had been so preoccupied with worrying about that guy just now that she hadn't realized so many people had been watching. Had they seen her earlier expression? Hastily, she nodded and wished to leave that embarrassing scene. Jiang Hen led Su Mushue back to the temporary camp, only to encounter Yang Zhan and Yu Jingchuan. Upon seeing Jiang Hen, Yang Zhan's face lit up with joy. Well, young man, you're finally back." By then, he had already learned of Jiang Hen's achievements. To be honest, when Yang Zhan first heard of Jiang Hen's results, he was stunned for quite some time, suspecting it might be a namesake. But when the subsequent school details matched perfectly with the Jiang Hen he knew, his certainty was confirmed. Jiang Hen smiled and greeted, "Teacher Yang, Teacher Yu, good day." Yang Zhan smiled in return, nodding, then noticed Su Mushue behind Jiang Hen and grinned mischievously. He patted Jiang Hen on the shoulder and nodded approvingly. "Good lad. Braver than I was at your age, but don't overplay your hand." Jiang Hen was puzzled by Yang Zhan's remark. "What do you mean by don't overplay your hand?" Behind Jiang Hen, Su Mushue's face flushed deeply, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, fully aware of what Yang Zhan was alluding to. Yu Jingchuan, standing beside Yang Zhan, was visibly displeased. He too had heard of Jiang Hen's achievements. Had Jiang Hen accepted him as his mentor back then, Yu Jingchuan's name would have spread throughout Longhua upon the announcement. Yet all of this was ruined because of him. Despite knowing it wasn't Jiang Hen's fault, Yu Jingchuan's heart seethed with resentment, desperate to prove himself. Now, seeing Su Mushue behind Jiang Hen, Yu Jingchuan's envy and jealousy deepened. Smiling with a mocking tone, he addressed Jiang Hen, "Jiang Hen, what is your relationship with Su Mushue? Does Feng Qinggu know about this?" Upon hearing these words, Su Mushue's complexion instantly paled, and her spirits plummeted to the depths. Indeed, Jiang Hen already had a girlfriend. Feng Qinggu was his true partner. Jiang Hen frowned at Yu Jingchuan's insinuation. Who was he trying to provoke? With an expressionless face and a noticeably colder tone, Jiang Hen replied, "We just happened to meet in the secret realm." "What? Master Yu has objections?" As he spoke, Jiang Hen's gaze fixed unblinkingly on Yu Jingchuan. The pressure of a martial master's aura bore down heavily on Yu Jingchuan, causing his face to darken considerably. This fellow was always looking for trouble. Did he truly believe that because he was a school teacher, others dared not provoke him? Even a clay figurine can harbor some fire. Jiang Hen gave him some respect by calling him Master Yu. Without that, he was nothing but a waste. Did Yu Jingchuan truly think he was capable? Feeling the oppressive aura, Yu Jingchuan nearly dropped to his knees. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain calm and stared at Jiang Hen. "Jiang Hen, what do you intend to do? I am a teacher at this school. I warn you, if you treat me like this, I'll report you to the school." Jiang Hen found himself inexplicably amused. Just moments ago, Yu Jingchuan had been so sarcastic and aggressive. Why now suddenly so timid? Seeing this, Yang Zhan quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Hen, let it be. After all, Master Yu was recommended by the principal." Although Yang Zhan smiled outwardly, inwardly he cursed Yu Jingchuan countless times. Why so troublesome? If Yu Jingchuan hadn't been the principal's recommendation, Yang Zhan would not have bothered speaking up for him. He wanted nothing more than to slap the man twice. He had long been annoyed by him. Hearing Yang Zhan's words, Jiang Hen understood the implication. Since Yu Jingchuan was the principal's pick, he must tread carefully. Smiling, he nodded in agreement, "All right." Then, he withdrew his martial pressure, refused to glance at Yu Jingchuan, and passed by him with an impassive expression. Su Mushue followed Jiang Hen with a downcast mood, lost in thought. Yu Jingchuan watched Jiang Hen's blatant disregard and roared inwardly, "On what grounds do you look down on me? His gaze darkened as he stared at Zhang Hen's retreating figure, reliving the humiliation of being called a worthless man in the capital. Panting heavily, his mind twisted. I am not a waste. I am not a waste. I am a grandmaster of Longua. I am a grandmaster of Longua. Yang Zhan frowned at Yu Jingchuan's distorted expression. Master Yu, you should rest inside the tent. I will go fetch the other students. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left. Yu Jingchuan glared at Yang Zhan's departing back, feeling utterly ignored. You commoners, what right do you have to disregard me? Even the prodigies of the capital dare not treat me this way. How dare you? Zhang Hen returned to his tent, and Su Muxue followed him inside. Zhang Hen produced some spirit source fruits and smiled at Su Muxue. There are 8 spirit source fruits in total, 4 each. With that, he handed 4 fruits to Su Muxue. Su Muxue quickly waved her hand. You don't have to give me so many. I didn't contribute much. 2 will suffice. Ignoring her protests, Zhang Hen firmly stuffed the 4 spirit source fruits into her hands and said, without your help holding off those 2 ferocious beasts, I wouldn't have been able to pick these so easily. Faced with Zhang Hen's insistence, Su Muxue had no choice but to accept the 4 fruits. After putting them away, Su Muxue frowned, hesitating as if wanting to say something but refraining. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Hen smiled and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Why beat around the bush? At Zhang Hen's teasing, Su Muxue lifted her head to meet his gaze. Her sharp eyebrows and earnest face overlapped with the protective figure standing behind her. Her eyes brightened, heart soothed. She smiled and said, I'm fine. It's just that, after the martial exam, which martial house do you plan to join? Zhang Hen sighed inwardly. Why was everyone always asking him which martial house he intended to go to? Without hesitation, he smiled and replied, I'll probably go to the Qilin martial house. It suits me pretty well. What about you? Which one do you want to join? Then, curiously, he looked at Su Muxue. He was genuinely interested in her choice, especially since they had shared a life-and-death experience and could now be considered friends. Su Muxue's usual cold demeanor melted away, replaced by a playful smile. Yes, maybe we'll even end up as classmates. Before Zhang Hen could respond, she waved her hand and said, I'm off now. Watching Su Muxue's departing figure, Zhang Hen smiled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting. She is certainly livelier than before. Outside the tent, Su Muxue's lips curved into a smile, but her eyes gleamed with a competitive fire. If you like something, you must boldly pursue it. Even if you end up with nothing, it's better than giving up outright. Of course, the premise is to have enough confidence in yourself. Outside the Tianyun mountain range secret realm, candidates emerged one after another. The book source hovered in the air, looking down at the examinees below. Turning to the broad-faced man behind him, he inquired, Zhou Sheng, how much longer until the martial exam ends? Upon hearing Shu Yuan's inquiry, the broad-faced man hastily cupped his hands together and said, Master Shu, there are merely 10 minutes remaining before the martial examination concludes. At the broad-faced man's words, Shu Yuan nodded slightly. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and all the examinees emerged. Qin Chun, Feng Qinggu, Tang Zheng, and Long Yu among them. At this moment, Feng Qinggu's face was sullen, radiating an aura that silently warned others not to provoke her. Those nearby felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly kept their distance. Within the secret realm, she had just encountered Long Yu, who informed her that Zhang Hen and Su Muxue were together. Feng Qinggu felt as if the sky had fallen. How much time had passed before her home was stolen from beneath her? Just as she sought to inquire further, Long Yu abruptly pressed the button on the point's wristband and departed the secret realm. At that time, Feng Qinggu was overwhelmed with vexation and had no desire to remain any longer in the secret realm. She too pressed the button on her point's wristband and exited. She now longed to fly immediately to Zhang Hen's side, questioning him why had he betrayed her? Yet, upon reflection after leaving, Feng Qinggu sensed some hidden trickery. After all, in the future, a hen was not the type to readily indulge in flirtations. In short, her heart was tangled with conflicting emotions, and she was eager to seek Zhang Hen for a clear explanation. Meanwhile, Qin Chun's lips curled into a smile, evidently having gained much within the secret realm. This journey was well worth it. When he and brother Zhang later captured the elemental Holy Spirit, they would be even more assured. Thinking of this, Qin Chun smiled once more, wondering how brother Zhang was faring inside the secret realm. Tang Zhang, having just exited the secret realm, was suddenly dazed. Observant individuals could discern a marked change in his aura, one that could only manifest after transcending a great realm. Tang Zhang had already reached the rank of martial master. If others witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Was this the same fellow who, before the martial examination, had barely stepped into the martial artist's path? How could his cultivation have skyrocketed to martial master immediately after the exam? This was utterly outrageous. Sensing the transformation in his strength, Tang Zheng's heart swelled with joy, further cementing his conviction. There are no useless martial souls, only useless cultivators. As to how Tang Zheng's cultivation leapt directly to martial master, perhaps only he himself knew. Time rewinds to just before the martial examination's conclusion. Within the secret realm of the Tianyun mountain range, Tang Zheng watched Xiaowu press the button on her point's wristband and leave the secret realm, then cautiously hurried deeper into the mountains, wary of drawing the attention of any ferocious beasts. After all, he was but a humble martial artist. Any ferocious beast within the mountains could crush him with a single claw, leaving him utterly defenseless. Sure enough, the ferocious beasts within the mountain's interior were significantly mightier than those on the outskirts. Tang Zheng silently noted this as he encountered beasts along the way. To be honest, Tang Zheng felt uneasy about the journey ahead within the mountain's core. Heaven only knew whether surprises or calamities would arrive first. Enough. After proceeding a bit further, I'll leave the secret realm, Tang Zheng thought to himself. With this resolve, Tang Zheng pressed onward into the mountainous heart. He now wished nothing more than to finish quickly and depart the secret realm. Though he felt a strange affinity for something within, he would not sacrifice his life for it. He knew well which matters were trivial and which were grave. Suddenly, a tremendous beast's roar echoed from deep within the mountains, instantly stirring the entire range into turmoil. Birds scattered wildly, and vast swaths of leaves fell. Tang Zheng was startled by the commotion, jolted upright, wondering what was happening. Accompanying the roar, the tremors of a beast's approach grew louder. Tang Zheng sensed the creature was charging directly toward him. His heart tightened, yet he clung to a shred of hope. What if it was heading elsewhere? At last, Tang Zheng locked eyes with the beast and beheld its full form. Clad in golden-scaled armor, resembling a pangolin, its body wreathed in golden flames. Yet its current appearance was somewhat bedraggled. Scales were broken and bleeding, numerous wounds marked its form. This was none other than the golden scale beast. Within, the golden scale beast howled in fury, its hatred for humanity reaching its zenith as it surged toward the mountainous outskirts at top speed. Upon spotting Tang Zheng, the beast's eyes flashed brightly. With a fearsome roar, it opened its gaping maw and charged at him. Tang Zheng hastily prepared to press the button on his point's wristband, but found himself utterly paralyzed. His limbs stiffened, immobile. Helplessly, he watched the golden scale beast rush at him, inwardly cursing his earlier decision not to leave the secret realm with Sidong, choosing instead to venture deeper into the mountains. Just as Tang Zheng feared he would perish within the beast's jaws, enormous azure vines suddenly wrapped around the creature, blocking its advance. The golden scale beast glared at Tang Zheng and snared within the vines, seething with rage, but seemingly recognizing the owner of the vines. Clenching its teeth, it abruptly turned and fled, racing toward the mountainous outskirts in search of another target. Tang Zheng was left utterly bewildered. What was this thing? What had just transpired? He had thought this secret realm would be his grave, yet unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon him, and he was still alive. Examining the vines, he stroked his chin and frowned. Why do these vines seem so familiar? Suddenly, a spark of insight lit up Tang Zheng's mind. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "This looks somewhat like my linging grass." The more he studied the vines, the more they resembled it. Clearly, these were not summoned by his martial soul. Meanwhile, the enormous vines, seeing the golden scale beast had fled, enveloped Tang Zheng and began pulling him deeper into the mountain range. Tang Zheng felt a tremendous force as the vines coiled around him, drawing him inward. His heart tightened. Where on earth are they taking me? Out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair? The scenery shifted continuously. When he finally opened his eyes, before him lay a vast ocean of azure. At its center stood a colossal azure tree. Astonishingly, this ocean was composed entirely of linging grass. Tang Zheng gazed upon this breathtaking sight, mouth agape in wonder, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the scene. It was truly magnificent, a paradise upon the mortal realm. As Tang Zheng admired the vista, an ancient voice echoed into his ears. "Little one, are you the descendant of the Venerable One?" Startled by the voice, Tang Zheng scanned his surroundings but saw no one. He scratched his head and frowned. Did I mishear? Descendant of the Venerable One? Child, you did not mishear. Look here." The aged voice spoke again. Tang Zheng turned toward the source of the voice. The azure giant tree transformed, revealing a white-haired elder clad in azure robes, gazing kindly at Tang Zheng. Tang Zhang was taken aback, startled by the apparition. What is this thing? He panicked briefly, then suddenly realized he could move again. His heart steadied, a smile curving his lips. Old sir, thank you for saving me. I shall repay your kindness in full someday. Farewell. With that, Tang Zhang immediately pressed the button on his point's wristband, intending to leave the secret realm. After all, who knew what might occur if he lingered here? He could not discern whether the old man was friend or foe. The elder smiled gently, watching the scene unfold without the slightest movement. As Tang Zhang pressed the button on his point's wristband, he envisioned himself appearing atop the platform outside the secret realm. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. He carefully wiped his eyes and looked around at everything before him. Why was he still standing in the same spot, still within the secret realm? He hadn't left at all. Doubting his senses, he repeatedly pressed the button on the wristband displaying his points. Yet there was no response. Tang Zhang's heart began to crumble. How could this thing not be malfunctioning again? Could it be that he would never be able to leave? He did not want to grow old alone in this secret realm. Seeing Tang Zhang's despair, the elder could not help but chuckle and said, "Do not worry. When the time comes, I shall personally see to it that you are sent out." Upon hearing the elder's words, Tang Zhang instantly realized that this old man was behind everything. Tang Zhang looked at the elder, frowning, and asked, "Was it you who left me here? Why would you do such a thing?" The elder was not angered by Tang Zhang's accusation. Instead, he continued to smile amiably and said, "You are the descendant of the revered one. Naturally, I must observe you closely." Hearing the elder's words, Tang Zhang was utterly bewildered. Frowning, he asked, "Descendant of the revered one? Sir, you must be mistaken. I am merely a human." The elder smiled and shook his head. "No, you are indeed the descendant of the revered one. This I am certain and assured of." Upon hearing the old man's words, Tang Zhang felt uncertain. In fact, from the moment he arrived here, he had felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home. Tang Zhang gazed at the elder and voiced his confusion. "Sir, you say I am the descendant of the revered one. What does that mean?" In response to Tang Zhang's question, the elder's eyes curved gently as he smiled kindly and explained, "Our Lingyin clan, to safeguard our people, selects a recognized revered lord and unites the strength of the entire clan to assist the revered lord in cultivation. When the revered lord's cultivation reaches the 7th tier, he can transform into a human form. You are the descendant left behind by the previous generation's Lingyin revered lord of our clan." Hearing the elder's explanation, Tang Zhang was only partially understanding. It seemed to imply that he might not be fully human. Perhaps a plant? But that could not be right. Something felt off. At this thought, Tang Zhang suddenly felt dizzy. What exactly was he? The elder perceived Tang Zhang's confusion and smiled. "You are indeed considered human, but your bloodline flows with that of our Lingyin clan. Therefore, you are also a member of our clan and, more importantly, the heir of the Lingyin. To put it in human terms, you are, in fact, a half-beast." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhang began to understand somewhat. He was still human after all. This realization brought him a measure of relief. Looking at the elder, Tang Zhang asked, "Now that you have explained everything, can you send me back?" After speaking, Tang Zhang's heart was filled with apprehension, fearing that the elder might keep him here or, according to tradition, compel him to cultivate until he reached the strength of a martial emperor. The thought made him uneasy. How long would that take? By then, Silitong's child might already have children of their own. Shaking his head, Tang Zhang resolved, No, I must get out. I cannot remain here." The elder gently shook his head upon hearing Tang Zhang's words. "Not yet, child. Your Lingyin grass martial soul is only in a semi-awakened state, primarily because your Lingyin bloodline has yet to awaken. Once we have fully awakened your Lingyin grass revered lord bloodline, you will be allowed to leave." Hearing this, Tang Zhang frowned and began to say, "We," before he could finish. The elder's voice interrupted him. The elder rose into the air, waving his great hand while loudly addressing the vast expanse of the azure sea below. "Welcome, our revered lord. Offer your strength to aid the revered lord's awakening." As his words fell, the entire azure sea surged and rippled. Countless Lingyin grass branches and leaves swayed as twinkling azure light orbs floated in the air. Several Lingyin vines intertwined to form a small platform, lifting and enveloping Tang Zhang. Instantly, Tang Zhang relaxed, slowly closing his eyes to savor the moment. He now felt enveloped by an inexplicable power, so warm, so comforting. Before long, Tang Zhang opened his eyes. He was now lying on the ground, his appearance completely transformed, long azure hair and a handsome countenance. Feeling the changes within his body, Tang Zheng was astonished. His strength had already reached the first tier of martial master, and the quality of his martial soul had reached the first grade of the heavenly tier. This was simply magnificent. At that moment, the elderess aged voice reached him. Revered Lord, your bloodline has also begun to awaken. I hope that when your cultivation grows strong, you will remember your people and lead them out of this secret realm. We long to return to the ancestral lands of our Lingying clan. Hearing the elderess words, Tang Zheng came back to his senses. He looked at the once vivid azure sea, now dimmed, and felt a surge of guilt and gratitude. Looking at the elder and the countless Lingying grass, he said earnestly, rest assured, once I grow stronger, I will certainly lead you out of this secret realm and return to the ancestral lands. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's promise, the elder smiled and nodded before slowly vanishing, leaving behind a single phrase whispered into Tang Zheng's ear. Revered Lord, it is time for you to depart. Your future lies beyond this secret realm. Your people will forever wait here for you. Bring us home. Hearing this, Tang Zheng looked once more at the azure sea, solemnly nodded, then pressed the button on his wristband and immediately exited the secret realm. Upon emerging, Tang Zheng instantly attracted the attention of those around him. Wow, this guy is kind of handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? Someone remarked. Among the women, someone exclaimed, wow, so handsome. Handsome guy. Can I get to know you? Summoning courage, a girl stepped forward to flirt. One person took the lead, followed by a group, surrounding Tang Zheng. Yeah, handsome guy. Let us get to know each other. A woman of average looks but a well-proportioned figure cast a coquettish glance at Tang Zheng, proudly accentuating her ample chest. Tang Zheng, unaccustomed to such attention, was both thrilled and flustered. His ears flushed red, but thinking of Silitong, he quickly regained composure and said coldly to the girls surrounding him, I already have a girlfriend. Hearing this, most of the girls dispersed, though a few still lingered, unwilling to give up and continued to pester Tang Zheng. Meanwhile, the commotion caught the attention of Qin Yun, who cast his gaze over. The moment he saw Tang Zheng, he paused, eyes narrowing slightly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, interesting. A child of a soul beast, a half-beast. This familiar yet strange feeling. I didn't expect to encounter this here. He wondered which soul beast's bloodline this fellow carried. Qin Yun was somewhat curious but not overly surprised. By the time he became a martial saint, he had seen countless offspring born of humans and soul beasts. However, it was rare to find one whose appearance was almost indistinguishable from a human, which piqued Qin Yun's curiosity. Generally, such a human-like appearance meant that both parents were martial emperors or above. So why was this guy here? Qin Yun had not noticed him before, which puzzled him. It was unlikely that this fellow's bloodline had been only semi-awakened before the martial examination and had just awakened in the secret realm. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Yun immediately dismissed it. Ridiculous. How could one awaken their bloodline just from venturing into a secret realm? Back in the day, that fellow Baze had only barely awakened his bloodline upon reaching the martial saint stage, and he had suffered greatly for it. The offspring of the soul beast seeking to awaken their bloodline can only do so through one of two means. Innate awakening, where the bloodline naturally manifests from birth, or acquired awakening, the far more arduous path, entirely dependent on future opportunities, with the majority never achieving it in their lifetime. Qin Yun shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. At present, he merely wished to return swiftly and prepare to seize anything related to the elemental spirit. Although it would not be until Brother Zhang's time as martial emperor, early preparation was undoubtedly prudent. Tang Zheng shook off the girls clustered around him and cast his gaze about, yet he saw no familiar figure. Frowning, he pondered silently. Where has Si Tong gone? Unwilling to accept defeat, Tang Zheng scanned the surroundings once more, but still failed to catch sight of Wu Si Tong. Instead, he encountered another familiar individual and approached him. Inside Zhang Hen's tent. After Su Mushua departed, Zhang Hen returned to his tent. He refrained from immediately absorbing and refining the source spirit fruit obtained from the secret realm, for the martial examination had concluded, and he was uncertain when he would leave. Thus, he resolved to return home before refining it. Lying flat upon his bed, hands clasped behind his head, Zhang Hen mused, the martial exam is over. Next comes the ranking announcement. I wonder where I will place. After that, the major martial houses will come recruiting. I promised Brother Qin I would join the Qilin martial house, while Sister Qinggu intends to go to the Phoenix martial house. Soon, the two of us will be separated. At the thought, a subtle pang of reluctance and guilt stirred within Zhang Hen's heart. After all, they had only just confirmed their relationship, and now separation loomed. Zhang Hen felt at ease in that moment. unaware that Feng Qinggu was experiencing a very different state. Feng Qinggu's phoenix-like eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yang Zhan's, her breath slightly heavy as she spoke in a low voice. Teacher Yang, please be honest with me. Did Jiang Hen return with Su Muxue? Hearing Feng Qinggu's question, Yang Zhan felt an inexplicable pressure as he met her gaze. Inwardly grumbling, Jiang Hen, you really make things difficult for me. Forcing a smile, he replied, I don't know either. Why don't you ask that kid Jiang Hen yourself? Upon hearing Yang Zhan's words, Feng Qinggu's understanding deepened, and she fell silent. Reborn as the martial emperor, even with a heart steeled enough, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears, and an inexplicable ache gripped her heart. She looked at Yang Zhan, forcing a faint smile. All right, Teacher Yang, I will ask a hen properly when the time comes. Seeing Feng Qinggu's demeanor, Yang Zhan felt a twinge of discomfort himself, silently blaming Jiang Hen. Why does that kid have to be so flirtatious? Well, perhaps things aren't as you imagine, Yang Zhan comforted. Feng Qinggu merely nodded in response without speaking. Yang Zhan's head ached anew as he glanced once more at the completely transformed Tang Zheng, lamenting inwardly. How can so many troubles arise from just one trip to the secret realm? When he first saw Tang Zheng, disbelief was etched across his face. This handsome, green-haired youth? You're telling me he is the same Tang Zheng who once appeared so unremarkable? Does the martial exam have a cosmetic effect? Why didn't I turn this handsome when I took it? Only after Tang Zheng explained much did Yang Zhan reluctantly accept that this was indeed Tang Zheng, though his mind still found it incredible. As for Feng Qinggu, she cared nothing for Tang Zheng's transformation. After all, it had already happened in the previous life. Now, her sole concern was Jiang Hen's feelings. She would never allow herself to forsake Jiang Hen to make way for Su Muxue. In the future, it was destined to be Feng Qinggu and Ah Hen together. Why should she surrender? Furthermore, she could not comprehend why Su Muxue, a person who was supposed to die, was still alive. She could only attribute it to the butterfly effect of her rebirth. Wait, Feng Qinggu seemed to have realized something. Originally, Su Muxue was meant to perish, yet now she lived, even accompanying Ah Hen in the secret realm. Given Ah Hen's character, yes, there was only one truth. Ah Hen must have saved the originally doomed Su Muxue, and they eventually formed a team. Everything fit perfectly. Yet, upon this realization, Feng Qinggu felt both helpless and vexed. Helpless because the one who saved Su Muxue was Ah Hen, and vexed because Su Muxue surely harbored feelings for Ah Hen, and probably not insignificant ones. Yang Zhan led the group back to the camp. Feng Qinggu headed straight to Jiang Hen's tent, listening carefully for any odd sounds within. Finding none, she breathed a sigh of relief. Feigning composure, Feng Qinggu called softly toward the tent's interior. Ah Hen, are you in there? At that moment, Jiang Hen, lying flat upon his bed, heard Feng Qinggu's voice and hastily rose, smiling as he drew back the curtain, thinking, Sister Qinggu has returned. However, upon seeing Feng Qinggu's sullen expression, the smile on his face froze, and an inexplicable unease stirred within him. Why did he have such a bad premonition? Sure enough, Feng Qinggu strode inside and turned her head, a half-smile playing on her lips as she said, I didn't expect you to have such boldness. It's been barely any time, and you've already found a new love? A careful observer could discern Feng Qinggu's slight trembling and the faint redness returning to her eyes. Hearing Feng Qinggu's words, Jiang Hen understood exactly what she meant and quickly explained the events that had transpired in the secret realm, focusing mainly on how he had saved Su Muxue. Of course, he did not utter a single word about his feelings for Su Muxue. After Jiang Hen finished, Feng Qinggu's heart relaxed slightly. After all, it was only her speculation before, and now, with Jiang Hen's explanation, her previously tense emotions eased. Yet, Feng Qinggu chose not to let Jiang Hen off so easily. With a teasing smile, she asked, Then, aren't you moved at all? A hero rescuing a beauty. How handsome! Hearing Feng Qinggu's sarcastic tone, Jiang Hen's lips curled into a smile. Rather than retreat, he advanced, wrapping his left arm around Feng Qinggu's waist and lifting her chin with his right hand. Gazing deeply into her phoenix-like eyes from above, he teased, Sister Qinggu, are you jealous? Caught in Jiang Hen's embrace, staring into his handsome face, Feng Qinggu's ears flushed crimson. Forcing composure, she replied, I'm not. Jiang Hen's smile deepened upon hearing her denial. Just as Feng Qinggu was about to retort, Jiang Hen cut her off with a kiss. Feng Qinggu reached out to push him away but felt weak, instead wrapping her hands around his neck. Adjusting her slightly disheveled collar, Feng Qinggu regarded Jiang Hen with a plaintive gaze. Jiang Hen smiled and said, Sister Qinggu, what's wrong? Still angry? Feng Qinggu stared at Jiang Hen. Perhaps Jiang Hen did not harbor such feelings for Su Muxue now. But Su Muxue surely liked Jiang Hen to some extent. Her instincts as a woman told her so. Yet, she did not panic. Having been reborn as the martial emperor, no one understood Jiang Hen better than she did. Jiang Hen produced 2 source spirit fruits and handed them to Feng Qinggu with a smile. Sister Qinggu, these are the source spirit fruits I obtained in the secret realm. I got 4 in total, here take 2. Feng Qinggu's heart warmed at the gesture. Without fuss, she accepted them but turned her head away to maintain her dignity. Humph, don't think this means I've forgiven you. Seeing Feng Qinggu's expression, Jiang Hen's smile deepened. He pulled her into his embrace, his lips close to her ear, whispering, Sister Qinggu, are you still angry? Su Muxue and I are truly just friends now. After all, I saved her and we cooperated. Feeling the breath tickle her ear, Feng Qinggu's body tingled. Her cheeks flushed. Yet, when she heard Jiang Hen utter Su Muxue's name, she immediately sobered and struggled free from his embrace. Feng Qinggu regarded Jiang Hen with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely playful. Just now, what did you call Su Muxue? You spoke so tenderly, yet you claim there's nothing between you two. Upon hearing Feng Qinggu's words, a twitch involuntarily tugged at the corner of Jiang Hen's mouth. He truly had a foul mouth. As he looked at Feng Qinggu, about to offer an explanation, his words were abruptly cut off by her actions. Without hesitation, Feng Qinggu rushed into Jiang Hen's embrace, burying her head against his shoulder. A soft, muffled voice whispered into his ear, I believe you. Jiang Hen was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile blossoming on his face. Gazing tenderly at the woman in his arms, he gently encircled Feng Qinggu's slender waist with his hands. With a slight pressure of his forearms, he drew them closer together and softly uttered Meanwhile, Tang Zheng was desperately trying to explain himself to Xiao Wu. Sidong, I really am Tang Zheng. Squinting her eyes, Xiao Wu's face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me. Zhengji doesn't look like you. Although he's not as handsome as you, in my heart, he's the most handsome. Tang Zheng felt both joy and helplessness at her words. Finally, he could only say, Sidong, you. Upon hearing this, Wu Sidong's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she skeptically looked at Tang Zheng. Are you really Zhengji? Rubbing his forehead, Tang Zheng nodded helplessly. I came across a certain opportunity which changed my appearance. Curious, Wu Sidong appraised Tang Zheng, her previous attitude transforming. A gleam sparkled in her eyes. Wow, Zhengji, you're so handsome now. Hearing Wu Sidong's words, Tang Zheng smiled indulgently. No matter what I look like, I will always be your Zhengji. Deeply moved, Wu Sidong's eyes glistened with tears as she threw herself into Tang Zheng's arms. Zhengji, Sidong. Nearby, Xiao Qinyu looked upon the scene with a hostile glare at the young man with green hair, unaware that he was actually Tang Zheng. Initially, Xiao Qinyu had been quite pleased, believing that Tang Zheng had perished in the secret realm, which meant Sidong would be his alone, with no rivals to contest her. But now, as he prepared to seek out Sidong, he was met with this scene, and it felt as if the sky had collapsed. Consumed by fury, he seethed. Where did this guy suddenly appear from? How dare he compete with me for Xiao Wu? Tang Zheng was somewhat tolerable. After all, they had been childhood companions. Although Xiao Qinyu despised Tang Zheng from the bottom of his heart, he had accepted it. But this pretty boy dared to flirt with Sidong without even inquiring about the reputation of Xiao Qinyu. To dare to snatch the woman he coveted was simply courting death. With a swagger, Xiao Qinyu strode up to Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong, arrogantly pointing at Tang Zheng and sneering, Pretty boy, take your filthy hands off Wu Sidong, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Zheng was initially dumbfounded by Xiao Qinyu's words, then furrowed his brows in anger. Xiao Qinyu, what do you think you're doing? Surprised by Tang Zheng's response, Xiao Qinyu replied, Oh, you've heard my name? Then you should know Wu Sidong is mine. Frowning, Tang Zheng was about to retort when Wu Sidong cut in, frowning as well. Xiao Qinyu, who is your woman? Don't spout nonsense. Hearing Wu Sidong's harsh words, Xiao Qinyu clutched his chest, staring intently at her face with deep anguish. Wu Sidong, why is it that even if Tang Zheng were dead, you wouldn't choose me but would pick this pretty boy instead? With mounting fury, he pointed at Tang Zheng and demanded. Wu Sidong was momentarily stunned, then immediately linked her arm with Tang Zheng's, saying, What are you talking about? This is my Zhengji. Xiao Qinyu scrutinized Tang Zheng closely, and the contrast was utterly incongruous. He shook his head in resignation, bitterly smiling. Even if you're trying to reject me, there's no need to lie. Although I hate to admit it, this pretty boy is really handsome. There's no way he is Tang Zheng. That ugly bastard. Jiang Han's mouth twitched at Xiao Qinyu's words. Suppressing his anger, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Qinyu and said, Xiao Qinyu, I am Tang Zheng. It's time to settle past matters. Scoffing dismissively, Xiao Qinyu sneered, Pretty boy, you? You call yourself Tang Zheng? Ha! I'd rather believe Tang Zheng is a genius than believe you're him. What? Did a trip to the secret realm come with a cosmetic surgery package? Are you joking with me? Just as Tang Zheng prepared to retaliate, Yang Zhan suddenly appeared. Looking at the three of them, Yang Zhan asked with curiosity, What is going on here? Xiao Qinyu's face lit up upon seeing Yang Zhan. Ignoring his question, he laughed and said, Teacher Yang, this pretty boy claims to be Tang Zheng. Isn't that ridiculous? Yang Zhan paused briefly, then smiled. Qinyu, he really is Tang Zheng. He just gained some opportunity in the secret realm, which caused his appearance to change dramatically. Seeing Xiao Qinyu's bewildered expression, Yang Zhan chuckled. When he first saw Tang Zheng in this form, he was even more shocked than Xiao Qinyu was now. Examining Tang Zheng more closely, Xiao Qinyu's frown deepened. This pretty boy really is Tang Zheng? No cosmetic surgery is that extreme. Hey pretty boy, you really are Tang Zheng? Xiao Qinyu asked, looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had no desire to respond but merely nodded coldly in Yang Zhan's presence. Meanwhile, Wu Sidong held tightly onto Tang Zheng's arm, looking at Xiao Qinyu with a touch of pride. Xiao Qinyu, I told you this is my Zheng Ji, yet you still don't believe me. Speechless, Xiao Qinyu furrowed his brows, wanting to say something but unsure how to respond. Yang Zhan quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right, everyone, go back to your tents and prepare properly. We should be leaving soon. Hearing Yang Zhan's words, Xiao Qinyu nodded hastily. Okay, Teacher Yang, I'll go pack now. With that, Xiao Qinyu turned and headed toward his tent. Tang Zheng watched him leave with a cold glare. That guy, damn him, it's only a matter of time. Turning away, Tang Zheng shed his previous indifference and smiled at Yang Zhan. Teacher Yang will go pack our things as well. Yang Zhan nodded and waved his hand with a smile. You all go ahead. I still have to notify the others. After saying this, Yang Zhan turned and left. Regarding the matter between Tang Zheng and Xiao Qinyu, he regarded it as mere petty squabbling and did not give it much thought. Standing there, Tang Zheng and Wu Sidong exchanged glances before smiling at each other. Tang Zheng smiled and said, Let us go, Sidong. Let us pack up. Wu Sidong smiled and nodded, linking her arm with Tang Zheng's as they walked toward their tents, which were pitched side by side. At that moment on the bus, the members of the Qianlong class were engaged in a heated discussion about this year's martial arts examination. What was even more astonishing was that not a single member of the Qianlong class had fallen in the secret realm during this exam. Have you heard? Some classes were almost entirely wiped out in this martial arts exam. It was utterly tragic. No way. That's so unbelievable. Our class got off lucky. No one dropped out, one person chuckled. Yeah, our class was pretty fortunate, but the results this time might. Another side. Little did they know. Their class had 3 members ranked in the top 5 by points in the martial arts exam, and one had even secured first place outright. Upon hearing this individual's words, many lowered their heads involuntarily, evidently dissatisfied with their performance in this martial examination. Yet some offered consolation, saying, Enough. You did not perform well, but neither did others. Moreover, surviving the perilous secret realm is already a blessing in itself. At his comforting remarks, the crowd's sorrowful mood eased considerably. Indeed, their poor results did not imply that others had excelled. Everyone was preoccupied with evading ferocious beasts, which congregated in clusters, leaving little opportunity to hunt them. Charging recklessly into a beast pack would be tantamount to courting death. One would be accused of being careless with one's life. Of course, their words were not without merit. The majority scored lower than in previous years, though those who ranked at the forefront were exceptions. Sigh. I wonder if my results will be sufficient to enter a martial house. One person sighed alone. Upon hearing this, another curiously inquired, What score did you achieve in the martial examination? At the question, all ears perked up and attention was drawn. While individuals might hesitate to discuss their own scores, they were keenly interested in hearing about others' results. The sighing individual, unbothered by concealment, directly replied, I deliberately checked my martial examination points upon leaving the secret realm, only 562 points. Upon hearing this, some wore displeased expressions and remained silent. Clearly their scores were lower than his. This was an inevitable consequence of listening to others' results. Yet some displayed no change in expression, verbally reassuring, it's all right. That's already quite commendable. As for what they truly thought in their hearts, only they themselves knew. Yang Zhan, overhearing their discussion, smiled and approached. Gazing at the one who had revealed his score, he said, that score would have qualified for a second-tier martial house in previous years. Given the unexpected circumstances this year, you might even have a shot at a lower-tier first-class martial house. The sighing man grew visibly excited upon hearing Yang Zhan's words. Teacher Yang, is what you say truly accurate? Yang Zhan smiled and nodded, replying, of course it is. In this regard, Yang Zhan had indeed not deceived him. Yet whether one could enter a first-class martial house depended on how other candidates performed. The surrounding classmates could not help but reveal envious glances. Some even smiled and congratulated him outright. Upon hearing that his score might suffice for a first-class martial house, they felt their own chances might be even greater. Those paying attention were not limited to these individuals alone. Tang Zheng, Xiao Qinyu, and Long Yu also cast their gazes over. After all, indulging in gossip is a delightful trait innate to humanity. Zhang Hen naturally heard Yang Zhan's words, but, to be frank, his heart remained unshaken. His goal had always been the 10 top-tier martial houses. Though he did not yet know where his score ranked, he remained deeply confident about entering one of those elite 10. Tang Zheng was also inwardly pleased upon hearing Yang Zhan. He turned to look at Xiao Wu, and at that moment, Wu Sidong also heard Yang Zhan's words and instinctively turned to face Tang Zheng. The two exchanged glances, first stunned, then smiling at each other, yet neither spoke. The crowd was initially astonished by Tang Zheng's altered appearance until Yang Zhan explained, after which they reluctantly accepted that this handsome young man with azure hair was indeed Tang Zheng. They were filled with envy toward him. Why had they not become so dashing after their journey through the secret realm, instead emerging bedraggled? Long Yu also noticed Tang Zheng's transformation. His eyes narrowed as he resolved to report this to his grandfather as soon as he returned. He then shifted his gaze toward Zhang Hen and Feng Qinggu, grinding his teeth and furrowing his brow as he observed their intimate demeanor. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn it! Why are they still so close? Didn't Ti tell Feng Qinggu about Zhang Hen and Su Muxue?" At the thought of facing his grandfather upon returning, Long Yu trembled all over and grew weak in the knees. He was doomed. Suddenly, Long Yu's peripheral vision caught Tang Zheng again. His eyes brightened immediately. Right? There's also this Tang Zheng. I'll just say it like this when the time comes. With this thought, a smirk curved Long Yu's lips as he fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng's handsome profile. Looking at Tang Zheng's striking face, Long Yu could not help but marvel. Indeed, he was handsome. His primary target within the secret realm had been Tang Zheng, but the realm was vast, and he had never found a trace of him. Tang Zheng, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the fact that he had once again become the object of someone else's attention. Elsewhere, Zhang Hen and Feng Qinggu sat on the right side of the bus. Feng Qinggu occupied the window seat inside, resting her head on Zhang Hen's shoulder, while Zhang Hen's right hand embraced her slender waist. Those nearby could not help but whisper in awe, their eyes gleaming with gossip, signaling their excitement. Though some envied Zhang Hen and Feng Qinggu, more than anything, they felt relief and happiness that the two were finally together. Of course, there were exceptions. At that moment, Su Muxue gazed at the inseparable pair, biting her lip to suppress her emotions. Yet the harder she restrained herself, the more inexplicably painful her heart became. This feeling was unwelcome, but she was helpless against it. She knew she had fallen for Zhang Hen, but he seemed to have already chosen someone else. She wanted to give up and gracefully wish him happiness as a friend, but she could not. Thinking of the figure who had protected her behind him within the secret realm, her heart trembled involuntarily. Her emotions were in turmoil. She truly did not know what to do. Watching Feng Qinggu resting her head on Zhang Hen's shoulder and laughing with him, she thought, if only I were her. Her gaze toward Feng Qinggu brimmed with envy, her eyes slightly reddening as her lips pressed tightly together. Human beings are inherently selfish. Su Muxue was no exception. She did not want to give up easily but feared affecting Zhang Hen. This strange yet genuine feeling overwhelmed her. Suddenly, she recalled Zhang Hen telling her he would ultimately attend the Qilin martial house. Her eyes instantly brightened. Where would Feng Qinggu go? She did not know. All she cared about was knowing where Zhang Hen would end up. That was enough. Elsewhere, Yang Zhan smiled gently as he observed the delighted discussions among the crowd, a surge of pride swelling in his heart. These were all his students. Then, as if recalling something, Yang Zhan clapped his hands, interrupting the ongoing chatter. Hearing this, the crowd turned their attention toward Yang Zhan. Seeing them quiet down, Yang Zhan spoke, "Very well, students, you may return home to rest properly. The secret realm was arduous and perilous, a fact your teachers are well aware of. As for your martial examination point rankings, they will be officially announced the day after tomorrow. At that time, You may log in to the Donglin Military District Education Bureau's official website using your examination number to check your own scores and rankings. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. Behind Yang Zhan, Yu Jingchuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at Tang Zheng. He had heard that Tang Zheng's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation due to some opportunity within the secret realm. An opportunity capable of causing such a profound change must be extraordinary indeed. Now, he fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng like a ravenous wolf eyeing a lamb about to be slaughtered, though it was not yet clear who would be the lamb. Yu Jingchuan's desire to take on disciples was rekindled, and this time his confidence was stronger than before. After all, Tang Zheng had once apprenticed under him. He believed that if he nodded slightly, Tang Zheng would be deeply grateful. With this thought, Yu Jingchuan smiled confidently and strode toward Tang Zheng, drawing the attention of everyone on the bus. What does this useless fellow want now? Surely he isn't trying to take my brother Hen as a disciple again? No way, no way. I doubt it. How could someone have such thick skin? Does he have no shame? Indeed, that makes sense. At this moment, Jiang Hen also took note of Yu Jingchuan's movements. He instinctively wondered if this fellow intended once again to take him as a disciple. Yang Zhan, fearing that Yu Jingchuan might stir up another major incident, hastily spoke up, "Teacher Yu, what are you trying to do?" However, Yu Jingchuan paid little heed to Yang Zhan's words and headed straight towards Tang Zheng. Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang ignored him, Yang Zhan's irritation grew, but he concealed it, maintaining an expressionless gaze as he watched Yu Jingchuan approach. Inwardly, he sneered, "Giving face to someone who doesn't appreciate it is pointless. I have no reason to protect your dignity anymore." Yu Xiaojiang reached Tang Zheng's side and smiled confidently. "Tang Zheng, your Lingyin grass martial spirit is no longer an ordinary Lingyin grass. Is it?" Upon hearing Yu Jingchuan's words, Tang Zheng nodded instinctively, bewildered himself. Why was Yu Jingchuan coming to him instead of Jiang Hen? Not only Tang Zheng but also the others on the bus wore equally puzzled expressions. Why had Yu Jingchuan suddenly turned his attention to Tang Zheng? Had he shifted his affections? Ignoring the astonished crowd on the bus, Yu Jingchuan smiled upon seeing Tang Zheng's nod. "I knew it. After years of researching martial spirit evolution, your Lingyin grass is clearly extraordinary. So, in terms of understanding martial spirit evolution, I, Yu Jingchuan, am among the foremost in Longhua. Tang Zheng, would you be willing to become my disciple? I will elevate you to an entirely new height." Tang Zheng was somewhat dazed at this point. What was this talk about being a Lingyin grass martial spirit bearer, only able to break through to the rank of martial artist at best, and then being asked to accept Yu Jingchuan as his master? Hearing that Yu Jingchuan wanted him as a disciple, a fire suddenly ignited within Tang Zheng. "I wanted to be your disciple before, but you wouldn't accept me and even mocked me as useless. Now you want to take me as your apprentice? What do you take me for?" Tang Zheng's gaze darkened as he fixed Yu Jingchuan with a piercing look, trying to discern what he was truly thinking from his expression. Yu Jingchuan, however, paid no attention to Tang Zheng's demeanor and continued to weave grand promises. Jiang Hen watched Yu Jingchuan with a helpless shake of his head. This Yu Jingchuan was truly confident, no, rather excessively arrogant. Still, he was curious about how Tang Zheng would respond. After all, according to his memories from a previous life as Mo Luo, he had an inexplicable feeling that Tang Zheng might accept Yu Jingchuan's offer, leading to a one day as master, lifelong as father scenario. At the thought of such a scene, Jiang Hen shuddered, goosebumps rising involuntarily. It was utterly unbearably awkward. As it turned out, Jiang Hen's speculation was incorrect. Tang Zheng retorted coldly, "Get lost." Yu Jingchuan was stunned by Tang Zheng's words. This was not what he had anticipated. Anger surged immediately. "What did you say? It is your honor to be taken as my disciple. But a Lingyin grass martial spirit, no matter how it evolves, is still just Lingyin grass, isn't it?" Tang Zheng's expression showed little change upon hearing Yu Jingchuan's words. But at this moment, Wu Sidong became displeased. Hearing this worthless man insult Brother Zheng, she snapped angrily, "Aren't you just the schoolless, useless master? At your age, you can't even break through to martial artist. What a waste! And you still want to take my brother Zheng as your disciple? Where do you get the nerve?" Provoked by Wu Sidong's scolding, Yu Jingchuan's face flushed red, his features contorted, and he shouted at her, "I am not a waste. I am a Longhua master." Tang Zheng observed Yu Jingchuan yelling at Wu Sidong, then unleashed the imposing aura of a martial artist. Yu Jingchuan immediately felt a chill run down his spine, staring at Tang Zheng in shock. You're already a martial artist?" This scene also caught the attention of the others on the bus, who widened their eyes in disbelief. They too were puzzled. Tang Zheng was already a martial artist? How could that be? Although Yang Zhan had told them that Tang Zheng had obtained some opportunity in the secret realm. The fact that he had directly broken through to martial artist was still hard for everyone to accept. Damn, is this guy really that lucky? Why wasn't he the one to get that opportunity? Yang Zhan was equally startled, having previously known only that Tang Zheng had gained some chance in the secret realm, without knowing his exact cultivation level. Seeing Tang Zheng break through to martial artist, Yang Zhan couldn't help but feel envy. At this time, Yu Jingchuan was filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Tang Zheng. Why hadn't he obtained such an opportunity? If he had, he wouldn't be stuck at the martial practitioner level, his appearance would be more handsome, and perhaps Donger wouldn't have left him. Yu Jingchuan's eyes reddened as he fixed Tang Zheng with a fierce gaze, feeling the martial artist's majesty emanating from him. Yu Jingchuan struggled, his face twisting. Why? Zhang Hen is like this, and now Tang Zheng too? Do they really think that strength grants the right to do as they please? I am the young master of the Yu family in the capital, a renowned Longua master. How dare you all treat me this way? Yu Jingchuan's mind screamed wildly as he gasped for breath. His eyes glowed red as he looked at Tang Zheng with hostility.
Tang Zheng.
Do you even know what you're doing? Tang Zheng sneered. Of course I do. I'm here to prove who the real waste is. A trace of mockery appeared in Tang Zheng's eyes as he stared unblinkingly at Yu Jingchuan's distorted, sweat-drenched face, twisted under the pressure of a martial artist. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, the rational part of Yu Jingchuan's mind shattered instantly. He had just been called a waste, even worse than himself. Rage surged from his heart. The martial artist's pressure suddenly eased, and he roared at Tang Zheng. I am not a waste. I am not a waste. Spittle flew, splattering Tang Zheng's face. Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he wiped the saliva off his face, eyes fixed tightly on Yu Jingchuan. Disgusting. The sudden outburst startled those nearby. Whoa, why shout so loudly all of a sudden? The people on the bus who had been observing Yu Jingchuan and Tang Zheng looked at Yu Jingchuan in confusion. Why had he suddenly yelled, I am not a waste at Tang Zheng? They hadn't heard Tang Zheng's earlier words, and his voice had not been loud. Moreover, they were still stunned by Tang Zheng's martial artist cultivation. After all, how many martial artists were there in this martial examination? Tang Zheng glared darkly at Yu Jingchuan. You can shout all you want, but spitting on me, that is nothing. After shouting, Yu Jingchuan gradually calmed down. He recalled how he had just declared to everyone, I am not a waste. His face flushed red as he wanted to leave quickly, no longer caring about whether Tang Zheng would accept him as a disciple. But how could Tang Zheng let Yu Jingchuan leave so easily? After spitting in his face, did he really think Yu Jingchuan would just walk away? How naive. Tang Zheng unleashed his martial artist pressure with full force. The difference between martial artist and martial practitioner was no trivial matter. Previously, he had held back out of some consideration. Yu Jingchuan froze in place, his expression stiff as he looked at Tang Zheng. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to say, Tang Zheng, if you don't want to be my disciple, fine, but what else do you want?
Tang Zheng riplit et persin. Apoli.
I apologize for what I said earlier. Hearing this, Yu Jingchuan's emotions surged violently. Apologies? Why should I apologize? You were a waste before, I wasn't wrong. In truth, Yu Jingchuan had not been mistaken at the time. Tang Zheng had indeed been a waste then. But who says a waste cannot have a day to rise? Who is willing to remain a waste forever? If you bully others, be prepared to pay the price of being bullied in return. Yu Jingchuan cast a pleading glance at Yang Zhan, hoping he would step in to smooth things over. But Yang Zhan, seeing Yu Jingchuan's look, turned away with flair, joking, weren't you arrogant before? Didn't you ignore me? Only when you need my help do you think of me. What have you been doing all this time? Get lost. Yu Jingchuan turned his back on Yang Zhan immediately, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face flushed crimson. He looked around at his classmates with a flicker of hope, silently begging them to speak on his behalf. Yet, the onlookers merely wore expressions of amusement, their eyes feasting on the spectacle. Who would bother defending such a self-righteous loser? Dream on. Zhang Hen watched Tang Zheng and Yu Jingchuan with a curious gaze. Admittedly, this drama was deliciously entertaining. Yu Jingchuan, sensing the mockery in their eyes, felt despair creeping in. Did these people have any conscience at all? Suppressing the rage swelling within him, Yu Jingchuan fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing Yu Jingchuan's words, a smile finally blossomed on Tang Zheng's face, deepening gradually. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he said, Your voice is too low. I can't quite hear you. Tang Zheng was reveling in this moment. This was the exhilaration that strength brought. His former self would never have acted so brazenly, nor bullied others so casually. The blame lay solely with those who provoked him, But there was no alternative. Reality was harsh, weakness invited cruelty. Fall behind, and you'll be beaten, Tang Zhang declared. Yu Jingchuan's fury threatened to explode. His face darkened to the color of liver as his eyes locked onto Tang Zhang. Yet Tang Zhang remained indifferent, smiling faintly as he met Yu Jingchuan's gaze. Looking at that smirking face, Yu Jingchuan longed to deliver a resounding slap, but he restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply and said, Tang Zhang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier words. I hope you can forgive me. Tang Zhang nodded in satisfaction. You may leave. With that, Tang Zhang withdrew his imposing aura. Under the derisive gazes of the crowd, Yu Jingchuan fled back to his original seat in the front row, his expression shrouded in gloom and uncertainty. Damn Tang Zhang! How dare he humiliate me so thoroughly in front of everyone? Clenching his fists, Yu Jingchuan vowed silently, I should return to Kyoto soon.
Tang Zhang.
We'll meet in Kyoto, and I must also check on Dong-er. Dong-er, have you been well during this time? You must still be waiting for me, right? At the thought of that breathtakingly beautiful girl, a wistful smile crept onto Yu Jingchuan's face. As for why Yu Jingchuan believed he would encounter Tang Zhang again in Kyoto, it was naturally because the annual Martial Mansion Grand Tournament was always held there. Countless students from the Martial Mansion would flock to Kyoto. He did not believe Tang Zhang would be absent. Kyoto, the Jun family hall. Ha ha ha. No wonder you're my grandson. Dong-er, you've truly given the Jun family a worthy son.
Yun Po-chen left heartily.
Hearing this, Yi Dong-er covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Not at all. It's all thanks to the family's nurturing and Su-er's own efforts. As she spoke, a trace of pride shone in Yi Dong-er's expression. This was her son. In the martial examination, he had decisively claimed the top spot in the Northern River Military District, arguably the national champion. Among the 4 major military districts, only the Eastern Forest Military District's champion had a score slightly lower than Su-er's, while the rest lagged far behind. Jun Patian's smile deepened upon hearing Yi Dong-er's words. The surrounding elders quickly joined in, congratulating, truly worthy of being the young master. Securing the national top rank, with you leading, our Jun family will undoubtedly flourish. Yes, the young master is the future of our Jun family. Listening to the elders' praise, Jun Patian nodded with a smile. Make the arrangements. Prepare a banquet to celebrate Su-er's championship. Invite the heads of the great clans, so they may witness Su-er's brilliance and recognize the might of our Jun family. The elders wholeheartedly agreed, proud to be part of the Jun family. With such a gifted young master, their hearts swelled with pride. This was their Jun family's heir. Yi Dong-er's heart brimmed with joy. Her son's excellence filled her with maternal pride. Northern River Martial Examination Scoreboard. First place, Jun Su, Kyoto Jun family, 10,054 points. Second place, Yu Qingyang, Kyoto Yu family, 7,143 points. Third place, Yi Zhen, Kyoto Yi family, 6,842 points. Fourth place, Jiang Qingge, Kyoto Jiang family, 6,542 points. Fifth place, Tang Yang, Kyoto Tang family, 6,124 points. At this moment, Kyoto Yu family, main hall. Yu Yuanjin gazed at the martial examination scoreboard after the results were finalized, feeling a measure of relief. At least Qingyang had secured second place. He never imagined Qingyang could claim first, given the presence of that monster from the Jun family. Seeing the points behind first place Jun Su, Yu Yuanjin was astonished. Over 10,000 points. This must be the highest score in the history of the martial examination. With the examination concluded and the rankings set, countless Martial Mansion disciples were stirred, and all who viewed the scoreboard could not help but exclaim in awe. On online forums, heated debates erupted about this year's martial examination. Wow, are the candidates this year really that strong? Someone even scored over 10,000 points. It's like they're cheating. Could it be? Hey, what are you thinking? This is the martial exam, no cheating allowed. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. See? This is the strength of our Northern River Military District's champion. How many points does your district's champion have? Aside from the Eastern Forest Military District's top 2, the others don't even match our third place. It's laughable. Stop pretending. You want to discriminate against regions, huh? What's wrong with our district's champion? Exactly, it's just a coincidence this time. Don't flatter yourself. But who is this Jun Su? Such a monster? Jun Su is the young master of the Kyoto Jun family, a top-tier clan. And what about Jiang Hen? Which family is he from in the Eastern Forest Military District? No idea. I've never heard of any Jiang family in the Eastern Forest Military District. Look at the Northern River Martial Examination scoreboard. 5th place is Jiang Qingge. Do you think there's any connection between him and Jiang Hen?
Impossible.
Qingge the goddess is from the Kyoto Jiang family, renowned in our Northern River military district. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also extremely talented. Jiang Hen is from the Eastern Forest military district. There's no way they're related. The one upstairs is right. Qingge the goddess definitely has nothing to do with him. The online forum buzzed with divergent opinions. Eastern Forest Military District Martial Examination Scoreboard. 1st place. Jiang Hen, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 9,450 points. 2nd place. Qin Chun, Jiangling No. 2 High School, 8,754 points. 3rd place. Feng Qinggu, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 5,425 points. 4th place. Gu Qianzong Modugu Family, 5,254 points. 5th place. Su Mushue, Jiangling No. 1 High School, 5,042 points. At this moment, Kyoto Jiang family, Jiang Chengtian, head of the Jiang family, sat in the main seat, furrowing his brows as he examined the Eastern Forest Military District's scoreboard. He turned to the elders on either side and asked, "What are your thoughts on Jiang Hen, the champion of the Eastern Forest Military District?" The elders exchanged glances, equally puzzled. They too found it strange that the Eastern Forest Military District's champion shared their surname Jiang. Their confusion was understandable, for none of them had ever heard of any Jiang family residing in the Eastern Forest Military District. You claim he is actually from an ordinary family. How could that be possible? Don't joke around. How could a child from a common household possibly surpass those nurtured by prestigious families? The disparity in resources alone makes it incomparable. They never even considered the possibility that Jiang Hen might hail from an ordinary background. Jiang Qingdi rose to his feet, gazing at Jiang Chengtian as he said, "Big brother, could it be that Jiang Hen is an illegitimate child of our Jiang family, left behind outside?" As he spoke, Jiang Qingdi instinctively looked toward the elders present, hoping to discern something from their expressions. The surrounding elders, catching Jiang Qingdi's gaze, immediately darkened their faces. What is this fellow implying? Is he accusing them of indiscretions outside the family? Even if they had lovers elsewhere, it would never cross military district boundaries. No, they haven't been unfaithful at all. This guy almost led us astray. Though Jiang Chengtian found the idea unlikely, he harbored a flicker of hope upon hearing Jiang Qingdi's words. "Well then, you all go investigate this Jiang Hen. See if there's any connection to our Jiang family. If there is, bring him back," Jiang Chengtian said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hearing this, Jiang Qingdi instinctively asked, "And if there isn't?" The elders around cast curious glances at Jiang Chengtian. Upon hearing Jiang Qingdi's question, a faint smile curved Jiang Chengtian's lips. "Then let him truly have a connection with the Jiang family," he replied. The elders exchanged looks, puzzled by Jiang Chengtian's words. Yet Jiang Qingdi immediately grasped the meaning, frowning as he looked at Jiang Chengtian. "Big brother, wouldn't that be too generous to the boy? Besides..." Before Jiang Qingdi could finish, Jiang Chengtian smiled and waved him off. "I never said I would definitely do that. For now, just investigate the boy's family background." Jiang Qingdi nodded, though deep down he doubted the boy had any ties to their clan. Still, he hoped there was some connection. Otherwise, it would be far too easy on the boy. Jiang Chengtian narrowed his eyes. He had only one daughter, Qinggu, and the second son also had just one daughter. In their family, the position of head had never once been held by a woman. Other families might have such cases, but never the Jiang family. Now, with the younger generation's males showing mediocre talent, this sudden appearance of a boy stirred some thoughts in Jiang Chengtian's heart. Meanwhile, the major martial households had already seen the final rankings of the martial examination and were dispatching their representatives to various military districts for recruitment, especially to the Beichuan and Donglin military districts. After all, no one understood better than them what it meant to score 9,000 or even 10,000 points in the martial exam. The recruitment efforts were swift. In fact, even before the martial exam began, the major martial households had already sent some people there, since outstanding candidates had emerged early on. Their purpose was to swiftly recruit those ranked at the top.
Jiangling No.
1 High School at the gate. The area was already packed, overflowing with people. Numerous individuals holding cameras observed the scene ahead, while eager parents stood anxiously, clenching their fists and tensing their bodies, their hearts filled with profound unease. News of the beast tide and the mishap during the secret realm teleportation in the Donglin Military District's martial exam had long spread throughout the district. Countless parents of examinees were deeply worried for their children's safety, silently praying, It doesn't matter if they don't do well, just come back alive. At this moment, their concerns no longer centered on their children's scores. Their sole hope was for their safe return. Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed ahead. Look, they're coming back. The crowd followed the direction of the pointing finger. One bus after another rolled toward the school. The onlookers' emotions were a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The excitement belonged to the photographers and reporters, who finally saw the buses arrive. Golden opportunities for a series of excellent news stories. The anxiety naturally belonged to the parents of the examinees. The moment the buses appeared, their nervousness surged to new heights, their bodies trembling slightly. Space was cleared in the crowd to allow the buses to enter and exit the school. As the buses pulled into Jiangling No. 1 high school, countless parents fixed their gaze unwaveringly on the passengers, and the crowd instantly erupted. One middle-aged man shouted excitedly with a smile, "I see my son. My son is still alive. I see my daughter too. She is alive as well," another exclaimed. Hearing these words, parents who had yet to spot their own children became even more tense, their anxiety doubling. How were their children? Why hadn't they seen them yet? Their minds raced, and the more they thought, the more their emotions unraveled. On the bus, Yang Zhan smiled at everyone and said, "We're almost at school. Everyone get ready to disembark." Upon hearing this, the passengers began packing their belongings, checking to ensure nothing was left behind. Yu Jingchuan felt a slight relief as the school approached. Finally, they had arrived. He had already decided to return to the capital in a few days, a triumphant homecoming. As for Tang Zheng's previous humiliation of him, a cold cruelty gleamed in Yu Jingchuan's eyes. "When you arrive in the capital, I will make sure you can neither live nor die. We'll see about that." Strangely, although Jiang Hen had also rejected Yu Jingchuan's offer to become his disciple, spurning him publicly, Yu Jingchuan merely disliked him and resolved never to ask again. Yet Tang Zheng, who had likewise refused Yu Jingchuan, had no idea how deeply Yu Jingchuan resented him, especially since Tang Zheng had forced him to apologize in public, causing him to lose face. Yu Jingchuan was confident that once he returned to the Yu family, Tang Zheng would no longer be able to treat him lightly. "If you dare humiliate me in public again, I'll make you regret it," he thought. Just as Yu Jingchuan was imagining what he might do to Tang Zheng, the bus suddenly came to a halt. Due to inertia, Yu Jingchuan was caught off guard and lunged forward, colliding directly with an iron pole. Bang! His head made intimate contact with it. Enduring the pain silently, Yu Jingchuan said nothing. Everyone else on the bus was lost in the joy of returning home, and since Jingchuan sat near the front, no one paid him any attention. Clutching the swelling bump on his head, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, can this driver even drive properly?" Yet he failed to notice that his seatbelt was unfastened. He hadn't buckled it at all. Yang Zhan, seeing the bus stop, turned to the passengers with a smile. "All right, we've arrived at the school. Everyone, please disembark and rest well." The passengers nodded with smiles, finally able to return home. Who wanted to stay in the martial exam environment? The bus doors opened, and the passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion, chatting amicably in small groups, arms draped over each other's shoulders. At the gate, the crowd surged forward as the children approached, everyone standing on tiptoe, eyes fixed intently ahead, unwilling to miss a single face, afraid of overlooking their own child. Soon, two starkly contrasting scenes unfolded at the school gate. One showed parents smiling as they embraced their children tightly. The other depicted parents collapsed on the ground, wailing uncontrollably, pounding the earth and crying out, "Where's my child? Where is my child?" Compared to the previous field trial, the number of participants had evidently increased this time. With some rejoicing, others were destined to grieve. Nothing is absolute. Perfection is unattainable. Jiang Hen gazed upon the scene before him. His heart stirred ever so slightly, yet soon he steeled himself with resolve. He would never allow such a thing to transpire within his own household. True strength was the foundation. No sooner had Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu stepped beyond the school gates than a throng of reporters swarmed around them. Disregarding all decorum, they thrust microphones directly before their faces, demanding to know their impressions of the secret realm. There was no escaping it, after all. The pair was a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Moreover, Feng Qinggu was the heiress of the Feng family. Her remarkable martial examination results this year, coupled with her association with a member of the opposite sex, created a veritable storm of fascination. The reporters were no fools. They naturally would seize upon such an opportunity. Jiang Hen's lips twitched involuntarily as a microphone was pressed right before him. He had no desire to be interviewed. His sole wish was to return home. His parents and Ling awaited him there. He offered a perfunctory response. It was fine. Feng Qinggu, by contrast, appeared far more relaxed, smiling as she answered the journalist's inquiries. The reporters pressed on, asking, "May we ask what your relationship is now?" Before Jiang Hen could even react, Feng Qinggu casually linked her arm through his and smiled, saying, "Can't you tell? Naturally, we're a couple." At her words, the reporters' faces lit up with satisfied smiles. They had obtained the answer they sought, certain it would become a sensation. Just as they prepared to inquire further, Jiang Hen swiftly pulled Feng Qinggu away. "Enough joking around, who knows what else you might ask?" Feng Qinggu's reply was audible to many nearby, including Su Muxue, who had just exited the school with her gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Hen. Upon hearing Feng Qinggu's voice, Su Muxue bit her lip lightly, a pang of bitterness stirring within her. She cast an envious glance at Feng Qinggu, then at Jiang Hen, before turning and departing from the school grounds. At this moment, what could she say? What could she do? It seemed utterly beyond her power. Her cold eyes lowered as she silently muttered to herself, "The Qilin Martial Mansion?" Being led away from the circle of reporters by Jiang Hen, Feng Qinggu did not resist. Instead, with a sidelong glance, she cast a lingering look at the retreating graceful figure behind them. Once finally free of the reporters, Jiang Hen exhaled deeply, then turned to Feng Qinggu, slightly out of breath. "Sister Qinggu, let us part ways here. I need to head home." Hearing this, Feng Qinggu felt a twinge of reluctance but nodded nonetheless. Seeing her assent, Jiang Hen smiled and waved before turning away. "Sister Qinggu, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." Feng Qinggu waved back softly, replying, goodbye." Jiang Hen's parents had not come to the school. According to him, it was simply unnecessary. After his martial examination, he would naturally return home on his own. The martial exam posed no threat to him. Indeed, while this examination might have been a disaster for others, for him it was manageable. The beast tide unleashed within the secret realm even aided him in swiftly accumulating points. His divine ability made slaying ferocious beasts and garnering points remarkably effortless. Upon returning home, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Jiang's mother emerged from the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. Seeing Jiang Hen, her face instantly brightened. "Little Hen, you're back." Jiang Hen smiled and nodded. "I'm home, Mom." His eyes swept across the living room as he asked, "Mom, where's Dad? Still working?" Jiang's mother smiled as she set the soup upon the table, which was already laden with 7 dishes. Glancing at the time, she replied, "Yes, but he should be home soon." Just then, the door swung open and Jiang's father entered, his face alight with joy. Upon seeing Jiang Hen, his smile deepened. "Little Hen, you're back." Curious, Jiang's mother looked at him and asked with a smile, "What has gotten you so happy?" At her words, Jiang's father shed his usual stern demeanor, his face beaming with happiness and eyes shimmering with tears. "I senti it because Little Hen has returned, and he topped the martial exam in the Donglin military district. My heart is so glad. The Jiang family truly has produced a dragon." Jiang's mother smiled as well, tears glistening in her eyes. She seemed lost in thought, tears flowing unbidden. Seeing this, Jiang's father understood her thoughts. He embraced her gently, patting her back and soothingly said, "It's all right. It's all in the past. On this joyous occasion, we should be smiling." Jiang Hen observed all this with some puzzlement but refrained from questioning further. He believed the time would come when he was meant to understand. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the slightly restrained atmosphere was shattered as Jiang Ling burst from her room. Upon seeing Jiang Hen, her eyes sparkled brightly. "Wow, brother, you're finally back." She dashed forward and, like a sloth, clung onto Jiang Hen's back, her face beaming with delight. "Brother, you've become famous. Now so many people know you're the top martial examinee of the Donglin military district." She chuckled softly. "I'm famous too. Everyone at school knows my brother is the champion." Hearing this, Jiang Hen smiled. As for Ling clinging to his back, what could he do? She was his sister. He would indulge her. However, Jiang's mother's expression darkened instantly as she fixed a stern gaze upon Ling. "You little brat, get off your brother's back this instant." "Really?" Ling stuck out her tongue playfully at her mother before leaping down from Jiang Hen. Seeing this, Jiang's father quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right, let us eat. Arhen must be hungry after working so hard on the martial exam." Only then did Jiang's mother relent, turning to Jiang Hen with a smile. "Little Hen, you must be hungry too. These are all your favorite dishes." Ling's face twisted with sourness as she muttered softly behind her breath. "I knew there would be favoritism." Though quiet, Jiang's mother caught the remark and fixed Ling with a sharp look. "What did you just say?" Ling Er smiled sheepishly and waved her hand. Nothing, Mom. I didn't say anything. I just meant brother must be hungry now that he's back. I'll go help serve the rice. With that, Ling Er cast a resentful glance at Zhang Hen before heading toward the kitchen. Zhang Hen naturally noticed her look but felt powerless to intervene. After all, she loved to make whispered remarks behind people's backs. If she remained silent, no one would think she was mute. During the meal, there was much polite conversation. Zhang Hen selectively recounted some of the incidents from the martial exam to his parents and Ling Er, who listened especially attentively. These tales would serve as prime material for boasting before her close friends in the future. After finishing, Zhang Hen retired to his room and produced the source spirit fruit obtained from the secret realm, preparing to absorb and refine it. He summoned his martial soul and swallowed the fruit whole. As the source spirit fruit entered his body, a pure and majestic energy erupted within Zhang Hen instantly. His martial soul shone brilliantly, ravenously absorbing the power. After half an hour, Zhang Hen's body trembled, and two muffled sounds emanated from within him. He had reached the 9th tier of martial master. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists. 2 pieces of top-grade heavenly materials and treasures had propelled his cultivation to surge through 3 minor realms. He felt confident he could now take on 10 versions of his former self. Jiangling No. 1 High School. Conference Room. The martial exam rankings have been finalized. Our school has 3 students within the top 5. This is a glory belonging to our institution, Bai Zhanhong proclaimed passionately. The school officials nearby applauded in unison. The better the school's results, the more elated they became. Ahem. Though Bai Zhanhong had long known the final outcome, he could not help but feel a surge of joy as the results were officially confirmed. Their No. 1 High School had truly taken flight. At that moment, someone raised a hand and inquired of Principal Bai, "Are the recruitment officers from Wufu Martial Academy arriving soon?" After all, based on past years' experience, the moment the martial examination results are finalized, word from Wufu always arrives promptly, usually first to the school, then to the candidates themselves. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhanhong nodded in agreement. They should be arriving shortly. They're probably deliberating over the kind of offers to extend. After all, Zhang Hen's results far surpassed those of previous martial examination champions. The school's senior officials nodded in unison, expressing their concurrence with Bai Zhanhong's remarks. Just then, the telephone in the conference room rang. Bai Zhanhong exchanged glances with the surrounding senior officials, their eyes gleaming with smiles. Here they come, he thought, picking up the receiver. Bai Zhanhong's lips curved into a smile as he saw the incoming call displayed on the screen. Weising Wufu Recruitment Office. He pressed the button to answer, and a man's voice, tinged with authority, came through the line. "Hello, is this Jiangling No. 1 High School? This is Zhao Liang from the Weising Wufu Recruitment Office." Upon hearing the voice, Bai Zhanhong did not dare to be casual. He responded solemnly, "Teacher Zhao, good evening. I am Bai Zhanhong, principal of Jiangling No. 1 High School." The senior officials nearby fell into complete silence, not daring to interrupt the conversation. The voice on the other end continued, a faint smile audible in his tone. "Good evening, Principal Bai. You surely understand the purpose of my call. Allow me to first congratulate your school on such outstanding achievements." Bai Zhanhong's lips involuntarily lifted in a modest smile as he replied, "Ha, it is all due to the students' own efforts. We merely offered them a small measure of support." Hearing this, Zhao Liang chuckled lightly. There is no need for undue modesty. For a school to produce 3 of the top 5 martial examination candidates is no mere coincidence or luck. The school's cultivation must be a crucial factor. Pausing briefly, Zhao Liang continued, "The reason I am calling is to request that your school arrange for Zhang Hen and the other 2 students to meet with me. I would like to meet with all 3 of them. Would that be possible?" Hearing Zhao Liang's words, Bai Zhanhong's mind turned swiftly. The initiative was now firmly in his grasp. From Zhao Liang's tone, it was clear he wished to recruit Zhang Hen and the others individually. Undoubtedly, other top-tier martial academies recruiters would be thinking the same. For their school, Zhang Hen and his 2 companions were the true treasures of No. 1 High School. Meeting them individually would be too troublesome and would lack the competitive spirit. How could that be acceptable? With this in mind, Bai Zhanhong spoke with a tone tinged with humility. "I apologize, Teacher Zhao, but before your call, other top-tier martial academy recruiters have already contacted us requesting meetings with Zhang Hen and the others. Considering the students' feelings, they also did not want individual meetings. After some discussion among the other academies, we decided to hold a joint meeting tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, so everyone can speak face to face. Whatever is discussed is purely their decision, and has nothing to do with me. I am merely conveying the message." Frowning, Zhao Liang replied, "Those fellows acted so quickly? I thought I was the fastest." Then he continued, "Very well, Principal Bai, we shall meet tomorrow." Bai Zhanhong smiled in response, "Excellent. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, Bai Zhanhong lifted his head to find the senior officials around him looking hesitant, their smiles stiffening. With a hint of puzzlement, he inquired, "What's the matter?" The senior officials exchanged glances before one, with a trace of concern, asked, "Principal, haven't the other top 10 martial academies recruiters yet to call or arrange a time? What if, by tomorrow?" He did not finish his sentence, but the others looked at Bai Zhanhong with worried expressions. The call had been on speakerphone the entire time. Everyone had heard the conversation clearly. Heaven only knew how baffled they had been. Bai Zhanhong waved his hand, smiling as he said, "This is precisely why I am the principal, and you are merely senior officials. Rest assured, soon enough, more calls from other top-tier martial academies will come. They are not merely after ordinary top 10 martial exam candidates, but the champion of the entire Donglin military district and the other two among the top 5. One step behind and you lag at every turn. How could other top academies willingly fall behind?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the telephone rang again. Bai Zhanhong's smile deepened. "What did I say? Here they come again." The senior officials nodded in sudden understanding, their admiration for Bai Zhanhong growing. "As expected of you." Meanwhile, the caller ID displayed Modu Wufu.
Zhang Hen.
Having just dressed and stepped out of the bathroom, steam still rising from his head, squinted his eyes, feeling utterly refreshed after a hot bath following training. At that moment, the alarm on his communication watch rang. Zhang Hen, puzzled, thought, who would be calling me so late? He picked up the watch. Seeing the caller ID, Teacher Song Chiu. He wondered silently, Teacher Song Chiu? What could she want? Pressing the answer button, Zhang Hen asked with curiosity, "Teacher Song Chiu, is there something you need at this hour?" On the other end, Song Chiu adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. "Naturally, it's good news. Zhang Hen, remember to come to school before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The recruiters from the top 10 martial academies will all be there. They want to meet you in person. After all, you are the champion of the Donglin military district." Hearing this, Zhang Hen was not entirely surprised, though he had not expected them to act so swiftly. Ever since returning home, he had known he was the champion of the Donglin military district. Originally, he had anticipated placing among the top 3, but had not expected to be the very champion. As for the rankings teacher Yang Zhan had mentioned on the bus, released 2 days later, those pertained to the martial examination points list beyond the top 1,000, which everyone already knew. The martial examination points list only recorded the top 1,000 candidates. Smiling, Zhang Hen replied, "Very well, Teacher Song Chiu. I will be there tomorrow." On the other end, Song Chiu smiled and nodded. "Good. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer." She then hung up. Zhang Hen put down his communication watch. Though he had already decided to join Qilin Wufu, he still needed to meet with the recruiters from the major top-tier academies. 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhongling No. 1 High School. Conference room. "Oh, isn't this old you? Your Haiqing Wufu actually sent you? You must truly value that Zhang kid, huh?" A burly man laughed heartily, slapping a middle-aged man on the shoulder. Yu Lian's mouth twitched. That guy again. He was long accustomed to this behavior. Every meeting was like this. Yet he had never expected the White Tiger Wufu recruitment office to send this man. He was the director of the blade department at White Tiger Wufu's Weapon Institute. Though only 80 years old, he had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. But really, at that age, couldn't he be a bit more mature? At that moment, a sultry voice sounded. "I never expected Haiqing Wufu and White Tiger Wufu to send you to this time. They must truly value this recruitment." The burly man and Yu Lian's faces stiffened, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. Why had Phoenix Wufu sent this enchantress this year? A graceful figure appeared, her every step languid and beguiling. She wore a dazzling red gown like fire and crimson clouds, her skin fairer than snow, eyebrows curved delicately, and a heart-shaped face. Her eyes sparkled with seductive charm. Though her smile was alluring, it brooked no disrespect. "Ling Fian, I never expected Phoenix Wufu to send you to the Donglin military district recruitment," someone remarked. The rugged man, Chu Guangdao, wiped the smile from his face and furrowed his brow as he spoke. Ling Fian naturally noticed the change in their expressions but paid it little heed. Casually pulling over a stool, she perched upon it, crossing one leg over the other, folding her arms across her chest, and leaning back lazily against the chair's backrest. A hint of spring-esque warmth peeked through her attire, exuding an alluring charm. Seeing this, Yu Lian dared not glance any longer, cursing silently in his heart. "Enchantress, Other recruitment officers from the martial sects arrived one after another, Zhao Liang among them. Observing representatives from the 10 top-tier martial sects gathered here, he felt uncertain about their chances of recruiting Jiang Hen and his companions. Meanwhile, Bai Zhanhong and the senior school officials nearby were undoubtedly the most anxious. The confidence they had yesterday had now transformed into tension. These were formidable figures, masters of the martial emperor and martial sovereign realms. The entire Jiangling city boasted only one martial emperor, the patriarch of the Su family, Su Qingtian, grandfather to Su Muxue. Now, with so many powerful figures assembled here, Bai Zhanhong's legs trembled as he repeatedly murmured in his heart, "Hurry up, Jiang Hen and the others." The recruiters from the 10 top martial sects paid no attention to Bai Zhanhong. Perhaps they simply did not care. They were busy catching up with one another, except for one person who did not blend in, Lingfian, or perhaps she simply did not care. The Qilin martial sect had sent a middle-aged man with a composed demeanor, Mo Jinghong, a martial emperor-level powerhouse, who was presently conversing with Chu Guangdao. Chu Guangdao looked at Mo Jinghong and smiled. "Old Mo, you're here too." At his words, Mo Jinghong smiled gently and nodded. "Yeah. Didn't you come as well?" The two were old acquaintances. After all, the circle of strong warriors was small, and everyone in it generally knew each other. Chu Guangdao shook his head. Never imagined such a small city would produce 4 prodigies. Who would have thought? Mo Jinghong merely smiled without replying. Such matters were unpredictable. Elsewhere, Brother Jiang Hen was walking toward the conference room. According to teacher Song Qiu, all the recruitment officers would be there. On the way, a familiar voice called out. Jiang Hen turned around and was startled to see Qin Yun smiling and waving at him. Jiang Hen approached and curiously asked, "Brother Qin, what are you doing here? If I remember correctly, aren't you from Jiangling? No. To high school?" Upon hearing Jiang Hen's words, Qin Yun helplessly waved his hand and said, "What can I do?" All the recruitment officers came to know. One high school. It would be unreasonable for me to make another trip to know. Two. So I came here. Jiang Hen nodded in agreement and smiled at Qin Yun. "Brother Qin, let us go then." Qin Yun nodded and walked alongside Jiang Hen as they headed toward the conference room together. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Having someone to guide you made all the difference. Previously, whenever he saw someone, he would ask about the conference room, only to confuse himself further. The two entered the conference room to find Feng Qinggu and Su Muxue already inside. The recruitment officers from the martial sects were chatting with Su Muxue, while Feng Qinggu stood beside Ling Fian, smiling as they conversed. Bai Zhanhong and the surrounding senior officials wore forced smiles as they watched the scene inside, though no one truly paid them any mind. As Jiang Hen and Qin Yun stepped into the room, all eyes turned to them. Seeing Jiang Hen arrive, Bai Zhanhong's eyes lit up. He quickly approached, took Jiang Hen's arm, and led him to stand beside Su Muxue, then addressed the recruitment officers. "Everyone, this is Jiang Hen." After speaking, Bai Zhanhong turned to Jiang Hen, smiling and giving a subtle nod. These are the recruitment officers from the 10 top martial sections. Upon hearing Bai Zhanhong's words, Jiang Hen immediately understood and cupped his fists toward the recruitment officers. "I am Jiang Hen. Greetings to all esteemed seniors." Chu Guangdao was the first to speak, smiling. "So you are Jiang Hen. I won beat around the bush. If you join our White Tiger martial sect, we will provide you with 5 pieces of Earth-grade heavenly materials and treasures every year, along with 2 million martial soul coins. I also heard from Principal Bai that your martial soul is a sword. I can personally guarantee that once you enter the White Tiger martial sect, I will help you find a sword martial emperor as your mentor. How does that sound?" He looked at Jiang Hen expectantly, hoping for an immediate nod of acceptance. Jiang Hen was about to reply when Yu Lian interrupted, waving his hand. "TCH? Just that? Jiang kid, don't be so quick to agree. Listen to my Haiqing martial sect's offer first. If you come to Haiqing, we will also provide you with 5 pieces of Earth-grade heavenly materials and treasures annually, plus a 5th-grade defensive treasure that can withstand any attack below the martial king level. Moreover, since your martial soul has the spatial attribute, I can personally ensure that among the heavenly materials and treasures you receive, one will possess the spatial attribute. How about that?" Upon hearing Yu Lian's terms, Jiang Hen felt reasonably satisfied but not deeply enticed. After all, he had absorbed 2 pieces of Earth-grade heavenly materials just yesterday, though neither had spatial attributes. As for 5th-grade treasures, his spatial ring still contained the 8th-grade treasure, the Golden Radiant Sword. Suddenly, these martial sect offers seemed rather ordinary. The other recruitment officers noticed Jiang Hen's indifferent attitude and secretly rejoiced. This meant they still had a chance. In truth, to them, prodigies were just that. Everyone was a prodigy in their youth. Their benefit lay in recruiting talents for their schools. Ling Fian looked at Jiang Hen teasingly, then glanced at Feng Qinggu and Su Muxue, whose gazes were fixed entirely upon Jiang Hen, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. She had just learned from Feng Qinggu that Jiang Hen was her lover, and it seemed that Su Muxue also harbored feelings for him. Wasn't this a perfect arrangement? Indeed, in her eyes, Jiang Hen would undoubtedly choose the Phoenix Martial Sect because Feng Qinggu was there, and Su Muxue would ultimately select the Phoenix Martial Sect because Jiang Hen had chosen it. Thinking of this, Ling Fian's lips curved into a smile, this intoxicating feeling of controlling everything. Watching the recruiters from other martial sects persuading Jiang Hen with smiles on their faces, Ling Fian found herself inexplicably amused. Feng Qinggu had not told Ling Fian that Jiang Hen planned to join the Qilin martial sect. When the recruitment officers from the top martial sects approached her, Ling Fian did not hesitate and chose the Phoenix martial sect outright. After all, in her past life, she had also belonged to the Phoenix martial sect. In her previous life, Ling Fian, the enchantress feared by other recruiters, would become the renowned martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Demonic Phoenix martial saint. During the massive beast tide outbreak and the large-scale invasion of void creatures, an era known as the Dark Turmoil, she had fought valiantly. When the Dark Turmoil erupted in her past life, a hen died to save her, and Ling Fian single-handedly held back the beast tide to buy time for reinforcements. Though a woman, she bore the demeanor of an ancient general, holding the pass alone, impervious to thousands. In the end, despite the arrival of reinforcements, she bled on the battlefield, a vivid scarlet shadow swallowed by the beast tide, never to emerge again. From that moment, people no longer regarded her as the fearsome enchantress Ling Fian but as the Crimson War goddess Ling Fian, deeply revered and sincerely thanked by all. Feng Qinggu admired her from the bottom of her heart, knowing that she was not as she appeared on the surface. At this moment, seeing that the others had more or less finished speaking, Ling Fian decided it was time to act. This tedious game was about to end. Crossing her arms, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hen, her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Jiang Hen, come to my Phoenix martial sect. There's even someone waiting for you." With a slight upward curve at the corner of her mouth, having said it so plainly, he ought to understand by now. The other recruitment instructors immediately grew displeased. How could he possibly be playing the emotional card? Upon hearing Ling Fian's words, Jiang Hen instantly understood she was referring to Sister Qinggu. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the numerous recruitment instructors, Jiang Hen declared the martial sect he had chosen, the Qilin martial sect. Ling Fian's lips, which had been curved confidently upwards, suddenly froze. Her face a picture of astonishment as she looked at Jiang Hen, as if silently asking, "Are you joking with me?" Ling Fian was thrown into disarray. Wasn't Feng Qinggu his girlfriend? Shouldn't he have chosen the same martial sect as his girlfriend? Ling Fian glanced at Feng Qinggu, her mouth twitching slightly as she inquired, "Qinggu, is he really your boyfriend?" Upon hearing Ling Fian's question, Feng Qinggu immediately caught on, realizing that Ling Fian believed since she was going to the Phoenix martial sect, Jiang Hen would surely follow. This thought brought her some unease, yet she still explained, "Jiang Hen told me that he would ultimately go to the Qilin martial sect. After all, it is the martial sect best suited for him." Hearing Feng Qinggu's words, Ling Fian nodded helplessly. It seemed she had overthought the matter. Although reluctant to admit it, there was no doubt, the Qilin martial sect was indeed the most fitting place for him. Moreover, the Qilin martial sect offered the most generous terms among the great martial sections. Each year, they selected 3 top-tier spatial attribute heavenly materials and treasures, which already elevated the sect to a higher echelon. It should be noted that the value of these top-tier spatial attribute heavenly materials and treasures was on par with that of a heavenly grade treasure. This alone demonstrated how highly the Qilin martial sect valued Jiang Hen. Of course, this was not difficult to understand. In recent decades, high-level spatial attribute martial souls were exceedingly rare, practically non-existent. The Qilin martial sect could be regarded as the holy land of spatial attribute martial souls. Nearly all the high-level spatial attribute martial soul cultivators who guarded the Void Fortress originated from the Qilin martial sect. For the Qilin martial sect, every privilege came with corresponding demands. Offering higher treatment than other top martial sects naturally entailed more stringent requirements. For instance, guarding the Void Fortress for a period of time. Of course, only those with sufficient strength would be assigned such duties, and they would never be sent without reward. The compensation was equally generous. Yet, alongside such generous rewards came immense risks. A single misstep could result in death. Jiang Hen's choice of the Qilin martial sect left the other recruitment instructors no choice but to relent, though unwillingly. They planned to continue vying for other candidates. What left the other recruitment instructors dumbfounded, though unsurprising to Ling Fian, was that Su Muxue and Qin Chun also chose the Qilin martial sect. What? How could this be? Was their martial sect so inferior? Why were almost all of them going to the Qilin martial sect? They were unwilling to accept this. Mo Jinghong's usually composed face broke into an uncontrollable smile, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. He never expected that all three would choose the Qilin martial sect. This was simply too cool. Feng Qinggu felt a strange discomfort upon seeing Su Muxue also select the Qilin martial sect. She understood why the latter had made that choice. As for why Feng Qinggu herself was not going to the Qilin martial sect, it was because the Phoenix martial sect possessed something of great importance to her, so important that it compelled her to part from Jiang Hen for a time. She knew that Jiang Hen would eventually obtain the spatial saint spirit. As for herself, if she continued to cultivate at a normal pace, by the time of the dark turmoil, she would at best reach the same level as in her previous life, the martial emperor. She had to become stronger to avoid repeating the tragic fate of her past life. She refused to relive that outcome. Within a secret realm of the Phoenix martial sect lay a heavenly material and treasure that could fundamentally transform her aptitude. In truth, her aptitude was considered top tier in the martial examinations, but among the true prodigies, she was merely average. After all, not everyone chose to participate in the martial examinations. Some were directly admitted by the top martial sects from the moment their martial souls awakened, bypassing the examinations altogether. To be directly admitted to a top martial sect, the minimum requirement was at least a heavenly grade martial soul, and among those admitted, many possessed saint-grade martial souls. These individuals entered the sects directly and received focus cultivation. In her previous life, she had thought her talent was commendable, only to discover upon arrival that the top martial sects were never short of geniuses. What they lacked were prodigies among prodigies. In other words, what they lacked were geniuses with saint-grade martial souls. Merely having a heavenly grade martial soul was insufficient to catch the attention of these formidable figures. At this moment, Ling Fian was also deeply frustrated. How was this different from the plot she had imagined? What was the meaning of her prior confidence and sense of control? What could the other top martial sect recruitment instructors say? They could only hold their tongues, glaring fiercely at the gleefully smiling Mo Jinghong, thinking, "You really deserve a beating for grinning like that." Su Muxue's choice of the Qilin martial sect was naturally because Jiang Hen had chosen it. She had not given it a second thought. Wherever Jiang Hen went, she would follow. Qin Yun had long since decided on the Qilin martial sect, especially since the sect leader, the icy-faced man, was an old acquaintance. Mo Jinghong cheerfully explained the enrollment procedures for the Qilin martial sect to them, stating that the admission letters would be sent later, and the promised benefits would be granted upon enrollment. Nearby, Bai Zhanhong and other school officials observed silently, somewhat surprised that all but Feng Qinggu had chosen the Qilin martial sect. However, they were also puzzled, having heard from Yang Zhan that Jiang Hen and Feng Qinggu were a couple. They had assumed the two would ultimately join the same martial sect, but in the end, they separated. They shook their heads in confusion but decided not to dwell on it. It was after all a private matter. With no further business here, the recruitment instructors from other top martial sects told Bai Zhanhong, "Since the choices have been made, we will take our leave." As there was no purpose in lingering, they simply took their leave. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhanhong hastily cupped his hands and said, "Gentlemen, safe travels." Sending them away empty-handed, Bai Zhanhong felt somewhat guilty, but it was unavoidable. This was the nature of recruitment. The recruitment instructors nodded and departed expressionlessly. It would be strange to be happy after failing to recruit a single person. Seeing that most people had left, Ling Fian felt bored, rose to her feet, stretched lazily, and as the fabric of her clothes clung lightly to her waist, it outlined a smooth and alluring curve. Within her languor lay an inadvertent, breathtaking beauty. She hummed softly, Bai Zhanhong and the others dared not look at her. They quickly lowered their heads. She was not someone to be trifled with. They had seen the martial sect recruitment instructors who had just left to avoid provoking her. Ling Fian casually addressed Feng Qinggu, "Qinggu, I will be leaving first. The admission letters will be sent to you in due course." Feng Qinggu nodded, and Ling Fian departed promptly. Seeing all the recruitment instructors gone, Mo Jinghong smiled and said to Bai Zhanhong, "I shall take my leave as well." Then he turned back to Jiang Hen and the others with a smile. "I look forward to seeing your presence in the martial sect." With that, Mo Jinghong left Zhongling No. 1 high school without lingering. Bai Zhanhong breathed a sigh of relief once all the recruitment instructors had departed, then turned his attention to Jiang Hen and the others, beginning to converse with them. After leaving Zhongling No. 1 high school, Principal Bai Zhanhong spoke to them at length, concluding with a commemorative photo. Kyoto Jiang family. Main hall. How did the investigation go? Jiang Chengtian inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Chengtian's words, Jiang Qingdi helplessly shook his head and said, "Brother, I've conducted an investigation, and it appears he has no connection whatsoever with our Jiang family." Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Chengtian found this outcome within his expectations. He then turned to Jiang Qingdi and inquired, "Have you discovered which martial mansion he applied to?" In response to Jiang Chengtian's question, Jiang Qingdi replied, "I just received news that he applied to the Qilin martial mansion." Frowning deeply, Jiang Chengtian's brows knitted together, his expression laden with contemplation. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Jiang Qingdi could not help but feel concerned. He understood that his elder brother had sacrificed immensely for the family, always striving to find ways to elevate their lineage. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Qingdi offered some counsel. "Brother, you really need not overthink things. After all, the boat will find its way to the bridge naturally." Though Jiang Chengtian was fully aware of this truth, recognizing that such matters often suffer from excess, it was one thing to know it in his heart and quite another to truly let go. In any case, his mind was a tumultuous storm. He was uncertain whether to proceed, but if he did, it would undeniably be unfair to Qinggu. At the Jun family residence in the capital, within the grand hall, Jun Padian sat upon the main seat, smiling as he addressed the youth standing before him. "Su-er, which martial mansion do you intend to join?" Hearing Jun Padian's inquiry, the young man lifted his head, returning a smile as he replied, "Grandfather, I plan to enter the Qilin martial mansion." Jun Padian was not surprised by Jun Su's answer. Instead, he smiled and asked, "And what is your reason for that?" Without hesitation, Jun Su responded, "I recall that the Qilin martial mansion harbors an area dense with thunder elements, perfectly suited for my cultivation. Moreover, it boasts the greatest number of prodigies. Scions of noble families typically participate in the martial examinations. Those admitted through direct recommendation are almost never from prominent households, as rivalries among families persist, and reputation and status are of utmost importance. Thus, direct admissions are generally reserved for those without any background but who have awakened high-quality martial souls. Ultimately, such individuals are essentially destined to belong to the martial mansion, unlike those who enter through the exams and may choose to leave after graduation. Naturally, these arrangements are clarified from the outset. I invest resources in your training. In return, you shall serve me in the future. Everything is transparently stipulated. There is no coercion. Only the question of whether one is willing to live an ordinary life, possessing a treasure trove yet unable to harness it. In this world, without resources, cultivation is an arduous struggle. To awaken a powerful martial soul only to remain mediocre due to a lack of resources, how could they be content? Furthermore, for those without backgrounds, joining a martial mansion is beneficial. Their sole obligation is to serve the mansion, and in doing so, they receive valuable resources and benefits. Therefore, ordinary individuals who awaken high-quality martial souls but lack cultivation resources readily embrace the olive branch extended by the martial mansions. As for the future inability to betray the mansion and the duty to serve it, these are inconsequential in their eyes. It is fundamentally a matter of mutual consent. Among the martial mansions, the Qilin martial mansion holds the greatest number of secret realms, yielding the most abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures annually. Consequently, it recruits the largest number of prodigies. Jun Su naturally wished to engage in fierce competition with the prodigies nurtured by the martial mansions, hoping they would not disappoint him. He was exceedingly confident in himself. Indeed, he scarcely believed he could be defeated, and for good reason. After all, the martial soul he awakened was not the so-called first-grade holy rank as Yu Yuanjin described, but rather the ninth-grade holy rank. This information was known only to Jun Padian, the head of the Jun family and the family's ancient ancestor. Otherwise, how else could Jun Su have been directly established as the young master of the Jun family? Jun Padian was highly satisfied with Jun Su's response. This is the spirit befitting a son of the Jun family, undaunted by anyone. He wholeheartedly approved of Jun Su's decision to enter the Qilin martial mansion. He would never confine Jun Su within the family. After all, he must see the world beyond. Moreover, Su'er had always been composed, and he trusted him implicitly. The golden age was fast approaching. Prodigies would emerge in great numbers, and martial gods would reappear. He was confident that his grandson would crush all adversaries. His grandson bore the aura of a martial god. One day later, the official martial examination points leaderboard was released. Examinees could log into the Education Bureau's official website, enter their examination numbers, and check their rankings. For a time, joy and sorrow mingled among the candidates. Wow, I actually ranked within the top 1,000. I only scored a little over 2,000 points. I recall last year's martial examination required at least 3,000 points to break into the top 1,000. My son, you made the list. You can enter a martial mansion now. Ha ha ha. Why did I just miss the cut at 1,000 in first place? I was only a few points shy of entering the top 1,000. Why didn't I stay longer in the secret realm? I should have slain more ferocious beasts. The thought sent the man's composure crashing down in regret. He longed to slap his past self, questioning why he had blindly followed others and left the secret realm prematurely, despite still having strength to spare. Only the top 1,000 candidates qualified for admission into the 10 top-tier martial mansions. Falling short by even a single place was disqualifying. The realization that he was only a step away from entering the elite martial mansions yet utterly unable to cross the threshold left him inconsolable. Meanwhile, the candidate ranked precisely 1,000th brimmed with delight. Brother Zheng, I actually placed exactly at 1,000. I can enter one of the 10 top martial mansions too. Wu Sidong entered her examination number and, upon seeing her rank, turned to Tang Zhang with excitement. She had previously thought she would only manage to enter a first-tier martial mansion and be separated from her beloved brother, but now she had just barely secured the 1,000th spot. This was simply marvelous. Hearing Wu Sidong's words, Tang Zhang felt joy for her. This meant they could enter the top-tier martial mansions together and would not be separated. He did not wish to be apart from his beloved Sidong. Tang Zhang glanced at his own ranking, neither high nor low, 876th place. It was what it was. Had his bloodline awakened earlier, he surely would have ranked higher. Still, he was not overly concerned. As long as he could be with the person he cared about, that was enough. In fact, if Sidong's ranking had been insufficient, he would have willingly chosen to accompany her to a first-tier martial mansion, forsaking the chance to enter a top-tier one. Regardless of how prestigious a top-tier martial mansion might be, Sidong was far more important to him. Tenderness filled Tang Zheng's eyes as he smiled at Wu Sidong. Sidong, congratulations. We can both enter top-tier martial mansions now. We won't be separated. Unable to contain herself, Wu Sidong threw herself into Tang Zheng's embrace, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In truth, Wu Sidong knew that her score was largely thanks to Tang Zheng's assistance in finishing off foes. Otherwise, with her mere novice cultivation level, achieving such a ranking would not merely be a pipe dream but a near impossibility. She also could not comprehend how Zheng was so formidable. Whenever they battled ferocious beasts, enormous spiritual vines of Ling-Yin grass would suddenly appear, binding the beasts tightly and rendering them utterly immobile. All in all, Wu Sidong held deep admiration and profound affection for Tang Zheng. This was her Zheng. She gazed at Tang Zheng's handsome visage with tender affection, and he looked upon her delicate face with equal fondness. A misty haze of intimacy enveloped them as their faces slowly drew closer. Zhang Hen stayed at home, idly surfing the internet, amused and intrigued by the sensational claims and lively discussions among netizens. Why does he not cultivate? How does he still have the leisure to browse the internet? Zhang Hen expressed that he was not some cultivation fanatic. Having just returned from the martial examination and then dragged back to school, now they actually wanted him to continue training? What a joke. That was simply impossible. He was no ascetic devoted solely to cultivation. He was a living, breathing person after all. Meanwhile, on the online forum, brothers, let us share our data. Top 1,000. Everyone. See you at the top-tier martial mansion. Wow, upstairs. That's some serious skill. Making it into the top 1,000. Wow, the powerhouse. Hey, keep it low-key. You're making me feel embarrassed. Have you all noticed that although those ranked at the top in this year's martial exam have much higher scores than in previous years, the scores of those ranked lower are actually much lower than before? Exactly what the upstairs commenter said is right. I noticed it too. With my score in previous years, I could only get into an ordinary second-tier martial mansion, but now I can land even a low-end first-tier one. I'm literally laughing my head off. Once this comment appeared, countless people enthusiastically replied, "That's right, me too. Same here, same here." Zhang Hen, reading these comments, actually felt it was quite normal. After all, the sudden outbreak of the beast tide in the secret realm caused many to react not by directly slaying the ferocious beasts but by evading them. Hence, the average person's scores were relatively low. A normal person's first instinct upon seeing the beast tide wouldn't be to charge in, but to seek shelter. After all, no matter how important the martial exam was, life was more precious. There was only one life to live. But the cost of evasion was lower points. There were always a few who, although not particularly outstanding in strength, dared to fight. While others desperately avoided the beasts, these few engaged in brutal combat, risking their lives to close the gap in points or even surpass others. In the end, though their talent might not match others, Their courage enabled them to achieve scores far beyond some gifted but cautious individuals. Truly a case of defying fate. Yet such cases were exceptions, heavily reliant on chance. Failure meant death, and most never emerged from the secret realm again. To be honest, if Jiang Hen's strength were insufficient, he would have chosen to follow the crowd and temporarily avoid the beasts. You ask, why not take the risk? Don't be ridiculous. Does everyone get to be the protagonist? Does surviving a great calamity guarantee a happy ending? Jiang Hen believed that such behavior, though seemingly heroic, was actually reckless and irresponsible, an impulsive surge of blood and adrenaline, lacking any rational thought. A person has but one life. Once lost, it's gone for good. There aren't endless rebirth scripts. Within every coincidence lies inevitability. Regarding the martial exam rankings across the major military districts, Jiang Hen was naturally well informed. The most impressive figure was the young master of the Jun family in the Beichuan military district, boasting a martial exam score exceeding 10,000 points. Of course, he bore no envy. There were always more talented individuals beyond oneself. Still, the martial exam score astonished him, for his own high score owed much to the combined buffs from the Beast Tide and Divine abilities. However, when he saw Jun Su's revealed cultivation realm online, that he had already reached the martial spirit realm, everything became clear. After all, the gap between a martial artist and a martial spirit cultivator was immense. Once the martial exam rankings were released, examinees began selecting their preferred martial mansions. They chose based on their ranking, the mansion's ranges, and their specialized focuses. Suddenly, numerous professional mansion selectors appeared online. For 10,000 martial soul coins, they promised to find the perfect mansion for your child. Countless people flocked to them for their offspring's futures. Yet Jiang Hen had no such worries. He had already chosen the Qilin martial mansion. Although many so-called professional selectors existed online, only a handful truly possessed real ability. Parents knew this too, but chose to believe anyway, all for their children's sake. Whether it was truly beneficial remained to be seen. At heart, it was a matter of mutual consent, one willing to fight, one willing to endure. Jiang Hen searched online for basic information about Qilin martial mansion, since it was where he would soon reside. A little preparation never hurt. Qilin martial mansion was one of the top 10 elite martial mansions, boasting numerous attribute secret realms, including the space attribute S-rank secret realm Shattered Void, making it the mansion with the greatest number of secret realms among the top 10. The mansion's curriculum spanned 4 years, with yearly assessments. Those who failed were held back. As for the exact requirements, one had to experience them firsthand. The mansion was divided into several colleges, broadly categorized into 4. The Beast College, the Instrument College, the Auxiliary College, and the Element College, each further subdivided. Upon entering Qilin Martial Mansion, the specific college Jiang Hen would be assigned to was uncertain. He might even have a choice. The Beast College was roughly divided into 4 disciplines: Fierce Offense, Agile Offense, Defense, and Control. The Auxiliary College had only one discipline throughout: Support. The Instrument and Element Colleges had many disciplines, classified directly by the type of martial soul. After entering the mansion, students had opportunities to participate in the National Martial Mansion Tournament. Each grade selected its most outstanding students to form teams to compete against other mansions. Victors would receive rare resources, an incentive to spur cultivation. Moreover, the National Martial Mansion Tournament was broadcast live nationwide. If you were exceptional enough, you would appear on screen and become famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom. This was why so many scions of noble families chose to enter martial mansions. Aside from the abundant rare resources within, the tournament itself was a crucial factor. Performing well in the tournament gave them a significant advantage in their family's internal competition. Talent among the noble families was not vastly different, though exceptions existed. In addition to personal ability, status and reputation were vital. The National Martial Mansion Tournament was undoubtedly the quickest path to fame. Jiang Hen naturally desired to participate. Not only would it provide valuable experience, but the rewards for winners were truly enticing. Information online about the various top-tier martial mansions was scarce, only the basics. To learn more, one had to experience Qilin Martial Mansion firsthand. Of course, Jiang Hen was in no rush. As for whether he could ultimately participate in the tournament, Jiang Hen was fairly confident. Having already claimed the top spot in the Donglin military district, how could he fail to join the national competition? But upon arrival, he discovered that selection was indeed challenging, even for the top scorer. Top-tier martial mansions never lacked geniuses. Talent was merely the entry ticket. Kyoto Yi family. Within the Grand Hall. Zhen have you decided which martial mansion you'll go to? Yi Yuntian asked with a smile, glancing at Yi Zhen. The summoned young lady had delicate brows and clear eyes, her complexion like jade, exuding a pure and transparent aura. Hearing Yi Yuntian's question, she smiled and said, "Father, don't you know me yet? Naturally, wherever Brother Junsu goes, that's where I'll be." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuntian was not surprised. Instead, he shook his head with a smile, his eyes full of indulgence. "You? Huh? Can't you have your own thoughts? Why do you always follow that boy?" Yijin pouted in response. "I just want to follow Brother Junsu. I don't care either way. Wherever Brother Junsu goes, that's where I'll go." Upon hearing Yijin's words, Yi Yuntian felt a deep sense of helplessness. The little darling he had nurtured for so many years was now so vulnerable, and he feared that in the end, Junsu might betray her without anyone realizing it. Yet he was not truly worried, for Su'er had grown up under his watchful eye since childhood, and their bond was that of childhood sweethearts. Entrusting Zhen to him gave Yi Yuntian a measure of peace. Still, a faint ache lingered in his heart. Sigh. At this moment, in the Yu family residence in the capital, Yu Yuanjin gazed helplessly at the young man before him, clutching his forehead as he spoke. "Qingyang, there's truly no need for this." The youth wore a stubborn expression, his tone resolute as he declared, "Wherever Sister Zhen'er goes, I shall follow." Hearing Yu Qingyang's words, Yu Yuanjin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. This is sheer torment. It's utter torment. The son is like this, and now the grandson too? I just can't fathom it. Is that Yi family girl really that special? Yu Yuanjin continued his earnest counsel. "Qingyang, heed your grandfather's advice. You cannot hold on to that girl. Her heart is simply not with you." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Qingyang furrowed his brow. Yu Yuanjin, seeing this, inwardly rejoiced. "Qingyang, have you come to understand?" But he nearly blushed on the spot when Yu Qingyang responded, "Grandfather, how can you speak of Zhen'er like that? Even if she does not love me now, what of it? I am sincere in my feelings for her, and I believe that if I treat her well enough, she will eventually come to love me." Yu Yuanjin felt utterly exhausted in spirit. Why indeed? He could not comprehend it. Yu Qingyang frowned and pressed on. "Grandfather, please do not speak of such things again. I will never give up on Zhen'er." Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's temper flared. He yelled at Yu Qingyang, "That Yi family girl is betrothed to that Jun family boy. You tell me you still intend to pursue her. What exactly are you thinking?" Panting heavily, Yu Yuanjin's eyes, bright and round like copper bells, fixed intently on Yu Qingyang. Despite Yu Yuanjin's fury, Yu Qingyang remained expressionless, as if accustomed to such outbursts. Calmly he replied, "So what?" Yu Yuanjin's anger surged at Yu Qingyang's words. If it weren't for the fact that he was his grandson, he would have wished to strike him down with a single blow. The rage within him was overwhelming. Sometimes he wanted to split open Yu Qingyang's head to see what on earth was going on inside. Was that Yi family girl truly so important in his eyes? Meanwhile, outside the door, Yu Qingyang's father trembled as he listened to the furious shouting echoing from the hall. His heart quivered. "My son, please do not push your grandfather further. In the end, it will be your old man who suffers." Yu Xiaotian listened to his father's enraged shouts from within the hall, feeling utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. What a torment! How could he have such a son? Was this not a pure betrayal of a father's love? Did his father think he was made of gold, impervious to pain? Recalling every time Qingyang had provoked their father's wrath, and how the father vented his anger on him instead, Yu Xiaotian remembered how things had been with Yu Xiaojiang in the past. He never expected his own son to behave the same way. What did it have to do with him? Could he be blamed for this? When he once asked his father why he was beaten because of Yu Qingyang, his father replied, "A child untrained is the father's fault." Hearing this, Yu Xiaotian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't it Yu Qingyang whom he insisted on guiding? How could this be his responsibility? And he truly wished to ask, what about Yu Xiaojiang? Surely it cannot be a child untrained is the brother's fault? Listening to the increasing volume of his father's shouts from the hall, Yu Xiaotian's heart grew heavier. Inside the hall, Yu Yuanjin glared at Yu Qingyang's obstinate demeanor, his anger simmering. It felt like punching cotton. So unsatisfying. No matter what he said, the boy clung stubbornly to that Yi family girl, and Yu Yuanjin's heart was weary beyond measure. Thinking this, Yu Yuanjin's frustration mounted. How on earth had Yu Xiaotian raised his son to be like this? Thus, that evening at the Yu residence several days later, Zhang Hen held in his hand the acceptance letter from the Qilin Marshal Mansion. The document was an ancient, dark teal color, its edges delicately embossed with fine crimson gold cloud patterns, solemn yet understated. At the center was a gilded bas-relief of a Qilin, its head held high as it trod upon clouds. Its horns were sharp, its eyes piercing, Running a fingertip over the textured surface, one could distinctly feel the raised patterns as if the creature might leap off the page at any moment. Beneath the Qilin were 4 bold characters carved as if with a blade. Qilin Marshall Mansion. The signature seal, a large crimson stamp, was affixed at the bottom right. The cinnabar ink seemed almost alive, glimmering faintly with golden light under the sun, exuding an aura of unassailable martial authority. The letter was modest in size, but holding it in hand was akin to stepping into a realm coveted by countless cultivators. Though Zhang Hen had long anticipated the outcome, upon receiving the acceptance letter, genuine joy welled up from within. According to the letter, freshmen at Qilin Marshall Mansion would commence their studies in 1 month, somewhat earlier than usual. This meant Zhang Hen had a month of freedom before entering the mansion. He wished to spend more time with his parents, for once admitted, such moments would be scarce. After all, the Qilin Marshall Mansion was not located in the Donglin Military District but in the Beichuan Military District, and he would likely only return during extended holidays. As for which academy Zhang Hen would be assigned to, frankly, he was not surprised. The Elemental Academy, specializing in spatial arts. Enclosed with the acceptance letter was a detailed introduction to the Qilin Marshall Mansion, designed to help students better understand the institution. Beyond the basic information accessible online, this brochure was evidently more comprehensive and richer in detail. What surprised Zhang Hen further was the existence of the treasure pavilion and the trading hall within the mansion. He had not expected their influence to be so extensive as to permeate even the Marshall Mansion itself. Clutching the acceptance letter firmly, Zhang Hen's gaze shone with determination. 1 month from now, the Qilin Marshall Mansion. Truly something to look forward to. In Jiangling City, the Su family. Mu Shui, you say that within the secret realm, that scoundrel Long Yu attempted to take advantage of you? Su Yuntian's fury erupted instantly as he slammed his hand upon the table. That Long Yu, that Long family. How dare they lay a hand on my granddaughter, Su Yuntian? Such audacity! Nearby, Su Hanfeng ground his teeth in anger. This was his precious daughter, always protected from the slightest harm, yet the Long family had the gall to assault Mu Shui. Did they think the Su family was made of mud? Su Yuntian narrowed his eyes. It seems our Su family has been too quiet lately. Anyone dares to trample upon us now. It is time for this old man to pay the Long family a proper visit. He had never imagined that Long Yu and the Long family would harbor such intentions toward Mu Shui. At the time, he had thought Long Yu was gentle and humble. Now, looking back, he realized he had been blind, an old fool. Hearing Su Yuntian's words, Su Hanfeng suppressed his rage and respectfully cupped his hands toward his father. Father, I will accompany you. The Long family dares to treat Mu Shui thus. I will make them pay the price. The surrounding elders were equally outraged. Family head, we shall come as well. This is the Su family's eldest princess. That Long family scoundrel's attempt at forceful defilement shows utter disrespect for the Su family. Hearing the elders voice their support, Su Mu Shui pressed her lips together softly, a warm feeling blossoming in her heart. A mist clouded her eyes as the past grievances surged forth. Su Yuntian and the elders, seeing her expression, grew even more incensed. Long family, you truly deserve death. Su Hanfeng, seeing Mu Shui's pained demeanor, spoke tenderly, Mu Shui, do not grieve. Father will surely seek justice for you. Witnessing Mu Shui in such a state, Su Hanfeng's fury surged to its zenith. Ever since Mu Shui's mother passed away, the once lively and charming girl had grown cold and withdrawn, reluctant to engage with others. He understood all too well the profound blow her mother's death had dealt her. Seeing Mu Shui like this pierced Su Hanfeng's heart as if stabbed by 1,000 knives. Clenching his fists tightly and grinding his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead as he cursed the Long family in his mind. Had it not been for that boy named Zhang Hen who saved Mu Shui, he dared not imagine what fate would have befallen her in the end. A wave of fear swept through his heart, yet he also felt a flicker of gratitude toward Zhang Hen. However, when recalling the inexplicable smile that graced Mu Shui's face at the mention of Zhang Hen, his heart bled with sorrow. He knew full well why this was so. His feelings toward Zhang Hen were tinged with a subtle resentment. Yet he had nothing to say. After all, the boy had saved Mu Shui. Su Yuntian regarded Su Mu Shui with a gentle smile and spoke softly. Xiao Shui, rest assured, the Long family and your grandfather will surely make them pay the price. Upon hearing Su Yuntian's words, tears streaming down her face, Su Mu Shui nodded faintly. Seeing Mu Shui thus, Su Yuntian's heart ached deeply. Suddenly, an idea dawned on him, and he smiled as he said, Xiao Shui, when will you bring that little fellow who saved you to our Su family? Since he saved you, we must properly express our gratitude. Upon hearing Su Yuntian, Su Mu Shui blushed, pondering silently, bringing Jiang Hen to the Su family? What does grandfather mean by that? Her demeanor made Su Yuntian smile even more heartily, while Su Hanfeng's mood grew sour, as if the cherished cabbage he had nurtured for years had been stolen away. To speak frankly, which father would not feel momentarily uneasy upon learning his daughter had found someone she cared for? Of course, such feelings were only fleeting. Ultimately, he would sincerely wish for his daughter's happiness. Yet, in that instant, an inexplicable ache always arose. Su Yuntian, however, harbored a different perspective. Xiao Shui's temperament was sensitive, and she disliked interacting with others, having not a single friend by her side. He had observed all this and felt a pang of sympathy for her. When mentioning the boy who saved her, Xiao Shui's evident happiness and slight shyness betrayed her feelings. As an elder, Su Yuntian knew that his granddaughter had taken a liking to that boy. Hence, he hoped she would bring him to the Su household so that he might have a good look. Biting her lip, Mu Shui lowered her gaze, ears flushed crimson, and said softly, "I'll ask him when the time comes, but I'm not sure if he'll come." Upon hearing her words, Su Hanfeng gritted his teeth. That boy, damn him, though it was said in jest. Su Yuntian was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. Very well, you ask him. Just tell him that our Su family wishes to sincerely thank him for saving your life. Su Mu Shui gently nodded, a flicker of hope kindling within her heart. Su Yuntian smiled and nodded in approval before rising. His demeanor shifted instantly. The smile vanished, replaced by a cold, grim expression. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Next, we should pay a visit to the Long family. Some of you shall remain here. The rest, follow me." As his words fell, the surrounding air grew thick and tense. The elder assembly's gazes hardened in unison. Voices unified in a solemn chorus. Yes, family head. At the Long family estate, Long Patian sat loftily in the main seat, one hand tapping the armrest, the other propping his chin, eyes fixed on Long Yu. The entire hall was engulfed in silence. The elders dare not utter a sound. Long Jintian and Long Xiaotian sat unobtrusively at the side of the dais. You mean to say that in this martial examination, not only did that Feng family girl and that commoner survive, but they even ranked within the top 5, with one achieving the title of champion. Even that Tangzheng fellow slipped past you, is that what you're implying? Xiaoyu? Long Patian's voice was sharp. Long Yu swallowed hard, lowering his head, unwilling to meet Long Patian's gaze. Yet fearing the consequences of disobedience, he forced himself to look up and hurriedly replied, "But I discovered something in the secret realm." Hearing this, Long Patian raised his tiger-like eyes, suppressing the impulse to strike, and nonchalantly asked, "Oh, do tell." Long Yu trembled slightly before stammering. "I found that after Tangzheng emerged from the secret realm, not only had his appearance changed drastically, but his cultivation had also broken through to the martial master realm. I'm certain he gained some kind of opportunity within the secret realm." Long Patian's interest was piqued. A sudden transformation in appearance and a leap in strength? Intriguing. Long Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. Long Patian stroked his chin, a faint smile curling at his lips. Ordinary people might not comprehend the significance, but he certainly did. Interesting. The offspring of a soul beast, perhaps? Recently, our sect has been conducting an experiment. This material might just be what we need. Unexpected indeed. I never imagined Tangzheng to be the progeny of a soul beast. It seems he awakened this ability naturally within the secret realm. Quite the stroke of fortune. Turning his gaze back to Long Yu with a half-smile, Long Patian inquired, "I don't blame you for the Tangzheng matter, but what about Su Mu Shui? What's her story?" She was given a shielding crystal and triggered a beast tide within the secret realm, causing many casualties among the examinees. Though these losses are insignificant, the true geniuses thrived amidst the chaos. At Long Patian's words, cold sweat broke out on Long Yu's back. He stammered, before he could finish. A furious roar interrupted him. "Long Patian, you and your grandson, get out here this instant." Long Patian's expression darkened immediately. He knew well that his beloved grandson's failure was not due to lack of finding someone in the secret realm, but because he had botched the task. Casting a cold glance at Long Yu, he scorned inwardly, useless, good for nothing. That single glance chilled Long Yu to the bone. It's over. The surrounding elders exchanged uneasy glances, unaware of why the Su family had sent envoys to their doorstep. Indeed, it was Su Yuntian, accompanied by Su Hanfeng and the Su family elders, who now stood at the gates of the Long estate, shouting into the compound. The gates swung open, and Long Patian, flanked by the Long family elders, emerged calmly. Facing the imposing Su Yuntian and his retinue, he inquired, "Brother Su, I did not expect you to come from afar. What brings you here with such a grand entourage?" Su Yuntian sneered bitterly. What brings me here? Long Patian, don't feign ignorance. If you truly don't know, perhaps you should ask your precious grandson what monstrous deeds he committed in the secret realm. I refuse to believe he kept it from you. Long Patian's anger simmered beneath his composed exterior. This matter was proving complicated. And once again, he cursed Long Yu silently. What a useless wretch. Feigning calm, Long Patian asked Brother Su, what exactly are you implying? What does this have to do with Xiao Yu? Su Yuntian laughed bitterly through his fury, realization dawning. This old fox was playing dumb. Such matters could not be spoken of openly. It would sully Xiao Shui's reputation, and who knew how the rumors would spread. Very well, if that's how it is, don't blame me for losing my mind, Su Yuntian declared, his gaze sharpening. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Long Patian felt a chill. He intended to ease the tension, but Su Yuntian summoned his martial soul and launched an attack. His divine skill slicing through the air, the myriad swords cleaving the void. A surge of frigid energy erupted, transforming into countless ice swords that rained down upon the Long family estate. Incensed, Long Patian's body ignited in a fiery domain of crimson gold flames as he roared. How dare you! His domain blazed fiercely, the dragon fire domain, burning heaven prison. Above the Long family, a sea of crimson flames surged, while the sky was filled with dense ice swords descending relentlessly, shrouded by thick white mist. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yuntian wasted no time and struck again, his brows knitting tightly as he unleashed his divine art, the ice prison sword realm. Centered upon himself, countless shards of piercing cold surged forth, colliding fiercely against the vast sea of crimson golden flames. Long Patian gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Is he really worth all this fuss just because he is a junior? If it weren't for the sect's regulations, I would have unleashed my full cultivation long ago. How could I let a mere martial emperor prance and flaunt himself before me? The anger simmering in his heart toward Long Yu grew ever stronger. What a useless burden. Good for nothing but causing trouble. Even if Long Yu were his grandson, in his eyes, profit was the ultimate law. With a ferocious grimace, Long Patian bellowed at Su Yuntian, old man, what exactly are you trying to do? Hearing Long Patian's words, Su Yuntian laughed coldly. What am I trying to do? I want to see the Long family utterly vanish from Zhongling City. Do you think the Su family is made of clay? Su Yuntian ignored Long Patian's retort and instead turned to the elders behind him, signaling them to take action. At his command, Su Hanfeng and the accompanying elders swiftly unleashed their divine arts, and in an instant, the entrance of the Long estate was thrown into utter chaos. Divine art. Frost condensed into sword. Divine art. Icebound slash. They had long since reached their limit. If their patriarch had not yet issued orders, they would have unleashed their powers directly upon the Long mansion without hesitation. Long Patian's eyes blazed with fury as he witnessed the devastation before him, his entire being consumed by rage. How dare you? He roared at the Long family elders behind him. You fools, why are you standing there like statues? Shield me at once. Seeing the Long family elders frozen like wooden figures, Long Patian's anger flared anew. Startled by his command, the Long elders trembled and hastily invoked their divine arts. Divine art. Dragon flame scorching heaven. Divine art. Flaming dragon boundary-breaking fist. A fierce battle of ice and fire divine arts erupted at the gate of the Long estate, the tumult shaking the very foundations of Zhongling City. Onlookers from a distance could not help but murmur in astonishment. Goodness gracious, the Long and Su families are fighting? Judging by this intensity, it looks serious, one observer remarked as he gazed toward the estate's entrance. Who knows? But the atmosphere of Zhongling City is about to change drastically. First, the emergence of the 4 heavenly talents, and now 2 powerful clans clashing violently. Chaos looms. Another replied. Why bother with all that? It doesn't concern us ordinary folk. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. A third person waved dismissively. Exactly. People tend to worry about things that reflect their own nature. Worrying over matters unrelated to us only leads to endless mental exhaustion. The first speaker agreed, and the crowd nodded in consensus, turning their attention back to the spectacle. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Long estate, Long Patian's dragon-like eyes locked fiercely onto Su Yuntian, his anger restrained but palpable. Su Yuntian, I advise you to cease this madness before you dig your own grave. Unfazed by Long Patian's threat, Su Yuntian dismissed it with disdain. A mere martial king, how could he possibly contend with a martial emperor like me? As the two stood locked in stalemate, the leaders of the other 2 prominent clans of Zhongling City, Xiao Zhanji of the Xiao family and Feng Yanqing of the Feng family, arrived at the Long estate's entrance. Xiao Zhanji observed the scene with curiosity, unable to fathom why the two had come to blows. Still, he thought to himself, good, let them fight harder, breaking limbs, even lives lost would be better. Though Feng Yanqing's face remained impassive, inwardly he was elated. The Feng family had long been at odds with the Long family, and now seeing them embroiled in a fierce battle with the Su family was simply marvelous. Long Patian's expression darkened further upon seeing the newcomers. What are these two old men here for? He muttered. As for Su Yuntian, he paid them no mind, regardless of who came. However, he hoped no one would block his path. Otherwise, he would fight them all to avenge his dear Xiaoxue. The thought of his quiet and sensitive granddaughter, whose purity had nearly been tainted by a villain, reignited the fury burning within him tenfold. Long Patian, I will make your family pay the price, Su Yuntian hissed through clenched teeth, eyes fixed unflinchingly on Long Patian. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Yuntian immediately unleashed his most powerful divine art. Spiritual energy surged wildly around him without the slightest restraint. The ambient spiritual energy in the world seemed to vanish abruptly as a fierce wind howled. A terrifying pressure descended like a crushing weight, causing even distant cultivators to tremble involuntarily, their breaths caught in their throats. An imposing and solemn voice echoed through the heavens. Divine art. Cold abyss annihilation finger. Su Yuntian raised his right hand gently, extending a single finger forward. The void seemed to split open into a bottomless frozen abyss, and wherever the chill passed, even souls appeared to shatter into fragments. Xiao Zhanji and Feng Yanqing stared in amazement. They're really going all out. Yet their excitement swiftly returned. Fight! Fight harder! Though outwardly the four great clans of Jiangling City appeared peaceful, their true rivalries were buried deep beneath the surface. Long Patian, witnessing Su Yuntian unleash his ultimate divine art, could no longer contain himself. Damn it! Don't blame me then, he growled, unwilling to reveal his true power until now. His entire aura shifted dramatically, and a terrifying pressure descended upon all of Jiangling City. What is this? Someone frowned, struggling to speak. I can't even move. Another whispered. The Long family elders nearest Long Patian were forced to the ground one by one, utterly powerless. As for the divine arts exchanged between the Long and Su elders, they vanished instantaneously. The Long elders groaned in confusion. Patriarch, we are your people. Pinned helplessly before the crowd, they felt humiliated and regretted their decision to come out. Why did we even show up? Such disgrace. Yet, had they stayed hidden, their suffering would have been far worse. Su Yuntian's brow furrowed as he sensed Long Patian's aura. It was unmistakably that of a martial sovereign. This old man was a full realm above him. Beside him, Xiao Zhanji and Feng Yanqing were equally stunned. How can this old man be a martial sovereign? Impossible. They themselves were only martial kings, and their family patriarchs merely martial emperors. Seeing their shocked expressions, Long Patian felt a surge of satisfaction. This is exhilarating, he thought. As for the Long elders crushed beneath him, he paid no heed. They were nothing but worthless trash. When Su Yuntian's cold abyss annihilation finger lunged directly at him, a faint sneer curled Long Patian's lips. Divine art. Flaming dragon immortal body. A burst of crimson golden spiritual energy exploded from Long Patian. Dragon energy blazing like the sun, scorching the heavens and earth. The frigid finger that could freeze divine arts melted instantly upon contact with the radiant energy, disintegrating into nothingness. Seeing his ultimate divine art effortlessly countered, Su Yuntian's face darkened with realization. He was no match for the Long family. Xiao Zhanji and Feng Yanqing's expressions also turned grim, their moods souring instantly. Damn it! How is the Long family patriarch a martial sovereign? We just don't understand. They all belong to the same era. Although this fellow truly possessed remarkable talent back then, it was not so extraordinary, certainly not comparable to Su Yuntian's. Yet, this man had silently broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Long Patian's gaze twisted sharply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Now it was his turn. The fact that he had exposed his cultivation was a grave mistake. He had already violated the sect's regulations. Once one's cultivation is revealed, it naturally becomes recorded by the higher-ups, who then adjust their strategies accordingly, potentially disrupting the sect's future plans. Though he risked punishment from the sect, he could no longer endure so much. If he continued to hold back, his entire clan would be wiped out by that old man. How could he possibly tolerate that? Divine power, true form of the flame dragon. Long Patian's entire body surged with crimson golden spiritual energy, transforming into 100 Zhonglong crimson dragon. Its scaled armor was as hard as steel, its claws capable of shattering mountains, and its physique and fiery power swelled tremendously. His dragon claw swung fiercely, aiming straight at Su Yuntian. "Old man, die!" Su Yuntian stared at the enormous crimson golden fiery claw hurtling toward him. Though surprised, he felt hardly any panic. So what if he was a martial sovereign? If he dared to bully his granddaughter? Then even if he had to suppress the clan's treasured artifact, he would tear a piece of flesh from this vicious dragon. Su Yuntian's hand moved over the ink-colored ring on his finger, summoning a sword carved entirely from millennia-old profound ice. The sword's spine faintly shimmered with pale blue starry patterns, exuding an intense chill that condensed into a pinpoint of extreme cold at its tip. An 8th-tier treasured artifact, the profound frost star-shattering sword. Infusing the residual spiritual energy, he swung the sword to slash at the crimson dragon claw. The treasured artifact's divine power, profound frost starfall, exploded forth. The blade suddenly emitted a dazzling ice-blue starlight, and countless fragments of profound frost materialized from the void, descending with the sword's arc. The sword cut through the sky like a meteor, shattering frost stars cascading like the Milky Way, forcibly striking the earth-shattering crimson dragon claw. Ice and dragon claw collided with a thunderous crash, the grating sound of shattering scales exploding. The dragon's scales, as hard as divine iron, were frozen layer upon layer by the star frost. The crimson dragon's enormous vertical pupil fixed unblinkingly on Su Yuntian, and it spoke in a human voice. "Su Yuntian, I never expected you to bring out your clan's treasured artifact. But let us see how many times you can wield it." Hearing the dragon's words, Su Yuntian panted heavily, his gaze locked on the crimson dragon with a cold sneer. "Then let us see who lasts until the end." Upon hearing this, Long Patian cursed inwardly. This madman, was he truly reckless enough to risk his life for a junior? He simply could not understand why the old man would fight him to such an extent over a mere junior. It was utterly baffling. Thinking of Long Patian's anger grew. He was truly a useless and troublesome presence. If only he had succeeded, none of these troubles would have arisen. Long Patian no longer wished to waste time with the old man. Just as he prepared to unleash his most powerful killing move, he suddenly sensed something and reverted to his human form. Frowning deeply, Long Patian looked into the eerily silent air and said in a deep voice, "Who among you has come? Why not show yourself?" Upon hearing Long Patian's words, Su Yuntian furrowed his brow. Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing also wore expressions of bewilderment. There was no one visible at all. Yet, to be honest, they were all inclined to assist Su Yuntian. There was no choice. After all, Long Patian had already broken through to the martial sovereign realm. If Su Yuntian were to be killed by him, their downfall would be imminent. At that point, the entire Jiangling city would belong solely to the Long clan. Therefore, Su Yuntian must not perish. With the help of their clan's treasured artifacts, the three families could barely maintain some semblance of balance. Meanwhile, cloaked in a purple mantle and concealed in the shadows, Yu Ling observed the scene below with icy detachment. Commissioned by Elder Zhao, she had ventured into the Tianyun mountain range's secret realm to conduct reconnaissance. As a space-type martial sovereign just one step shy of martial saint, she lacked the ability to forcibly breach the secret realm but could detect residual spatial energy within the shielding crystals. This allowed her to pinpoint where the shielding crystals had been used. As soon as the martial examination ended, she entered the Tianyun mountain range secret realm and indeed discovered residual spatial energy from the shielding crystals at a certain location. Just as she intended to return and report, Elder Zhao sent word ordering her to visit Jiangling City. Honestly, when she received the task, she did not fully comprehend Elder Zhao's intentions. But now, she understood Elder Zhao's wisdom. There was indeed something suspicious here. It must be known that once one attains the martial sovereign realm, reporting is mandatory. Yet, in her memory, there was no martial sovereign of the flame dragon lineage. Hearing Long Patian's inquiry, Yu Ling was unsurprised that he had discovered her. After so much time, he could only detect someone at the early to mid-stage martial sovereign level. No longer concealing herself, Yu Ling revealed her form. Draped in a dark purple cloak that accentuated her slender figure, she floated in midair. Her aura was cold and proud, her purple eyes calmly fixed on Long Patian below, her expression unreadable, utterly dismissive. Long Patian sensed her disdain, which filled him with both irritation and apprehension. For her to have remained hidden in the air for so long before being discovered, her strength must surpass his own. He could not fathom how a martial sovereign-level powerhouse had suddenly appeared here. He wished to detain her but was utterly incapable, nor did he understand her purpose. Was she here to rescue Su Yuntian, or did she harbor other intentions? These unknowns caused Long Patian to frown deeply, wary of making rash moves. He had no clue what her true objective was. Yu Ling remained expressionless, staring at Long Patian coldly. You have reached the martial sovereign realm. Why have you not reported it? At her words, Long Patian felt a slight relief and smiled as he looked toward Yu Ling. Esteemed lady, I have only just stepped into the martial sovereign realm and have not yet had the chance to report. With that, he released a cultivation aura indicative of the first stage of the martial sovereign realm, confirming he had indeed just broken through. Hovering silently, Yu Ling seemed convinced but continued. Combat between powerful individuals is forbidden within the city. Are you unaware of this? Her cold gaze swept over Long Patian and Su Yuntian. Su Yuntian's heart tightened. He remained silent, choosing not to respond. Yu Ling glanced once at everyone present before vanishing without a trace. She could hardly be bothered with them, leaving only one phrase echoing in their ears. This time I will let it pass, but if there is a next time, there will be no mercy. And in Long Patian's ear came an additional warning. As for you, report immediately, or you will be treated as a traitor. Clenching his fists, Long Patian cursed inwardly. Damn it, couldn't you have appeared sooner? Now that my cultivation has been exposed, and that old man Su Yuntian remains unharmed, I will face punishment from the sect elders. This is such a loss. His anger burned hot within him, his irritation palpable. Yet, Yu Ling had never intended to reveal herself. Had Long Patian not discovered her in the end, she would have remained hidden. And as for his claim of just breaking into the martial sovereign realm, did he take her for a fool? Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Su Yuntian exhaled in relief. Honestly, he was uncertain how he would fare against Long Patian next, but he was resolute not to cower. Death was not an option, although severe injury was inevitable. Thinking of this, Su Yuntian felt a surge of gratitude toward the woman in the purple cloak. Long Patian turned his head toward Su Yuntian. His face darkened. Su Yuntian, count yourself fortunate. Without another word, he turned and strode back to his residence, completely disregarding the Long clan elders lying prostrate behind him. The Long clan elders smiled bitterly to themselves. Though their clan leader was immensely powerful, why did they find no joy in this? Su Hanfeng watched Long Patian and the others return to the mansion, then turned towards Su Yuntian. Father, shall we return now? Upon hearing Su Hanfeng's words, Su Yuntian nodded and gestured to the Su clan elders behind him. Return to the mansion. Xiao Zhanga and Feng Yenqing exchanged glances, both wearing grim expressions, then departed. This turn of events had caught them utterly off guard. They had never imagined that old fellow Long Patian would have broken through to the martial sovereign realm. They needed to make preparations without delay. Long family, within the main hall. As soon as Long Patian returned to the hall, he kicked the table over with a single blow. Damn it! Bring Long Yu to me immediately. He commanded the elders behind him without hesitation. The elder nodded silently, a pang of sympathy stirring in his heart for Long Yu. Poor child. At this moment, Long Jintian and Long Xiaotian both kept their heads bowed, not daring to look up at their father. They all understood that presently was the fiercest moment of Long Patian's wrath. To speak up now would be courting disaster. Soon, Long Yu followed behind the elder into the hall, trembling inside. He knew he had committed a grave offense. With his grandfather's methods, a chill ran through his heart. Upon entering the hall, he immediately knelt down, bowing his head low in submission. Long Patian's eyes gleamed coldly as he stared at Long Yu. He truly wished to dispose of this useless grandson, but blood ties restrained him. Releasing his overwhelming aura, Long Patian pressed it down upon Long Yu, rendering him utterly immobile. With a resounding thud, Long Yu's head was forced tightly to the ground, the earth beneath cracking and bleeding profusely from their intimate contact. The Long family elders nearby, as well as Long Xiaotian and Long Jintian, shuddered inwardly at Long Yu's miserable plight, a trace of sympathy stirring for the young man, yet none dared to speak on his behalf. After all, one must love oneself before loving others. Long Yu's entire body ached. Pinned mercilessly to the floor by Long Patian's oppressive aura, he dared not utter a word. He knew that any objection would only lead to a fate far worse than this. He blamed Zhang Hen and Tang Shan. At this moment, his hatred for those two surged to its zenith. Why did he not resent Long Patian? Ridiculous, would he dare? No matter how dissatisfied he felt, he dared not contradict him, still forced to wear a smiling face. In the Long family, strength and interest were the sole laws. Long Yu closed his eyes in agony, blood trickling endlessly from his mouth, his fiery red hair disheveled and wild. Meanwhile, Su Yuntian returned to the Su family estate, accompanied by Su Hanfeng and the elders. His face was somber. Although their visit to the Long family had not exacted a price from Long Patian or Long Yu, it had yielded vital information. Long Patian had already ascended to the martial sovereign realm. By all accounts, the Long family's strength was indisputably the greatest, and their concealment the most profound. Heaven only knew what else they were hiding. This matter required careful deliberation, and when the time came, they would need to ally with the other two great families. For now, talk of the four great families was irrelevant. The Long family's power had already surpassed any of the other three. Su Muxue entered the hall, and upon seeing Su Yuntian's expression, she breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she had also noticed the Long family's situation, the terrifying aura, and her heart was filled with concern for her grandfather and father. After all, they had ventured to the Long family on her behalf, seeking justice for her. Su Yuntian's face brightened immediately upon seeing Su Muxue, and he smiled warmly. Xiaoxue, what are you doing here? Hearing these words, tears welled in Su Muxue's eyes as she rushed into her grandfather's arms. Grandpa! Su Yuntian embraced her quickly, chuckling softly. Oh dear, what is the matter? Xiaoxue, don't cry now, you'll spoil your looks. Grandpa will make sure justice is served. At his reassurance, Su Muxue's tears flowed freely like a spring. Su Hanfeng, witnessing this, felt a pang of pity and an even deeper hatred for Long Yu. Sooner or later, he vowed that wretched boy would pay the price. Su Muxue pressed her lips together, saying nothing, yet a profound warmth filled her heart. She thought, perhaps this was the true meaning of family. The elders around, seeing Su Muxue in such distress, also felt their hearts ache deeply. At home, Jiang Hen sensed an inexplicable, formidable aura pressing down upon him. His shoulders sagged, and he furrowed his brows. Who could it be? Seeing his parents and sister also troubled, Jiang Hen's face darkened. Clenching his fists tightly, he exhaled deeply, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His desire to become strong stemmed solely from the wish to protect his family, to ensure they would no longer suffer harm. He cared nothing for longevity or power. All he wanted was to live well with his loved ones in this chaotic world. Now, seeing his family distressed while he was powerless to help, his yearning for strength soared to new heights. Jiang's father and mother frowned deeply, while Jiang Ling curled up in their arms, trembling. This was the pressure of a mighty presence. Perhaps unintentional, but even from such a distance, its impact was immense. Jiang Hen gritted his teeth, wanting to release his own aura to ease the burden on his parents and Ling but an instinctive force restrained him. Suppressing his frustration, Jiang Hen thought, whether intentional or not, seeing my family like this pains me deeply. Having just claimed the top rank in the Eastern Forest Military District's martial examination, he had been somewhat elated, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. He was indeed a genius, but only a genius who had grown strong could earn the respect of others. True strength never regarded talent. There was only strong and weak. Weakness was original sin, unworthy of any respect or consideration. Jiang Hen clenched his teeth, realizing that in the eyes of others, he was still an insignificant ant, utterly disregarded, unable even to protect his own family. What kind of genius was he? A fool, perhaps. The pride born from entering the Qilin martial mansion shattered in an instant. This was only the beginning, the road ahead was long. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Jiang's parents and Ling finally exhaled deeply, while Jiang Hen had received a harsh lesson. Recovering from the pressure, his eyes cleared. Before becoming strong, there was nothing worthy of pride. Throughout Jiangling City, the populace gradually recovered from the oppressive aura. Faces turned toward one another, bewildered. None truly understood what had transpired. A sudden, inexplicable pressure had pinned them down, rendering them immobile and unable to summon their martial spirits. That helplessness was truly agonizing. Instantly, the entire Jiangling city buzzed with talk of the recent oppressive aura. One man, just regaining his composure, frowned. Has another powerful figure arrived in Jiangling City? Damn it! Whoever it is, do they think being strong makes them all that? Shu, don't curse. What if they're still here? You'd be finished. Another hurriedly cautioned. You can curse all you want, but don't drag us into it. Hearing this, the first man quickly shut his mouth. He might curse, but he was no fool. He still wanted to live. I heard it came from the Long family. The Su family patriarch led people to confront them at their doorstep, and a conflict broke out. Two sides clashed fiercely. The scene was earth-shattering, heaven weeping, and ghosts mourning. In the end, a mysterious powerful stranger appeared and put an end to it all. Yeah, that's what I heard too. But I still don't understand why the Su and Long families would come into conflict. Who knows? That's not something we common folk should concern ourselves with. We should focus on ourselves, whether we can survive the next beast tide. Upon hearing these words, the assembly sighed deeply. Indeed, for ordinary people like them, the paramount concern was survival itself. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhanghe sat prominently in the chief seat, while Xiao Zhenghe occupied the position to his left. Furrowing his brow, he glanced toward Xiao Zhanghe and inquired, "Father, has Long Potion, the patriarch of the Long clan, truly broken through to the martial sovereign realm?" Xiao Zhanghe's face darkened. This was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. There could be no deception. He had not anticipated that the old man had concealed his strength so thoroughly, deceiving everyone. Xiao Zhanghe understood clearly that from the moment Long Potion's cultivation was revealed, the situation in Jiangling City would undergo a significant upheaval. Their foremost concern was how to survive amidst such turmoil. The other elders of the Xiao family each voiced their opinions. Some argued that they should seek alliance with the Long family, reasoning that with Long Potion's ascension to martial sovereign, resistance was futile. However, this suggestion was immediately refuted by both Xiao Zhanghe and Xiao Zhenghe. The Long family was ravenous and treacherous. To side with them was tantamount to offering a fat morsel to a starving wolf, a death sentence. In truth, Xiao Zhanghe and Xiao Zhenghe both leaned toward cooperating with the other two prominent clans. This was a reluctant choice, but the Long family posed a threat not only to the Xiao family but also to the Su and Feng families. Xiao Zhanghe exhaled softly, a hint of vexation clouding his mind, yet he had resolved firmly to unite with the other two families to oppose the Long clan. Otherwise, the first family to be annihilated would undoubtedly be theirs. Turning to Xiao Zhenghe smiled and inquired, "How has Xiao Yu been lately? He has been in seclusion for some time, and I have not seen him." Upon hearing Xiao Zhanghe's words, Xiao Zhenghe smiled in response. Xiao Yu's martial examination has concluded with a fairly decent ranking, just over 900th place. He will definitely be admitted to a top-tier martial academy. Recently, he has been staying in his dormitory. I am not sure what he has been up to. Nodding with a smile, Xiao Zhanghe remarked, "Entering a top-tier martial academy is commendable. He has not brought shame upon the Xiao family." At this moment, in Xiao Qinyu's chamber within the Xiao residence, Xiao Qinyu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the martial examination leaderboard for the Donglin military district. Why could that worthless soul awaken the power of a waste spirit and still rank within the top 1,000, surpassing him? Holding his head, Xiao Qinyu swayed from side to side, murmuring repeatedly, "I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it." Within him burned an intense unwillingness to accept defeat. Why? He was the legitimate scion of the Xiao family, whereas Tang Zhang was but a commoner. How could he possibly be surpassed? Originally, even when learning that Tang Zhang's appearance had drastically changed, that he had obtained some extraordinary opportunity and broken through to martial master, Xiao Qinyu had remained indifferent. After all, a martial soul was merely a blade of grass. What threat could it pose? Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Zhang's ranking had ultimately eclipsed his own. Why? Xiao Qinyu possessed a terrestrial-grade martial soul, the silverback wild wolf. How could he be outdone by a simple blade of grass? Why? What right did Tang Zhang have? How could a worthless soul awakened with a useless martial spirit obtain a miraculous opportunity within the martial examination's secret realm and surpass him in the rankings? In truth, this was jealousy, but such feelings were natural. Anyone witnessing Tang Zhang's fortune would be envious. Recalling the previous wager with Tang Zhang, Xiao Qinyu clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as the memory of their conversation flushed his face with embarrassment. Although Xiao Qinyu's martial examination ranking was also in the 900th range, sufficient to enter a top-tier martial academy, his heart could not find joy. As for Jiang Hen and the others who had claimed the top 5 spots, even the champion, he felt envy but remained composed, for he knew his own abilities were inferior to theirs. But Tang Zhang, his rival and love rival, who had awakened a useless martial spirit and yet surpassed him, that was utterly intolerable. Now, Xiao Qinyu only hoped that Tang Zhang would not become arrogant upon entering the academy. He no longer cared about him. In the grand hall of the Feng family, an elder trembled as he asked, "Clan leader, is what you say true? Long Potion has truly broken through to the martial sovereign realm?" They had previously sensed the oppressive aura of 2 martial sovereign experts and assumed that members of the top 10 martial academies had arrived again. Unexpectedly, besides a mysterious man in a purple robe, the other martial sovereign was Long Potion, the patriarch of the Long family. What else could be said? The sky had fallen. The Feng family had long been at odds with the Long family, a fact known throughout Jiangling City. Now that the Long family had produced a martial sovereign, who would be their first target? The answer was clear without needing to be spoken. The elders grew anxious, Yet Feng Yanqing remained expressionless as he sat in his seat. Though his heart was heavy, he maintained composure. Silence. Feng Yanqing's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. At his command, the elders quieted and turned their gaze toward Feng Yanqing at the chief seat. Surveying the assembly, Feng Yanqing solemnly declared, "I understand that everyone is alarmed by Long Potion's breakthrough to martial sovereign. That is understandable." He paused, then shifted tone, "But we must not lose our composure. Panic will solve nothing." Upon hearing this, an elder spoke up, "Clan leader, what shall we do next?" Feng Yanqing's expression grew serious. Long Potion's ascension is indeed troublesome and thorny, but it is merely a complication. Remember, the Long and Su families have already become adversaries. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We will unite with the other two great families. The Long family will not be able to contend with us. At these words, the elders suddenly realized that their focus had been solely on Long Potion, neglecting the fact that one individual alone could not overturn the combined strength of the three great families. Each family possessed its own trump cards. United, they would not be defeated by the Long clan. Gradually, a sense of calm settled among them. Throughout Jiangling City, tumultuous waves surged, and no one could predict what would transpire next. On a solitary peak composed of black iron rock, its surface scarred with claw marks and tooth impressions of ferocious beasts, stood a main hall. The pillars of the hall were intact giant elephant shin bones, and the roof was covered with scales of various fierce beasts. Above the main entrance hung a plaque bearing four ominous characters: Ancient Spirit God Temple. This lone peak was situated within the abyss of 10,000 beasts. Its outermost perimeter was shrouded in dense black miasma, lingering year-round, reducing visibility to less than 3 feet. Within the miasma lurked high-level beasts such as venomous flood dragons and shadow bats. Slightly inward lay the Scale Swamp, its surface dotted with dark green rot algae and the skeletons of ferocious beasts. Beneath the water's surface, twisted spectral roots and bloodthirsty leeches awaited. Only a few plank roads constructed from massive beast bones crossed the swamp. A single misstep meant a plunge into the abyss. This was the grand headquarters of the ancient spirit god cult. Its members were ruthless and brutal, believing that human martial souls were mere vestiges of regressed beast bloodlines, and that the bloodlines of ferocious beasts were the ultimate power. They pursued the fusion of human bodies with ferocious beast bloodlines, seeking to transcend the limitations of martial souls and attain supreme strength. At this moment, the temple was filled with individuals clad in black robes, their gazes fixed uniformly upon the tiered platforms above. At the highest tier sat a middle-aged man draped in a red robe, the cult leader, revered within as the sovereign of 10,000 beasts. Beneath him were 4 figures clad in purple robes, their faces concealed. They were the 4 great beast envoys of the cult, wielding authority second only to the leader. Below the beast envoys were the beast guards, donned in yellow robes and enjoying considerable power. Beneath the guards were the beast disciples, clad in white robes. Lastly were the beast slaves, wearing black robes and constituting the majority of the cult's followers. Generally speaking, only upon transcending to the martial sovereign realm can one be designated as a beast guard. Below that, there exists no explicit demarcation of ranks. As for beast tamers, only those of martial saint caliber are qualified to assume such roles. Regarding the sect leader, no one dares to defy him, not even the 4 great beast tamers. To this day, his cultivation level remains an enigma. Sect leader, my subordinates report that the cultivation of the flame dragon beast guard has been exposed. What shall we do next? Arrogant bull, a martial saint, scratched his head in a simple-minded manner and inquired. Do not be deceived by his appearance. Once, he single-handedly stomped the ground, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. An entire city immediately crumbled into ruins. He escaped lightly injured from a clash against 2 martial saints, astonishing the entire world. The Flame Dragon Beast Guard serves under his command. Now that his cultivation has been revealed, the sect leader's face shows a hint of disgrace. The sovereign of 10,000 beasts, masked and robed in crimson, coldly responded to arrogant bull's words. One martial sovereign cannot influence the grand affairs of our divine sect. His tone was laced with disdain, yet he abruptly shifted his words. However, the sect's regulations forbid revealing one's cultivation recently. The Flame Dragon Beast Guard has violated our divine sect's rules and must be punished. Yet, considering that the sect is currently in a phase of personnel recruitment, we shall allow him to bring his grandson into the divine sect as a test subject for the Ascension to God experiment. Upon hearing the sect leader's decree, the 4 great beast tamers beneath him collectively inhaled sharply. Although ruthless, they felt a trace of sympathy for that individual. Even they could not guarantee a 100% survival rate in the Ascension to God experiment, much less him. Moreover, the agony endured was almost unbearable by any human. To date, no one has managed to persevere, indicating a success rate of 0. Meanwhile, the beast slaves below erupted into fervent cheers, having lost all reason. After all, they were nothing more than failed fusions of ferocious beast bloodlines. At this moment, the sovereign of 10,000 beasts rose to his feet, raised his right hand, and proclaimed, "The divine sect shall never perish. The divine sect knows no bounds." Everyone below, including the 4 great beast tamers, stood in unison and echoed, "The divine sect shall never perish. The divine sect knows no bounds." Dragon Kingdom Security Department. Zhao Tianyuan sat high upon the main seat, his face expressionless as he quietly listened to Yu Ling's report. At this moment, Yu Ling had removed the hood of her cloak, revealing a cascade of violet hair shimmering like the dark night's flowing light, draping over her shoulders. Her translucent pale purple eyes seemed to have condensed the entire starry night, exuding a chilling yet subtly enchanting aura. "Old Zhao, I have located the place where the shielding crystal was employed within the spatial secret realm, but I still cannot ascertain who exactly used it." Yu Ling paused, then continued, "As for the Zhongling city you instructed me to investigate, I discovered that Long Patian, the Dragon Clan's patriarch, has long since transcended the martial sovereign realm but has not reported it. I believe there must be some ulterior motive." Hearing Yu Ling's words, Zhao Tianyuan narrowed his eyes. The primary reason he sent Yu Ling to Zhongling City was due to the uproar on the network regarding the city's 4 prodigies. He did not suspect these 4 prodigies of any wrongdoing but found the coincidence too peculiar. Zhao Tianyuan looked at Yu Ling with a smile and said, "Little Yu, thank you for your efforts. Let us leave this matter here for now. You may return and rest well. I will assign others to investigate him." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyuan's words, Yu Ling nodded slightly, then vanished from the spot. As for who would ultimately investigate Long Patian, it was no longer her concern. Chen Tianba, unable to restrain himself after Yu Ling's departure, frowned deeply and directly asked, "Old Zhao, do you think the Dragon Clan's patriarch might be connected to those lunatics in the ancient spirit sect?" The other elders, upon hearing Chen Tianba's question, also cast their gazes toward Zhao Tianyuan. They shared the same suspicion. After all, concealing one's cultivation level and not reporting it was clearly suspicious. Zhao Tianyuan calmly sipped the tea before him before responding, "I understand what you all are thinking, but since he dared to expose his cultivation, it proves he is well prepared and not afraid of our investigation." Chen Tianba, known for his fiery temper, immediately retorted, "Why bother with all this caution? Just capture him and lock him in the Soul Chain prison for a thorough interrogation." I refuse to believe he won tea talk. Most of the other elders nodded in agreement at Chen Tianba's blunt reasoning. Long Patian seemed problematic at first glance. It would be better to settle matters decisively by capturing and interrogating him thoroughly. Zhao Tianyuan neither refuted nor agreed with Chen Tianba's suggestion. Even if they captured Long Patian, what then? They had apprehended members of the ancient spirit sect before, confined them in the Soul Chain prison. Yet no meaningful information was extracted. Moreover, they did not even know if Long Patian was truly problematic or which faction he belonged to. Turning his gaze toward the elders who had yet to voice their opinions, Zhao Tianyuan fixed his eyes on one man and smiled. "Yuni, what are your thoughts on this?" The person addressed was a refined middle-aged gentleman, Lu Yuni, the head of the Huaqing martial mansion, a martial saint of the 5th tier, and holder of the martial soul Tianyuan pen. Lu Yuni remained composed upon hearing Zhao Tianyuan's inquiry. He calmly rose and clasped his hands toward Zhao Tianyuan, saying, "Old Zhao, I believe capturing Long Patian hastily will not resolve anything. It would be better to assign a few people to keep a close watch on him. Perhaps we might even gain unexpected insights." Chen Tianba instantly expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why all this dithering over capturing one person? It's better to bring him in for interrogation directly. What if he escapes? Who will bear the responsibility?" Lu Yuni smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Chen, there is no need to be so impatient. I merely shared my thoughts. The final decision rests in old Zhao's hands." Chen Tianba recognized his own impatience after Lu Yuni's gentle reminder. Zhao Tianyuan, however, remained indifferent, understanding that Chen Tianba's concerns stemmed from genuine care for the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Lu Yuni's proposal, Zhao Tianyuan nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "Yuni's suggestion aligns with mine. We shall dispatch a few people to Zhongling City to keep a close eye on Long Patian. Should he exhibit any suspicious behavior, it must be reported immediately." Regarding Long Patian, Zhao Tianyuan was not overly concerned. What truly troubled him was how many individuals like Long Petion lurked in the shadows. In recent years, although the ancient spirit sect's actions had become more restrained, the more wary he felt. He had no idea what schemes they were plotting in secret and sensed that something significant was about to unfold. As for the sovereign of 10,000 beasts of the ancient spirit sect, to be honest, Zhao Tianyuan was uncertain. Although his strength had reached the 9th tier of martial saint, making him one of the world's top openly acknowledged warriors, Zhao Tianyuan suspected that the sovereign of 10,000 beasts had very likely broken through to the martial emperor realm. Why he had remained inactive recently, Zhao Tianyuan did not know. Logically, if the sovereign had ascended to martial emperor, given the ancient spirit sect's nature, he should not have remained so quiet. No one knew where the ancient spirit sect's main headquarters was located or how many members it had. However, it was no secret that members of the ancient spirit sect fused with ferocious beast bloodlines, becoming a kind of postnatal regenerated demi-beast. Unlike innate demi-beasts, hybrids born of ferocious beasts and humans, these postnatal demi-beasts possessed extremely unstable bloodlines, prone to madness and loss of reason, transforming into strange species driven solely by ferocious beast instincts. Although the martial mansion recruited such demi-beasts every year, most were in a dormant bloodline state, appearing not much different from genuine humans. The martial mansion also possessed specialized instruments capable of detecting whether a ferocious beast bloodline was innate or postnatal, as well as identifying the specific beast lineage. Why not directly examine whether Long Petion's body contains ferocious beast blood? One might ask. Such a notion was laughable. Once one's strength reached martial emperor or higher, the ferocious beast bloodline would have completely fused with the human body. Although instability remained a flaw, could be largely controlled. Under such circumstances, even with instruments at hand, detection remained impossible. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyuan acquiesce to Lu Yunyi's suggestion, Chen Tianba, hesitant and with words lingering on his tongue, seated himself quietly. Though his heart was still full of unspoken thoughts, he chose silence. Lu Yunyi's assertion was indeed accurate. The true authority rested in old Zhao's hands. Even Chen Tianba found himself powerless to contest this. Old Zhao was the immutable pillar of the Long Kingdom. Zhao Tianyuan once more cast his gaze upon the assembly of elder ministers, particularly the few foremost heads of martial households. Soon, the new recruits would be enrolling, would they not? At Zhao Tianyuan's words, the household heads, including Shuyuan and Lu Yunyi, nodded in unison, though a veil of confusion clouded their minds, uncertain of the true intent behind old Zhao's sudden inquiry. Witnessing their nods, Zhao Tianyuan merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. His eyes deepened with a profound intensity. The spiritual energy was rejuvenating. A new golden era was on the horizon. Eminent prodigies from all quarters were rising concurrently, and the tribe of ferocious beasts was poised to witness an unprecedented flourishing. This was both an opportunity and a calamity. Ultimately, the future of the Long Kingdom would depend upon these young souls. 2 days later, the Su family hall. The 3 tribal chieftains convened in unison. Su Yuntian furrowed his brow as he regarded Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing, stating the purpose plainly. Everyone was acutely aware. Long Patian's breakthrough to martial sovereign was inevitable. The Long family's ambition was ravenous. Inevitably, their gaze would turn toward our 3 great families, seeking sole dominion over Jiangling City. Frankly, none of our clans could match the Long family's might. To evade the fate of annihilation, unity was our sole recourse. Upon hearing Su Yuntian's words, Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing nodded in agreement. They had shared the same thoughts, so when Su Yuntian extended his invitation, they promptly arrived at the Su residence to deliberate countermeasures. As for aligning with the Long family, none of them were fools. That would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den, courting death. Xiao Zhangge turned to Su Yuntian and inquired, "Brother Su, what are your thoughts?" Feng Yanqing's gaze also shifted towards Su Yuntian, eager to hear his perspective. Su Yuntian responded with a composed smile, "It is quite simple. Should the Long family target any one of us, the other 2 must come to their aid. If peace prevails, all the better." Pausing briefly, Su Yuntian's tone grew sterner. "But I must caution against harboring any illusions. We 3 families are like grasshoppers on the same strand. We rise and fall together." Neither of the 2 men was perturbed by Su Yuntian's tone. The logic was clear to all. The 2 exchanged a glance, then solemnly nodded towards Su Yuntian. Seeing their agreement, Su Yuntian felt a measure of relief. He had truly feared they might stubbornly pledge allegiance to the Long family, but it seemed they retained some prudence. Rising, he smiled at Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing, clasping his hands respectfully. "Then it is settled, Brother Xiao, Brother Feng." Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing returned the gesture and nodded in affirmation. After concluding their discussion, Xiao Zhangge and Feng Yanqing returned to their respective clans to convene full family meetings and soothe their kin. Once the two had departed, the smile on Su Yuntian's face gradually faded. Unease lingered within him. Long Padian was like a buried landmine, impossible to ignore. Though he harbored deep resentment toward the Long family and Long Yu, he could not deny their formidable strength, though not to the extent that it unhinged him. His thoughts soon turned to his granddaughter, and a pang of tenderness stirred within. The young man who had saved her, he had already dispatched people to investigate his background. Prodigy from an ordinary family, nothing more. If that was all, Su Yuntian would not concern himself with his origins, so long as Xiaoxue liked him. However, according to his subordinates' findings, that young man had already paired off with the girl from the Feng family, yet Xiaoxue's heart was set on him. Such a predicament was nothing short of a torment. Su Yuntian sighed helplessly. Xiaoxue must surely be aware of the young man's involvement with the Feng girl, and he knew she must be pained. Yet there was nothing he could do. Forcibly separating them was beyond Su Yuntian's capabilities. He considered that love was truly the most perplexing of all worldly matters. With that thought, he drifted into a certain reverie. Inside Su Mushue's boudoir. At this moment, Su Mushue lay atop her bed clad only in a thin undergarment, her long hair cascading like a waterfall upon the pillow. She held her communication watch, sending a message. "Shue, are you there? Are you there?" Kitten emoji. Meanwhile, Zhang Hen reclined on his bed, scrolling through the enrollment details of the Qilin martial household, for the school's opening was imminent. Just then, a notification from Su Mushue's watch appeared. Zhang Hen tapped it open and saw the kitten emoji she had sent. Curiosity stirred within him. What did she want? Yun, is something wrong? Back in the boudoir, Su Mushue's feet swung unconsciously in the air as she pursed her enticing lips, reading over the message she had composed before finally pressing send. "Shue, my grandfather knows you saved me in the secret realm and wishes to thank you in person." Zhang Hen immediately replied, declining politely. It was merely a matter of course. Pouting, Su Mushue saw his refusal and felt a faint pang of disappointment, but she refrained from pressing further, fearing excessive inquiry might provoke resentment. Then, "See you at the martial household." Zhang Hen smiled inwardly at her message. She had indeed grown more cheerful. He had pondered whether Su Mushue might harbor feelings for him, but then dismissed the notion as unlikely, for he had already disclosed his relationship with Sister Qinggu. He replied succinctly, "Yun, yes, see you at the martial household." Su Mushue read Zhang Hen's message and smiled softly, like the first melt of snow, gentle and tender. Several days later, Zhongling high-speed rail station. "Brother, travel well." Zhongling puckered her lips and waved at Zhang Hen. Hearing her, a vein throbbed on Zhang Hen's forehead. Meanwhile, Zhang's father rubbed Zhang's mother's shoulder. Her lips were tightly pressed, eyes brimming with reluctant sorrow as she gazed at Zhang Hen. Their child was embarking on a distant journey, and a nameless ache filled her heart. Zhang's father fared better. He understood young Hen's future lay in broader realms, impossible to be confined forever within the narrow bounds of Zhongling City. Yet, when the moment came to bid farewell, only a quiet sigh escaped him. He patted Zhang Hen's shoulder and spoke, "Take care of yourself out there. Don't worry about us. Look after yourself." Zhang Hen nodded, though reluctant, and smiled warmly. "Mom, Dad, you and Linger should head back soon. I'll take good care of myself. No need to worry." At that moment, the station SPA system announced the train bound for Kyoto was arriving and ticket inspection would commence. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Hen waved to his parents and Linger. "Mom, Dad, Linger, the train's here. I'll go ahead. You all should return soon." Zhang's parents nodded and waved back. Zhang Linger watched Zhang Hen's figure recede, her eyes moistening as tears welled up, her lips quivering. Big brother's gone. She stepped forward, cupping her hands like a megaphone, tears streaming, and shouted toward Zhang Hen, "Brother, goodbye. Remember to miss me." Hearing her call, Zhang Hen's lips curved into a gentle smile. He raised his hand and waved backward. He glanced sideways, catching sight of them still standing there, and a sudden, inexplicable ache stirred within him. Zhang Hen proceeded to the ticket gate. After inspection, he went to the boarding area to wait. Zhongling High-Speed Rail Station was constructed on the city's outskirts to facilitate high-speed rail access. The journey to Kyoto would predominantly traverse open countryside. The wilderness teemed with ferocious beasts, yet each year the Ministry of Transportation dispatched personnel within a designated period to cleanse the high-speed rail tracks of these predators. Moreover, at regular intervals along the route, squads of guards stood sentinel to deter any encroachment by wild beasts, thereby ensuring the safety of the passengers. This high-speed train, in truth, bore little difference from those of the previous era. The primary enhancements lay in the superior materials employed and sturdier equipment, offering an additional layer of protection should a sudden beastly assault occur. Zhang Hen boarded the train and scanned the seat numbers in search of his own. Fortune favored him with a window seat. He had already stowed his luggage within his personal spatial ring and settled into his place. At that moment, the surrounding seats remained vacant, as some passengers had yet to arrive. As for why Zhang Hen was not traveling with Qin Yun and Su Muxue, well, that was a tale that ran longer. Su Yuntian harbored concerns about his granddaughter taking the high-speed train, fearing unforeseen mishaps. Hence, he personally accompanied Su Muxue, journeying to the capital on a flying mount tamed by their family. Each clan trained certain flying beasts as mounts, not only vastly surpassing conventional transportation in speed but also exuding a formidable aura, making them incredibly ostentatious, akin to a Rolls-Royce of the previous world. Su Muxue had even invited Zhang Hen to join them, but he declined. His refusal was straightforward, unnecessary, and he wished to avoid entanglements. Traveling with Su Muxue would, without exaggeration, subject him to the relentless scrutiny of Su Yuntian, a formidable martial sovereign. Just the thought of such a piercing gaze sent chills down Zhang Hen's spine. He had no desire to invite trouble. Sister Qinggu would likely be aware as well, leading to endless explanations and consolations, a prospect that already gave Zhang Hen a headache. Thus, when Su Muxue extended her invitation, he chose to refuse, despite feeling somewhat apologetic for turning down her repeated requests. Sister Qinggu was bound for the Phoenix Martial Mansion, located in the demon capital, a route entirely different from his own. Although the two destinations were not far apart in reality, given the current transportation standards, it was merely a matter of a few hours' travel. As for Qin Yun, Zhang Hen harbored his own doubts. Shortly after enrollment, Qin Yun had promptly departed for the Qilin Martial Mansion in the capital, claiming to have an acquaintance there. Zhang Hen's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what Qin Yun was up to so early at Qilin Martial Mansion. An acquaintance, indeed. No wonder he was Qin Yun. Zhang Hen shook his head, questioning the need to overthink. Qin Yun had always been a man of his own accord, possessing profound understanding and earning Zhang Hen's admiration. In truth, Zhang Hen harbored a suspicion. A man skilled in alchemy, erudite, acquainted with influential figures in the capital. There were numerous clues, all pointing to a single conclusion. Yet he kept this to himself, finding nothing implausible. After all, if one could traverse worlds, then nothing was truly extraordinary. There were many peculiarities, such as why Qin Yun sought Zhang Hen's assistance. Space-type martial souls were rare, but within the Qilin Martial Mansion, a sanctuary for such souls, their numbers were by no means insignificant. Yet, according to Qin Yun, he did not fully comprehend the reason either, sensing some preordained destiny. Besides, possessing a heavenly-grade space-type martial soul was already exceptional, and he felt no need to seek others within the Qilin Martial Mansion. Lost in thought, Zhang Hen's reverie was interrupted by a clear, melodious voice. "Sister Balian, our seats are here." Following the sound, he saw a delicate young girl escorting a woman dressed in white. The lady in white wore a plain gown, her features gentle and soft, her smile pure and unblemished, exuding an innocent charm. Behind her trailed 3 young men, each wearing expressions of earnest attentiveness. One carried luggage proactively, another vigilantly scanned the surroundings as though fearing anyone might jostle Balian, and the last whispered to Balian, "Sister Balian, if this seat is uncomfortable, just tell that guy to swap with you." He then pointed toward Zhang Hen. Zhang Hen surveyed the 5 individuals. His seat was part of a 6-seat row, so these 5 must be traveling together. Yet upon hearing the young man's words, he could only feel speechless. What kind of person was this? A total sycophant. Glancing at the 2 beside him, Zhang Hen's mouth twitched. They appeared almost fearful that the girl in front might be bumped or jostled. The lady in white smiled gently and nodded, her gaze brightening as she looked at Zhang Hen seated by the window. She took the seat opposite him, while the charming young girl sat beside her, eyeing Zhang Hen with curiosity and inward amazement. "Wow, this young man is so handsome." The 3 men, having stowed their belongings, noticed their goddess' gaze fixed upon Zhang Hen and instantly felt a surge of jealousy. Who did this guy think he was? Was it just because he was handsome? They took the remaining seats, one sitting beside the charming girl, who instinctively leaned toward the lady in white. All 5 were classmates traveling together to the capital. The charming girl smiled directly at Zhang Hen. "Handsome, are you going to the capital too?" "I'm in Xiaoning. What's your name?" Zhang Hen responded politely with a smile. "My name is Zhang Hen, and yes, I'm headed to the capital as well." At her words, and Xiaoning's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. We're going to the capital too. Her attention was wholly on Jiang Hen's destination, paying no mind to his name. Hearing Jiang Hen's destination, Balian smiled sweetly. You must be a new student just admitted to the Marshall Mansion as well. Her pure demeanor and visage, capable of stirring a man's protective instincts, drew frequent glances from the surrounding young men. Actually, many passengers on this train were bound for the Marshall Mansions, as most traveled during this time frame. One of the three accompanying young men furrowed his brow upon hearing Jiang Hen's name, pondering Jiang Hen. Where have I heard that before? Suddenly, he clapped his hands in realization. Of course, that's the Marshall Examination Champion from the Donglin Military District. He immediately became ecstatic. No way, I'm sitting next to the champion. His excitement drew the attention of those nearby, and Xiaoning frowned. Zhang Wei, what are you doing? Zhang Wei, the man in question, ignored her and fixed his gaze on Jiang Hen with fervent intensity, exclaiming, You're the Marshall Examination Champion of the Donglin Military District, aren't you? Jiang Hen instinctively nodded. Seeing Jiang Hen's direct acknowledgement, Zhang Wei's excitement soared. Wow, an idol. I can't believe I'm meeting a living legend. Nearby passengers also regained awareness. Jiang Hen, the Marshall Examination Champion of the Donglin Military District, that's him. Wow, the champion is right beside me. And Xiaoning widened her eyes in astonishment. You're the Marshall Examination Champion of the Donglin Military District? Jiang Hen smiled and nodded. Balian was equally surprised. She had never imagined that the handsome young man across from her was indeed the champion of the Donglin Military District. The other two young men displayed no resentment, only exhilaration at encountering the champion. As for their goddess, don't be ridiculous. They had no reason to envy. They knew well that they stood no chance. Hey, this was the champion, surely destined for a top-tier Marshall Mansion. They were only headed to first-rate Marshall Mansions, which, while respectable, were incomparable to the elite. There was no need for their concern. Though they fawned a bit, they were not foolish. The two young men turned to Jiang Hen with admiration. Wow, brother. You're incredible. Over 9,000 points. I can hardly imagine that. Jiang Hen observed their enthusiasm and felt a pang of guilt. Why did things not unfold as he had imagined? Had he judged them too harshly? Jiang Hen looked at them and smiled, saying, It was merely a stroke of luck. Upon hearing Jiang Hen's words, the two young men waved their hands dismissively and replied, No need for modesty. We were all busy evading the fierce beasts, yet you still had the strength to enter their midst and slay them. That is true prowess. There is no such thing as luck. Their tones were filled with admiration. This left Jiang Hen somewhat perplexed. Indeed, things were quite different from what he had imagined. He had expected to endure the classic scenario of being mocked. The excitement of the three young men also puzzled and Xiaoning. You're not even my close friends, yet you seem more thrilled than I am. Bai Lian, however, paid no mind to this and sighed inwardly. A top scholar indeed. Zhang Wei, curious, asked, Boss, which top-tier martial estate did you choose in the end? Hearing Zhang Wei's question, the others also turned their gazes toward Jiang Hen, eager to know which elite martial estate he had ultimately selected. In response, Jiang Hen gave a faint smile and said, Qilin Martial Estate. These individuals were quite interesting, entirely different from what Jiang Hen had expected. He did not mind chatting with them a while longer. Jiang Hen smiled and asked, What about you all? The three scratched their heads and chuckled. We certainly can't compare to you, boss. We entered Yunlan Martial Estate, merely a first-class estate. Hearing their words, Jiang Hen smiled and reassured them. A first-class martial estate is quite commendable. The three young men nodded with smiles, feeling quite satisfied in their hearts that they had been admitted to a first-class estate. 7 hours later, the train announcement echoed. Kyoto Station has arrived. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. Jiang Hen smiled as he looked at the group and said, We've arrived. Until we meet again, fate willing. The three young men readily responded with farewells, while Bai Lian and Xiaoning felt a slight sense of oddity but still waved and smiled goodbye. A top scholar, destined to walk a different path from them, Jiang Hen thought. After bidding farewell to the five, Jiang Hen stepped out of Kyoto High-Speed Rail Station. Gazing upon the bustling scene of Kyoto, a wave of awe stirred within him. Is this Kyoto? It is indeed quite different from Zhongling City. It was already afternoon. Jiang Hen hailed a taxi to Qilin Martial Estate. The driver, a man appearing to be in his 40s, smiled upon seeing the young man fresh from the station. Young man, you must be a newly admitted student of a martial estate as well, the driver said cheerfully. Jiang Hen nodded with a smile. Yes, sir. The driver looked at Jiang Hen and said, I've already picked up many new students today. So, which martial estate are you headed to? Jiang Hen smiled in return. Sir, to Chelan Marshall Estate. The driver expressed mild surprise. Impressive, young man. A top-tier Marshall Estate, no less. Zhang Hen merely smiled and scratched the back of his head in response to the praise. Half an hour later, the driver smiled and said, "We've arrived, young man." Zhang Hen nodded with a smile. "Thank you, sir. Here's the fare." He opened the car door and stepped out. As Zhang Hen emerged from the vehicle and lifted his gaze, his heart suddenly tightened. Before him stood the dream Marshall Estate revered by countless people, Chelan Marshall Estate. The entire estate exuded grandeur and majesty. The main gate soared several zhang high, constructed from a single enormous slab of deep green stone, as hard as iron. Time had left mottled traces upon it, only adding to its solemn dignity. Flanking the gate were two lifelike stone sculptures of Chelans, their massive bodies adorned with distinct scales, edges sharp as if carved by knives and axes. The Chelan heads were raised high toward the heavens, their eyes embedded with dark red crystals that shimmered with flowing light under the sun, as if they were about to roar skyward and leap through flames at any moment. Above the lintel hung a plaque of black gold, upon which the 4 characters Chelan Marshall Estate were engraved. The script exuded a subtle yet unmistakable aura of authority. Gazing upon the imposing Chelan Marshall Estate, a surge of pride welled up within Zhang Hen. This was the estate he was to enter. At the estate's entrance, students came and went. Seeing Zhang Hen standing outside the gate in a daze was unsurprising. They immediately recognized him as a new recruit. It was only natural to be awestruck by Chelan Marshall Estate. After all, who wasn't he like this upon first entering a Marshall Estate? Outside the gate, several tents had been set up, with banners reading new students' reception. Beneath one tent, a young man and woman chatted leisurely. A young woman rested her head on the table, utterly disheartened, muttering, "Is this never going to end? When will the shift change? I'm starving." Hearing her words, a somewhat handsome male student teased with a smile, "Meng Meng, don't be upset. When the juniors arrive, do you really plan to show them you like this?" The young woman rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't even want to come here. If it weren't for the points, who'd volunteer for this grunt work? Isn't it better to stay in the dorm?" Suddenly, Zhang Mengmeng caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye and instantly perked up. "Wow, there's a handsome guy." Zhang Hen approached, retrieving the admission notice for Chelan Marshall Estate from his spatial ring. He walked to the new student reception and smiled as he addressed Zhang Mengmeng and the male student. "Senior students, I'm a newly admitted freshman. What procedures must I complete for enrollment?" Upon hearing Zhang Hen's words, Zhang Mengmeng immediately brightened and eagerly said, "Junior, no need to be so formal. I'm Zhang Mengmeng. You can just call me Sister Mengmeng." She then handed him a registration form, saying, "As for new student enrollment, just fill out this form first. Then give me your admission notice." Instinctively, Zhang Hen handed over the admission notice and took the registration form, which required only basic information. Lu Yuan, upon seeing the name on the admission notice, was somewhat stunned as he looked at the handsome junior before him. "Wow, Junior, you're the top scholar of the Donglin Military District's Marshall examination." Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily bewildered by Lu Yuan's words. She had been so focused on Zhang Hen's appearance that she hadn't even noticed his name. Leaning closer, she saw the name on the admission notice and immediately realized, he really is the Marshall examination's top scholar from Donglin Military District. Yet she was merely a little surprised. It was just a top scholar after all, and she had already met another one earlier. To be honest, every year many top scholars from various military districts came to Chelan Marshall Estate, so the presence of a top scholar was only somewhat remarkable here. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Zhang Hen smiled and nodded, then handed over the completed registration form. Zhang Mengmeng glanced over the form briefly, then put it away. She retrieved 2 sets of Chelan Marshall Estate's martial uniforms and handed them to Zhang Hen with a smile, saying, "Junior, these are your martial uniforms. Welcome to Chelan Marshall Estate." Zhang Hen accepted them with a smile, replying, "Thank you." Lu Yuan looked at Zhang Hen and smiled slightly, saying, "Junior, since you're the top scholar, your tuition is fully waived. Your dormitory is in Area A, Building 9. Because you arrived late, the original password to the villa has likely been changed by the others living there. I've already informed them, so you can go straight there." Zhang Hen nodded in understanding. Zhang Mengmeng and Lu Yuan then explained various details about the Marshall Estate and provided a booklet that thoroughly introduced Chelan Marshall Estate. Zhang Hen then proceeded into the estate. According to Zhang Mengmeng and Lu Yuan, as the top scholar, Zhang Hen's privileges could be claimed at the town's estate spiritual repository. Regarding dormitories, there were distinctions based on martial examination results, divided into Area A, B, and C. The top 10 candidates in the military district martial arts examination would be assigned to Zone A, the top 100 to Zone B, and those ranked beyond 100 to Zone C. As Jiang Hen, the champion of the Donglin Military District's martial arts examination, he was naturally admitted into Zone A. According to the introductory manual from the Qilin Martial Mansion, the student dormitory area was located on the eastern side of the mansion. Upon entering the martial mansion, Jiang Hen immediately perceived a stark contrast between its interior and the outside world. The concentration of spiritual energy was far more intense. Taking a deep breath, he felt a soothing comfort permeate his entire body. Towering ancient trees flanked the straight path paved with bluestone, along which martial mansion students clad in various colors occasionally passed, some traveling in groups toward the training hall. Jiang Hen observed everything within the mansion with curiosity but did not linger. Following the directions marked in the manual, he proceeded straight toward the eastern student dormitory area. Although the martial mansion was vast, he encountered surprisingly few people along the way. Upon entering the dormitory area, he discerned the residences of students at different levels. Zones A, B, and C were distinctly separated. Zone A consisted of villas, each adorned with intricate Qilin carvings on the walls, harmoniously interspersed among spiritwood trees. Zones B and C were both composed of apartment buildings, but the appearance of these apartments differed. Those in Zone B were noticeably more orderly and refined than those in Zone C. Observing the distinctions among the three zones, Jiang Hen understood the most straightforward rule within the martial mansion. Strength was everything. He then made his way toward the Zone A dormitories, where each villa followed a similar design and bore a number plate in front of its entrance.